The dilapidated building, the floor overrun with weeds, and the road blasted into sunken craters all bore the indelible scars of relentless artillery fire. In the apocalypse, this place was a rare pocket of silence, yet within that quiet hung a chilling aura of bloodshed and ruthless coldness. The blood-soaked floor was strewn with corpses clad in camouflage uniforms. Eerily, each forehead bore a single bullet hole between the brows, killed with one precise shot. Amid the corpses, a woman drenched in blood fixed a frost-cold gaze on the man in camouflage, before her a bitter scoff escaping her lips. "Why, oi?" The man pulled the syringe that had pierced into her body out of her flesh. Pain instantly twisted her delicate features, and she, unable to maintain her stance, sank onto one knee on the ground. Yet even so, her soldier's dignity and iron-blooded aura did not diminish in the slightest. "Lin, the one who wants you dead is the commander. I am merely carrying out orders. You think you can kill me?" She let out a scornful, icy laugh. The man in camouflage chuckled as well. "Knowing they cannot kill you, the commander had a special agent create a new toxin just to end you. Neurotoxin number 7. Once the toxin enters your body, every muscle and nerve will begin to atrophy. No matter how formidable your ability may be, at such a moment you will no longer command any of it, will you?" Indeed, every soldier lying dead around them had fallen by her hand alone. In the apocalypse, as the environment shifted, many people evolved extraordinary abilities. Yet nearly everyone possessed only a single ability, whereas she bore two. This secret she had never revealed to anyone, preserving it as her last life-saving trump card. As expected, she could feel the nerves throughout her body beginning to go numb, already slipping into decline. A neurotoxin. So they had long prepared this just to deal with her. "I just never imagined that the one to kill me would be you." This man was her closest comrade in arms, the brother who had grown up alongside her since childhood. Even knowing the commander had conceived murderous intent toward her, she had never once doubted the man before her. He calmly savored the sight of her suffering. Her body had almost curled in on itself, convulsing on the ground, nerves and muscles wasting away at a speed visible to the naked eye. "The commander said that so long as I kill you, your position will be mine." Excitement colored every word he spoke, as though he already beheld the dawn of victory. Supreme commander of the global Eastern Theater, second only to the commander himself, the sole general beneath him. Who wouldn't covet such a post? "Lin, this is no age of peace. To the victor go the spoils. The weak are prey to the strong. Surely you understand these truths." She bit down on her pale, parched lower lip. So that was it. Her lips curved faintly as she spat out 3 cold words. "And you think you deserve it? You?" His eyes bulged at her, filled with vicious malice. "As long as you die, that position is mine." She let out a low, mirthless laugh, a sound that seemed to be the only echo left in the dead city. By now her body had slipped beyond her control, convulsions ripping through her. In an instant her hands and legs withered into little more than skin clinging to bone. Her beautiful eyes remained serenely calm, and the corner of her lips lifted in a faint, ruthless smile. "The seat of this general is not one just anyone can occupy." "What do you mean?" His voice snapped. Her eyes suddenly sharpened, as though gathering some unseen force. "Let's go down to hell together." Her lips moved lightly. In the blink of an eye, an uncanny blue flame erupted over the man's body. "Ea!" Her clear pupils reflected the blue blaze, growing ever more unfocused as his shrill screams receded into the distance. She gazed up at the sky, and a trace of release curved at the corner of her mouth. The apocalypse. She had long grown weary of it. Year 2100 AD. Inside a derelict factory, a coarse voice echoed in the gloom. "Slut, you should feel honored that I even want you. How dare you resist?" A small-time thug with dyed yellow hair swung his palm, viciously slapping the young girl to the ground. Before she could struggle up, 2 other hooligans rushed in and pinned her down. She cried out loudly, "Let me go. My father is a colonel. He will never let you get away with this." Her beautiful young face was streaked with tears, swollen and bruised in a way that would wrench anyone's heart. "Do you really think that once you lose your chastity and disgrace, the family father will still help you, eh?" Another girl in the same academy uniform stepped out from the side, leaning lazily against a wall, watching as though enjoying a show. "You're here, miss," the yellow-haired lackey greeted her obsequiously. "Of course I'm here to properly admire my dear sister's appearance," she replied, taking out her phone, clearly ready to snap photos and record video. "Yining, why are you doing this?" The pinned girl burst out in fury. She knew this younger sister disliked her, but had never imagined that hatred could run this deep. Yining's pretty face curved into a cold sneer, her eyes brimming with venomous resentment. "Grandfather only doted on you. We share the same father's blood, so why did he leave everything to you alone? Tonight I'll make sure everyone knows just how depraved and low you really are, Yin." She spat, then barked an order. The hooligans immediately obeyed, roughly tearing at Yin's clothes. Yin's face twisted with grief and fury. From some unknown well of strength, she sank her teeth hard into one of them and broke free of their grip. She burst out of their encirclement. Yet after only a few desperate steps, she tumbled over the edge of the factory's concrete stairway and crashed downward. A dull, heavy thud reverberated through the factory. Yining and the hooligans rushed downstairs in panic, only to see the young girl lying in a pool of blood, utterly still. The thugs froze, too terrified to approach. Yining herself was shaken, yet she forced herself to step closer, and checked for breath at the girl's nose. She recoiled instantly. She's dead. The words left her lips while her heart pounded wildly. You idiots actually killed someone. We didn't mean to. The hooligan stammered, completely at a loss. Yining clenched her teeth, forcing herself to calm down. She's already dead. We might as well see this through to the end. Find an unregistered car, dump her corpse out in the wilderness. Don't let anyone discover it. The girl, no more than 15 or 16, spoke words so chilling that even the hooligans felt a strange fear. Now that a life had been taken, they had no choice but to cling to this partner in crime. Yes, we'll take care of it immediately. Around midnight, a license plateless van stopped on a mountain road. The figures inside skulked about, hauling something from the rear compartment and tossing it into the trees at the roadside. They glanced nervously around, and seeing no one, hurried back into the vehicle and sped off along the narrow path. Yian felt a sharp, splitting pain in her head. Then not only her skull, but her entire body throbbed with agony, as though she had endured brutal torment. Suddenly, she opened her eyes to utter darkness, yet her clear pupils seemed to gleam faintly in the night. The pounding in her head and the pain racking her body told her she was grievously injured. She tried to move just a little. Hiss! Even that slight motion forced a sharp breath through her teeth. Her calf bone felt broken, her skull rattled with concussion, and soft tissues across her body screamed with bruising pain. This wasn't just torture, it felt as if she had plunged from a great height. Wait, concussion, contusions. Hadn't she been poisoned with neurotoxin? No. 7. With questions in her mind, she lay on the ground, starting to examine every part of her body in the darkness. Though the forest was dark, her eyes adjusted quickly, and coupled with her previous training, it felt no different from seeing in daylight. What is happening? She managed to speak. This time, even her voice left her stunned. This was neither her body nor her voice. She tried to concentrate and think about what was happening, but as soon as she focused, a sharp pain shot through her head. Damn! She decided to lie still and rest, and at that moment something suddenly surged chaotically into her mind. Memories that did not belong to her tangled in her mind like a mass of chaos. With her mind already in disarray, this pushed her over the edge. She fainted. After about half an hour, her bright pupils finally opened again. The memories that had surged in just before she fainted had fused with her own. It turned out she had indeed died. Yet she had been reborn. Her body had perished, but her consciousness and brainwaves lived on in another spacetime in the body of a 16-year-old girl named Yian. Yian, 16 years old, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, a military household in the Xinglua Empire. Her mother passed away early, and she has a younger brother from the same mother. Her father remarried another woman, and 7 months later, they had a daughter, Yining. Yian actually has a formal name, Yi Weigua. It was given to her by her grandfather. Her grandfather, Yi Jiangwo, was an old general. In Yi An's memory, her grandfather was very fond of her. Thus, from the moment she was born, he cherished her like a treasure. Naming her Yi Weigua was his hope that she would protect the country like he did, becoming a formidable soldier. However, Yi An's mother, Wen Dai, felt that the name was too masculine, so she gave Yi An another name, and everyone around her got used to calling her Yian. In contrast, Yi Ning would often deliberately call her Yi Weigua in public, which always drew a burst of laughter. Yi An's grandfather suddenly fell ill and was admitted to the intensive care unit a year ago. The old general, having survived countless battles, was now plagued by both old and new ailments, inevitably causing a great deal of turmoil. Half a year ago, her grandfather had set up a will stating that upon his death, all his property would be inherited by his eldest granddaughter, completely bypassing Yi An's father. However, this will not only made Yi An's father dissatisfied with her, but also made the Yi family resent her. Especially Yi Ning, who despised her to the core. Plans were made to ruin Yi and to kill her and dispose of her body, and so on. Yet this Yian truly died from falling off a building, which made her chuckle internally. She suddenly felt a sense of anticipation for Yi Ning's expression when she appeared before her. Yian immediately sat up from the ground, as since she had been given a second chance at life, she must protect this life well. Her injuries were serious. If she delayed any longer, she might not die, but would end up disabled. The wind in the forest blew with a chill, causing her to involuntarily shiver. Cold. How long had it been since she felt such a temperature? In the apocalypse, global warming persisted for hundreds of years. Forget about the 4 seasons, she had even forgotten what cold was. A peaceful era, a beautiful environment. How wonderful. After taking a deep breath, she immediately began to tend to her wounds. She focused her attention on the 2 branches not far away, wanting to test if her powers were still intact. However, the branches remained motionless, leaving her somewhat disappointed. Powers are abilities that many possess in the apocalypse. Due to changes in the environment, latent capabilities within the human body are developed, resulting in the emergence of these powers. Just like animals evolve abilities to adapt to their changing environments, humans in the apocalypse have evolved their own. However, the strength of these powers is related to one's own potential. Furthermore, most people possess only a single power. Yet she possesses 2: manipulation and manifestation. It is precisely because of this that she can remain undefeated in the apocalypse, even becoming the only general in the eastern part of the world, commanding millions of soldiers. But now it seems she should just get to work, as she struggled to reach out and pick up the branches. As a soldier, she was quite adept at handling wounds. After securing her fractured leg with the 2 branches, the other wounds had scabbed over after being exposed to the wind. She simply tore her clothes to bandage herself. Although she had lost quite a bit of blood, there was nothing to be done about it now. While she was tending to her wounds, vehicles occasionally sped past on the concrete road outside the forest. The roar of engines shattered the stillness of the area. On the hillside under the pitch-black night, the lights shone brightly with red and blue flags everywhere. What caught the eye was a row of expensive luxury cars. Many people stood around, most of them young men with girls in their arms, all appearing to be in their early 20s. It was clear that a group of wealthy young heirs were racing here. However, the cars here either began with country A or military A, indicating that these were not ordinary wealthy heirs. At that moment, a luxury car slowly drove into the lane. This was the only car that did not begin with country A or military, yet it made everyone wary. It's Mr. Fu's car. A woman recognized it. It's not Mr. Fu, but CEO Fu, a young man beside her corrected. As soon as the car stopped, someone stepped forward respectfully to open the door. CEO Fu. When the door opened, a long leg stepped out from within. The man was tall and slender, simply dressed in a white shirt with 2 buttons undone, revealing a delicate and attractive collarbone, exuding a casual, yet slightly arrogant charm. Yet he did not come off as frivolous. Upon seeing him emerge, 2 men in their early 20s who had been leaning against their luxury cars also approached. Yunshin, what brings you here today? The approaching young man had bright eyes and a tall, sturdy physique, walking with a steady and powerful gait, wearing military boots. He was a soldier. Just came to take a look, Fu Yunshin casually replied, leaning against his car, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a cloud of smoke. He himself did not know why he felt inexplicably troubled today, recalling their racing tonight, so he came to have a look. Since you're here, why not join in for a race? Another young man in casual clothes approached, looking a bit younger than Fu Yunshin, handsome and charming, said with a smile, it's rare for CEO Fu to come out. You can't just leave without racing a bit, can you? There's a hint of provocation in that statement. Fu Yunshin cast a faint glance at him, remaining silent. This left the man who had initiated the provocation awkwardly touching his nose. Xiaoyang chuckled, Chun, so you know well that our Yunshin has 2 rules. First, we never touch women outside. Second, we never mess around outside. According to our old custom, here the loser has to book the Copper Sparrow Tower for an event. The people around them began to murmur as they approached the 2. The young gentlemen introduced their new female companions to the 3 men. That one is President Fu Yunshin, under 20, the president of the Yunting Group. He is the grandnephew of the prominent figure mentioned earlier, the first young master of the aristocracy in the capital. The other 2 are President Fu's friends. One is named Xiao Yang, serving in the military. The other is named Chen Su, the son of a significant political figure. Although they introduced them, they weren't foolish enough to disclose their positions. They simply wanted to impress their female companions. In summary, everyone here is quite impressive indeed, very impressive. The sound of revving engines echoed, igniting a fire of excitement on the somewhat chilly mountain. Fu Yunshin watched the cars disappearing one by one on the track. Normally calm and composed, today, he found himself unable to tolerate their provocations. He flicked the car keys in his hand, holding them tightly, glanced at the 2 in front of him, and smirked slightly. The loser not only has to book the Copper Sparrow Tower, but must also strip and run naked around the mountain. Xiaoyang, Chen Su, what? The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter at his words. Ha ha, is Xiao Laodao really going to back down? Why does this count as Fu Xiao personally entering the fray to tear apart the trash? Come on, let's place bets. Fu Yunshin directly got into the car, inserted the key into the ignition, and started the engine. Xiaoyang, Yunshin, that's not fair. If you dare to go even a meter further, it's a foul, he said, getting into his own car. Fu Yunshin smiled. Chen Su also hurriedly got into his beloved car and started the engine. Naturally, there were more than just their 3 cars on this stretch of road. Many wanted to challenge President Fu's gamble. Ding! As the green light signaled, all the cars shot forward like arrows, quickly disappearing around the bend ahead. Yin stood up, leaning on a thick branch, limping out of the woods. The bright lights of the cars and the roaring engines rushed past her like sparks. Street racing. These were the first 2 words that flashed in her mind. Just so she was troubled about how to descend the mountain. Her hearing was keen. Those cars must have been modified, as their speed was clearly mismatched with the hardware. Oh, there was one car that had not been modified. Moreover, that car was getting closer and closer to her. Yin calculated the distance and speed of that car, suddenly taking a few steps forward and stopping in the middle of the road. Although Fu Yunshin was skilled behind the wheel, he was still outpaced by those young rascals who frequently engaged in street racing. Moreover, they were already thoroughly familiar with the terrain of this mountain, which left him lagging behind in the first lap. Thinking of the bet he had just made, he suddenly regretted it, pondering whether to have Lu Qi come up the mountain tomorrow to run naked for him. At that moment, Fu Yunshin saw a figure 100 meters ahead, and his expression changed drastically as he pressed the horn several times. Yet that figure remained utterly motionless. This is truly unbelievable. Finally, with only 20 meters left, Fu Yunshin slammed the brakes, almost throwing himself out of the car before coming to a stop. Even the usually composed Fu Yunshin couldn't help but curse under his breath as he stared at the figure just 50 centimeters in front of the car. A woman. Furrowing her brows, she opened the door and got out. She sized up Yin with her calves pinched around a wooden stick as if she had a fracture, and in the dark it was hard to see clearly. Her face was dirty, yet her eyes were bright and clear, almost reflective. Do you want to die? Fu Yunshin's tone was cold. The man who suddenly appeared before Yi and was very tall, at least a head and a half taller than her, and his white shirt stood out starkly against the night. His handsome features were sharply defined with deep-set eyes glaring at her in anger. Yi searched through her memory banks and concluded that this situation was known as staging an accident. That's how it is, she replied seriously. Fu Yunshin. This was the first time had seen someone stage an accident with such conviction. Seeing the man before her looking as if he wanted to kill her, she added, you must have a misunderstanding about staging an accident. Fu Yunshin's gaze turned slightly cold, thinking that she was the one who misunderstood. Forget it, just chalk it up to bad luck. He should be grateful she wasn't a female ghost. He tossed a stack of cash from his pocket and turned to get back in the car. Yin picked up the stack of cash from the ground and said calmly, are you racing? I can help you win. Fu Yunshin halted, looking at the determined girl standing against the backlight. Are you joking? Yin glanced at a distance and spoke with a tone too cold for her age. You should have just finished your first lap. Most of their cars are at a speed of 310 kilometers per hour. There are many bends on this mountain, and even the fastest lap takes at least 10 minutes. Adding the 5 minutes wasted here, I can ensure you'll catch up to them in the third lap. Fu Yunshin's brows twitched noticeably, and his gaze towards Yin changed slightly. Finally, Yin laid out her terms. I help you win, and in return take me down the mountain to the hospital. She added, of course I won't return the money to you. Fu Yunshin. His expression turned slightly serious as he looked at Yi and then turned to walk to the passenger seat. Get in the car. After all, he was losing anyway, and wanted to see what tricks this accident stager could pull. Yin's face was calm as she leaned on a stick and made her way to the driver's seat, closing the door. She broke the stick using the thicker part as a makeshift leg since her left calf was fractured and she couldn't press the brake, relying on the stick instead. With her right hand operating the steering wheel, she was bruised all over, but thankfully her hands were usable and one leg could still function for now. It seemed utterly impossible at first glance, but under her methodical movements the car surprisingly started. Fu Yunshin initially thought this woman was just putting on a show, but to his surprise, she really managed to start the car, and his expression shifted slightly. Yin operated the steering wheel with one hand, her gaze focused straight ahead. The determination in her eyes was not what one would expect from an ordinary person. Fu Yunshin had seen this look before. He had witnessed the most outstanding snipers of the Empire, and this was the same look they had when aiming at their prey. Hold on tight. Suddenly Yin spoke up. Fu Yunshin frowned, but instinctively tightened his grip on the handle above. Just as he steadied himself, the car executed a beautiful drift around the bend. Fu Yunshin's body was nearly thrown out, and he no longer dared to underestimate the strange woman beside him. Steadying himself by gripping the handle above, his gaze remained fixed on Yin as if he were determined to uncover something from her face. Not bad driving skills, he feigned calmness and said lightly. Yin manipulated the steering wheel with one hand, casually replying, I delivered tofu for a few years back home. The god of driving on Xiaoming Mountain. Fu Yunshin instinctively responded. Yin shot a cold glance at him, but chose not to engage further, focusing intently on the road ahead. At that moment, Fu Yunshin noticed that Yin's back of the head and body were stained with dried blood. Now fresh blood was seeping out again. The intense smell of blood instantly filled the entire car. A cold light flickered in Fu Yunshin's eyes. You. Don't worry, I can hold on until the last lap. Yin assumed he was worried she wouldn't make it. Fu Yunshin frowned slightly, but said nothing more. As the race reached the third lap, suddenly a silver-white car surged forward like a gust of wind, quickly overtaking most of the vehicles and squeezing to the front. No way. That's young Master Fu's car. How can it be so fast? I can't have been mistaken. What kind of drift was that? I've never seen anything like it. Xiao Yang and Shinsu in the front also caught sight of the silver-white car, chasing from behind through the rearview mirror. They were equally astonished. Did Yunshin undergo some secret training? Otherwise, how could his driving skills have improved so quickly? Finally, the race reached its most thrilling moment, the last lap. The lead was still held by Xiao Yang and Shun Zu's cars, with the silver-white car closely trailing behind. Fu Yunshin's gaze was fixed on Yin, and the car was now filled with the smell of blood. Her complexion and lips were growing increasingly pale. If he weren't aware of their arrangement, and that she was alone, he might have thought a female ghost was driving his car. Who exactly is she? Why is she on this mountain? And why is she in such a state? A series of questions flashed through Fu Yunshin's mind, but he didn't utter a word, silently observing her every move. Just as he was distracted, the car suddenly accelerated. The dashboard was already maxed out, and the needle was nearly about to burst out of the dial. Hold on tight. Yin spoke again. Fu Yunshin dared not underestimate her. It seemed this woman could accomplish. Yin's eyes narrowed slightly. The throttle increased its power, and the steering wheel suddenly twisted. In an instant, the silver-white car shot forward several hundred meters. Everyone gasped. What is young Master Fu doing? Of course, for Xiao Yang and the others it was, damn it. What is that bastard Fu Yunshin doing? This is a mountain road. At such speed, a heating collision would be disastrous. Isn't this just reckless abandon? Why push so hard? The silver-white car charged between the two narrow spaces of Xiao Yang and Chen Zu's cars. What the hell? Fu Yinshan, what are you trying to do? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. The two cursed loudly, trying to move their cars, but it was already too late. Fu Yinshan took off the earpiece from his ear and tossed it aside. It was noisy. Looking at the calm girl driving beside him, he surprisingly found himself trusting her. What a strange situation. Yet his hands still honestly gripped the handles on either side. Just when everyone thought the car would crash, it suddenly flipped over and passed through the gap between the two vehicles. Yes, it passed by. They all saw the fleeting sparks. After the silver-white car brushed past, it landed steadily on the ground, trembling slightly due to inertia before making a half circle and gliding around the bend of the mountain. By the time everyone turned around in a delayed reaction, the car had already stopped at the finish line. Everyone was shocked. What kind of maneuver was this? Xiao Yang was utterly frustrated, staring at the car that had stopped at the finish line. This was fucking thrilling. He thought they would all be finished. Fu Yinshan was still a bit dazed, even reminiscing about everything that had just happened. We won. She thought, her spirit and strength reaching their limits. Just as Fu Yinshan shifted her gaze to Yi, and a long honking sound filled the air. Yi's head slammed onto the steering wheel, and she fainted. He immediately unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the car door. The person stationed at the finish line was about to congratulate them when they saw Fu Xiao actually getting out from the passenger seat. Before they could react, Fu Yinshan quickly walked to the driver's seat and pulled out a woman who was almost covered in blood. What is happening? Did Fu Xiao speed and accidentally kill someone? Looking at the dirty but remarkably delicate face in her arms, Fu Yinshan felt a surge of heartache for the first time. Young master, Lu Qi hurriedly approached. Contact Rong Yu immediately and have him rush to Ziyuan. Fu Yinshan commanded in a deep voice. Yes, Lu Qi glanced at the person in Fu Yinshan's arms with confusion before quickly calling for contacts. At that moment, the racing group in the back also arrived at the finish line. Xiao Yang and Qin Su also got out of their cars and walked directly towards Fu Yinshan. Just as they were about to ask Fu Yinshan about this seemingly national-level maneuver, they saw him holding a girl still dripping with blood, who was dressed like a school uniform. Before they could process it, Fu Yinshan had already brought the girl into the car, and Lu Qi took the driver's seat. With a step on the gas, the car was already just a tail. What's going on? Xiao Yang frowned and pulled someone over to ask what had happened. Boss Xiao, that woman is from Fu Xiao's car. It seems that the woman was in the driver's seat when they reached the finish line. The young master said, quickly, intimidated by Xiao Yang's strength. Hearing this, both of them were startled. The driver's seat. Was it that woman who was controlling the car just now? Chun Su casually shoved his hands into his pocket, smirking. Get the surveillance footage from this mountain road. I want to see where this woman popped out from. Yi's consciousness had not fully awakened when she smelled a strong medicinal scent. Realizing she was being treated, she finally felt at ease. Fortunately, the man did not go back on his word. She was well aware of her injuries. Even if she had been reborn, if she did not receive treatment quickly, her body would soon fail. Gradually, her consciousness began to awaken, but given the current state of her body, she could neither open her eyes. Besides her, there were two other breaths in the room. As long as there was breathing, she could tell whether there were people around, a kind of instinct she had trained herself to develop. The young man in a white coat plunged his hand into the basin of water, instantly turning the entire basin into a pool of blood. He took a cloth nearby to wipe his hand clean. I must ask, where did you find this girl? Rong Yu turned to look at the man sitting lazily in a chair, his gaze fixated on the sleeping girl Yin on the bed. With this injury, she should have been dead long ago. To think you brought her back still clinging to life, Rong Yu said incredulously, while putting away the surgical tools into her. How did she get hurt? Fu Yinshan looked at the girl on the bed, nearly wrapped in bandages, his eyes narrowing dangerously. I said it was a fall, would you believe me? Rong Yu found it amusing herself, a hint of confusion flashing across her gentle and refined face. With such severe cranial injuries, multiple fractures, extensive soft tissue contusions, and a significant amount of intracranial bleeding, besides a fall, I really don't know how she got hurt. I just ran some tests on her, and aside from the injuries, it seems her brain function and all her nervous systems are intact. Rong Yu shook her head, playing with the surgical knife that hadn't been put away yet. I really want to open her brain and study what's going on. Before she could finish her sentence, she received a cold glare from the man beside her. Rong Yu quickly tucked away the surgical knife, saying, hee, just kidding, just kidding. After saying that, Rong Yu immediately started to pack her things, preparing to leave. Just as she took a couple of steps, as if recalling something, she turned serious and earnest. Young Master Fu, I am a top-grade military doctor. She emphasized the words top grade particularly. Please show some respect for this white-clad angel. Fu Yinshan glanced her up and down, a smirk appearing on his thin lips. White-clad angel. Rong Yu found those 4 words quite flattering. Get lost. Fu Yinshan expressed his disdain. Oh. Rong Yu appeared defeated, letting out a deep sigh. He now understood why novels often featured a disposable doctor who could be summoned at will, treated without reward, and buried alongside the ill-fated. Because that was him. Fu Yinshan looked at the girl on the bed whose wounds had just been stitched, her body nearly covered in bandages, his deep eyes narrowing. A fall. There are only 2 scenarios for a fall: either it was an accident or it was a suicide. If it were a suicide, she would never have appeared on the mountain path, allowing him to take her to the hospital for treatment. Thus the answer is naturally the former. Victimized. She looked to be only 15 or 16, still a student. How did she end up being victimized and discarded? As for that school uniform, he remembered. That school was the #1 high school in Kyoto's Iway Star Academy. Moreover, at that time she was calm enough to stop his car, even negotiating conditions with him, and fulfilling her promise. Such driving skills were not something even a world-class racer could boast of. Who exactly was she? What had she gone? For the first time in nearly 20 years, Fu Yunshin felt an insatiable curiosity about something that he couldn't control. Yin's faint breathing began to grow clearer throughout the room, yet she continued to remain unconscious, wanting her body to heal more quickly. But she was aware that there was a gaze that lingered on her. That gaze was as sharp and profound as the one that had been cast upon her in the car, like that of a hawk in the night fixated on its prey. It carried a sense of scrutiny and curiosity. Uncertain of how long she had been asleep, Yin finally opened her eyes, and what met her gaze was an understated yet extraordinarily luxurious room. The room was spacious, enveloped in a simple white hue. Yet her hands, head, and legs were either bound or suspended. Above her, and drip was steadily dripping, flowing through the needle into her body. She frowned, finding the medical practices here to be exceedingly primitive. In the apocalypse, both technology and medicine had reached their peaks. In cases like hers, a hormone for cellular regeneration would simply be administered, with the new cells directly replacing the dead ones. This would allow her to restore her physical condition to its peak in a short time. At that moment, there was no one in the room. She glanced at the needle inserted in her arm, her gaze sharpening. Suddenly, the needle astonishingly withdrew itself from her flesh. Yin's heart leaped with joy. Her powers were still intact. It turned out her abilities had not vanished. They had merely been dormant due to her previous frail condition. During her treatment, she sensed her bodhi's functions were recovering at a remarkable speed. This was not what this body should possess. It resembled her former body instead. Thus, she vaguely felt that perhaps her powers had never truly disappeared. Indeed, that was the case. With her powers regained, Yin felt a considerable sense of security. In this bodhi's memories, it seemed she had not yet encountered any existence of abilities related to this world. However, this did not mean they were absent. Yin dared not let her guard down. Just because humanity in the apocalypse could evolve abilities did not imply that beings from other realms had not done the same. She had already been undergoing treatment here for 5 days if she needed to return to the Yi family. Otherwise, Yining would inevitably spread rumors of her death or disappearance, making her return somewhat troublesome. Struggling to rise, she pulled out all the needles from her body. "It seems you really wish to die," a cool voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. Yin looked up to see a tall, handsome man lazily leaning against the door, observing her actions. "It's you." Yin's voice was devoid of any fluctuation. "Thank you for saving my life, but since I've helped you in the competition, we are even now." Fu Yunshin frowned. Despite being a 16 or 17-year-old girl, she spoke with the maturity of someone who had experienced countless battles. He had already researched this girl's background, easily identifying her by her uniform. She was from the top high school in Kyoto's Iway Star Academy, an institution exclusive to the elite offspring of Kyoto's high-ranking families. Her identity was that of Yi Jiangwo's granddaughter, a former military general, and the eldest daughter of current military Colonel Yi Zhendong Yin. "Even," he chuckled. "I never said we were even." He stepped closer, his tall figure casting Yin in shadow. Noticing the spot where she had pulled out the needle, still oozing small droplets of blood, his gaze deepened. Yin looked at Fu Yunshin calmly, neither humble nor arrogant, her tone slightly cold. "Since we reached an agreement on the mountain path, then regardless of whether the terms are equal, the deal has been established. If you seek anything further from me, then I must decline your request." She had always been resolute, and would never leave her enemies any room for negotiation. If this man insisted on pursuing her, she wouldn't mind being the first to kill in this realm. Fu Yunshin's gaze turned sharp as he looked at Yin for a long while. Although the murderous intent had flashed by, he still sensed it. Suddenly finding it interesting, he asked, "Do you want to kill me?" His voice was as cold as a blade pressed against the skin, extremely dangerous. Yin glanced at him indifferently. "I don't mind." The blood she had on her hands was not just a million, one more would hardly matter. Fu Yunshin narrowed his eyes, his tall figure looming over Yi and his prominent nose nearly touching hers, their breaths audible in the close proximity. "But I could take your life at any moment." He lowered his voice, which sounded dangerously alluring. Yi's expression remained calm and composed. Even when injured, her back was straight, as if she had undergone long training. "You can try?" There was no hint of fear in her voice, even carrying a note of eagerness. The two locked eyes, and in those distinctly black and white starry orbs there was no trace of retreat or cowardice. Fu Yunshin propped himself up, yet his towering figure still overshadowed Yin. This feeling made her inexplicably uncomfortable, and she said lightly, "I want to leave." "This woman, can't you speak a little more gently?" Fu Yunshin seemed to realize he had misspoken, sizing up Yin's petite frame, his gaze lingering for a moment on her chest, his lips curling in a teasing manner. "Oh wait, you can't be called a woman yet." Yin furrowed her brows. She always spoke like this. Gentle. What did that even mean? Faced with Fu Yunshin's scrutiny, she felt the disdain in his eyes. She said seriously, I'm still in my developmental phase, I will grow. Fu Yunshin. Seeing Fu Yunshin's lips twitch a few times, Ian thought he didn't believe her and added, really? Fu Yunshin. Did he pick up an extraterrestrial being? I'm leaving now. As she spoke, Ian continued to pull out a needle from her arm. You can't possibly want to leave in this condition, do you? Fu Yunshin's voice turned cold, tinged with anger. Do you even realize how serious your injuries are? Yian's expression remained largely unchanged as she looked at Fu Yunshin, sensing no malice from him. She said, I'm not going to die. My injuries have improved a lot. I have to go back. The sooner she returned, the less trouble she would face later. Her gaze was firm, so resolute that even Fu Yunshin was somewhat moved. Fu Yunshin threw a piece of clothing beside Yin, glancing at her body, almost entirely wrapped in bandages, as if deliberately making it difficult for her. Can you change by yourself? Yin frowned and paused for a moment. I can. Fu Yunshin's lips curved slightly. Put on the clothes, and I will. Otherwise, even if you manage to get out of this door, you won't be able to leave this manor. Yin fixed her steady gaze on Fu Yunshin. He was right. Outside this manor, she could sense many people and even more unknown dangers. If this man refused to let her leave, even if she got out of the room, she wouldn't be able to escape this manor, or even. Yin glanced at her tattered clothes that had been cut apart, most of her body wrapped in bandages and medicine. Without a word, she tore off the ragged clothing and threw it on the ground. A thin layer of pink lingerie was suddenly exposed to the air. Fu Yunshin stood in place, momentarily stunned, then instinctively turned around. With a hint of gritted teeth in his tone, he exclaimed, in front of a man you dare to undress. Do you have no sense of shame, woman? He felt as if the 20 years of his composure and cultivation were ruined by this woman. Is this something a normal— Wait, what is he turning around for? Fu Yunshin felt a pang of regret. It's not like he hadn't seen women before. Countless women flaunted their curves and seductive figures in front of him every day. Why would he need to turn around for a mere little bean sprout? Yin paused slightly. In battle, she would always change directly into her combat uniform. What was so shameful about that? But back then she would always wear a thinner bulletproof undershirt underneath. Glancing down at her bra, she thought, At that moment, Fu Yunshin turned around again, his gaze landing squarely on her pink bra. Yin lifted her head, meeting Fu Yunshin's eyes directly, and coldly commanded, turn around. Finally, Fu Yunshin noticed a different emotion on Yian's face. It was as if he had discovered a new continent, and a glint of interest crossed his eyes as he crossed his arms. With a dismissive 2 words, he replied, I want. Yian's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly suppressed it with her emotions. However, Fu Yunshin caught that subtle change with his sharp eyes, and his interest deepened. Interesting. Yin bit her lower lip. She was very good at assessing the situation, and knew she couldn't confront this man Hedon right now. Having just regained her life, she couldn't afford to throw it away so casually. Yin glared coldly at Fu Yunshin, struggling to put on her clothes. But the bandage on her arm made it difficult for her to get dressed. With a decisive pull, she ripped the bandage off. Fu Yunshin frowned as his gaze fell on her swollen arm. Yian's arm had just healed from a fracture, and while it was still difficult to move, she endured the pain and managed to get half of the garment on. Fu Yunshin watched as Yin struggled to put on the clothing piece by piece. Her determination showed no sign of surrender. She didn't even let out a sound of pain. Yet his frown deepened further. I'm dressed. I'm leaving now. Yin said, the loose clothing making her already petite figure appear even more fragile. Fu Yunshin was a man of his word. Fine, he replied. Yin didn't even wait for his consent before getting off the bed, but because of the fracture in her calf, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Fu Yunshin observed coldly. Yin glanced at her calf. The bone had healed, but walking was still a bit challenging. It was nothing serious. She stood up again, her back straight, stepping towards the door without glancing at Fu Yunshin once. The setting sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window, casting a faint shadow across Fu Yunshin's face. The interplay of light and shadow made him appear somewhat captivating yet sinister. What is your name? The man's voice suddenly sounded. Yin paused mid-step as she limped towards the door. Yi Weigua. It was more polite to tell him her full name. Fu Yunshin's lips seemed to crack slightly. However, Yi continued walking out. Fu Yunshin stared at her increasingly distant figure and picked up the phone in his hand. Let her leave. Understood, young master. Lu Qi pressed the call button for Fu Yunshin, puzzled about the woman's background. Not only was she the first woman the young master brought back to the manor, but she was also the first person he personally sent away. Despite his confusion, he had to fulfill the young master's orders. He took out a remote control and pressed a few buttons. Instantly, the entire manor's security team and remote artificial intelligence received the instructions. Yin walked out of the manor without any obstruction, and the large gate before her opened automatically, as if controlled by someone. She wasn't surprised. The high technology of the apocalypse was far more impressive than this. However, she began to feel curious about this man's identity. It seemed she had inadvertently crossed paths with an extraordinary figure. Hopefully, he wouldn't bring her any trouble in the future. Dressed in a butler's suit, Lu Qi entered the room. Young master, she has left. Fu Yunshin responded with a faint hum, his gaze fixed outside the floor-to-ceiling window, his expression somewhat displeased. Lu Qi continued, young master, the surveillance around the manor recorded the young lady hailing a taxi outside, and she left heading south after getting into the taxi. And the taxi's license plate number is. Did I ask you to remember the license plate number? Fu Yunshin interrupted with a hint of irritation in his voice, questioning what business it was of his where that reckless woman went and what car she took. Lu Qi immediately fell silent. The young master's mood seemed rather unstable today. After a moment, Fu Yunshin asked, what is the license plate number? Lu Qi replied. Flipping through his notebook, it's Jing A54SB. After reading it out, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Find the company of that taxi immediately and track its route, Fu Yunshin commanded coldly. Understood, Lu Qi replied, and promptly went to carry out the task. After Lu Qi left, Fu Yunshin looked at the torn bandages and shredded clothing on the bed, his brows furrowing. That woman. Yi family. Just then Fu Yunshin's phone suddenly rang. Yunshin, the brothers are all waiting for you at the— We agreed to book the whole venue, and we keep our word. Oh, we're just missing you. The voice of Chun Su came through the phone. Are you running around naked? Fu Yunshin replied blandly. The voice on the other end abruptly shrank to a buzzing sound. Does wearing shorts count? A subtle smirk crossed his lips, but his tone remained cold, not going. Just as he was about to hang up. Hey, wait. Yunshin, don't you want to know what happened with the girl you brought home that day? We happen to have a segment of surveillance footage from that day on the mountain road. Send it over, he commanded, his eyes narrow. Yunshin, that's quite unreasonable. You initiated this bet. Chun Zu's discontented voice followed like a barrage of cannon fire. Fu Yunshin rubbed his forehead. Fine. They'll come over later. All right. Little sister, we've arrived at your destination. The taxi driver stopped the car at the outskirts of the Hanyuan Villa area. I can't go in there, sorry. The Hanyuan Villa area was said to house only extraordinary people. Apart from the owner's vehicles inside, all external vehicles were strictly prohibited from entering, and the entire area was under military management. Thank you, Yin nodded, then took out 2 bills from her pocket, placed them on the seat, and directly got out of the car. Hey little sister, you have too much money. The driver called out. After getting out of the car, Yin endured the pain in her body, steadied herself, and glanced back at the driver with indifference, saying, take the extra to buy milk powder for the child. Having said that, she walked away towards the Hanyuan Villa district without looking back. The driver was momentarily stunned, glancing at a photo of a 1-month-old baby he had placed on the car, a surge of indescribable emotion welling up in his heart. For Yin, it didn't matter since that money wasn't hers, so she felt no remorse in spending it. Indeed, the money she had was the stack of cash that Fu Yunshin had thrown down that night, which she picked up. The entrance to the Hanyuan Villa district lay before her. According to the memories of this body, most residents of the Hanyuan Villa district were not ordinary people. Some were retired military officers, while others were high-ranking officials from wealthy families. The Yi family resided in the Hanyuan Villa district. Of course, in Kyoto, there were many places like the Hanyuan Villa district. At this moment, Yi-in was wearing an oversized white shirt that almost enveloped her short school skirt, revealing only her 2 pale and fragile legs. She appeared terrifyingly frail, like a thin sheet of white paper that could be blown away by the slightest breeze. She straightened her back and took a deep breath. Yi-in's eyes suddenly sharpened, and after about a minute her gaze returned to normal. She moved her body a bit, and now the discomfort had lessened, the wounds were no longer visible. She looked no different from an ordinary person. Using her ability to manipulate energy to heal her body was something she often did in the past. However, how effective her abilities could be depended on her physical condition at the time. What Yin could achieve now was merely a temporary healing of superficial wounds, making her appear no different from anyone else. The current state of her body was too weak to fully recover to her condition before the injuries. She would need some time to recuperate. Yin slowly walked towards the villa district. Miss Yi. The security guard greeted her with a smile. For those within Hong Yuan, the guards could almost instantly call out names upon seeing them. Yin nodded slightly and directly entered the villa district. Observing Yi-An's steady pace, the guard furrowed his brows, noticing that today she seemed different from before. Was she full of spirit? In the large living room of the Yi family, the atmosphere at the dining table was exceptionally tense. It has been so many days with no news at all. What on earth is going on? Yi Zhendong slammed the table in frustration. Instantly, the others at the dining table were too frightened to speak. Yining felt a bit anxious. She also found it strange it shouldn't be like this. According to logic, news of Yin's death should have emerged in the past few days. Yet so many days had passed with not even a whisper of movement. Dad, I saw my sister out having fun with a few male classmates the other day, as she might have been enjoying herself, and forgot to call home. Yining said soothingly. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhendong became even angrier. At such a young age, going out to fool around with male classmates. It's been days, and she hasn't returned home. This is outrageous. Yang Zhitong served a spoonful of soup to Yi Zhendong, a charming smile gracing her delicate face. Young people forgetting to go home while having fun is normal. However, it seems that staying out all night with male classmates might indeed tarnish a girl's reputation. Yang Zhitong's words were undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. Yi Zhendong directly pushed her hand away, his expression growing increasingly dark. If my memory serves me correctly, Yin hasn't returned in 5 days, has she? The only youth at the dining table, calmly eating undisturbed by the surrounding tension, spoke with quiet detachment. Xiaofei, what did you say? 5 days. Yi Zhendong's expression shifted subtly. Yi Fei took a sip of his drink, his tone indifferent. Seems so. Why haven't you reported her missing? Yi Zhendong's gaze locked sharply onto Yang Zhitong beside him. He had only returned 2 days ago, and thus knew nothing of Yi and's 5-day disappearance. Though this daughter had never won his affection, and the matter of his late father's will had even deepened his resentment toward her, she remained undeniably his own flesh and blood. What did 5 days of absence signify? He dared not imagine. I. Yang Zhitong glanced briefly at Yining, who immediately interjected, Mom, and I thought sister was just off playing again, so we didn't think much of it. Besides, she's always been seen with those people. Yang Zhitong nodded in agreement. Yes, dear, you're overthinking it. Yin will be fine. She stayed out all night more than once while you were away. Bang! A sudden thunderous slam of the door startled them all, so violently that they flinched, turning their eyes instinctively toward the entrance. Lin's sister rushed to the doorway, only to see a silhouette standing bathed in backlighting. When those cold, piercing eyes swept over her, a chill ran through her entire body. For a moment, she stood frozen, breath caught. What's happened? Yi Zhendong demanded. Only then did Lin's sister snap back to awareness. Master Miss has returned. At Lin's sister's words, Yining froze completely, her heart leaping into her throat. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Her eyes widened as she stared rigidly at the doorway. Yin stepped calmly across the threshold, her gaze sweeping deliberately, cold assessing, over every person at the table whose eyes now fixed upon her. The sole middle-aged man, bearing the disciplined bearing of a military man, features stern and symmetrical, was her father Yi Zhendong. The woman in the alluring crimson dress, 30-something yet preserved like a woman in her early 20s, was her stepmother Yang Zhitong. A faint inward scoff escaped her. That foundation is thick. The youth whose gaze lingered on her bore an uncanny resemblance, 7 or 8 parts alike, her full brother Yi Fei. And the other girl, wide-eyed with panic and dread, was her sister Yining, the very one who loathed her with visceral hatred, Yang Zhitong's daughter. As Yi An's eyes met Yining's, the faintest imperceptible curve lifted one corner of her lips. I'm home. Yining's hands trembled uncontrollably. No, that wretch is dead. Even if she survived, she couldn't possibly be unscathed. What in the world is happening? Are you human or ghost? The question tumbled from Yining's lips unbidden. Her whole body shrank behind Yang Zhitong. Yang Zhitong slapped Yining's hand lightly, a sharp reprimand. Ningning, what nonsense is that? Yin offered a slight, distant smile. It seems Yining isn't particularly pleased to see me return. Yining's eyes bulged. She darted glances left and right, only to find the others at the table staring at her with unmistakable bewilderment. She swallowed hard audibly. Yang Zhitong hurried to smooth things over, forcing a brittle smile onto her face. Ningning's been watching too many horror films lately. That's why she's acting so strangely. She shot Yi in a glare brimming with displeasure. Look at you. You frightened your sister half to death. Where have you been gallivanting these past days? Not a single word, not a trace of your whereabouts. Yet the moment you walk through that door, you scold your sister. Do you hold this family in any regard at all? Yang Zhitong reprimanded Yi, and with the authority of a mistress. Yian frowned slightly. Yang Zhitong, her stepmother, was as detestable as Yining. In such a grand family, the original spouse was greatly valued, especially when the original spouse held a high status. Thus, the status of a second marriage or a new partner would always be far lower than that of the original spouse. Moreover, according to the traditions of such old-fashioned families, Yang Zhitong should respectfully refer to Yi An's mother as sister and pay her respects. Furthermore, Yi An's mother was the daughter of the chairman of the Kyoto Ronghua group, while Yang Zhitong's status, though unspoken, was well understood by all. This woman was brought back by Yi Zhendong after a night of fleeting romance. Naturally, Yi An's status at home should not be low. It was unclear how she ended up in this situation, where her father did not care for her, and her brother did not like her. Yi Zhendong slammed the table and shot an angry glare at Yang Zhitong. After all, he was the head of the family, and it was not her place to speak. Only then did Yang Zhitong close her mouth and comfort Yining. Yet Yian scoffed. Why do you think I have only just returned? Yining should be quite clear about that. Seeing Yining's expression, it seemed she thought I had died. At this point, Yining was no longer that frightened. She knew Yi and was not dead. That day, perhaps, she merely fainted. If Yian wanted to complain, as long as she denied it vehemently, Mom and Dad would never believe her. Sister, we have been very worried about you these past few days, and that day I saw you leaving with those boys. That's why I was a bit concerned. Yining looked somewhat wronged, leaning against Yang Zhitong. Yian, is it appropriate for you to directly call your sister by her name? You have no manners. Oh, all those years of schooling were in vain. You have no upbringing at all. Yi Zhendong couldn't help but angrily scold Yian. Yi An's expression remained calm as she raised an eyebrow. I don't recall my mother giving birth to a sister for me. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Even Yi Fei, who had been eating with his head down, looked up at Yi An, this fierce and imposing girl. Could she really be his sister, who only knew how to cry and was of no use? Yang Zhitong immediately began to weep. Zhendong. Whoa, Yian denies me as her mother. I've worked like a horse for this family for so many years, raising 3 children. In the end, even the children do not acknowledge me. Whoa, enough. Yi Zhendong casually tried to soothe Yang Zhitong. My mother is the daughter of the chairman of the Kyoto Ronghua group. What status does she hold? Yi's tone was somewhat mocking, clearly belittling Yang Zitong's status. Having gone out for a wild escapade, you've become even more uncultured. Yi Zhendong trembled with anger, his military authority causing everyone to shiver. Tell me, where have you been these past? Have you done something shameful again? And what is the meaning of your current appearance? Yi Zhendong fired off 3 questions. Yin remained unperturbed, glanced at Yi Ning, and smiled mysteriously. This smile sent chills down Yi Ning's spine. 5 days ago, my sister told me that someone was looking for me outside of school. So I went. I didn't expect those people to actually capture me. Later, I struggled to escape from their hands, sustaining some injuries and fainting. Fortunately, I was rescued and just returned today. Yin explained calmly. Even as she spoke, blood continued to seep from her wounds, yet she seemed utterly unaware. Crimson blood stained her white blouse with jarring vividness. Yi Fei's brow furrowed slightly, and for a moment he nearly blurted out those 2 words, but choked them back at the last instant. A flicker of concern surfaced in his eyes. The sight left Yi Zhendong momentarily speechless. Yi Ning and Yang Zitong huddled together in trembling fear. Yin offered a faint, composed smile, glanced briefly at the meal laid upon the table, then strode forward with unwavering poise, pulled out a chair, and sat upright. Her spine rigid, her posture even more precise than that of Yi Zhendong, a career soldier. Every gaze around the table locked onto her, yet an eerie, unnatural silence settled over the room. Yin ate swiftly, finishing an entire bowl of rice in mere moments. Another bowl. Her voice broke the uncanny stillness. Yes, Miss Anan, Lin Sa replied after a brief pause, immediately stepping forward to serve her. The diners sat wordless, until Yi Zhendong finally stirred. Hurry and fetch medicine. Lin Sa, take Yin upstairs to her room. Lin Sa had just ladled the rice when she glanced at Yin. Miss Anan. Yin brought her chopsticks down sharply against the table, a commanding, unyielding tone. Eat first. Without another word, she rapidly finished the second bowl. Once again, speech caught in everyone's throats. Yin ate with remarkable speed. A habit forged in the apocalypse where no one could afford the luxury of leisurely meals, of vigilance was perpetual, and even dining adhered to strict discipline. To hesitate was to invite ambush. Enemies might strike or infiltrate while one's guard was lowered over a meal. Only after finishing did she feel the gnawing void in her belly finally assuaged. She rose. Please continue at your leisure. And without glancing back at the stunned, almost horrified expressions around her, she ascended the stairs to her room. After a pause, Yi Zhendong fixed Yi Ning with a cold, piercing stare. Ning, come to my study after dinner. Yi Ning paled instantly. Yis. Only when she reached the staircase did Yi and allow the faintest trace of a smile to touch her lips. She had deliberately reopened her wounds to lend credibility to her words. Given her current standing in this household, anything she said would be met with skepticism by Yi Zhendong. Seeing is believing, but a measured shock perhaps proves far more persuasive. As for her grudge against Yi Ning, there was no rush. She had always possessed the patience of a hunter stalking its prey. Eat. After Yin departed, Yi Zhendong picked up his chopsticks, only to find the dishes nearly empty. Not a single piece of meat remained. Yi Fei stared at the barren table, something unreadable flickering in his eyes, and astonishingly the usually solemn youth's lips curved almost imperceptibly into a quiet smile. A conclusion formed in his mind: voracious appetite, and a distinct fondness for meat. Yi Zhendong set down his chopsticks with a sigh. Lin Sa, prepare another serving. Yes, master. Upon returning to her room, Yin was promptly presented with a medical kit by a young servant, Shueli, about 20 years old, who served the Yi family. Shall I call a physician, Miss Anan? No need. Yin accepted the kit and closed the door behind her, then began tending to her wounds herself. Though she had intentionally torn them open, the lacerations were indeed severe, deliberately, so to heighten their apparent gravity. While tending to her wounds, she glanced around her room. The room was filled with shades of pink and scattered with various. On the bed lay a peculiar-looking creature that piqued Yi's curiosity. She approached the bedside and picked up the plush toy, searching her mind for the name of this doll. Peppa Pig. What is that? According to her memories, this creature with a pink snout larger than its head was a famous star in the Xinhua Empire, so beloved that many fans even got it tattooed on their bodies. Anything related to this pig would instantly spark a frenzied demand. There was even a catchphrase that swept across the entire Xinhua Empire: tattoo Peppa Pig. Applause for the socialites. A pig had actually stirred up a wave of fervent trend. Yin suddenly felt somewhat bewildered by the fashion trends of it. Back in the apocalyptic world, the most popular items were nothing more than the latest high-tech products or new types of. As the first commander of the Eastern Military District, Yi and was always the first to obtain and test these innovations. She shook her head and tossed the pink toy aside. Although Yin personally preferred the simplicity of military green, she held no aversion to these colors. After stopping the bleeding from her wounds, she rested for a while, took a shower, changed into fresh clothes, and lay down on the bed to rest. The Copper Sparrow Tower. The so-called Copper Sparrow Tower is the largest entertainment venue in the capital. If you have money, you can do anything here. Even if you want to watch a live sex show, there will be someone to arrange it for you. The elite young men of the capital are undoubtedly frequent visitors, and to the staff of the Copper Sparrow Tower, they are like living deities. Moreover, these people not only have wealth, but also power. As soon as Fu Yunshan stepped in with his leather shoes, someone immediately came forward to greet him. Not having walked far, all the surrounding staff stopped in their tracks, bowing their heads with smiles to welcome him, young Master Fu. Indeed, the venue was reserved, and there were no other guests in the Copper Sparrow Tower. The interior decoration and architecture of the Copper Sparrow Tower resembled that of a palace, but unlike the solemnity of a palace, it exuded an air of extravagance and indulgence. Without Fu Yunshan needing to say a word, they directed him, "Young Master Fu, please this way. Young Master Chun and the others are waiting for you upstairs." Fu Yunshan nodded slightly and followed her up the staircase that branched out to the sides. "Yunshan, you're here." Upon entering the hall, she saw a group of young men with their clothes partially unbuttoned, each one nearly embracing a woman, drinking and occasionally groping the women beside them, causing the women to squeal. A smirk of mischief appeared at the corner of Fu Yunshan's mouth as he casually put his hand in his pocket. "Looks like Xiao Yang and Chun Su have spent a fortune this time." Ha ha. Laughter filled the hall. "Yunshan, my heart is bleeding." Xiao Yang clutched his chest, expressing his dismay. "If I had known, I wouldn't have bet with you. That's my salary for 2 months. With a smile on his lips, Fu Yunshan raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? Speaking of which, I just tipped Lu Qi a bit the other day, and it seems to be about the same as your 2-month salary." "Damn. No comparison, no harm." Xiao Yang grumbled discontentedly before quickly changing his tone to a flattering one. "Does your family need any servants?" Everyone present was amused, looking at each other with disdain. "Big brother Qiao, where's your integrity? Ha ha, did you feed your integrity to the dogs, big brother Qiao? Does young Master Fu need any servants? Take me with you." "Exactly." Chen Su rubbed his forehead, frustrated. "You guys really think that having money means you can do whatever you want?" Fu Yunshan smiled slightly, took out a check from his pocket, signed it, and said, "It'll cover today's expenses." He handed it to the waiter beside him after signing. Chen Su and Xiao Yang exchanged a glance, their eyes sparkling, and they both eagerly flattered him together. "You can do whatever you want with money, of course you can. Come, young Master Fu, please sit down quickly. Let me massage your shoulders." Xiao Yang, Chen Su, and Fu Yunshan, those familiar with the capital circle, knew that these three could be considered a solid trio. Due to their family backgrounds, the three had known each other since childhood, and as they grew up, they became leaders among this group of wealthy young men. This circle consists of the children of high-ranking officials from the capital empire. However, since Fu Yunshan took over the family business a year ago, he rarely mingled with these people. Despite Xiao Yang and Chun Su currying favor with Fu Yunshan, either of them alone could shake the military and political circles. Besides their own identities, their family backgrounds also held significant weight. With Fu Yunshan's arrival, everyone's enthusiasm surged out. After a few drinks, some began playing some risque games. "Give me the stuff." Fu Yunshan had no interest in such matters, directly addressing Chen Su. Xiao Yang patted Fu Yunshan's shoulder, saying, "Yunshan, don't be in a hurry. I rarely get a day off, and it's been a long time since everyone gathered. Let's have some fun first." Xiao Yang, with his handsome features and tall stature, was the type that most women favored. Thus, Xiao Yang had quite a few romantic entanglements, frequently changing women. Although Chen Su had charming eyes, he was a bit of a clean freak and only sought out serious relationships. The only one who could be considered clean was Fu Yunshan. Over the years, he had many rumored relationships, but both Xiao Yang and Chen Su knew that Fu Yunshan was truly a monk who abstained from meat. Thus, they always sought ways to turn Fu Yunshan into a complete man. However, every time they tried, Fu Yunshan would cut it off before it even began. "I've said what I needed to say. Oh, I don't want to repeat myself." Fu Yunshan's lips curled slightly, looking at Xiao Yang and Chen Su with a hint of a smile, his threat unmistakable. Chen Su touched his nose, saying, "All right, let's change the place to talk." They vividly remembered the consequences of offending Fu Yunshan, where blackmail would fly everywhere. Fu Yunshan complied readily, standing up and changing rooms with them. Chen Su pressed a button on the remote, and a 3D projection appeared before them. The image depicted a van without plates dumping a body. 2 young men were seen lifting what appeared to be a deceased young girl from the van and throwing her into the woods, glancing around before quickly driving away. "Fengshan, we only have the surveillance near the driveway. Those people came from a side road, so we can't capture where they came from or where they went afterward." Chen Su lazily leaned on the sofa, watching and speaking. Xiao Yang stood straight with his legs apart, arms crossed, gazing at the surveillance monitor. "Those two must be thugs. The vehicle is just a common Jinbei, lacking any distinctive features." Analyzing their expressions, they seemed to believe that the girl was already dead. Xiao Yang, having once been a reconnaissance soldier, observed these details with great meticulousness. Fu Yunshan suddenly said, "Zoom in." The current frame was paused on one of the men dragging the girl. Chen Su was momentarily taken aback, then pressed a button on the remote, immediately making the girl's face clearer. However, the blood trickling from her forehead across her face rendered her appearance somewhat horrifying. Xiao Yang furrowed his brow and remarked, "There is cranial damage likely resulting from a severe impact. There are no apparent external injuries, indicating she hasn't been attacked by anyone." Xiao Yang pondered for a moment. She must have fallen from a height. The ones responsible for her fall are those 2 men. Fu Yunshan continued, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. "I say, Yunshan, was it really her during the street racing at Fengshan last time?" Chen Su expressed skepticism. Although the surveillance did show that girl in the driver's seat, it seemed more unbelievable than an international joke. At this point, Xiao Yang also became intrigued. By the way, Yunshin, didn't you bring her home? How is she doing now? Fu Yunshin glanced at the enlarged image of the girl on the screen and succinctly answered both of them. It's her. Xiao Yang and Chen Su exchanged looks, raising their eyebrows. Something about Fu Yunshin seemed a bit off. It appeared he had been sitting for too long as he twisted his neck, producing a series of crisp cracks. Do you know who she is? Fu Yunshin's lips curled upwards. Xiao Yang stared at Fu Yunshin for a moment, not answering his question, but letting out a deep sigh. Yunshin, it's fortunate that you didn't let those lonely soldiers in the army see you. With your looks, you might even be more alluring than a woman. Xiao Yang's teasing words were cut short as Chen Su foresaw his imminent fate, ready to watch the drama unfold. Sure enough, Fu Yunshin's expression darkened instantly as he turned to look at Xiao Yang, suddenly fixing him with a smile. Xiao Yang felt a chill run down his spine. It seems the Tonkei Tower is recently hiring male escorts. I think you would be quite suitable, Xiao Yang. You are well endowed and your abilities are unmatched, even by intercontinental missiles. Should I call the manager now to measure your dimensions so you can start working right away? As soon as Fu Yunshin finished speaking, Xiao Yang stumbled, almost losing his balance. Chen Su had originally been stifling laughter, but this time he could no longer hold it and exclaiming, my goodness. This is too good. I need to post right away. The Imperial Major has gone astray and taken the path of male escorting. How should one maintain composure? Online urgent. Chen Su grew more animated as he spoke, but as soon as he reached for his phone, he was met with a glare from Xiao Yang. Of course, Chen Su was just joking. He couldn't help but laugh uproariously, saying, Xiao Yang, are you happy with this little tease? Teasing anyone would have been fine, but picking on Fu Yunshin was akin to pushing oneself into a pit of fire. After all, Fu Yunshin had the capability to truly turn Xiao Yang into a male escort. There was no doubt about it. Xiao Yang stopped being mischievous, his old face flushed red. Luckily, his skin was tanned, making it less noticeable. He cleared his throat, saying, let's talk about that girl's identity. Fu Yunshin smiled slightly teasingly. Xiao Yang was simply too thick-skinned, in need of some refinement. By the way, Yunshin, who is that girl? She is the granddaughter of the former General Yi Jiangwo from the Empire's military and the daughter of Colonel Yi Zhendong. Yi Weigua, Fu Yunshin said, slowly pausing for a moment, also known as Yian. Upon hearing the name, Yi Weigua, both Xiao Yang and Chen Zu's expressions visibly tightened. How could a girl have such a name? However, they had heard of the Yi family, one of the few prestigious military families in the Kyoto circle. Fu Yunshin raised his gaze, looking meaningfully at Chen Su. Speaking of which, she can be considered your former junior. Kyoto Ziwei Star Academy, Chen Su blurted out. Ziwei Star is the Imperial Star. This means that anyone who graduates from the Ziwei Star Academy is destined to be the next successor of the Empire. It is a gathering place for all the elite children of the aristocracy in Kyoto. Indeed. Fu Yunshin's eyes narrowed slightly as he took out his phone and dialed a number directly. Mommy, baby, you finally deigned to call me. Oh, my little heart, I found you a daughter-in-law. Huh, what? Can you say that again? The noise is too loud, I didn't catch it. You will have a daughter-in-law soon. Impressive, my child. Whose daughter is she? What does she look like? How old is she this year? Send me a picture to let mommy see. Fu Yunshin bluntly notified her before hanging up the phone. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, he toyed with his phone. Xiao Yang and Chen Su stared in shock. What did they just hear? Fu Yunshin actually said he was in love. Was this news really that explosive? Wait a minute, did Fu Yunshin even know what being in love meant? Could it be he thought having an interest in her was love? Moreover, this could be considered one-sided. The girl might not necessarily like him. However, seeing Fu Yunshin smiling at the girl's face on the big screen, they truly couldn't bear to speak out. This was indeed a one-sided announcement. Yian had a good sleep at home, and when she woke up, she checked the time. She had only rested for an hour. Missin and the master asks you to come to the study. She really shouted from outside. Got it. Yian replied, frowning slightly, and put on a coat before heading out. Before she even entered the study, she heard Yi Zhentong's scolding voice. You say? Did you conspire with outsiders to harm your sister? Yi Zhentong had reached his current position not merely through connections. From Yian's words, it was clear that if it weren't for Yi Ning, Yi and wouldn't have encountered any trouble. Dad, believe me, I never did anything to harm my sister. If I had known those people were bad, I wouldn't have let my sister go with them. Really? You don't know those people? Yi Zhentong expressed his doubts. That's right, I don't know them at all. Those people aren't from our school. I saw them playing with my sister before, so I thought they were familiar. It should be fine. Who knew they would harm my sister? Yi Ning sobbed in defense. At that moment, Yian walked into the study. She glanced at Yi Ning, then looked at Yi Zhentong. Dad. Yi Ning says you associate with those people. If you do, then you cannot blame your sister to be careless in choosing friends and yet shift the blame. Our Yi family has never tolerated such conduct. Yi Zhendong wore a grave expression, delivering a sanctimonious rebuke. In his eyes, Yi Ning's words evidently carried greater credibility. The partiality was obvious. Moreover, you are of the Yi family, yet you consort with those people. Shame on you. Do you think the Yi family still wants you? Yian straightened her posture. After Yi Zhendong finished his lecture, she replied calmly, I do not know them. The sound of a slap seemed to hang in the air. Those few words made Yi Zhendong lose face. Yin glanced at Yi Ning and smirked. However, I have often seen Yi Ning spending time with them. Yi Ning panicked, inwardly feigning calm on her face, and looking at Yi and with grievance. Sister, I know it was my fault. I should not have listened to them and called you over. She sobbed, but I truly did not expect they would hurt you. I have often seen you with them, you cannot slander me. Yi Ning's sniffled eyes rimmed in red. I know you do not like me, sister, but you cannot wrong me like this. Though I am still young, father taught that one must have backbone and must not accept undeserved injustice. Therefore, sister, I will not admit to things I did not do. Yi Ning's words struck a chord with Yi Zhendong. Backbone was a tradition of their martial household. Now he was even more convinced Yi Yin was lying. I fail to see since when backbone became an excuse to lie and deceive Yi, and sneered, her words sharp. Yin. Yi Zhendong snapped. Yi Yin frowned. He did not believe her. I had thought that after you were hurt you might behave. I did not expect you would remain unrepentant. Not only have you shamelessly fraternized with those thugs outside, you even dare to lie and slander your sister. You are a disgrace to the Yi family. The Yi family does not have a daughter like you. Yi Zhendong spat vehemently, his coarse, forceful voice making Yi Ning flinch in fear. When did you ever treat me as your daughter? When have you ever treated me and Yi Ning equally? You take her words at face value while treating mine as nothing. Yi Yin demanded, asking as much for the original owner of this body. Though both were daughters of Yi Zhendong, his treatment of the two could not have been more different. He had almost completely ignored Yi An's existence. You. Yi Zhendong, enraged, reflexively drew a pistol from the drawer. But as soon as he had taken it out, he came to his senses and slammed the pistol back onto the table. Outside the study, Yang Zhitong could not suppress a smile. You little wretch, let's see what you will do this time. Yi Yin ignored Yi Zhendong and pressed Yi Ning step by step. You say I know those people. Then tell me when and where did you see me with them? What did we do? There should be surveillance at the school. If you can give specifics, we can verify each claim. What do you think? Alarm flickered in Yi Ning's eyes as she was so intimidated by Yi An's relentless pressure that she took a few steps back. When did Yi Yin become so sharp and fierce? Hadn't Yi Yin always been meek, slow, and awkward in response? How could she suddenly be like this? Yi Zhendong also looked at Yi Ning and said, you speak. Suddenly Yi Ning burst into tears. Woo. Dad, do you not believe me either? At that moment, when the atmosphere in the study was tense, Aunt Lin suddenly knocked and entered. Sir, this was just delivered and was specifically requested to be handed to you personally. Hand it over. Yi Zhendong took the bag and tore it open, and a large stack of photos immediately slipped out. After looking at the stack of photos, Yi Zhendong's expression darkened from gloomy to black. He stood up directly and slapped Yi Ning to the ground with a loud smack. The slap left Yi Ning dazed, her mind. Dad! She looked at Yi Zhendong in disbelief. Yang Zhitong rushed in from outside to help Yi Ning up, filled with, Zhendong, what are you doing? What am I doing? Look closely. Your daughter has been hanging out with the wrong crowd. Yang Zhitong and Yi Ning immediately picked up the photos from the ground. They showed Yi Ning with a group of delinquents, and there were also photos of Yi and being kidnapped by them. Yi Ning's expression changed drastically after seeing the photos. No, Dad, these pictures must have been doctored. Yes, Zhendong, you can't doubt Ning Ning based on these few photos. While saying this, she glared fiercely at Yi, and it must be Yi and who had someone doctor these photos. You can't be tricked by her. Ning Ning has always been obedient since she was little. How could she possibly associate with these people? Do I not know whether the photos are doctored or not? Yi Zhendong glared at Yang Zhitong in anger. Yang Zhitong immediately fell silent. Yi Zhendong was a soldier, and moreover he held the rank of colonel. How could he not see through such clumsy tricks? Look at what your daughter has become now. From today onwards, apart from going to school, Yi Ning cannot step out of the house for 2 months, and her allowance will be halved for the next 6 months. Yi Ning immediately cried in grievance, and Yang Zhitong cried along with her. Yi Yin watched this scene expressionlessly, her eyebrows slightly raised, as if she were watching a show. She looked at the photos on the ground and felt somewhat puzzled. These photos? Who sent them at this time? In Yi Zhendong's view, Yi Ning simply made the wrong friends and unknowingly harmed Yi Yin. So he scolded her a bit and slapped her, thinking that was the end of the matter. But for Yi Ning, this was the first time she had received such a severe punishment in her life. It was also the first time Yi Zhendong had hit her. She attributed all her old grievances and new resentments towards Yi Yin, glaring at her as if she wished to devour her. Yang Zhitong also glared at her, comforting Yi Ning while coaxing her back to the room. After dealing with Yi Ning, the study was left with only Yi Yin and Yi Zhendong. Yi Yin seemed to hear the sound of slaps ringing in her ears at this moment. And your father was just a bit emotional earlier. Don't take it to heart. We are all family, and this matter will just pass. Your sister didn't mean it. In the future, you need to be careful. You are the daughter of the Yi family, and a girl. It's not good for your reputation to stay out overnight. If anything happens, come home immediately. Yi Yin knew Yi Zhendong was blaming her for staying out for 5 days before returning home. She smiled faintly. Do you want me to bring back my corpse? Yi Zhendong was momentarily speechless, then his anger flared at Yi An's tone. Yi Yin cast one last deep glance at the photos on the ground. I'm going back to my room. After saying this, Yi Yin turned and left the study. Yi Zhendong watched Yi An's straight back, slamming his hand on the table, nostrils flaring with anger. Glancing at the handgun on the table, he suddenly remembered that when he had taken out the gun earlier, Yi Yin hadn't even blinked, showing no sign of fear at all. He stared at the gun, his eyes thoughtful. After Yin returned to her room, she spread her palm open. In her hand appeared the photo that had just fallen to the ground. It was a scene of Yi Ning with a few shady-looking men. Just moments ago, taking advantage of Yi Zhendong's inattention, she used her abilities to absorb one of the photos into her palm. Looking at the man in the photo, her expression suddenly turned cold. It turned out he was the one who caused the death of the original owner of this body. But who sent this photo over? And what is their purpose? Moreover, it was perfectly timed to arrive at this moment. Suddenly, Yin's expression changed, and a face appeared in her mind. Ah, was it him? Ziyuan. Young master, the items have been delivered. Lu Qi, dressed in a tailcoat, bowed respectfully, exuding a gentlemanly demeanor. Before Fu Yunshin, a 3D projection screen displayed all the information about a girl in a school uniform, complete with videos and photos. Fu Yunshin nodded, lifted a cup of coffee to his lips, took a sip, and murmured softly. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the screen. Looking at her appearance, she is completely different from the person in this data. The information displayed on the screen showed that this girl named Yi, and aside from her noteworthy background, had no other outstanding qualities. Academically, she ranked at the bottom of her class. In sports, she was also at the very end. Each semester she failed several subjects. It could be said that she was the worst of the worst. However, Fu Yunshin always felt that there was something strangely peculiar about her. Lu Qi, the Ziwei Star Academy, starts classes the day after tomorrow, right? Yes, young master. Fu Yunshin looked at the screen in front of him, tapping his fingers lightly on the coffee table. Perfect. Let's go to Ziwei Star Academy together the day after tomorrow to discuss the funding for the construction of the research institute on campus. Lu Qi raised his eyebrows slightly. The young master seemed to have other intentions. But he still nodded respectfully. Yes, I will arrange it right away. Thinking of the scene when Yin left that day, Fu Yunshin clicked his tongue in annoyance and lit a cigarette. The smoke curled around his fingertips, and he felt an inexplicable restlessness as he looked at the images on the screen. I want to see her. Yes, that was the thought. But this thought made Fu Yunshin feel rather pathetic, wishing to slap himself. She's still a minor. A minor. Developing. Fu Yunshin suddenly felt. It might not be so bad. Leaning back, he casually crossed his long legs over the coffee table, his eyes slightly squinted. Yi, what kind of person? Unaware that she had already caught someone's attention, Yi was in her room, flipping through everything related to herself. At that moment, her phone suddenly received a text message. Come out, I'm waiting for you in the left corridor. Yi glanced at the message and sneered. She directly opened the door and walked to the agreed place in the message. The left corridor was a rather narrow space, usually devoid of people, especially at this hour when everyone was almost asleep. Yi walked inside, where it was pitch black. She tried to turn on the light, but it was broken and wouldn't turn on. Suddenly, a sound of breathing came from behind her, and Yi reacted swiftly, dodging the attack from the person behind her. She saw a shadow in the darkness. It was Yi Ning, and Yi Ning was holding an iron rod in her hand. Due to habitual adaptation, Yi could see in the dark after just 3 seconds of adjustment. However, an ordinary person would take much longer to adapt. For instance, after Yi evaded her attack, Yi Ning found herself completely at a loss. The only reason she was able to strike accurately before was that she had secretly observed Yi's position from behind. Now she had no idea where Yin was. You coward, if you have the guts, stop hiding. Yi Ning hissed fiercely, swinging a metal rod wildly in her hand, retreating in fear, while her eyes remained fixed on the surrounding darkness. She had specifically taken this opportunity to teach Yin a lesson. She knew the soundproofing in the villa was excellent, especially in this area. Even if she shouted here, no one in the room would hear what was happening. Moreover, since Yin was already injured, even if she sustained further harm, it wouldn't be blamed on her. Yin smiled. If you have the guts, why don't you come find me? She merely took advantage of the blind spots in Yi Ning's vision, and in the darkness, even if Yi Ning slowly adapted, she still couldn't locate her. Furthermore, there was an essential difference in visibility between the two. In the dark, Yi's teasing tone further enraged Yi Ning. You. Before she could finish, an intense pain struck her face. The force knocked her to the ground. Up. Yi Ning screamed in agony, just as she intended to rise. Up. Another sharp cry followed. Yi Ning's hand was forcefully pinned to the ground by a foot. Yin bent down, gazing into Yi Ning's eyes from above, gripping her jaw tightly with one hand. Has no one taught you what manners are? At this moment, Yi Ning could finally see Yin's outline. Unlike before, Yin now appeared particularly especially those sharp eyes that seemed to glow in the darkness, staring at her like a beast locking onto its prey, sending chills down her spine. Let me go. If Dad knows how you're treating me, he'll definitely kill you. Yi Ning shouted angrily. And if he finds out that you hired someone to kill and attempted to have me raped, do you think he wouldn't kill you? Yin asked leisurely. Yi Ning's confidence immediately wavered, but she still retorted, I didn't. What I hate most are liars. Yin's eyes turned cold. Smack. The sound of a loud slap echoed in the small corner. Woo. Yi Ning whimpered in pain. You can't hit me. Who do you think you are, you bastard without a mother? Smack. Yin delivered another hard slap. Yi Ning gasped for breath, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Yin. She glanced at the metal rod nearby, and with her other hand, she suddenly grasped it, attempting to rise. But as soon as she moved, the metal rod unexpectedly vanished from her grasp. By the time she reacted, the rod was already pressed against her forehead. Yi Ning immediately dared not move at all. How could this be? How did the rod end up in Yi An's hands? Do you know what one word describes a person like you? Yi An's tone was bland with a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. A green tea bitch. Yi Ning gritted her teeth, the pain in her pinned hand, making her wish to bite Yi An to death. Yi An chuckled lightly before moving her foot away. Only then did Yi Ning's hand feel as if it had been granted a reprieve, but that hand had already been deformed from being stepped on. She cried out in pain, glaring fiercely at Yi An. From now on you better behave yourself, or I can't guarantee when I might decide to take your life. Her cold voice threatened. Yi Ning felt goosebumps all over her body, a chill running down her spine, as if her words were stuck in her throat and couldn't escape. After finishing her words, Yi An tossed aside the iron rod in her hand, as if remembering something. Oh, and about sneaking attacks on me from behind. You might want to refrain from doing that. Otherwise I might accidentally strike a little too hard. The rest of her words remained unspoken, but the smile on Yi An's lips was more terrifying than any spoken threat. Yi Ning knew exactly what Yi An meant without having to think. Trembling, she clutched her twisted and deformed hand, whimpering. Damn, Yi An, how could it come to this? Why did she suddenly seem like a different person? Yi Ning felt that she had never been so humiliated before. Whether at school or at home, she had always been cherished. But ever since Yi An returned this time, Yi Ning felt like a powerless clown being toyed with. Yi An, why are you still alive? Why? If I had known. If I had known, I should have stabbed you a couple of times then. Then I wouldn't have had to come back. At this moment, Yi Ning was filled with resentment. She had never before desired Yi An's death as much as she did now. Yi An looked into those eyes filled with anger, destruction, and hatred. Suddenly changing her mind, she decided that this person absolutely could not be spared. Her eyes narrowed and a layer of blue flames flickered in their depths. Yi Ning suddenly felt an inexplicable chill, her throat tightened, as if it were being strangled, and she found herself unable to move at all. The steady sound of breathing nearby reached Yi An's ears. Her gaze shifted slightly as she looked at Yi Ning before turning to leave. Only after she departed did Yi Ning finally feel the air filling her lungs, gasping for breath. As Yi An exited the corridor, she glanced to the other side. There stood a young man leaning against the wall, hands in his pockets, looking at Yi An with deep meaning. It was Yi Fei. Yi An furrowed her brows slightly before turning back to her room. Yi Fei straightened up, and only after seeing Yi An enter the room did he also turn and head in another direction, returning to his own room. Thus a storm was silently buried in the night. Meanwhile, the three juniors of the Yi family each held their own thoughts. After returning to her room, Yi An engaged in exercises to recover her body while recalling the scene from earlier. Yi Fei, aged 15, was Yi An's biological younger brother. He was one of the closest people to her in this family, yet their relationship had grown estranged. According to the memories of this body, the siblings had a good relationship when they were young. However, as Yi An and Yi Fei grew older, Yi An's character became increasingly reclusive, leading to fewer conversations, even with her own brother, and gradually, they became more and more distant, even strangers. Although they attended the same school, Yi Ning and Yi Fei ranked at the top of their class while Yi An was at the bottom. Moreover, with Yi Ning's interference, Yi An became the target of bullying and ridicule throughout the school. Naturally, the exceptionally talented Yi Fei was unwilling to associate with such a sister and had never stood up for her. Yi An twisted her neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, and sat upright in the chair, gazing at her frail and diminutive figure in the mirror. Regardless of the circumstances, her first priority was to restore her physical strength. Her current body was too weak, and the powers she could wield were minimal. Since that night, when she had taught Yi Ning a lesson, Yi Ning appeared to have settled down considerably. However, the swelling on her face and the fracture in her hand still raised questions from Yang Jitong and Yi Zhendong. I accidentally fell when I came out at night, and my hand got caught under the cabinet. Yi Ning replied with a sense of grievance. Yet as she spoke, she deliberately cast a glance at Yi in her eyes, clearly revealing disdain and hatred. Yi Zhendong also turned his gaze to Yi and asking, "Does my sister's injury have anything to do with you?" Just as Yi came downstairs, she heard Yi Zhendong's question and looked at Yi Ning. "What do you think? Does it have anything to do with me?" Yi Ning bit her lip, recalling the words Yi had said to her that night, and with great difficulty managed to force a smile. "It has nothing to do with my sister." Her tone was clearly one of grievance and fear. Yang Jitong stared at Yi, and the transformation of her beloved daughter was undoubtedly caused by this Yi. Once Zhendong left, she would see how to deal with this little wretch. Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, Yi Zhendong did not inquire further. He tidied up his things and instructed Yang Jitong, Yi Ning, and Yi Fei briefly before leaving the house. The only one who remained silent was Yi. After all, this daughter whom he did not care for had still surpassed him in obtaining the inheritance rights of the Yi family. Today marked not only Yi Zhendong's departure, but also the opening day of Ziwei Star Academy. As soon as Yi Ning got into the car, she urged drive. "But Miss Anin." The driver hesitated. "Who told you to wait for her? Drive." Yi Ning snapped angrily. "Yes, miss." This driver was new, so he was unaware of the actual relationship between Yi Ning and Yi An. Previously, the Yi family's car had almost become Yi Ning's exclusive vehicle. As soon as Yi An stepped out of the door, she saw the tail end of the car speeding away. Beep beep. At that moment, a sudden long honk echoed in Yi An's ears. A black convertible came to a halt in front of Yian. Yi Fei. Yian greeted the person inside the car with a nonchalant tone. The young man sitting in the driver's seat was none other than Yi Fei. Today he wore the academy uniform, which accentuated his spirit and handsomeness, exuding a strong youthful vibe. Yi Fei looked at Yi and his expression one of surprise. Although Yian was still dressed in the academy uniform, like usual, she wore long pants instead of a skirt, and her long hair, once cascading past her chest, had been cut to shoulder length. At first glance, she appeared somewhat androgynous, resembling a beautiful youth with a hint of rebelliousness. Yian's address caused Yi Fei's brows to furrow slightly, as if he was not entirely pleased with the title. "Are you getting in?" he asked coldly. Yian twirled a car key in her hand. In fact, she owned a car that was parked in the underground garage, a gift from her grandfather on her 16th birthday. However, the old Yian did not know how to drive, so it had remained in the garage. She had initially intended to drive to school herself, but since there was a ride available, she decided to take it. Yian answered Yi Fei's question with action, opening the door, getting in, and settling into the passenger seat. Yi Fei glanced at Yi and stepped on the accelerator, and the car roared to life. On the road, neither of them spoke a word. Yian was not one to chatter, and whenever possible, she preferred to be succinct. "You've changed," Yi Fei suddenly said. Yian's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, but her expression remained calm as she replied, She had no intention of hiding anything. The car suddenly slammed to a halt. If it weren't for Yian's steadiness, a regular person would have already crashed into something. "You are not her." Yi Fei's tone turned heavy, his gaze piercing as he stared intently at Yian. The 15-year-old boy at this moment was chillingly mature beyond his years. Yian slowly tilted her head, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. "When we were young, you loved chasing after me for orange-flavored lollipops." Yi Fei's cold demeanor gradually melted away, revealing a flicker of unexpected emotion in his eyes. Yian gazed ahead, stating, "No one remains a weakling forever, it's merely a lack of opportunity for growth." Yi Fei stared blankly at Yian sitting beside him. It was her, yet she felt different. He carefully pondered Yian's earlier words. Could it be that she truly changed because of these events? Yian suddenly smiled and looked at Yi Fei, asking, "Do you want a strong sister who can protect you, or a weak sister whom everyone can bully?" Her gaze was resolute, locking onto Yi Fei, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yian understood that her transformation was not an overnight change. It was better to give those close to her a warning in advance than to allow them to jump to wild conclusions. Moreover, now that she had taken over Yian's body, she had already become Yian. There was no escaping anything related to this body. Yi Fei furrowed his brows and said nothing. He turned his head, stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped off again. "That depends on whether you have the capability." The lightly contemptuous words floated from Yi Fei's lips. Yian smirked slightly, her smile enigmatic. Riding in Yi Fei's car, they soon arrived at the entrance of Ziwei Star Academy. At the academy's entrance, a row of luxury cars was parked neatly and uniformly. Each luxury vehicle was easily recognizable by its brand and model. After getting out of the car, Yi Fei didn't even glance at her, shouldering his bag and heading towards the school gate. Yian found it unsurprising the relationship between her and Yi Fei had never been good. It was already a miracle that he agreed to drive her to school today. Looking at the grand entrance of Ziwei Star Academy, she thought to herself, this is the esteemed school, the Ziwei Star Academy. Chuckling softly, she found it somewhat interesting. Yian slung her bag over one shoulder and walked directly into the gates of Ziwei Star Academy. At this time, classes had not yet started and most students were still making their way to their classrooms. As Yian walked through the crowd, she quickly attracted the attention of several people. Her features were naturally beautiful, but in the past, due to her aloof personality, she would often walk with her head down, making her face easily overlooked. Now, however, Yian walked with her head held high, wearing a white shirt adorned with a bow tie. Her tousled bangs brushed her forehead, and her shoulder-length hair exuded a hint of defiance and nonchalance, making her resemble a cool, aloof youth straight out of a comic book. No, more like a cold, aloof boy with an air of restraint. Many girls passing by cast their gazes upon Yi and momentarily failing to recognize her, assuming she was a new transfer student and even mistaking her for a boy. Yi inherently possessed a soldier's temperament. When that quality was projected onto her current self, the coldness easily overshadowed her previous femininity. Is that the new transfer student? Whose child is that? Now that you mention it, I do think she looks a bit like Yian from Class F. The boys and girls continued their discussions. The school bell rang, and Yian walked into Class F just as the bell chimed. At Ziwei Star Academy, classes are assigned based on academic performance and family status. Class S consists of the top achievers and the highest-ranking aristocratic children in the capital, followed by Class A, and so on. The only exception is Class F. Class F is the most mixed class at Ziwei Star Academy, with students from all backgrounds. However, the one common trait among Class F students is that they have the worst grades and are the least obedient, with some even having peculiar quirks. The school cannot afford to offend these students, so they are all placed in Class F for unified management. Yet being in Class F undoubtedly makes one the target of everyone's mockery. Yian finds herself in Class F, while Yi Ning and Yi Fei are both in Class S at Ziwei Star Academy. As soon as Ian stepped into Class F, the previously playful students all stopped their antics. Who is that? Is there a new student? Ian walked steadily to her seat, sitting down as per her memory. Instantly the students in Class F erupted in chatter. Is that Ian? That's her. I thought a new boy had arrived. One of the girls turned around and said to the person behind her, Hey, have you heard about that incident? Yeah, I heard. I didn't expect her to have the face to come to school. The boy smacked his lips. Maybe she thinks her face is as big as a basin. Look at her, how could she still have the nerve? Their gossip was not at all discreet, and it reached Yian's ears. She frowned, realizing it was Yi Ning again. She could easily deduce that Yi Ning must have spread some rumors about her after arriving at school. Just then a female teacher dressed in professional attire walked in. Class FS students all glanced at the teacher, and then continued with their own activities, ignoring her presence. The female teacher approached the podium, took attendance. Her gaze paused on Yian for a moment, and she adjusted her glasses. Yi Weigua. As soon as those 3 words were spoken, the class burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Even some of the quieter oddballs in the class joined in. The only ones remaining unfazed were Yian herself and a handsome boy sitting next to her, who was solely focused on. Yian looked at the female teacher sitting upright, her gaze sharp and her voice strong. Is there something you need? Perhaps it was Yian's demeanor that suddenly rendered the students of Class F who had intended to mock her speechless. The female teacher felt a bit awkward. No, nothing at all. She wondered internally what's going on today. Something about Yian seemed strange. When her full name was called in the past, she would look down and not speak, and everyone would laugh it off. But today when her name was called, she was so assertive. What on earth is going on? Moreover, didn't rumors say? How could she still sit here in class peacefully? Before long, the female teacher began her lecture. The students in the class resumed their own activities, teacher and students coexisting without disturbance, as if they had formed a long-standing tacit understanding. Ian glanced around, matching the faces in the classroom with the information in his memory. Aside from a few pure second-generation rich kids, there were several notorious oddballs in Class F. The boy sitting next to him, focused solely on his laptop, was named Lin Luo. It was said that both of his parents were members of the Imperial Hacker Alliance, and he himself was a computing prodigy. Though handsome, he was quite disheveled, embodying the traits of a homebody, rarely speaking more than 5 words a day. Hello, mister. DJ, don't stop the rhythm. There's a party in my head. I can't help but sway. Can you stop singing already? Singing the same song every day is annoying. Can't you switch it up? A tall boy stood up, grabbing a book and throwing it at the boy with headphones who was humming and swaying. What's wrong with me loving to sing social dance? The singing boy slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Without further ado, the two immediately began to fight, and soon the class divided into 2 factions, engaging in a brawl. Most of the girls were wealthy young ladies, shrieking in fright. The singer was named Su Yin, whose mother was an imperial-level movie star hailing from a prestigious family that controlled half of the current entertainment industry. The boy instigating the fight was the son of a boxing champion named Wang Hao. He was tall and strong, advocating for violence, and quick to resort to physical confrontation over trivial matters. Teacher, it's time to turn to the next page. Yian suddenly spoke up, startling the female teacher Lin Jing, who had been watching the fighting students in disbelief. Lin Jing looked at Yi and nearly in tears. Class F. Astonishingly, there was actually a student who was sincerely listening to her lecture. Yi An's words sparked Lin Jing's teacherly passion to illuminate others. Although this student was a battle-hardened slacker. All right, teacher, please continue. Lin Jing, filled with excitement, resumed her lecture. Just then Lin Luo, who had just finished typing a line of code, turned his head and looked at Yi, in a hint of confusion appearing in his deep dark eyes. Yi gently tapped the table with his fingers, looking at the book in front of him, a slight smile on his lips. Class F. It seemed not as dull as he had imagined. Meanwhile, in the boardroom, Chairman Young Master Fu has arrived, the secretary announced as he entered, gesturing for 2 individuals to come in. One of the men was tall, wearing beige trousers and a white shirt paired with a beige vest, his physique perfectly complemented by the outfit. With 2 buttons of his collar undone, revealing a hint of his collarbone, he was handsome and exuded an innate nobility. The man following him was dressed in a dark suit, equally distinguished-looking and very gentlemanly. Young Master Fu. Chairman Xie immediately stood up, greeting him with great respect. Fu Yunshin chuckled lightly, snapped his fingers, and Lu Qi nodded, stepping outside to wait. Chairman Xie smiled apologetically, saying, Young Master Fu, please have a seat. Fu Yunshin readily took a seat, a smile playing on his lips. Previously, Chairman Xie mentioned several times to my father about the establishment of an on-campus research institute at Ziwei Star Academy. Indeed, to establish an on-campus research institute requires a substantial amount of funding. Although the board of directors can gather part of the funds, I believe young Master Fu also understands that given the scale of this project and the imports needed, it will require a significant sum. Chairman Xie spoke earnestly. Fu Yunshin's long fingers tapped impatiently on the sofa, his lips curling into a smile that was neither here nor. As the school bell rang, the fighting incident in Class F also came to an end. Teacher Lin Jing hurriedly left, as if chased by a dog. Su Yin was injured, and a young nobleman was naturally no match for the son of a boxing champion. However, there were rules in school fights. Once the venting was done, it was over, especially since everyone's family background couldn't be provoked lightly. sitting next to Yi and Lin Luo, seemed to be stuck at some bottleneck staring at the screen in front of him, cold sweat dripping as his fingers tapped furiously on the keyboard. Yi unintentionally glanced at his screen and said nonchalantly, "There's a transmission error in line 340. Lin Luo looked at Yi in surprise, and the cursor immediately jumped to line 340. After checking it over, a look of joy appeared in his eyes. "Thank you," he said gratefully to Yi and then continued to type away. As soon as Lin Luo spoke, many people in the class turned to look. Lin Luo was known as the quiet one in the class. That was rare for him to utter a word, let alone to express his gratitude in person. Even though Yi and Lin Luo had been sitting next to each other for such a long time, Lin Luo had never spoken a word to Yi. Was today the sun rising from the west? Yi smiled faintly. "You're welcome." The students of Class F were stunned. "Hey Yi, can I ask you something?" A girl with her arms crossed looked down at Yi and a hint of provocation in her tone. The girl was tall, and even in the standard school uniform her figure was striking. Yi raised his eyes. "What is it?" "I heard that you were involved with someone. Is it true or not? If it is, how come you're still in school today?" Lu Shui laughed as she spoke, casting a meaningful glance at Yi. Some boys in the class began to whisper among themselves. Yi, however, remained calm, though his gaze suddenly turned. "It's best not to speak of things without evidence. There's a saying, trouble comes from the mouth." Lu Shui's expression changed dramatically. "What do you mean?" "Yi, who do you think you are to speak to me in such a tone?" Before Lu Shui could finish her sentence, Yi's long legs moved swiftly, pinning her entire arm against the table. The force was so strong that it caused her entire body to lean forward. "If no one taught you what manners are, I will teach you." Yi's tone was icy. Indeed, Yi's upper body remained motionless, relying solely on the strength of his legs. In an instant, everyone in Class F was shocked. Even Wang Hao felt a chill. He knew very well that to achieve this level of control required immense strength, enough to focus all of it solely in it. Looking at the usually overlooked Yi, who lived at the bottom of Class F, Wang Hao suddenly had to reevaluate her. "Yi, let me go," Lu Shui shouted angrily, but no matter how she struggled, she couldn't budge those slender legs in it. Lu Shui's group of friends in the class wanted to intervene, but hesitated, unsure of what to do. One girl picked up a stool and hurled it towards Yi. "Bitch!" Before the stool could hit Yi, she swiftly kicked Lu Shui, who was pinned under her legs, towards the girl. The stool, propelled by this force, struck Lu Shui. "Oh!" Lu Shui immediately cried out in pain. In an instant, everyone dared not to move, exchanging glances with one another, their eyes coldly fixed on Yi, as if they were meeting her for the first time. Lu Shui's gaze was filled with a hatred that seemed to want to devour her. Yi scanned the room. Although her physical condition was not strong at present, her body had recovered significantly due to her abilities. Moreover, she was weighted down by 10 kilograms of sandbags tied to her legs, making each step she took significantly heavier than her own weight. She slowly stood up, her stature notably taller than the average girl, appearing exceptionally imposing at that moment. "Since we are classmates, I do not wish to act against my own kind. However, if there is a next time," a slight smirk appeared on her lips, "it won't just be a simple matter of moving my legs." She was well aware of the rules at Ziwei Star Academy, where nearly everyone had strong backing. There existed an unspoken rule here: matters within this place would never involve the intervention of elder families. If someone were to seek family assistance over matters here, that person would be met with disdain from everyone, even if they later held a high position. All interpersonal relationships would be severed cleanly, and they might end up achieving nothing in the end. As for how far one could rise here, it depended entirely on one's own abilities. Therefore, Yi knew that even if she were to take action against Lu Shui, their families would not be affected. Lu Shui glared at Yi with hatred, ready to strike, but was stopped by a glance from Wang Hao. Yi glanced at Wang Hao, calculating this boy was the core figure of Class F. In her past memories, Wang Hao had an exceptionally high combat power, naturally making him the leader of Class F. However, this leader had a peculiar quirk. He particularly disliked anyone singing social shake in his presence. The reason Wang Hao stopped Lu Shui from attacking was due to Yi's previous words referring to our own kind. The two locked eyes. Yi offered a polite smile to Wang Hao, then stepped out of the classroom. Lu Shui felt indignant. "Why fight with our own classmates?" Wang Hao replied discontentedly. Lu Shui retorted, "But you fought with Su Yin." Su Yin casually strolled over, draping an arm over Wang Hao's shoulder, and smiling lewdly. "We're not fighting, we're just sparring." Wang Hao pushed Su Yin away, exclaiming, "Get lost, you faggot." Lu Shui, grinding her teeth in dissatisfaction, watched as Yin walked out the door. Just wait as she would teach her a lesson. As Yin stepped out, although she was familiar with Ziwei Star Academy from her memories, she had yet to experience it herself. She was quite interested in this time and space. Furthermore, this place might be somewhere she would stay for a long time. Wow, when did a handsome guy like that come around? One girl nearby whispered to her companion as they watched Yin pass by. "Look closely, that's Yin. She's infamous for being a scum just because she cut her hair short and wore pants." Another girl said dismissively. Then their gazes towards Yin changed, filled with disdain and pity. Similarly, the girls who passed by her initially had looks of amazement, but once they recognized her, their expressions instantly shifted. Even the boys looked upon her with disdain. Yin cast a faint glance at them. Perhaps it was time to have a chat with Yin. Just as she took a couple of steps forward, a wall of flesh blocked her path. Yin lifted her head and before her stood a tall, handsome young man. His school uniform's tie was slightly loosened, and with his hands in his pockets he exuded a casual yet roguish air. Behind the young man, several boys followed resembling his lackeys. Yi and Oi. Lu Sheng said, his tone filled with disbelief and a peculiar air. Is there something you need? Yi smirked slightly, her tone indifferent. As she quickly scanned the information about this person in her mind, she was taken aback. Lu Sheng, the son of the Lu family from the Xinglua Empire's military lineage, shared a military background with Yi An's family, who had served for generations. Even now, the Lu family remained a highly influential military clan in the capital. With General Lu still in office and holding significant prestige in the military, the Lu family's standing was at its peak. For military families, the ranks of their members determined their status within the empire. In contrast, the Yi family's position had waned as Yi An's grandfather had been hospitalized, and Yi Zhendong held only the rank of colonel. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that Lu Sheng's grandfather had once been a comrade in arms with Yi An's grandfather, and they had even arranged a childhood engagement between the two. In other words, the man before her, Lu Sheng, was her fiancé. Yet in her memories, this fiancé seemed completely indifferent to Yi and was rather attentive to that Yi Ning. Lu Sheng, seemingly skeptical, took another look at Yi from head to toe. Are you really Yi? Previously, she had always appeared timid and infatuated when they met. Why had she changed now? Moreover, why had she cut her hair and donned a boy's school uniform? Yi stood straight, her gaze fixed on Lu Sheng, suddenly curling her lips. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. She had no desire to waste time with this spoiled rich kid. She'd rather spend the time exercising her leg muscles. Who permitted you to leave? Lu Sheng reached out and grabbed Yi An's arm. It was not the softness he expected, but rather the cold hardness of tightly coiled muscles. Yi An's gaze gradually grew colder. Let go. Lu Sheng instinctively released his grip. The lackeys following him began to jeer. What's with that attitude? Do you want to die by speaking to young Master Lu like that? Don't think that just because you're a girl I won't dare to hit you. Lu Sheng suddenly felt that letting go was not a wise decision. He sneered, looking at Yi with a hint of disgust. I've heard, young lady Yi, that you've been fooling around with someone outside for days, is that right? He had always despised Yi, this useless girl who knew nothing. Why should she be his fiancée? Why was his betrothed not Yi Ning, another member of the Yi family? Lu Sheng's words attracted the attention of surrounding students who began to gather around to witness the spectacle. Though he did not spell it out, everyone understood that Lu Sheng was referring to the rumors circulating in school about Yi's unsavory conduct. Yi narrowed her eyes, coldly staring at Lu Sheng without speaking. Let me make it clear, I have no interest in being a backup, nor will I marry a woman of dubious virtue. Now I officially declare that a filthy woman like you is unworthy of even holding my shoes. Our engagement is hereby annulled. Lu Sheng announced loudly, his words dripping with disdain for Yi. He had long wanted to call off the engagement, but had been pressured by his family. But with the revelation of Yi's disgrace, it was only natural for him to break off the engagement. Yi remained expressionless, displaying none of the expected shame, anger, or tears that everyone anticipated. Some had even prepared to record a video of Yi's emotional breakdown. But what was up with Yi? Her expression seemed to reflect a straight man's bewilderment at a melodramatic romance drama. Yi suddenly smiled, exuding an indescribable confidence and nonchalance. Are you regretting the marriage? Yi coldly replied, did your mother agree? Lu Sheng. What? Did your father agree? Yi Lu Sheng. The onlookers were equally stunned. Yi smirked, her tone suddenly becoming severe, each word resonating. Did your grandfather agree? Lu Sheng. With that statement, Yi's aura intensified, unexpectedly startling Lu Sheng. A few people around were equally taken aback. Lu Sheng inexplicably felt his confidence wane. He indeed hadn't obtained his family's consent for this matter. Since there's no agreement, what are you regretting the marriage for? Yi replied coldly. Yi had always been a soldier, and her manner of speaking and acting bore the habits of a military lifestyle, which she couldn't easily change. That was something ingrained in her consciousness. Moreover, she used to be a commander, and her words were habitually authoritative. Although Yi was not taller than Lu Sheng, her presence now made her seem extraordinarily imposing. The coldness in her voice, combined with her tone and momentum, was akin to a big shot reprimanding a subordinate. The surrounding students were left agape. Lu Sheng felt as though he had been slapped in the face. How could he, a top student, be scolded by a bottom-tier waste? Moreover, it was by someone he intended to regret marrying. He glared viciously at the onlookers, who immediately stepped back, their whispers dwindling. So what if there's no agreement? Do you think the Lu family would accept a worn-out shoe? Lu Sheng sneered at Yi. I didn't expect that after just a few days a waste would actually bite back. Yi felt a bit helpless. Was the original owner of this body truly so detestable? Just as she resolved one issue, another one was already looking for trouble. Had it not been for her current consciousness inhabiting this body, Yi would have been bullied to death by these people, even if she hadn't been killed. At that moment, Yi Fei happened to witness this scene from afar, intending to turn away, but for some reason her footsteps turned back and headed towards Yi's direction. Yi Ning, upon receiving word, also hurried over, thinking she couldn't miss such a good show. Just imagining Yi's humiliation brought her a sense of satisfaction. At this time, the people from Class F had also arrived. In a short while, countless students surrounded the area, causing some teachers to fear that a mass brawl had erupted. Yian looked up at Lu Sheng, her tone earnest yet resigned. Big brother, it's not the waist that bites, it's the dog. Like you, for instance. In the past, as a military commander, Yian felt unsatisfied if she didn't scold the subordinates below her at least once a day, and she spoke without hesitation. Not to mention now, she was the one being scolded. You. Lu Sheng's face turned red with anger. Yian, are you seeking death? Lu Sheng stepped forward and grabbed Yian's collar, swinging a slap at her. Yi Fei's expression changed suddenly as she took a couple of steps forward but then halted. Just as Lu Sheng's hand was about to strike, it was tightly grasped by a large hand. Instantly, a sharp pain shot through him, followed by a complete numbness in his arm. Lu Sheng raised his gaze to find a young man, taller and more statuesque than himself, gripping his wrist with effortless strength, his features strikingly handsome. The man wore no academy uniform, but rather a casual ensemble, yet about him lingered an aura distinctly unlike that of ordinary people. It was an innate nobility, born not of title but of essence. Behind him trailed 2 or 3 aides and bodyguards, all impeccably suited, radiating palpable authority. Yet Lu Sheng had no time to ponder the man's identity. He strained against his own arm, but could not wrench free from that unyielding grip. Yian's gaze too fell upon the young man, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. What are you doing here? Fu Yunshin did not answer her. Instead, he released Lu Sheng's wrist. Instantly, Lu Sheng staggered backwards several paces. Only the swift support of his entourage kept him from collapsing onto the ground. Clutching his rapidly swelling wrist, he cried out in pain. Who are you? His voice was low, cold, controlled. Though beneath his aristocratic temperament lay sharp awareness, this man was no common figure. And anyone who could appear so effortlessly at Xiwexing Academy was certainly no minor player. Young Master Lu. That's young Master Fu. A sharp-eyed attendant stammered behind him. Young Master Fu. The name struck Lu Sheng like lightning. His expression shifted instantly. There was only one person who bore that title, Fu Yunshin, the CEO of Yunting Group, a sovereign among Beijing's elite aristocracy. Even as the scion of a prestigious military family, Lu Sheng knew he dared not cross him. Yet why? Why would this man intervene for Yian? Mommy, I've just seen my dream man. The moment Fu Yunshin appeared, a chorus of breathless, starstruck exclamations erupted. So handsome. Wah, I want to marry him. That looks like young Master Fu. A hesitant whisper broke. At those words, every high-ranking member of the elite present stiffened, faces shifting from curiosity to deference, their eyes now filled with quiet reverence toward Fu Yunshin. The fluttering voices subsided. Among the crowd, Yi Ning's gaze locked onto Fu Yunshin's face, her eyes shimmering with unguarded adoration. She didn't know who young Master Fu was, but this man was undeniably magnetic. So young, yet commanding such overwhelming presence. Even the mere sight of his disciplined entourage, secretaries and bodyguards alike, spoke volumes about his stature. And the reactions of those around him confirmed that young Master Fu was no ordinary magnate. A faint sardonic curve lifted his thin lips. Every senior of young Master Lu is a decorated officer. As heir to a distinguished military lineage, how dare you bully a girl, your own fiancée, within these academy walls? Such news once spread would hardly reflect well upon your name. Lu Sheng steadied himself and offered a measured smile. Ah, young Master Fu, this is my fiancée. She has done certain things behind my back, things she ought not have done, and so I lost my temper and struck her. Fiancé. Fu Yunshin's voice dropped cool and edged with quiet menace. Those 3 ambiguous words leaving Lu Sheng frozen, uncertain whether to confirm or retreat. Yian slightly adjusted her collar, which had been disheveled by Lu Sheng. Didn't you just say you wanted to cancel the engagement? Her words successfully provoked Lu Sheng. Then why are you still talking about regretting the engagement? Yian was taken aback for a moment, and then questioned, are you not regretting it just because you were scolded? How can your stance be so unsteady? Lu Sheng replied. Seeing the two of them bickering without care for their surroundings, Fu Yunshin slightly furrowed his brows. Who said this young master is not regretting the engagement? Lu Sheng angrily declared. Yian, you just wait. I will go home today and annul our engagement. Yian curled her lips slightly and calmly replied, all right. Lu Sheng was furious, feeling as if he had never endured such humiliation in his life. Moreover, this person was someone whom the entire academy regarded as a useless waste, bringing shame upon him. With a cold snort, he shot Yian a disdainful glance before leaving with his entourage. Yian put away her smile, searching her memory for the right words, and muttered trash. Lu Sheng, who had just taken a few steps, suppressed the impulse to turn back, clenched his fists, and left quickly. The onlooking students instantly became agitated. Was Yian from Class F completely dominating the esteemed Lu Sheng from Class A? This script was all wrong. In the past, Yian would have been the one scorned and bullied, hiding away in embarrassment. Was this a reversal of roles today? Fu Yunshin's eyebrows furrowed as he glanced at the surrounding crowd, watching the commotion, calling out, Lu Qi. Understood. Lu Qi smiled and snapped his fingers. The bodyguards in black suits behind him stepped forward, their cold gazes sweeping over the surroundings. The students in the academy were not ordinary people, and it was evident that these 2 bodyguards were far from typical. With their physique and the iron-blooded aura emanating from them, they seemed like individuals who had walked out from the... Though there were only two of them, they were comparable to the elite guards around the Empire's prime ministers. The surrounding students quickly dispersed, just as the class bell rang, sending everyone scattering. Except for Yi Fei and Yi Ning, who remained in the crowd. Yian looked up at Fu Yunshin, her gaze sweeping over the people behind him, locking onto the two bodyguards. Her eyes flickered with surprise as she realized they were retired special forces. Why did you cut your hair? Fu Yunshin looked at Yi An's hair with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. But it's fine. As he spoke, Fu Yunshin reached out to ruffle Yi An's hair. Although it was short, it felt nice to the touch. Yian turned her head away, frowning, and said, "Are we really that familiar?" She had only met this man once, and there had hardly been any interaction. Why did he act as if they were quite close? Sister, are you alright? I just heard that Lu Sheng was causing you trouble. He didn't bully you, did he? Yi Ning jogged over and stood in front of Yi and asking with concern. Yian slightly raised the corners of her lips. Hadn't Yi Ning been watching the show from the sidelines earlier? Now she was pretending to be deeply concerned. If you shed a few tears, I might actually believe you. Yian spoke coldly, showing no mercy. Also, it was you who spread the rumor about me losing my virginity, wasn't it? Yi Ning's expression changed and her tone held a hint of grievance. Sister, do you suspect me? After speaking, she shot a somewhat sulky glance at Fu Yunshin, and her gaze, while angry, exuded a charm that was quite alluring. Fu Yunshin's eyes turned cold, and he remained silent. What do you think? Yian rarely smiled, but it was a cold smile that sent chills down one's spine. A flicker of hatred quickly flashed beneath Yi Ning's lowered eyes, yet her face wore a wounded expression, with her aggrieved gaze occasionally darting towards Fu Yunshin. However, neither Yi nor Fu Yunshin showed any intention of speaking. Yi An's expression clearly conveyed a message: please begin your performance. Yi Ning bit her lower lip, her expression nearly freezing, yet she still had not heard the words of the person she was waiting for. Damn Yian, if it weren't for her desire to get to know this young Master Fu, she wouldn't have approached her. Finally, she couldn't help but speak softly. Sister, who is this? Yi An's expression remained indifferent as she replied, none of your business. As for Yi Ning, with her malicious thoughts at such a young age and her penchant for drama, she naturally received no favorable treatment. Moreover, she was the very one who had killed this body. Yi Ning was momentarily at a loss for words from Yi An's four words, unsure of how to retort, especially when scolded in front of this man, feeling utterly humiliated. Her eyes reddened as she glanced at Fu Yunshin, finally fixing her gaze on Yi. And Yi, and I considered you my sister, yet you treat me this way. I will no longer care about you. After saying this, she turned and ran away in tears. Yian merely let out a silent, cold laugh. In the distance, Yi Fei saw Yi Ning run off, glanced at Yian, and then turned to leave. Who is she? Although Fu Yunshin had already guessed, he still asked. Yian withdrew her gaze from the departing Yi Fei and casually replied, an actress, the world owes her an Oscar. Fu Yunshin raised an eyebrow, looking at Yi and with a hint of interest. How did you end up here? Yian asked. Fu Yunshin smiled deep. And what do you think? Yian instinctively became wary, her expression turning cold as she glanced at Lu Qi and the two bodyguards behind him. Who exactly are you? At this moment, Yian felt that she was too unfamiliar with this time and space. Even though she possessed the memories of this body, it still felt too narrow. To survive and grow strong here, she needed to understand everything. She required information. This person appearing in this place was likely just a coincidence. Having only seen him once, she did not believe this man would specifically come looking for her. Moreover, there was nothing benefit. Fu Yunshin stared into Yi An's eyes, speaking each word deliberately. Remember, my name is Fu Yunshin. He was merely stating his name, not his identity. Yian understood that this person's identity was not simple, as evidenced by the attitude Lu Zheng and the others had towards Fu Yunshin. In her current situation, she did not wish to have any ties with such people. 2 words: trouble. I have to go to class now. Does it make a difference whether you attend or not? Fu Yunshin's tone was... Yian knew Fu Yunshin was mocking her. After all, the entire academy was aware that Yian was the champion of the F-class underachievers. Abiding by group rules and order is the awareness one must have as a member. Following group rules was Yi An. As a soldier, one must obey orders. Even though Yian often employed unconventional methods to achieve her goals, disregarding minor details, she remained strictly adherent to discipline. He'll come pick you up after school. Fu Yunshin had one hand in his pocket, and his well-fitted trousers accentuated his tall stature, a golden ratio. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, exuding a steady, yet somewhat roguish charm. Yian furrowed her brows, uncertain of Fu Yunshin's intentions, and turned to walk towards Class F. However, after taking just a few steps, Fu Yunshin suddenly called out to her. Yuegua. Fu Yunshin spoke, and although it was an ordinary and somewhat cheesy name when he uttered it, it surprisingly sounded exceptionally pleasant. Lu Qi and the 2 bodyguards exchanged puzzled glances. Oh, wasn't the young lady supposed to have a beautiful name? Why did the young master call her by that name? Yian stopped and asked, is there something you need? To be honest, she felt indifferent towards that name. A name was merely just like her own code name and name were both Lin. So she didn't understand why people would laugh at that name. Fu Yunshin wore a mischievous smile and said, it's nothing, just calling you. Yi N's expression darkened slightly, her eyes clearly revealing 2 words: crazy. She shot Fu Yunshin a cold glance before turning away towards the classroom. Fu Yunshin tugged at the tie around his neck, slightly twisting his neck, and with a deep smile remarked, "Lu Qi, don't you think she looks particularly beautiful when she's angry?" Lu Qi touched his nose and replied, "Young master, miss, he is already quite beautiful." He seriously suspected that his young master was indeed sick, otherwise why would anyone chase a girl by deliberately provoking her? "Is that so?" Fu Yunshin squinted his eyes. Lu Qi immediately responded, "Yes, young master is right. Miss Yi looks the best when she's angry. So handsome it's overwhelming." Lu Qi spoke without thinking, as the impression of Yin in his mind was strikingly beautiful, which led him to blurt it out. Fu Yunshin curved his lips into a smile, saying, "Let's go." After finishing, he strode away with his long legs. Lu Qi and the two bodyguards quickly followed. The class in Class F was self-study, so when Yin returned to her classroom, there was no teacher present. However, upon her return, she was met with various strange gazes. What she could clearly sense was that among those gazes there was a noticeable increase in curiosity and investigation. In the past, Yin had always been the least noticeable person in Class F, often dragging the class down. However, the students in Class F were inherently not very disciplined, they were not the best of characters, and no one could criticize anyone. So it wasn't that the students from other classes looked down on Yi, but merely acknowledged her existence. The only impression she left was that she always ranked at the bottom of the exams and was ridiculed. Oh right, and because she had a sister and brother in Class S. In comparison, Yian naturally became the object of but ever since Yian returned this time, she was different. Could it be that, like in those fantasy novels, a powerful soul had traversed into the body of a once useless person? So this person was no longer the old Yian. While it was an intriguing thought, no one truly believed it. Perhaps Yian had merely been pretending all along. Isn't it said that one either erupts in silence or explodes in silence? It seemed that Yian was indeed on the verge of exploding. Yian had no idea what everyone was thinking, but if she did, she might just rush over and ask, "Bro, how did you figure it out?" "How good is Yian?" Zhou, he stared at the figure sitting upright in front of the desk. "Let's observe her for a while longer." After Wang Hao finished speaking, he exchanged glances with Su Yin, who was lounging in a chair on the other side. Undoubtedly, Yi and had successfully piqued their curiosity. A day of classes quickly passed. The entire Ziwei Star Academy was beginning to fill with various rumors about Yi. That one Yin from Class F of the second year, one of the R4 in the entire school, I heard that she almost got into a fight with young Master Lu Sheng from Class A today. R4, this is the collective term for the 4 individuals at Ziwei Star Academy. R4 is an abbreviation of the English word rubbish, meaning waste or garbage. And Yian proudly became one of the R4 in the school. With her bravery, shouldn't she be hiding away, crying instead? How could she possibly get into a fight? Who knows? Hey, look, that's Yian. A girl patted her friend's shoulder, pointing at a strikingly handsome and bright young man. However, that young man appeared somewhat cold and indifferent. Is she really Yian? The cute girl with a round face exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Hey, what's wrong with you? Turns out I've been living a free and easy life as a face value person. As Yian walked to the school gate, she spotted a very conspicuous luxury car among a line of high-end vehicles. Because she had driven that car before. Moreover, that car was different from the others, parked in a spot designated for distinguished guests and high-ranking individuals visiting the academy. So when Yian walked out of the school gate, she saw many people gathered at a distance, whispering and discussing, too timid to speak loudly or approach, and after stealing a few glances, they slowly left. There are some people that are simply beyond their reach, and they don't have the courage to provoke. Having grown up among elite circles, most understand this principle. Yian chuckled softly. What likely stirred up a commotion among these students wasn't the luxury car, but rather the man. Fu Yunshin casually leaned against the car, a cigarette between his fingers, exhaling smoke. His handsome face was shrouded in mist, exuding an air of inscrutable mystery and charm. He could have waited for her inside the car, but he was worried that Yian wouldn't be able to find him. So he stood outside waiting directly. When Lu Qi learned this reason, he couldn't help but twitch his face. Young master, isn't the spot where your car is parked the center of attention? Especially such a conspicuous location. When he saw the slender figure walking out, Fu Yunshin's lips curled slightly, and the impatience in his brow dissipated. He extinguished the cigarette, but with his fingertips, and tossed it to the ground. He took the handkerchief handed to him by Lu Qi, which emitted a faint fragrance, wiped his hands, and after tossing it back to Lu Qi, he directly walked towards Yian. Yian glanced around, hesitating whether to find Yifei for a ride home or to jog back. Although Fu Yunshin was waiting for her, she hadn't agreed to anything. Moreover, who knows what this man is thinking? "Are you looking for me?" A tall figure suddenly appeared in front of Yian. Yian looked up, and a faint scent of tobacco immediately enveloped her. This tobacco smell was subtle, even carrying a hint of fragrance, not unpleasant at all. No. Yian glanced left and right, tightened her backpack, and prepared to jog home, considering it a form of training since her physical condition was somewhat weak. Fu Yunshin's brows furrowed clearly. "Then what are you doing?" "Preparing to go home." Fu Yunshin domineeringly declared. "Get in the car." "What for?" Yian looked up, questioning him in confusion. Though her physical fitness wasn't great, she was still taller than— in fact, she stood slightly taller than some underdeveloped boys. Yet standing in front of Fu Yunshin, she felt an intense sense of pressure, needing to tilt her head up to speak, which left her feeling quite displeased. They'll take you home. Fu Yunshin raised his eyebrows slightly, his tone oddly familiar. After saying that, Yian prepared to sprint away. Fu Yunshin lowered his gaze to her eager legs, and just as Yian lifted her foot, he bent down and directly hoisted her onto his shoulder, heading towards his car door. Watching the interaction between the two, the crowd in the distance erupted in surprise. The boys were mostly teasing while the girls were filled with envy and jealousy, wishing they could be the one carried by Fu Xiao. Yian was initially caught off guard, as she never expected Fu Yunshin to do this. It wasn't until both her feet were off the ground that she realized she was being carried on his shoulder. Fu Yunshin, what are you doing? For the first time since her rebirth, Yian found it hard to control her emotions. Fu Yunshin smiled brightly. I'm taking you home. He added, if you don't want to go home, you can come to my place instead. Yian couldn't budge. Fu Yunshin's strength was significant, and she could only be helplessly slung over his shoulder. Apart from anger, Yian also felt humiliated. After all, she had once been the top commander of the Eastern Military District. When had she ever been treated like this? Fu Yunshin with his long legs took only a few strides to reach the car door and directly shoved her inside. Lu Qi was so shocked his eyes nearly fell out. He quickly closed the door and got in the car, afraid that Miss Yi would escape from their young master. The car immediately roared to life and left Ziwei Star Academy. Yi Fei, who had been leaning against the car waiting, watched this scene with a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. Getting in the car, heading home. Miss Ningning, are we going straight home? The driver asked. Yi Ning gazed at the rapidly vanishing car outside, gritting her teeth, her eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. Follow that car. Yes, miss. Fu Yunshin. Yian spoke coldly, each word deliberate. Fu Yunshin smiled, entirely unaware that he might be blacklisted. Look at you angry like this, it's far more vivid than that usual lifeless expression you had, like someone owed you millions. As he spoke, Fu Yunshin couldn't help but reach out to Yi and pinching her cheek. The soft touch made his eyes light up as if he had discovered a new world. He wanted to pinch again, but before he could, Yian slapped his hand away. If you touch me again, do you believe I will kill you? Yian threatened in a low voice, her eyes revealing unhidden coldness and murderous intent. Lu Qi, who was driving in front, immediately became alert, instinctively glancing at a small drawer in front of the car. Fu Yunshin's expression shifted slightly, and he grinned, resting his hands behind his head. Girls shouldn't always talk about killing, but it's not good for you. Yian shot him a cold glance, not sensing any hostility from the man before her. But she couldn't understand what he— Where are you taking me? Yian asked calmly. Didn't I say? I'm taking you home. Yian furrowed her brows. What on earth did this person want? Young master, there's a tail behind us, Lu Qi said quietly, while looking in the rearview mirror. Upon hearing this, Yian also glanced at the mirror, her expression slightly changing. Is it her? Fu Yunshin glanced at Yian before looking in the rearview mirror, and said lightly, shake her off, no need to worry about it. Lu Qi nodded, understood, young master. Suddenly the car accelerated sharply. The inertia, combined with the fact that Yian had not fastened her seatbelt from the start, caused her body to lean slightly despite her strong will. Fu Yunshin placed the seatbelt across Yian's body and secured it on one side. In the process, their bodies had a slight contact, and this physical friction made Yian's expression tighten with displeasure. No matter how skilled you are at driving, you should still obey traffic rules while in the car. Fu Yunshin's face showed no emotion, exuding a seriousness that left no room for criticism. Yian remained silent. Miss, we've lost them, the driver said. Yi Ning's expression immediately darkened. How could you be so useless? You lost track of a car. Miss, that car turned too quickly, we simply couldn't catch up. Yi Ning snorted coldly, intending to vent her frustrations with more insults, but suddenly thought better of it, suppressing her anger and refraining from scolding the driver. Usually Yi Ning wouldn't easily reveal her true emotions, but since Yian returned this time, she had been humiliated repeatedly, and the emotions she once managed to disguise now surged uncontrollably. At that moment, Yi Ning's phone rang. Ning Ning. It's me, Lu Sheng. Yi Ning forced a smile. What is it? I want to have dinner with you after school, is that okay? Sure. Yi Ning replied, a grin spreading across her face. After hanging up, as she looked at the endless stream of vehicles ahead, a cold smile appeared on Yi Ning's face. Yi and I will make sure you suffer a total disgrace. Yian looked ahead, and indeed Fu Yunshin did not deceive her, he was taking her home. The security at the entrance of the Hanyuan Villa area noticed a silver luxury car approaching, which did not belong to the villa area, and intended to stop it. The car drove directly to the entrance of the villa area. The security lightly tapped on the car window and spoke in a deep voice, Sir, I'm sorry, but this is the Hanyuan Villa area, and vehicles not belonging to this community are not allowed to enter. Lu Qi glanced at the security guard and handed him a black card. The guard took the card, glanced at it, and his expression immediately changed, his attitude becoming exceedingly respectful. He handed the black card back to Lu Qi, stepped aside, and respectfully bowed. I apologize, sir, please proceed. Lu Qi smirked slightly, tucked the card away, and the car drove in unobstructed. The security guard felt a sense of unease watching the car pass. The Hanyuan Villa area is not an ordinary place. All such special villa areas in the capital are like this. Naturally, the security hired is different, and during their training they were instructed on this. In any villa area or anywhere else, individuals holding 3 colors of cards cannot be obstructed or offended. These 3 colors are red, silver, and black. Those holding a red card are military personnel, while the silver card is for high-ranking officials in the political sphere. As for those with a black card, there is no specific designation, but it is considered superior to the other 2. Who exactly are you? This was the second time Yian asked Fu Yunshin this question today. She was curious about the identity and status of this man, who looked to be no older than 20. Didn't I tell you my name? Fu Yunshin looked at Yian. As long as you want to know, you will find a way to know. She will eventually find out his identity, but wouldn't it be more interesting to make her investigate it herself? As long as she wishes to know, he believes she will discover it in due time. Yian stopped asking. After the car came to a halt, she said, "Thank you," unfastened her seatbelt, and got out. Fu Yunshin followed suit, and just as Yian walked away without looking back, he suddenly called out to her. "Yian." This time he uttered only these 2 characters. She halted mid-step. Fu Yunshin curved his lips into a smile, his handsome face softened by a gentle warmth. "I have something to inform you of." "What is it?" she asked, puzzled. "I've agreed. And so has my mother," Fu Yunshin replied abruptly, and without. Yian frowned, then recalled the questions she had asked earlier that day when Lu Sheng declared his intention to break their engagement. Yet what possible connection could there be between those events? "Agreed to what?" she inquired. Fu Yunshin smiled faintly. "I consent to your annulment with him, and my mother consents to your becoming her daughter-in-law." He appraised her up and down, his expression tinged with mild disdain. "Though you are rather young, still another 2 years of nurturing should suffice." "Yian." She stood silently for a moment, gazing at Fu Yunshin, who had unilaterally proclaimed this arrangement as if it were already settled, then uttered 3 words, calm and detached, "You're insane." Without another glance, Yian turned and walked resolutely toward the Yi family's villa. Those 3 words shattered Fu Yunshin's deeply amused composure. That ungrateful little thing. "Return to the estate," he ordered after stepping into the car. "Yes, young master," replied Lu Qi, observing his master's visibly darkening expression and hesitating on the verge of speech. Fu Yunshin's brows tightened sharply. "If you have something to say, say it." Lu Qi could no longer hold back. Young master, perhaps you might consult General Qiao and his peers on how they usually court ladies." After all, this was the first time in years that his master, the proverbial iron tree, had finally blossomed with genuine interest in a young woman. Lu Qi couldn't bear to watch that fragile bloom wither before even unfolding. Fu Yunshin's gaze narrowed coldly. "Silence." Lu Qi promptly sealed his lips and drove on in silence. After a long pause, Fu Yunshin suddenly picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Chen Su." "Ah, Yunshin. Has the sun risen in the west? You, sir, have actually called me voluntarily. Be at my estate, tomorrow. Immediately." "What's the matter?" "It's urgent." "So, shall I come tomorrow? Or immediately? Or right now?" Hey, don't hang up." Lu Qi, focused intently on driving, pressed his lips together, determined not to smile. Not even a twitch. "Make a note of this. Report it to madam upon returning." When Yian arrived home, she found Yang Zhitong lounging on the sofa, face mask applied, engrossed in a soap opera. Ignoring her entirely, Yian ascended the stairs without a word. "Rude, ill-bred creature," Yang Zhitong muttered under her breath. Only after Yian disappeared upstairs did she hastily retrieve her phone, still mid-video, and rush into her bedroom. The moment she entered, a man's voice echoed from the screen. "My darling. What's wrong?" "Nothing much, just some low." With that, Yang Zhitong instantly reverted to her usual demeanor. She peeled off the face mask and began slipping out of her pajamas, her eyes fixed on the handsome face glowing from the screen. "Darling, let's continue, shall we?" "Gladly, but this time, you'd better be thoroughly prepared, you little vixen." Soft murmurs and flirtatious banter soon filled the room, though the villa's exceptional soundproofing ensured none of it escaped beyond the door unless pierced by an ear-splitting shriek. Once inside her room, Yian tossed her school bag aside and switched on her laptop, typing Fu Yunshin into the search bar without hesitation. Instantly, every available result about Fu Yunshin appeared, but each yielded only one identical line of information. Fu Yunshin, 20 years old, current CEO of Yunting Group. Beyond that, no further details surfaced, not a single trace. Yian leaned back in her chair. Such barrenness was unnatural for an ordinary person's public profile, unless Fu Yunshin's background was deliberately shielded from public view and classified as top secret. Fingers restlessly tapped the edge of the chair, and Fu Yunshin. Suddenly, she recalled that the programming language used by Lin Luo when pointing out errors today seemed to be the same as that of her previous timeline. She immediately sat up and searched for the programming languages and electronic codes of this world on her computer. Indeed, they were similar to the world she once lived in, yet different. Because these were considered outdated programming languages in the apocalypse long since eliminated. A smirk appeared on Yi An's lips as she entered a string of code above the computer. Instantly, the entire computer displayed a black interface with countless characters dancing upon it. She pressed the enter key and a password dialog box popped up on the screen. This password dialog puzzled her, for if she entered it incorrectly, the system would trigger an alarm and soon the administrators would locate her position. The password dialog left her in a quandary. She gave up on investigating Fu Yunshin's information and called Lin Luo. Lin Luo. Yi annoyed. Lin Luo's voice was somewhat surprised perhaps because this was the first time Yin had called him. Help me hack into a system to check a person's information, you name the price. There was a pause on the other end, then he said, alright, which system to hack? The Imperial Information Security Bureau. There was another long silence on the other end. That's illegal. Yin chuckled, her legs instinctively tapping on the desk intertwined, as she lazily replied, what, Lin Luo? Does this one thing won't make much difference. On the other end of the call, Lin Luo's gaze beneath his rimless glasses suddenly sharpened, and after a long moment, he spoke. 100,000, no negotiation. Alright. Yin readily agreed. She was not lacking in money. Ever since childhood, her grandfather had been depositing a fixed amount in her name every month. And the Yi family was unaware of this matter. After hanging up, Yi and played with her phone in her hand. Lin Luo was the desk mate of the original body owner, so all information about him could be found in her memories. In Yi's memories, Lin Luo had never attended class. The only thing he did every day was fiddle with his computer. Not long ago, Yin had caught a glimpse of a funds transfer screen on Lin Luo's computer. But the original owner hadn't cared about it, not knowing what it was. However, after her analysis, it was evident that Lin Luo had been secretly engaging in hacking trades. And indeed, that was the case. Lin Luo was a talent, and if he could be utilized. Yin began to calculate, and Lu Sheng had been waiting in the restaurant for a long time, and by now he was starting to feel a bit impatient when the figure he had anxiously awaited finally walked in. A Sheng. Yining greeted with a smile. Lu Sheng beamed and immediately stood up gentlemanly, pulling out a chair. Ning, you finally arrived. Yining sat down, smiling sweetly, propping her chin up with one hand. Of course I had to dress up a bit to meet a Sheng. Lu Sheng's eyes sparkled with happiness. This was the girl he liked, so cute and innocent yet so exceptional. Why was it that the person he was betrothed to was not her, but some other useless individual? Is our meal just for eating? Of course not, Lu Sheng immediately replied, then said, Ning, I called you out this time, because I have made a decision about something. What is it? Yining asked, although she already had a faint idea in her heart. I plan to go home and tell my family that I want to cancel my engagement with Yi, and Lu Sheng said seriously. In that case, she would be able to see her joke. Yining suddenly thought of something, and reminded seriously, however, even if your family agrees, Yin may not necessarily agree. Moreover, my grandfather likes her the most, and has given her the inheritance rights of the Yi family. So you must make sure that Yin has no choice but to agree. Lu Sheng nodded. What does Ning think I should do? Yining's eyes flashed with disdain for Lu Sheng, but she pretended to well, I heard my mother say a couple of days ago that next weekend all the high society and elite families in Kyoto will attend a banquet. At that time our family and your family will inevitably be present. And you can announce this matter at the banquet in front of so many people. Even if Yin wants to refuse, she simply cannot. Yining looked at Lu Sheng with anticipation. Lu Sheng agreed with a nod. Good. At that time I will announce that the person I like is you. In this way we can be together openly. Yining's expression suddenly changed, and the smugness on her face disappeared instantly. Ning, what's wrong? Aren't you happy? Or do you not want to make our relationship public? Lu Sheng asked cautiously. Yining showed an awkward expression. She was still young, and although Lu Sheng's family was considered an upper-middle background in Kyoto, she did not want to hang her future on that one tree. At the beginning she was attracted to Lu Sheng not only because of his family's power, but also because he had a childhood betrothal. That old man was so biased, he not only gave the inheritance rights of the Yi family to Yin, but also found her she just couldn't accept it. Why could that woman who was incapable of anything rightfully obtain everything? Lu Sheng, let's not announce our matter yet, otherwise everyone will know and they will definitely think you have changed your heart, and so you just need to cancel the engagement with her when the time comes, okay? Yining said softly. Lu Sheng immediately felt deeply moved. His Ning was always thinking for him, and she was truly worthy of his affection and love. Alright, I understand. Lu Sheng held Yining's hand tightly. Ning, don't worry, one day I will give you a legitimate status, and I will never wrong you. Yining smiled on the surface, but in her heart she thought of the man she had seen today through Lu Sheng's face. She let go of her hand and pretended to be curious. Lu Sheng, who was that man who appeared at school today? I heard some people call him young Master Fu. Is he someone important? Lu Sheng felt a bit unhappy about Yining suddenly asking about another man, but still answered, though his voice was lowered, as if afraid others would hear. Do you know Yunteng Group? Yining was startled for a moment. I know. Not only do I know, but I am also quite familiar with it. The Yunteng Group is arguably the largest consortium in the empire, and many things in life come from industries under the Yunteng Group. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it is as rich as a country. Young Master Fu is the current president of Yunteng Group, Fu Yunshen. Lu Sheng said in a low voice. He is not yet 20 years old, but he has already begun to manage the entire subsidiary industries. Anyone in the high society of Kyoto knows that young Master Fu is someone who cannot be provoked or trifled with. His identity and status are not just as simple as being the heir of Yunteng Group. What does it mean? The more Yining listened, the more intrigued she became by this man. Lu Sheng frowned slightly, stating, he is a person at the top who only those at the pinnacle of the pyramid can stand on equal footing with him. Those people referred to him as the prince. Long ago, when I first learned the name Fu Yunshan, my grandfather told me that this person was not just the heir of the capital, but the heir of the entire empire. He is someone absolutely not to be trifled with. The noble circle of the capital resembles a pyramid. Most of the old aristocratic families occupy the second and third tiers, while the first tier consists of those led by Fu Yunshan in the past. Each person among them has an incredibly formidable background. For instance, Xiao Yang and Chen Su. Thus, anyone mingling in the noble circle of the capital would be aware of the existence of young Master Fu. Seeing Yi Ning deep in thought, Lu Shang comforted her, saying, "You're a girl, and don't pay much attention to these matters. It's normal not to know." Yi Ning smiled shyly in agreement, yet internally, she mused, the prince. Doesn't that imply that young Master Fu's status is much higher than Lu Shang's? How did someone like him allow Yi Yin to get— Damn, Yi and she really seems to get lucky with everything. Young Master, those two ruffians have been found, Lu Qi reported respectfully as he approached. Fu Yunshan sat in his chair, slowly turning around, his legs crossed in a casual manner, giving his long legs an aura of restlessness. He lifted his gaze slightly, his tone as cold as ice. "Where are they at?" Lu Qi glanced at his wristwatch, and instantly a 3D projection sprang forth from it. In the projection, the two ruffians were banging frantically on the walls of the room where they were imprisoned. "Who are you? Why are you capturing us? Be careful, or I'll report you. If you know what's good for you, let us out quickly." These two were the same ruffians who had attempted to assault Yi Yin and had ultimately discarded her body in the wilderness. Noisy Fu Yunshan frowned. Lu Qi immediately gave an order, and soon a burly man entered the room. When he came out, the two ruffians were lying on the ground covered in blood. "Did you get anything out of them?" Fu Yunshan asked. "Young Master, we did. They claimed they were instructed by someone to ruin her reputation. However, Miss Yi accidentally fell from the building and died, which is why they disposed of her body in the mountains." Fu Yunshan's gaze turned slightly cold. "I see." Lu Qi asked curiously, "Young Master, aren't you going to inquire about who instructed them?" He had prepared to answer, wondering why the young master wasn't asking. "No need, as she knows enough. Let her handle this herself, but might be more interesting." Fu Yunshan chuckled. "What about those two?" Lu Qi inquired. "Spare their lives." Fu Yunshan looked at the two ruffians huddled in the corner, recalling how he saw in the video that it was these two hands that had lifted her and discarded her. "Chop off their fingers and their lower bodies," Fu Yunshan added calmly. "Remember, one segment at a time." Lu Qi felt a chill run down his spine. "Yes, young master." Yi Yin had devised a regimen for improving her physique, which also included dietary plans. Currently, she didn't dare to use her abilities easily due to her weak physical condition. Any use of her powers would greatly deplete her mental energy, especially since she was a dual ability user, which further drained her energy and spirit. Her former body had already evolved to sustain dual abilities, but her current physique could not. Aside from rigorous training, she would likely require external aids as well. She wiped the sweat from her brow after intense exercise and took a shower. As she prepared to step outside for some fresh air, she noticed Yi Fei's door was ajar, and from within came the rhythmic sounds of a video game. Yi Fei touched the holographic screen projected by his mobile device, his fingers dancing across its surface. On the screen, a stark confrontation unfolded within a narrow canyon. Red versus blue. He controlled an assassin, now circling stealthily behind enemy lines to strike. But the moment he slipped in and eliminated one foe, his screen faded to gray. "Damn!" Yi Fei growled, the curse escaping his throat, unbidden. "Yi Fei, are you even capable? You're our primary damage dealer. If you die, we're all doomed. If you love charging ahead so much, why don't you play support instead? One more death, and I'm going AFK. AFK dog, goodbye." Everyone remember report this AFK player after the match. Voices of several men echoed through the voice. Yi Fei's frustration was palpable. Then a cool, quiet voice sounded at the doorway. "You're playing a game." Yi Fei instantly muted the voice channel and looked up, only to find Yi Yin leaning against his doorframe, having appeared without warning. "Who gave you permission to enter?" he demanded coldly. Yi Yin stood with arms crossed, wrapped in a bathrobe. Droplets of water clung to her damp fringe, one slowly falling to the floor. A faint, tranquil smile curved her lips. "I'm your elder sister. Must an elder sister seek permission to enter her younger brother's room?" As she spoke, she stepped inside, without hesitation, her calm, steady gait, making it nearly impossible to ask her to leave. Yi Fei's screen remained gray, 10 seconds until respawn. In his memory, the game he was playing was called On, a strategic 5v5 competitive arena. It enjoyed immense popularity across the empire, and following military adaptations had become a formal tool for cultivating battlefield coordination and reflexive response among comrades. Indeed, some had even devised another function for it, testing one's threshold for anger and capacity for endurance, and, above all, loyalty toward one's allies. There were documented cases where players consumed by rage mid-match had virtually slain their own teammates. A wise saying circulated: "The Empire's three most perilous creatures are unpredictable, roommates, ex-lovers, and honor of King's teammates." Naturally, the game had long since swept through Zyweixing Academy, so thoroughly that interclass tournaments were held regularly. It featured 5 distinct roles: assassin, mage, support, warrior, and marksman. Yi Fei specialized in the assassin role. In her past life, she had played similar games to hone her cognitive, tactical, and reactive faculties. precisely why she now watched Yi Fei with quiet curiosity. 10 seconds elapsed. Yi Fei's character revived. Noticing Yi An's genuine interest, an unfamiliar impulse stirred within him, a strange, almost instinctive urge to impress her. He guided his character across the battlefield once more, striking swiftly, chaining kills, unleashing skills with breathtaking speed. Just as a self-satisfied smirk flickered across his lips, an enemy assassin erupted from nearby foliage and struck him down in a single blow. Yi Fei's screen grayed out again. He stared silently. Having muted voice chat, his teammates now barraged the public chat with furious text. "May I try it?" Yi An asked. Yi Fei stared at her as if she'd just sprouted horns. "Do you even know how to play?" His expression was pure, unvarnished skepticism. "I saw you play through it once, that's about it." Yi An casually replied. Yi Fei had no intention of handing over his phone to her, but for some unknown reason, he inexplicably relinquished his position. Yi An sat down, her back straight, her hands touching the projection screen. At this moment, her character had already been revived. The screen brightened from gray. She effortlessly controlled the character, moving as smoothly as an experienced player. Yi Fei looked on with some astonishment in his eyes. She cleared all the wild creatures in her path, her fingers flying across the controls. The character on the screen moved as if it were alive, without any lag. "Someone's there." Yi Fei couldn't help but exclaim. Yi An remained calm, pressing a few skills, and executed a beautiful maneuver that eliminated that player. Yi Fei. It felt like his words were meaningless. As Yi An controlled her game character, the number of kills quickly escalated from single digits to double digits. The teammates who had started off criticizing her had transformed into a frenzy of praise, shouting 666. In the final team battle, Yi An maneuvered her assassin from behind. Yi Fei disagreed, already foreseeing Yi An's demise. This assassin had no crowd control and was low on health, certain to die if she went in. Suddenly, a thrilling sound of a pentakill rang out. Yi Fei snapped back to reality, realizing everyone else had perished, leaving only her assassin, her character, alive. Pentakill. This meant she had single-handedly eliminated 5 enemies. He found it hard to believe. Yi Fei's skill in this game was already above average, and naturally the opponents would be equal. But to think that someone who had just started playing the game could wipe them all out. It was simply incredible. Yet Yi An's expression remained serious, showing no signs of relaxation as she calmly reacted without any visible emotions. It was only after the game ended that she stood up, saying, "We won." Yi Fei walked over to check the match statistics. Suddenly, he felt a tingling sensation, the damage output. It was almost equal to the combined output of all the opponents. "Have you played before?" Yi Fei pressed on. Yi An replied, "No, it's my first time playing." However, considering this competitive game was relatively simple, she was able to pick it up after just one viewing. Playing was merely a hobby driven by curiosity. Finding it uninteresting, she said, "I'm leaving." Without waiting for Yi Fei's response, she directly exited his room. At that moment, Yi Fei's voice messages exploded. "That was amazing. Yi Fei, you're practically flying. How did you suddenly become so skilled?" "It was simply incredible. The other 5 were saying they would crush us, but now they've been slapped in the face, haha." Yi Fei frowned, turned off the voice messages, switched off his phone, and the projection screen disappeared. Looking towards the door, her emotions were somewhat complex. After returning to her room, Yi An received an email from Lin Luo. Quick response. She smiled with satisfaction, sat down, and opened the email. Her expression shifted. This was an email with a self-destruct system that would automatically erase itself after being read. In her heart, she secretly praised Lin Luo's meticulousness. The email contained information about Fu Yunshin. She quickly browsed through the contents, not overly surprised by Fu Yunshin's identity. She simply hadn't expected. Fu Yunshin was only 20 years old, yet had already reached such heights. He was the heir of the Yunting Group, the only grandson of the most powerful figure in the Xinglua Empire. By the age of 15, he had completed all his studies, disappeared for 3 years, and suddenly reappeared at 18, directly taking the position of president of Yunting Group. Yunting Group not only is the foremost financial group in the empire, controlling the entire economic lifeline, but it also has a subsidiary dedicated to the military, developing various new electronic devices and artificial intelligence. This is precisely why Fu Yunshin has become a pivotal figure at the top of the pyramid in the capital's elite. He holds wealth capable of rivaling nations and has close ties with both military and political circles. Moreover, aside from his daunting identity, what also drew fear was Fu Yunshin's ruthless methods. Although young, his tactics were more seasoned than those of veteran businessmen. His methods were brazen and iron-fisted. Whether in military or business circles, this young heir of Yunting Group was met with an utmost level of fear and respect. Not to mention, behind Fu Yunshin, he had not only the support of his family background, but also a group of allies entrenched in military and business sectors. None of them were easy targets. After browsing the information, Yi An clicked on the confirmation at the very bottom. Instantly, the email was completely destroyed. Taking out her phone, she directly transferred 100,000 to Lin Luo's account. She quickly received a 2-word reply, "Thank you." Yi An was willing to be so generous because at present she indeed was not short on money. Since her childhood, her grandfather had deposited a sum of money into her account every month. However, she had hardly touched this money before. Little by little, this money was now enough for her to live comfortably for the rest of her life. However, money is meant to be spent as long as it's worth using. Yian knew that her current situation was far from good as the eldest daughter, although her grandfather dotes on her and has given her the inheritance rights. But at home, everyone was rejecting her, and some even wanted to kill her. She could not remain in the Yi family holding an unrecognized inheritance right, merely setting up more enemies for herself. Moreover, the Yi family was not just a single entity under Yi Zhendong. Many eyed the inheritance rights of old Master Yi. Of course, since the inheritance rights were originally hers, she could not give them up. To gain a voice in such a military family, she had to acquire power, status, and identity higher than theirs. However, she would sever ties with the Yi family and establish her own path. She needed to live anew in this world so she could be assured that she still existed, that she was still herself and not someone. She squinted her eyes, staring at the clock on the wall, listening to the ticking of the second hand, which resonated starkly in the room. She was alive, she was Yian. But more importantly, she was herself. I will leave my own mark in this time and space. Her cold voice was unwavering, resembling a soldier's vow. The next day, Yian went to school as usual. As she stepped out of the villa, she saw Yi Fei's car parked outside, seemingly but as soon as Yian walked over, Yi Fei got into the car, honked twice, looking somewhat awkward. No need to wait for me. Ooh. Yian tightened the sandbags tied in her pants. She didn't want to miss any opportunity to exercise. You? Yi Fei frowned. It's 10 kilometers from home to school. Yian nodded slightly. It's only 10 kilometers. The time is just enough to ensure I arrive before Yi Fei pressed the accelerator and drove off. She might regret calling him back later, choosing to run instead of using a perfectly good car. Yian raised an eyebrow, stretching her legs in a standard long-distance running posture as she sprinted towards Ziwei Star Academy. Passing the entrance of the villa area, she unexpectedly evoked a wave of pity from the security guard. Who would have thought? Miss Yi has fallen to such a state. She has to walk to school on her own 2 feet. So pitiful. So pitiful. Yi Fei glanced at the rearview mirror, watching the person running in a proper posture. Finally, unable to wait any longer, he simply pulled over. From a distance, Yian saw Yi Fei's car stopped on the road and greeted him as she ran past. Is the car broken? Upon hearing Yian's words, Yi Fei instantly felt an uncontainable rage. Only a fool would stop here to wait for her. With a press of the accelerator, the car zoomed past Yian. Confused, she sensed that this kid's mood didn't seem very good. Indeed, Yi Fei's mood was not just bad, it was very bad. He must have hit his head to think he wanted to wait for her to go to school together. Yian glanced at her watch, started to pick up speed, and sprinted towards Ziwei Star Academy, the Imperial Capital Military District building. Fu Yunshin sat face to face with a man in a deep blue military uniform in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The man in uniform looked young with distinct and handsome features. He couldn't be over 25, but the stripes on his shoulders indicated that his military rank was at least above major. The stubble around his lips added a sense of maturity and boldness. Fu Yunshin held his coffee in one hand, took a gentle sip, and then placed it on the glass table between them. I didn't expect the first time meeting the youngest general of the empire would be under such circumstances. Fu Yunshin's thin lips curled slightly, his hands gently clasped together as he leaned back slightly, assuming a condescending negotiation posture. You're too kind, young Master Fu, Shunhan said with a faint smile, his knife-like brows exuding the ruggedness unique to soldiers. He sat with his legs apart in a standard military posture. Compared to Fu Yunshin, the latter appeared more like a debauch. However, Shunhan did not share this view of the young man before him. My father and uncle communicated with me yesterday regarding the proposal presented and passed by General Shun at the Imperial Assembly. My father expressed great appreciation and instructed me to fully cooperate with General Shun to complete this project. Of course, my uncle also highly praised General Shun, Fu Yunshin said slowly with a smile. Hearing the names mentioned by Fu Yunshin, Shunhan's expression softened slightly. Thank you very much, he said with a strong voice, his demeanor full of respect. General Shun is too polite. A hint of appreciation also shone in Fu Yunshin's eyes. Since that's the case, I will be straightforward. Young Master Fu should know that the world's top soldiers all come from the Blue Star Military Academy. Unfortunately, only 3 of those from our Star Luo Empire can pass the entrance examination for the Blue Star Military Academy each year. Firstly, the founder of the Blue Star Military Academy is white, and historical issues have led to racial discrimination against people from our Star Luo Empire. Secondly, while the empire has a large population, it severely lacks talent. If this continues, the military of the empire will fall far behind other countries. Talent determines the fate of the empire. Moreover, the current state of the empire's military also lacks a mobile special operations force. They do not belong to any military district. They serve only the empire and fight solely for the empire. Fu Yunshin's brow furrowed, looking at Shunhan. Are you suggesting that you hope to select a group of talents to form a special operations force and then get into the Blue Star Military Academy? Shunhan nodded. Exactly. The Blue Star Military Academy accommodates the best soldiers from the entire Blue Star, and only there can we understand the enemies we may face in the future. My proposal is to select those sent to the Blue Star Military Academy from the Special Operations Force. Fu Yunshin nodded in appreciation. No wonder my father and uncle hold such a high opinion of General Shen. You indeed think several steps ahead. If General Shun has any needs, feel free to mention them. Shun Han was not polite. The Fu family has established a dedicated company to serve the military since the founding of Yunting Group, developing various new weapons and electronic technology. The cooperation between the military and the Fu family has lasted for a century. This time, all combat equipment for the Special Operations Force being formed will also be procured from Yunting Group. However, what I want is that all equipment must be the latest, and I require a separate research and development team to develop new products. Fu Yinshin lightly tapped his fingers a few times, smiling slowly. I am a businessman, as long as the price is fair and reasonable. There is no reason to refuse. Shen Han gazed directly at the young man before him, who seemed far too mature for his, suddenly recalling that 5 years ago this man was the leader of the notorious young masters from the capital. Anyone who crossed paths with him was bound to suffer. And now he has become someone whose mere stomp could influence the whole empire. Shen Han displayed a standard smile, extending his hand. In that case, let's have a pleasant cooperation. Fu Yinshin also smiled, extending his hand for a firm shake. Pleasant cooperation. Suddenly Fu Yinshin curiously asked, may I boldly inquire about the candidates for the Special Operations Force being formed by General Shun? Shen Han smiled slightly, his gaze sharp as a wolf. In the entire empire, the capable will prevail. For some reason, the image of a slender figure suddenly flashed in Fu Yinshin's mind. A soldier. Strangely, these two words seemed perfectly fitting for her. If he had to describe her based on their two encounters, it would be soldier. Every move and word she spoke carried a unique air of a soldier. Was it the influence of a military family, or was there more to her story? Leaving the military district building, Fu Yinshin was about to return to Yunting Group when he received a phone call. Frowning, Mom. Darling, Lu Qi said you were pursuing a girl. When will you let Mommy meet her? And while you're at it, come back for a visit. Let your dad teach you how he pursued me. Darling, are you listening to me? Darling. Darling. Fu Yinshin directly hung up the phone, casting a cold glance at Lu Qi. Lu Qi lowered his head, almost bowing to his toes. When did you learn to report to my mom? I don't dare. Returning to young master, it was Madam who kept asking me, and you know her methods. Lu Qi said, feeling wronged. Fu Yinshin snorted coldly dry. Lu Qi felt as if he had been granted amnesty, quickly getting into the car. Young master, are we going back to Yunting building? Fu Yinshin was about to say yes when he hesitated, changing his words. No, let's head to the capital military hospital. Yes, young master. Yifei parked the car, got out, and glanced back. He couldn't see An's figure at all. Humph, serves her right, Yifei thought to himself. Who made her refuse to take his car? After standing in place with his backpack for 5 minutes, he was nearing the class start time, and an inexplicable worry crept into his heart. Forget it, she has never looked after herself, oh why should he care for her? Yifei turned and walked towards the school. Just as he turned, Yi and had also arrived near the school. Because she was running with a weight, the sandbags wrapped around her legs weighed 10 kilograms, so her speed was not comparable to that of a normal person. If it were her original physique, carrying 50 kilograms would be no problem. But now her body could only slowly adapt. Just around the corner ahead, she would see the entrance to Ziwei Star Academy. But suddenly Yi An's footsteps came to a halt. A commotion of fighting sounds came from not far away. Her ears twitched slightly as she calculated the number of people, which was at least more than 10, who would be fighting near Ziwei Star Academy. However, Yian had no interest in it, and turned to leave. But suddenly a figure flew out from an alley, landing right at her feet. Yian. She hadn't even taken a step forward. Perhaps she should have checked the fortune before leaving the house today. Su Yan. 2 boys in academy uniforms rushed out from the alley. Upon seeing Yian, they were obviously surprised, but their attention was still focused on the bleeding Su Yan on the ground. Wang Hao. Yian looked down again and realized that the boy who had fallen beside her was Su Yan, the one who liked to sing social ballads, and had even fought with Wang Hao. The boy who ran out first was Wang Hao, and the other was a little brother who often followed him, Zhou. Yian felt some confusion, oh why were they not going to class, but appeared here. Wang Hao helped Su Yan up and glanced at Yian, whispering, if you don't want to die, hurry and leave. Yian indeed wanted to leave, but upon hearing Wang Hao's words, she suddenly didn't want to go anymore. Her shoes firmly stood their ground, showing no intention of leaving. She flatly uttered 3 words, why should I? Wang Hao's expression was extremely grim. How could there still be someone arguing at such a time? Yian was looking for death. At this moment 7 or 8 strong men finally emerged from the alley. Each of them wore tank tops displaying exceptionally developed muscles, as if one arm could easily knock someone dead. Wang Hao stood up, coldly staring at them. This has nothing to do with them. If you want to fight or kill, come at me. At this moment, the leader stepped out from behind the strong men. He was dressed in a suit, holding a cigar, shaking his leg as he walked, exuding an air of arrogance that made anyone who looked at him feel an urge to kill him. Young Master Wang, this was your wrongdoing first, so you can't blame us for not following the rules. You've been in the boxing arena for so long, you should know better than anyone. Wang Hao sneered, his tone filled with disdain. Fists have no eyes. Before stepping into the ring, we all signed death contracts. I merely won against him in the ring. Is that a reason for you to retaliate like this? But you crippled him. The suited man spoke sharply, coldly stating, the boss said since you made our way go lose an arm, you will pay with your own. As for your classmates, they just have to take the blame for their bad luck. Yin calmly listened to their conversation, roughly understanding the grievances between them. Su-yin stood up, instinctively glancing at Yin. He initially thought she would be trembling in fear, but found that she was in fact the calmest one present. Could it be that she was too scared to speak? Wang Hao and Zhou Yi shared the same doubt. What now? Su-yin shook his head. She won't die. Although the two often fought in class, at this moment, they clearly stood united. Wang Hao clenched his fist, striking a pose. Yin, I'll say it again, run quickly, the school is just ahead. As long as you get into the school, you'll be safe. Wang Hao said in a low, cold voice. Yin stared directly at the group in front of her and calmly replied, I have never had the habit of abandoning my partners, though you don't quite count as one. Initially, Wang Hao and Su Yin were somewhat touched by the first half of her statement. However, the latter half nearly infuriated Wang Hao, who glared at Yin, but couldn't find the words to retort. Do as you wish. He was too lazy to care about Yin's life or death. The suited man threw his cigar on the ground and ordered go. The strong men immediately charged at them with iron rods. Yin slightly crouched down, tightening the sandbags strapped to her legs. Meanwhile, Wang Hao and the others had already started fighting them barehanded. However, Su Yin had already been injured and two fists could hardly withstand four hands. The opponents outnumbered them, and even if Wang Hao's combat power was high, he couldn't withstand their numbers. Moreover, those men were professional fighters. Suddenly, Yin, who had been crouching, leaped up like a leopard, immediately joining the fray. Though Yin's current strength was insufficient, she could compensate for it with the weight she carried. With her joining in, Wang Hao and the others clearly found themselves at ease. Watching Yin remain composed while facing the enemies, Wang Hao and the others were filled with surprise and astonishment. Yin skillfully snatched the iron rod from one person and threw it directly to Wang Hao. Catched. Wang Hao caught it steadily, a different meaning flickering in his eyes as he looked at Yin. Yin elbowed a strong man behind her aside, pulled his wrist, and gently pushed. The man's entire arm instantly fell numb. Then she seized another iron rod, holding it in her hand. Su Yin was overjoyed, thinking that Yin would hand him the iron rod. Give it to me. Yin glanced at him indifferently, then swung the rod towards the person attacking her. Su Yin. Why didn't she give it to him? With Wang Hao now armed, and with Yin's help, the situation quickly turned in their favor. Yin stood straight, her gaze fixed on the suited man, directing the fight, a flash of blue light passing through her eyes. She swung her arm, directly throwing the iron rod at him. The sound of the rod cutting through the air made everyone hold their breath, the whooshing sound of it rubbing against the air distinctly audible. The suited man widened his eyes, staring directly at the iron rod flying towards him. It wasn't until the iron rod brushed past his ear and lodged firmly into the wall behind him that he realized what had just happened. Yin withdrew her posture, coldly smirking as she threatened, next time it won't be the wall that gets pierced. The suited man was still somewhat shaken, filled with dread. If that iron rod had not veered off course and pierced his body, would he have been skewered? Glancing at the injured group of fighters, he immediately commanded, retreat. Soon those men vanished from the scene. Clang. Wang Hao threw the iron rod he had been tightly gripping onto the ground, and then asked the other three, are you all okay? Yin pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket, wiped her hands, and glanced at Su Yin and Zhou Yi, saying, you should ask them. Su Yin was already injured, and moving just now had worsened his condition. As for Zhou Yi, he wasn't as skilled as they were, so he had taken quite a beating during the recent fight. Now that those men had left, both of them immediately wilted. Yin had not been injured, however she had used her manipulation abilities earlier, which had drained a bit of her energy. Yin, I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Su Yan's handsome face twisted in pain, but he still voiced his admiration. His words echoed Wang Hao's curiosity. I don't know if I should say it, but after a few days apart I see you in a new light. Wang Hao chuckled, as well as tone more one of scrutiny. Yin's lips curled slightly, her words resonating. Don't forget I am from a military family. This statement involuntarily linked Yi into the military in Wang Hao and Su Yan's minds. Indeed, being born into a military family and being skilled was nothing unusual. Even being able to fly planes or operate heavy artillery should be considered normal. However, their long-standing impression of Yi and made the glorious title of military family seems somewhat dim. Looking at Yi and standing straight and firm, her gaze resolute, her short hair made her appear boyish, yet the aura of determination and authority she exuded made her somewhat androgynous. The three of them began to re-evaluate this classmate named Yi-en and her background. She was the young lady of a military. Thank you. Wang Hao sincerely thanked Yi-en for the first time. Fighting side by side can rapidly enhance the bond. Wang Hao felt the same way. Since they had fought together, he naturally considered her a brother. Yi-en lightly tugged at the corner of her mouth, accepting Wang Hao's gratitude. I just happened to pass by and lend a hand. She spoke nonchalantly. The reason she intervened to help them was, firstly, it was indeed too convenient. Secondly, being in Class F, there was a sense of protective camaraderie. Feeling Yin's distance made Wang Hao a bit uncomfortable. The school has a medical room. Can you do me a favor and take them there to bandage their wounds, he asked. Su Yin and Zhou Yi exchanged glances as something seemed off with Wang Hao. Yin frowned. We're going to be late for class. Wang Hao and the others were speechless. When did this slacker of a student become so concerned about attending class? Let's go. Yin said, lightly stepping forward to support Su Yin. In fact, she was quite interested in the source of it. Wang Hao and Su Yin were not ordinary people, a person capable of attacking them. Her instincts told her there might be some unusual discoveries. Being supported by a girl, Su Yin felt a bit embarrassed. Although he was in Class F, the excellent genes inherited, after all in terms of looks, he had quite an advantage, so there were no shortage of women throwing themselves at him. However, being supported by a girl this time made Su Yin somewhat uneasy. What puzzled him was that Yin held him very steadily, allowing most of his weight to rest on her, making it feel effortless. Not long after the four of them entered the medical room at the academy, the school nurse seemed to be quite accustomed to the arrival of Wang Hao and his companions. As she saw them come in, the beautiful school nurse greeted them with a smile. What happened? Did you get into another fight? Dr. May, sorry for the trouble. Wang Hao said politely. Dr. Where did you come from? However, she didn't ask too much and started bandaging their wounds after bringing them in. At this moment, a boy next to her quietly inquired. That was an impressive play. Can you carry me to victory again next time? The boy said while glancing at another group in the class. Last night's gaming competition was a match arranged between Yi Fei and the opposite side. Yi Fei also glanced at the people over there, recalling Yi En's quick and skillful hands from last night. No, last night that game was not played by me. Not you. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Yi Fei paused and said, Yi Ning. If it had been Yi Ning. Moreover, Yi Ning was obviously younger than him. It's my biological sister Yi En. Moreover, this was the first time Yi Fei admitted in front of them that Yi En was his sister. You can't be serious? How could it be her? Yi Fei shot a cold glare at the boy who spoke, causing him to immediately shut his mouth. Believe it or not, Yi Fei said, displeased, and I don't want to hear anyone speak badly about my sister again. The others exchanged glances, secretly doubting, has Yi Fei changed? In the past, he wouldn't care whether Yi En lived or died. If this sister's personality has changed, then how has her brother changed too? In the medical room, Dr. May was treating the severely injured Su Yin, while Wang Hao and Zhou Yi were left waiting on the side. Hiss. Just now it didn't feel much, but now Wang Hao relaxed and realized that his right hand seemed to be dislocated. Bro, how what happened to your hand? Zhou Yi asked with concern. Dr. May glanced over as well. It looks like it's dislocated. Don't move it. I'll take care of him first, then I'll come back to treat you. Yin felt a bit thirsty, took a cup of water, and after hearing Dr. May's words, looked at Wang Hao's painful expression at that moment. She put down the cup and walked towards Wang Hao. Give me your hand, Yin said in a commanding tone. Wang Hao subconsciously extended his right hand. Yin grabbed his dislocated hand with one hand, while supporting his armpit with the other. Relax your muscles. Wang Hao obediently relaxed his muscles. Yin nodded and instructed, endure it. Then she slowly rotated the hand she was holding. The painful expression on Wang Hao's face intensified, but as a man he knew to endure, not making a single sound. Suddenly a loud crack was heard from the joint. Wang Hao's pain eased, and the twisted, painful expression on his face returned to normal. After moving his hand around, he found that his right hand could now move freely. He looked at Yin. Thank you. Yin smiled non-committally, then went to the medical refrigerator on the other side, took out 2 ice packs, and tossed them to Wang Hao. Apply these, they will help reduce swelling and pain. Wang Hao nodded, looking at Yi and with a hint of different emotions in his eyes. Dr. May came out after finishing her work, saw that Wang Hao's hand was already fine, and was a bit surprised. Oh, it's better. Then she looked at Yin. Did you take care of it? Yin nodded. Ew, she had nothing else to do anyway. Seeing Wang Hao in so much pain, she decided to step in. Treating a dislocation was something she often did before. Well done, no dislocation, and you handled the follow-up very thoroughly. Dr. May praised. Yin politely nodded, but didn't say anything. Dr. May seemed a bit curious. Wang Hao, who is this handsome young lady? Wang Hao paused, and then said she is a girl. Dr. May examined Yin carefully again, this time from a doctor's perspective, and indeed confirmed she was a girl. It was somewhat awkward. Sorry, little girl, I'm getting old, my eyesight isn't very good. Yin nodded seriously. I understand. Wang Hao said, Pfft. Did Yin really know that Dr. May was just trying to ease the awkwardness? Unexpectedly, Yin's response only made things more awkward. Thank you, Dr. May. Well, rest here for a bit before leaving. Wang Hao continued. All right, then I'll go rest first. The medicine I've prepared for you is over there. Remember to take it with you when you leave. After giving his instructions, Dr. May walked away in her high heels to the innermost room of the infirmary. Here only Yin and a few others remained. It seems you are regulars here, Yin teased. Wang Hao chuckled. You should know that almost everyone at Xiwixing Academy has an extraordinary background, and no one is willing to back down. Many times problems that can be solved with fists are preferred over other methods. Some people are born as warriors. However, in the academy, one must control their hands and be more cautious. Yin slightly raised her eyebrows, not expressing her stance. The law of the jungle is commonly seen everywhere. Even if Xiwixing Academy is an imperial school, it is not exempt from this rule. The distinction from Class S to Class F is a visible classification within the academy. However, in the shadows there still exists a group of unruly individuals. However, what she cares about right now is not this. So outside the academy one can let loose, right? Yi's voice slightly raised, a hint of a smile on her lips. Wang Hao's expression changed slightly. He hesitated, But looking into Yi-In's sharp and cold eyes, he still last week I participated in an underground fight, and the opponent I faced accidentally had an arm dislocated by me and should be permanently injured. That's why they came to find trouble with me. Yi-In's lips curled up slightly. The underground must harbor not just underground fights, right? Wang Hao didn't expect Yi-In would ask this question, but that was exactly Yi-In's intention. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, then smiled naturally. What exists above ground also exists underground. It's just that underground things are not bound by so many rules. Most people in the upper circle of Kyoto have contact with the underground, so Wang Hao did not deliberately hide it. Yi-In heard what she wanted and did not ask further. Instead, Wang Hao suddenly recalled something and hesitated to speak. Yi-In noticed. What do you want to ask? Wang Hao was taken aback, unsure if it was his illusion, but he felt that every word Yi-In spoke carried a commanding tone. Strangely, this commanding tone was not repulsive. Looking at Yi-In's calm and composed gaze, Wang Hao suddenly laughed. It's nothing. He originally wanted to ask about the rumors circulating in school regarding Yi-In's disappearance during those few days. But he suddenly felt it unnecessary to ask. Because the girl before him was not that kind of person, and she certainly wouldn't be bullied like that. Asking would only demean his own intelligence. Seeing him swallow his words, Yi-In did not inquire further. What interested her more was the underground matters. There was no relevant information in the original owner's memories, so her understanding of these matters was currently blank. She needed to gather more information to support her endeavors in this time and space, and to survive. After their conversation, Yi-In left the infirmary directly and returned to Class F. As for the phenomenon of arriving late or leaving early, the teacher in Class F seemed to have long been accustomed to it, not even asking a single question before letting Yi-In return to her seat. However, just as Yi-In sat down, Lin Luo, who was sitting next to her with glasses, suddenly had a glint of light pass. Good morning, Lin Luo greeted her computer screen. Yi-In smiled. Good morning. Kyoto Military Hospital. In the Advanced Intensive Care Unit, the nurse opened the ward door and led the two in. This is General Yes Ward. Fu Yinshin stepped in with long strides, followed closely by Lu Qi. The old man, sitting in the wheelchair looking out the window, suddenly turned his wheelchair around upon hearing the voice. Upon seeing the visitors, he showed a look of surprise. You are? Fu Yinshin smiled slightly, his words carrying a hint of respect. General, Yi, it's been a long time. Yi Jiangwo took a while to react. You are the son of Mr. Fu. This young man's appearance was almost identical to that of the other gentleman, but the difference was that the man before him carried a certain ambiguous aura of righteousness and mischief. I didn't expect General Yi to remember my father, Fu Yunshin replied gentlemanly with a nod. Yi Jiangwo was somewhat flattered. You're too polite, Mr. Fu. Then he asked, may I ask why you have come to see me, Mr. Fu? Although Yi Jiangwo was also a general of the empire and had seen many things, he still felt a sense of oppressive authority in front of this young man. After placing the fruit basket of flowers aside, Lu Qi brought over a stool. Fu Yunshin elegantly took a seat and said slowly, I came this time to visit the imperial hero General Yi. And secondly, for your granddaughter. Fu Yunshin's latter statement left Yi Jiangwo somewhat at a loss. Are you referring to Yi Weigua? Fu Yunshin clasped his hands on his lap, smiling gently. Indeed, your granddaughter Yi Weigua. Yi Jiangwo had two granddaughters, but the first one he thought of was Yi, and indicating that in his heart he regarded Yi and as his own granddaughter. Fu Yunshin's eyes subtly lifted. It was no wonder Yi Jiangwo would pass the inheritance of the Yi family to Yi. Yi Jiangwo's murky old eyes narrowed slightly. Why did he sense a hint of malice in Mr. Fu's tone? Throughout the day, Yi-In was completely focused on attending classes. Her serious study demeanor made the students of Class F feel somewhat ashamed. There was an inexplicable feeling of studying in the same class as an honor student. Yi-In was merely absorbing knowledge about this time and space. The phrase knowledge is power holds some truth. As for Wang Hao and Su Yin, they also returned to class after a while. However, after their return, the classmates in the class distinctly noticed a change in their attitude towards Yin. Especially Su Yin, who would frequently approach Yin for a chat, disregarding his head wrapped up like a dumpling. This puzzled everyone, wondering if Su Yin had taken the wrong medicine. But when they saw Wang Hao, who had bought a pack of snacks and placed it on Yi-In's desk after a while, they were even more unsettled. Especially that Lu Shui, who had trouble with Yi-In before. She liked Wang Hao and everyone in the class knew it. Wasn't this a blatant slap in her face? But she didn't dare to say anything, so she suppressed her feelings and waited for a good time to teach Yi-In a lesson. After school, Lin Luo was walking down the tree-leaned path with her computer bag. Ziwei Star Academy was vast, and there was more than one way out, but Lin Luo preferred solitude, so as she walked, Lin Luo suddenly stopped and turned around. She was somewhat surprised to see a young man standing not far behind her. He had only now realized he was being followed. What do you want? Lin Luo asked cautiously. She never expected that after being desk mates with Yi-In for so long, she would feel this sense of vigilance towards her for the first time. Yi-In slightly raised her bangs, revealing her pair of phoenix eyes, which fixated intently on Lin Luo. Lin Luo felt somewhat uneasy under her gaze. Then Yi-In suddenly grinned. How about a long-term partnership? Lin Luo furrowed her brows and remained silent. Yian was not in a hurry as she took measured steps towards Lin Luo, who instinctively shifted her gaze to Yi and F. Each step Yi and took seemed calculated. The distances were perfectly identical. Even the degree of bend in her leg, this was undoubtedly due to habit. Such muscle memory could only be formed through prolonged training of the same kind. As Yian walked, she began to speak. Lin Luo, 16 years old. Both parents are members of the Imperial Hacker Alliance, dispatched by the Empire. Growing up in such an environment coupled with her innate talent, she mastered all programming languages in the world by the age of 7. At 9, she hacked into the Empire's national defense security system. Considering her young age and genius in computing, she was only imprisoned in an aerial prison for 3 months and released after some education. However, afterward, she secretly began engaging in hacker business, charging high fees to help others solve problems. Over the years, she has been involved in no fewer than 100 major cases worldwide. As Yian spoke, Lin Luo's expression changed increasingly. Behind her transparent glasses, her eyes fixed on Yi and were filled with coldness. Yian stopped in front of him, saying, "Do you want to know how I found out?" Lin Luo remained silent, but her eyes betrayed her curiosity. He was indeed curious about how Yian knew. "Your information isn't classified. As for the latter part, I've already guessed it." Yian smiled confidently. Although she wasn't a professional hacker, hacking a system with less than 10 layers of encryption was still within her capabilities. And Lin Luo's information wasn't particularly encrypted. Lin Luo wasn't angry, as she merely chuckled lightly and pushed up her glasses, saying, "Give me a reason to cooperate with you long term." She was indeed quite interested in Yian. Although Lin Luo was a computing genius, he was also very lonely, as no one could understand him except for his computer. That day when Yian pointed out a mistake in the code, he felt a sense of finally finding someone like him. However, he was never good at expressing himself. Yian stood straight, her phoenix eyes sparkling. "How about a bet?" "What kind of bet?" "I will create an encryption system, and if you can't crack it, then our long-term cooperation will be established. If you do manage to crack it, I won't force you." Lin Luo's hacking skills could help her accomplish many things, but to make someone like him willingly work for her, she had a deal. Lin Luo responded decisively, her expression filled with disdain. After their conversation, she turned and walked away. Yian followed her out of the school gate. At this time, there were almost no people left in Ziwei Star Academy. When Yian exited the gate, the parking spots out front were all empty. "Hey, are you going home?" Suddenly, Yi Fei appeared in front of Yi and in a convertible. It seemed he had been waiting for her for. "If you're going home, get in the car," Yi Fei awkwardly said. Yi Fei didn't know why, but he wanted to get closer to Yi, and yet he couldn't bring himself to do it. Deep down, he still harbored resentment for her indifference over the years. Yian initially wanted to say she preferred to run home, but seeing Yi Fei's occasional glances towards her, she ultimately relented. "Okay." After saying that, Yian directly opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. A fleeting smile crossed Yi Fei's lips before he quickly returned to his aloof demeanor. As he stepped on the gas, the car left Ziwei Star Academy. Throughout the journey, neither of them spoke. Yi Fei occasionally glanced at Yian through the rearview mirror, noticing she was staring straight ahead, seemingly lost. She showed no intention of talking at all. "If you don't slow down in 10 seconds, the car will crash into that lamppost 200 meters ahead." Yian's words made Yi Fei instinctively hit the brakes. The car's inertia caused both of them to lurch forward. Yian grabbed the armrest, frowning at Yi Fei. "Don't zone out while driving." Yi Fei's face flushed red, yet he felt an indescribable sensation. This was the first time Yian had. So Yian was starting to take him seriously, wasn't she? Yi Fei revved the engine and continued driving towards the Hanyuan Villa district. In no time, the car had stopped at the entrance of the Yi family villa. Yian was just about to open the door to get out. "Hey," Yi Fei suddenly called out. Yian looked at him in confusion. "Give me your phone." Yi Fei pointed at Yian's phone. Yian, puzzled, unlocked it and handed it to him. She was also curious about what Yi Fei wanted to do. Yi Fei took Yian's phone, tapped a few times on the screen, and then returned it to her. "I downloaded that game onto your phone so you can play it with me from now on," Yi Fei said coldly before getting out of the car. Yian was stunned for a moment, then glanced at the new app on her phone and couldn't help but smile. This kid. Perhaps this is what they call tsundere in this timeline. Yang Zhitong called with a smile that did not reach her eyes. "Xiao Fei, you're back. Sit down and eat." Yi Ning added in a gentle voice. "Brother, sit. I was just telling mother I wondered why you hadn't come home yet." Yang Zhidong and her mother treated Yi Fei noticeably differently. Yi Zhindong favored sons over daughters, and he had clearly invested far more hopes and energy in Yi Fei than in his 2 daughters. After all, a soldier's standing rests on rank and meritorious deeds. Since Yi Jiangwo retired, the Yi family had no true successor, and Yi Zhindong himself had only reached the rank of colonel. The Yi family's influence and status had waned. What remained were the merits built by the elders of a former generation. In his view, men were always more likely to achieve glory. The only person who could restore the Yi family's former brilliance was Yi Fei. This forced Yang Zhitong and her mother to placate Yi Fei, often against their will. Yang Zhitong had longed for a son, but she could never bear one. No one called to Yi, and yet she hauled out a chair, sat down brazenly before them, and began to eat as if she owned. Yi Fei smiled and sat down. "By the way, there's a banquet this weekend. Nearly everyone of standing in Jingdu will attend, and our Yi family is no exception. That day your father will also return to attend." Yang Jitong set down her chopsticks and spoke of business, casting a look of disdain at Yi En, who was only busy eating. No manners, plain and simple. So prepare yourselves. Don't make our family a laughingstock. Yang Jitong sneered. Yi En, I'm not saying this to be cruel, but perhaps you should not go to this banquet. Every time you make the Yi family a joke, it's so embarrassing. Yi Fei frowned while Yi Ning unusually began to speak up for Yi En. Mother's sister is part of the family too. It would look bad if she didn't go. She could not allow her mother to ruin her scheme. Yang Jitong looked at her daughter in surprise, unsure of what she was plotting. Since her daughter had spoken, Yang Jitong would not contradict Yi Ning. Yi En paid no heed to their empty reprimand, although she longed to eliminate Yi Ning soon, to repay a debt to the original owner of this body. Her current abilities posed no real threat, so she set that problem aside for the time being. Moreover, dealing with her now would not be the right moment. It would only invite a host of troubles. After the meal, Yi En went straight upstairs. Yi Fei ate in silence and returned to his room. Midway through the meal, Yi Ning suddenly slammed down her bowl and chopsticks, her face twisted. Darling, what's wrong? Yang Jitong asked with a touch of fear. Why should grandfather give the inheritance to her? Mother, tell father. What right does she have to inherit the Yi family? Does Yi En deserve it? Yi Ning could not accept it. Yang Jitong was at a loss. Your father can't do anything about this. It's the old man's decision. Even the other branches of the Yi family cannot interfere. Yi Ning's eyes flashed with hatred. Wasn't this decided by that old codger? Mother, why don't we deal with him and change his will? Before she finished, Yang Jitong clapped a hand over her mouth. Hush! Yang Jitong glanced around and admonished her. You mustn't say such things. If your father finds out, do you know what the consequences would be? Yi Ning pouted. I was only joking. Yet in her heart, other plans were already taking shape. After a moment, she leaned close and whispered into Yang Jitong's ear. Mother, are you really willing to let everything in the Yi family be left to that little bastard? You've toiled for this family for years, and in the end, we mother and daughter get nothing. If you want, think for your daughter, then think for yourself. Of course I'm not resigned. Yang Jitong said angrily. She had labored for the household like a beast of burden for so many years, whether or not she received credit, she had borne the hardships. If Yi En truly secured the Yi family's inheritance, she would become clan head and could send them packing in an instant. How could Yang Jitong allow such a thing? Rest assured he'll find a way, Yang Jitong murmured, lowering her voice with bitter determination. After all, she had once wrested the position of matriarch from that wretched woman's hands. Now, she would contrive to seize the family's inheritance as well. A quick smile flashed in Yi Ning's eyes, and she nodded. Yi En returned to her room, booted her computer, typed a string of commands, and began composing an encryption system. Her past pursuits had been wide-ranging, her command of computer operations, programming, and command lines surpassed that of most practitioners. This time she intended to write an encrypted system for Lin Luo to penetrate, a troublesome task. To craft a system without a single flaw is harder than a hacker's effort to break one. Having finished a string of commands, she paused and recalled the software Yi Fei had installed. She picked up her phone and tapped the game's icon. She created an account on the spur of the moment and entered the game. With a swipe, Yi En projected a shimmering 3D image into the air. No sooner had she logged in than she received a friend request from Yi Fei's game ID. Without much thought, she accepted and found there were 3 teammates besides Yi Fei. In the same villa, lounging in a chair, Yi Fei glanced at the projection showing Yi En's in-game name and frowned. Linen? What sort of name is that? Yi Fei, who's this? You know, deadweight. Yi Fei, annoyed, said, isn't Dajo tied up? We're short a player. Finish the match and we'll be done. Why is she still bronze? If we lose, they'll mock us. We even placed a wager. Yi Fei, are you kidding? Yi Fei was too lazy to reply and simply clicked to start the match. Yi En heard their chatter, arched an eyebrow, and took a sip from a glass of plain water on the table. Her hands settled on the virtual keyboard. 15 minutes later, the game ended. My god, she's that good. Is this some god's alt? Introduce me. Carry me pro. In an instant, their attitude shifted. Everyone wanted to add the account called Lin and as a friend, only to find her avatar grayed out and offline. A smile tugged at Yi Fei's mouth. Amid his teammates' groans, he typed in the team chat, that's my sister. Between the lines, there was an unmistakable air of smug superiority. Some even felt that Yi Fei was intentionally showing off. But Yi Fei's sister, Yi En from Class F. This person simply did not connect with the godlike operation from earlier. They initially thought their skills were decent, but after witnessing that dazzling performance, their own skills seemed inadequate, as if all they had left were flashy moves in their minds. However, Yi Fei would definitely not deceive them on purpose, so was it really Yi En? Yi Fei frowned slightly and typed 2 words on the public screen: confidential. After playing a game with Yi Fei, Yi En resumed writing the encryption system at hand. In recent days, aside from attending school and exercising, Yi En had been focused on coding this program. Occasionally she would play a few games, but Yi En only played that one position and summoned heroes. Yet in matches where she participated, they had never lost a single game, unknowingly climbing from the lowest bronze rank. Winning streaks of x50, ax100. For Yi En, playing this game was purely a way to stimulate her mind. With each game lasting just over 10 minutes, it truly didn't take up much time. She walked over to the height and weight measuring device beside her bed and checked her current height and weight. Seeing the numbers displayed, a hint of satisfaction appeared in her eyes. Indeed, her efforts during this period had paid off. Her weight was gradually increasing into a healthy range, while her height showed no significant change. However, she could feel her bones growing. After all, without strong physical fitness, one could easily be at the mercy of others no matter where they were. When you lose your weapons and everything else, the only thing you can rely on to compete with others is your body. Thus, Yin was extremely strict with her training. She opened her wardrobe and casually picked out a simple set of sportswear to change into. Taking her phone, she prepared to head out. As soon as she opened her room's door, she saw Shueli in a maid outfit clean. "Miss, and you're awake. There's food in the kitchen. If you're hungry, I can get it for you now." Yin shook her head. "No." She glanced around at the various rooms and downstairs. "Where are they?" Shueli replied. "Madam and Miss Ning Ning went out to pick out evening gowns." Yin then remembered that Yang Zhitong had mentioned there was a high society evening gala in Kyoto tomorrow, which almost everyone from the upper class of Kyoto would attend, and Yi Zhendong would also be back. High society. An evening gala. In her memory, Yin had attended similar occasions before, but each time, due to her reclusive personality, she would always hide in the background, often being secretly bullied and teased by other young ladies and gentlemen from wealthy families. Later on, Yi Zhendong worried that she would embarrass the Yi family, no longer allowed her to go. She lifted her foot to prepare to leave, but suddenly remembered. Is Yi Fei with them? Young master went to class today. Today was the weekend, and the class Yi Fei was attending had probably been specially arranged by Yi Zhendong for shooting. One must admit that Yi Zhendong was quite attentive to the cultivation of this son. I understand. After asking, Yi indirectly went downstairs to the underground parking garage. Her gaze fell upon a snow-white convertible sports car. She walked directly to the small LCD screen on the car door, scanned her fingerprint, and the door opened. In Yi An's memory, this car was a small adult gift given to her by her grandfather on her 16th birthday. It was said to be a limited edition. However, Yin herself did not know how to drive, so after receiving it, it had remained abandoned in this underground garage. Yang Zhitong and Yi Ning always wanted to get this sports car from her. But since this car had already been registered under Yi An's information, only she could unlock it. With the door closed, Yin tapped a few times on the LCD screen in front of the sports car, and it started up speeding out of the underground garage. Following the navigation on the map, Yin drove to a shopping center. She got out of the car, closed the door, and walked directly into a specialized store for fitness equipment. As soon as Yin entered, she immediately caught the attention of the store staff. Yin wore loose clothing, and combined with her short hair, her tall stature and perfect proportions made her look striking. Her every movement exuded no hint of femininity, causing those who saw her to perceive her as a beautiful young man. That little brother is so handsome. Yeah, he could join that newly debuted group. Are you talking about TIF girls? What? That's boys. The store staff were all relatively young, and when they saw something beautiful, it was hard for them to look away, especially when it was a beautiful young man. Do you need any help, handsome? A young staff member in uniform smiled and asked. Yin, whose gaze had been scanning around, landed on the staff, smiling politely. That smile was as warm as the sun melting the first snow, causing the staff girl's eyes to light up, and her mind started to imagine various romantic scenarios. Yin had just started to mention what she wanted, but she noticed that the staff in front of her was just staring at her with a silly smile, frowning slightly. Could it be that she was sick? Never mind, I'll help myself. Yin started to pick out the things she wanted. The girl staff took a while to come back to her senses and hurried over to assist. Miss, the total is 30,345. A girl wearing a baseball cap in front of Yi and took out her phone to make the payment. Miss, you don't have enough funds. The staff member felt a bit awkward. Off. The young girl checked her phone again, suddenly exclaiming, "Oh no, I only have 30,000 left. How about you just take off the change? Consider it a discount for me." The staff member shook her head. "Sorry, this price is fixed. We can't offer discounts." The girl persisted. "It's rare for me to come out just to buy these things. Can you give me a discount? After all, it's just a little change." "I'm sorry, ma'am. Look, there are customers behind you waiting to pay." The two were arguing in front, but in reality, the only person behind the young girl waiting was Yin. Yin checked the time. They had been arguing for over 5 minutes. Really, what a waste of time. She stepped forward, took out her phone, and activated the payment function. He'll cover her change. Both the staff and the young girl were taken aback, their gazes turning to Yin. The staff member then reacted. "Oh." She quickly calculated EANS items. Handsome, adding this lattice remaining 345, the total is 29,339. Yin responded with a nonchalant hum, showing no reaction to them misidentifying her gender. The staff scanned Yian's phone with a device, and the payment was successful. Yin packed her things and prepared to leave. "Hey, wait." The girl in the baseball cap chased after her, blocking Yi. Yin lifted her head to see a girl who appeared to be about her age with a small face that was delicate and somewhat cute. Her ponytail was tied high, and she wore a baseball cap, looking quite neat. Yian's gaze was filled with curiosity. Thank you. You're really a good person." Cheng Xiao turned embarrassment into praise and started small talk. "No need, I just want to save time." Yin took a step and prepared to leave. Cheng Xiao found it amusing and immediately chased after her, laughing. "Then these 2 lollipops are for you. What's your name? Can you leave me your contact info? I'll transfer the money to you later." She looked just like a shameless person trying to flirt. Yian raised her gaze to meet hers, accepting the 2 lollipops from her hand, saying, "I don't need the money." After saying those 4 words, Yian walked away. Cheng Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned, then smacked her lips, realizing that having money made one reckless. By the time she reacted, Yian had already disappeared. It dawned on her that she hadn't even asked for her name and contact info. How could she forget something so crucial? Yian's fingers tapped absent-mindedly on the steering wheel, thinking that she still needed to find time to visit her grandfather and grandpa. These 2 individuals were the only ones left in the world who sincerely cared for Yian. After making up her mind, she started the car again. As the car turned a corner, a sudden commotion broke out. Yian didn't plan to stop, but just as her gaze fell on the rearview mirror, her expression changed slightly, and she immediately stepped on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt. "What do you want?" Yifei glared at the few approaching figures, slowly retreating. It was obvious that these men, they swaggered toward Yifei, saying, "Kid, we haven't settled the score from last time. Now that we've met, you think you can run away?" Another man holding a baseball bat approached menacingly with a sneer. "Boss, this kid looks tender. We could take him and make some money off him, maybe even profit a bit." Yifei's face turned extremely ugly as he coldly retorted, "A bunch of lowlifes. What did you say?" The man immediately flew into a rage. "If we don't teach you a lesson, you really think a socialite like you only knows how to get a tattoo of Peppa Pig? Get rid of him." The leading man barked the order. A hint of panic flashed in Yifei's eyes, but he steeled his heart and prepared to fight. Outnumbered, the outcome was evident. Yifei was only 15 years old and was no match for these adults. Even if he could throw a few punches, he quickly found himself in trouble. The man with the baseball bat smirked and raised the bat high, aiming to smash it down on Yifei's head. But just as the bat swung towards Yifei, it suddenly felt as if it had been cursed, unable to come down. "What?" The man was taken aback. He swung again, but the bat unexpectedly swung back and hit his own head, sending him flying several meters, bloodied and sprawled on the ground. What the hell? This scene startled everyone. Even Yifei, who was protecting his head, looked on in confusion. A group of adults bullying a child, how shameless can you be? A calm, deep voice suddenly rang out. In an instant, everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. They saw a boy in sportswear lazily leaning against a white car with his arms crossed, a lollipop in his mouth, watching them with an amused expression. Yian gave a cold, mischievous smile, her gaze fixed on the boy, who seemed bewildered, his face filled with shock and a hint of some other suppressed emotion. She had appeared before Yifei was attacked. She just wanted to see Yifei's capabilities. It was only when he was truly in danger that she made her move. Yifei's emotions couldn't merely be described as shock. He couldn't articulate what he felt. There was excitement, surprise, and a sense of having lost something long ago finally rediscovered in this moment. Big brother. It was definitely her. She must have used some kind of trick. The man on the ground yelled angrily at Yi. Everyone's attention shifted to Yian. The leading man signaled, and they all understood, immediately brandishing their sticks and charging at her fiercely. Yifei's face turned pale, instinctively shouting, "Sister." These men were thugs who fought to the death. She was just a girl, and she would surely be hurt badly. Yian's expression hardened, and she rolled her neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. As they attacked, she swiftly dodged, slipping into the crowd and making them miss. Before they could react, Yian had already struck their most vulnerable spots. Yet they couldn't even touch her. Yifei stared blankly at the scene, rubbing his eyes, thinking he was dreaming. Yian moved quickly, evading their attacks, before launching her own. In just a short while, those men were already on the ground, howling in pain, their faces twisted in agony, as if enduring some immense suffering. Yet there wasn't a single visible wound on them. Yian glanced at them expressionlessly. If not for her current lack of strength, these men would already be corpses. She remembered every single vulnerable part of the human body clearly. It was precisely because of the body's fragility that people sought to strengthen themselves in the apocalypse, until the emergence of supernatural abilities. Just now, if she hadn't used her powers to accelerate her speed, it would have been difficult to avoid their attacks. Yifei was filled with astonishment. Even as Yian stood before him, he remained unresponsive. Yifei remained half-kneeling on the ground, dazedly staring at the boy in front of him. Was this person really his sister? In his memories, Yian was timid and rarely close to him. Gradually, he had grown more distant from his sister. Clearly, they were the closest people in the family, yet her concern for him was even less than that of Yining. With such a comparison, Yifei's feelings for Yi and had gradually faded. Moreover, they attended the same school, and Yi's grades were poor, often becoming the subject of ridicule among their peers. Having a sister like her was a source of embarrassment for anyone. However, since Yian returned this time, it seemed that many things had changed. She often talked to him, although her expression remained emotionless. She would even play games with him. Unbeknownst to him, Yifei had begun to wish to get closer to her. Seeing Yifei unable to get up, just staring blankly at her, Yian frowned. In her perception, Yifei was just what to do if the child is disobedient. Either give him a beating or coax him. In the current situation, Yian naturally could not hit him again. After some thought, she took out another fruit-flavored lollipop from her pocket and awkwardly said, "Get up, I'll give you some." Yifei. Damn, he is not a little kid. But his hand uncontrollably reached out. Then even he himself couldn't comprehend how he ended up squeezing that lollipop in his palm. At that moment, Yian pulled his hand and lifted him up. After giving him a once-over, she confirmed that he wasn't injured, saying, it's nothing. Yi Fei wanted to cry without tears. How could he be fine? His arms and legs hurt a lot. He even thought about lifting his shirt. Look at this. Look, it's all bruised. But thinking about it, that would be too embarrassing, so Yi Fei kept silent. However, he noticed Yi An's attitude of not caring at all. Yi Fei let out a soft hum. It hurts a little. Yi An glanced at him, frowned, and reprimanded. A real man shouldn't whine about a little injury. How will you go to the battlefield in the future? Yi Fei. Oh. He just wanted to act a bit spoiled, but his sister was too fierce. Inside, he was crying like a storm. Whoa. Yi An turned around and looked at those ruffians, only to find that they had all vanished. Huh. Where did they go? Yi Fei said irritably. They ran away. Just when she had given him the lollipop, that group hurriedly fled one by one. Hearing this, Yi An frowned. She instinctively thought those people should be incapacitated. But she forgot that her strength was not enough to make them lose their ability to move for so long. I'm leaving now. After helping Yi Fei deal with the trouble, she prepared to leave. It was a chance encounter. She had her own matters to attend to, and so did Yi Fei. Wait. Yi Fei suddenly called out. Yi An turned around. Yi Fei asked awkwardly. How come you? I happened to pass by, Yi An casually replied. She indeed had just passed by, and the reason she helped Yi Fei was that he was the younger brother of this body. In the original memories of this body, she still cared about this brother. However, her personality traits had caused her to gradually grow distant from Yi Fei. After her rebirth, she did not intentionally want to get close to or please Yi Fei. In her past life, she was an orphan without parents or relatives. Therefore, she did not know what family ties meant to her. However, the memories of this body made her vaguely have a bit more affection for the people the original owner truly cared about. Yi Fei lightly said, Oh. Yi An nodded. Then I will leave first. Yi Fei said nothing, but a trace of something unidentifiable, whether disappointment or another emotion, flashed in his eyes, and the hard lollipop in his palm was almost crushed. By the way, haven't you gone to class yet? Yi An suddenly remembered something. Do you want me to give you a ride? Yi An asked. Yi Fei was somewhat surprised. Yi An walked over to her car, pressed a button, and the door opened immediately. Turning to look at Yi Fei, she smiled and said, Get in the car. Yi Fei wanted to voice his thoughts, but Yi An's 3 words stifled him. This was hardly asking for his opinion. So unilateral, didn't she ask if he wanted to get in the car? But this car. Oh, isn't this the Lightning 2 M4 sports car that had been gathering dust in the underground garage? His feet moved involuntarily towards it, and he sat in the passenger seat. Yi An also closed the door, sat down, started the engine, and simply said, Set the location. Yi Fei frowned. Why did he feel that Yi An's way of speaking was just like his dad's? Like a military order, concise and to the point, leaving no room for refusal. Yet he instinctively listened to her, reaching out to tap a location on the LCD screen's navigation. Yi An glanced at the navigation, then said, Buckle up and sit tight. Although she wouldn't speed in the city, it had long become a habit to take all safety precautions. Yi Fei complied, but his eyes kept glancing at the person beside him. Hey, have you been possessed by an alien these days? He asked sullenly. Yi An manipulated the steering wheel, and the car began to move toward the navigation location. Hearing Yi Fei's words, she slightly raised the corner of her lips. You're not wrong. Thinking about it, she might indeed be an alien, and possession was indeed the case. Yi Fei wouldn't believe it, pouting, resting his hands behind his head, leaning back in the seat. Yi An merely smiled lightly and said, Also just call me sister. Yi Fei raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of delight after waiting for so many days to finally hear this phrase. He pressed his lips together, suppressing the smile at the corners of his mouth, and faintly called out, Sister. Yi An caught a glimpse of Yi Fei's slightly curved lips in the rearview mirror, and a trace of a smile subtly crossed. Aren't you going to ask why I fought with them? Yi An asked while driving. Why, oi? She could sense that this child seemed to want to attract her attention. Yi Fei felt a bit stifled. Did he have to be the one to speak? Not long ago, a female classmate in our school was bullied by someone from outside, and I happened to see it, so I helped and drove that ruffian away. Who knew that when I came out for class today, I happened to be blocked by that guy and his crew? Yi Fei spoke in a lackluster manner with a hint of rebelliousness. Yi An replied with a casual Yi Fei thought that Yi An would reprimand him or say something, but just that one made him feel like he had punched cotton. Why not reveal your identity? If those people knew who Yi Fei was, they definitely wouldn't have attacked him. Bullying others with power is no skill at all, Yi Fei voiced loudly. Yi An took a glance at Yi Fei's handsome side profile, while driving, noting his proud and disdainful demeanor. She chuckled and said, Your backbone is quite tough. Having a tough backbone has its benefits, but it can also lead to trouble. For Yi An, as long as she could achieve her goals, she wouldn't be too particular about the details. Thus, there were rumors during the apocalypse that Lin, the first commander of the Eastern Military District, was not only a human weapon, but also a shameless rogue. Saying he wouldn't hit you, yet the next day, he bombards you with a missile, saying something about how war does not tolerate deception. This phrase was ambiguous and left Yi Fei furrowing his brows. After a while, Yi An said again, Next time in such a situation, if you can't win, just run. Yi Fei. I have to admit, although this advice is useless, it is quite profound. Not long after the car arrived at the place where Yi Fei had class. It was a high-end firearms shooting club. From what Yi An knew, most of the instructors here were retired military officers or special forces snipers. The people who came here for classes were either from wealthy families or high-ranking officials' children from the capital. Yi Ning actually wanted to attend classes here as well, but Yang Zhidong disapproved, saying it was inappropriate for a girl to wield weapons, stating that learning shooting would be of no use and would hinder her chances of finding a suitable husband in the future. Yang Zhidong did not come from a good background and held the mindset of a woman from the lower class, always thinking of relying on men, thus imposing her views on Yi Ning. However, she forgot that the Yi family was a military aristocracy, an old-school family of high society in the capital. There were indeed more families like the Yi family in the capital. In order for the family legacy to continue, the children must acquire the necessary skills. If Yi Ning couldn't even hold a gun steadily, she would not be worthy of surviving in this circle. Such a daughter from an aristocratic family might ultimately only serve as a pawn in a family alliance. Apart from Yang Zitong's influence, another reason was Yi Ning herself. It was said that Yi Ning had also attended classes for 2 days before, but couldn't endure the hardships, and eventually retreated in defeat. Yin lightly tapped her fingers on the steering wheel, gazing at the shooting club before her. Hey, do you have something to do later? Yi Fei returned and knocked on the car door, looking somewhat impatient. Yin looked at him, her eyes questioning. At that moment, Yi Fei thought, impressive, my sister. Now she doesn't even need to speak. A single glance can convey what she wants to say. If you have nothing else to do, you can come in with me. Yi Fei spoke casually, yet the hand that subconsciously touched his nose revealed his embarrassment. Go in. Yi An's gaze shifted back to the shooting club. Although the sounds were somewhat distant and muffled through several layers of soundproofing, she could still vaguely hear the sounds of gunfire. This sound had long since stirred her excitement. Heaven knows what guns mean to a soldier. They were not merely tools for survival. Through years of companionship, they became inseparable comrades. Hence she directly replied, okay. By the way, she was also curious about the shooting instructors at this club, the so-called imperial officers and snipers, and what level they could reach. After Yin agreed, she opened the door, got out of the car, and locked the door. Yi Fei was a bit surprised, he thought. He then led her into the shooting club. As they approached the entrance, Yi Fei took out a magnetic card and swiped it, causing the door to open automatically. With Yi Fei in front, they walked directly inside. At this moment, countless surveillance screens appeared in the lobby of the screens displayed the shooting training conditions of every individual in the club. The screens clearly recorded their data, height, weight, age, identity, as well as their commonly used firearms, average reload time, hit accuracy, and the final sniper matching rate. A young man in military uniform sat cross-legged in the middle on a swivel chair, holding a cup of coffee, as he scanned the data on the screens one by one. General Shen, here is the information of all the trainees at our club. Shen Han nodded, his gaze moving across the dozens of split screens, searching for his target, like a cheetah. I understand. You may leave. At this moment, a male and a female figure appeared on the edge of one of the surveillance screens. When the man appeared, a series of data immediately showed up. Name Yi Fei. Height 180 centimeters. Weight 60 kilograms. Age 15. Commonly used firearms, Falcon AF-53, small caliber pistol. Average hit accuracy 9. 5 rings. Average reload time 2.0 seconds. The man's eyebrows raised slightly, beginning to pay attention to Yi Fei. Such hit accuracy and reload time were indeed worth his attention. Yi Fei was unaware that their access card, the magnetic card they carried, would reveal all their information on the screen as soon as it was swiped at the door. However, Yi sensed that someone was watching her. This animal-like intuition had become her instinct. Although she couldn't see the person spying on her, she was certain they were being monitored. She glanced at the magnetic card in Yi Fei's hand, and then at the nearby surveillance. A knowing smile crept onto her lips, so that was how it was. In the monitoring room, the man's gaze shifted toward her, and upon seeing her subtle movements and smile, something unusual flickered in his otherwise calm expression. Such strong counter-surveillance ability. This time he began to zoom in on that particular surveillance screen. Young Master Yi, this way please. The staff at the club approached them very courteously. Yi Fei, familiar with the place, followed the staff closely. The staff saw Yi for the first time and politely reminded her, Miss, just ahead is the shooting range. Some people may use silenced guns, but others may not. If you feel scared, you can wear ear protection. Yi shook her head in refusal. No need. Gunfire is nothing to someone who has been wielding firearms for years. Yi Fei instinctively looked at Yi, and only to see her standing tall, her back straight, and her expression unwavering. She looked just like a leader inspecting work. Yi Fei thought, let alone guns, even if a tank were brought before her, she wouldn't flinch. In fact, Yi Fei was right. If a tank were truly brought before Yi, she indeed would not flinch, and might even find a way to dismantle it. Once they entered the shooting range, the sounds of gunfire erupted in succession. The shooting range was large, with each person having their own training area. In addition to the shooting range, there were also dedicated sniper training grounds and general shooting areas. Yi raised her eyebrows, slightly, finding it quite comprehensive. However, the difference between general shooting and sniping was still significant. A sniper not only required precise shooting, but also strong camouflage and reconnaissance skills. But precise shooting was a prerequisite. The latter could be honed through special training. Young Master Yi. The staff of the club handed Yi Fei a box which opened to reveal Yi Fei's commonly used firearms and ammunition. Thank you. Yifei replied gratefully before starting to put on gloves. Yin Tung Group Building. A blue 3D screen projected into the air, with Fu Yunshin's long fingers continuously manipulating the touch screen on the table, tapping once. The images on the aerial projection screen rotated accordingly, displaying the latest high-tech products on multiple pages. Young master. Lu Qi walked in. What is it? Fu Yunshin was carefully examining the values on the screen. Lu Qi placed a beautifully crafted envelope in front of Fu Yunshin. Tomorrow there will be a banquet at the Naue Hotel. This is the invitation sent by the organizer. Although knowing that the young master would not be interested, Lu Qi still spoke up. At such a high society banquet, Fu Yunshin rarely ever attended. Firstly, he was simply not interested. Secondly, there was truly no necessity for him to attend such an event. Though the organizers understood that the likelihood of someone like Fu Yunshin attending this kind of banquet was slimmer than the chance of Mars colliding with Earth inviting him, and whether he would actually come were two different matters. Social obligations had to be fulfilled. What if the young master Fu suddenly decided to attend? That would surely bring them great prestige and provide an opportunity to ingratiate themselves. Fu Yunshin gave a soft hum and did not respond. After a while he finally paused his actions. The Yi family will attend as well. Lu Qi paused, realizing which Yi family the young master was referring to. Nodding, he replied, the entire Yi family will be present, as is customary. Apart from the Yi family, the other old aristocratic families will also attend. Fu Yunshin gently rubbed his thumb. Is today the weekend? Yes, young master. Lu Qi thought to himself, could it be that the young master was finally feeling generous and planned to give him a day off today? So Yin has the day off today, right? Yes, young master. Lu Qi replied, though this time his tone carried a hint of disappointment and grievance. Fu Yunshin frowned. Why was it so difficult to meet this fellow? Lu Qi, get ready. Tomorrow prepare to accompany me to the Naue Hotel. Understood, young master. Who is the boy next to Yifei? Shenhan asked the manager of the shooting club nearby. The manager stepped forward to take a look. I'm not sure. However, she is not one of our students. It should be her first time here. Shenhan's sharp eyes narrowed slightly. Reconnaissance was a skill essential for a soldier. Judging a person's identity by their behavior and appearance was also a necessary lesson. The boy next to Yifei, based on his behavior, walking pace, and strong counter-surveillance abilities, matched only one profession, soldier. Thus, compared to Yifei, he found himself more interested in the boy beside him. Yifei held a standard gun grip, and immediately the smell of gunpowder wafted over from the target. 9. 8 rings, Yin smiled, not bad. Yifei also raised a proud smile, continuing his shooting practice. You should press your shoulder down a bit more and relax your left arm. It should work better, Yin added. Yifei frowned, and following Yi's advice, shot again. 10 rings. The distant screen displayed the score. Yifei smiled and looked at Yin. However, your arm strength isn't enough to hold this position for long, so you can only shoot, not be a sniper. Yin stated honestly. Yifei's smile instantly faded. Oh, would it kill him to compliment him? Yin casually glanced at the guns on display. Although these firearms were not as advanced as those in a post-apocalyptic world, their principles were quite similar. At this moment, a group of boys approached. Yifei, they greeted him. Among those boys was Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was in a good mood, intending to chat with Yifei, especially since if he married Yining in the future, Yifei would be his brother-in-law. However, upon seeing Yin next to Yifei, his expression soured, as if he had just eaten something foul. Yin remained expressionless, treating Lu Sheng like a stranger, not stirring any emotions in her. Yi's reaction made Lu Sheng somewhat displeased. Yifei stepped forward to stand in front of Yi and addressing them. Have you finished your training? These boys like Yifei were mostly scions of military families or aristocrats sent here for shooting training. In the Xinghua Empire, most offspring of traditional military families began learning shooting and martial arts from a young age. At 18, they would start entering the military for a series of assessments before transferring to military academies. Thus, before turning 18, most would be sent to this specialized shooting range for training. One of the boys looked at Yi and with bright eyes, who is she? I haven't seen her before. Lu Sheng directly answered for them, Yi Weigua. He didn't specify gender, simply stating, Yi Weigua. No way is there really someone with that name in this era. Ha ha ha. Several young masters couldn't help but laugh, clearly mocking the name. Lu Sheng joined in the laughter, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Yes, it's the Weigua of defending the home, and the Yin showed no reaction. After all, she had never liked wasting time with words, and she did not regard these people at all. She did not find anything laughable about her name. Yi Weigua represented her grandfather's high hopes for her. It was a belief passed down through generations, deserving of respect. Only for her personally, her feelings towards this empire, this nation, were not so deep. Yifei's expression turned cold. Is it that funny? The anger in Yifei's tone made the group of young masters involuntarily stop laughing. Yifei, is she your relative? My apologies, we were just joking. One of the smoother-tongued boys attempted to mediate. Lu Sheng looked at Yi and a cold smile creeping onto his lips. He felt a sense of relief knowing that he could dissolve the engagement with her tomorrow. Shenhan took a sip of the coffee in his hand, watching the images on the screen. He pressed a button and immediately switched to multiple split screens, each displaying the data of these young men. Somewhat disappointed aside from the data of Yi Fei and Lu Sheng sparking a bit of interest, the other boy's data was unremarkable, all at a standard level. However, there was one. Shin Han's eyes were fixed on the indifferent boy, a glint of interest flashing in his eagle-like. He had seen the interaction between her and Yi Fei. It seemed she had adjusted Yi Fei's posture, which allowed him to hit attention. This boy could handle a gun, and very professionally at that. Since everyone has time now, how about we have a shooting competition? One person proposed. This suggestion was quickly echoed by everyone. Sure. Being young masters, they got excited at the mention of a competition. The competition is on, but there should be some stakes, right? The losers will treat everyone to dinner tonight. The group discussed and agreed, and Yi Fei did not object. As the news of the competition spread, many gathered to watch, including the coaches in the area and retired military. Some came to join the fun, while others wanted to test their teaching results. The staff also brought out their usual firearms, a total of 10 consecutive shots. Whoever finishes first and has the highest score wins. Lu Sheng announced the rules while playing with the firearm in his hand. In other words, besides competing for accuracy, they also had to race against time. Yi Fei smirked, no problem. He had never liked Lu Sheng. Now he disliked him even more. Yin leaned against a nearby pillar to rest, casually picking up an empty pistol from the side and toying with it. The moment she touched the gun's body, it felt as if the blood coursing through her veins ignited. The rigid and cold sensation was one she knew all too well. If there was anything in this foreign world that gave her a complete sense of safety and familiarity aside from her own abilities, it was firearms. She unconsciously tightened her grip on the gun. Ready, the referee shouted loudly. In an instant, everyone positioned themselves, adopting stances as if preparing to shoot. Yi's gaze shifted to Yi Fei. Shoot. Immediately after a torrential barrage of gunfire erupted, the coaching team, watching from a distance, murmured amongst themselves. The first to finish shooting were Yi Fei and Lu Sheng. Yi Fei 98. 5 rings. Lu Sheng 98. 5 rings. The identical scores and speeds left them in a stalemate. Lu Sheng felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, he had undergone special training under his father's guidance since childhood, and there was no reason he should fall short of Yi Fei. Yi Fei also felt disgruntled, a sentiment stemming from his disdain for Lu Sheng. Since the first day, Lu Sheng bullied Yi, and he had been thoroughly unimpressed with this man. Moreover, today he had the audacity to mock his sister in front of so many people. Yi observed the scores displayed by the two. In reality, Yi Fei's speed should have been slightly faster than Lu Sheng's. Additionally, there was a breeze in Yi Fei's direction. Though gentle, it could still affect the trajectory, causing his bullet to veer slightly off course. Had it not deviated, Yi Fei's score would have surpassed Lu Sheng's. Yi Wei, since you are also a military offspring, would you like to give it a try? Lu Sheng challenged, looking at Yin. His tone and demeanor were clearly meant to provoke, as he was aware that Yin could not shoot. Within the entire Yi family, only Yi Fei had undergone this training. But now that she was present, he wanted to humiliate her in return for the embarrassment she caused him at school. Yin remained silent, merely casting a faint glance at Lu Sheng. He truly did not understand how a man could be more troublesome than a woman. Seeing Yin ignore him only fueled Lu Sheng's fury, making him want to embarrass her even more. What's scared? Surely you aren't afraid to even pick up a gun. One person laughed, saying, isn't it a joke if a military offspring can't even handle a gun? Exactly, Yi Wei, your name sounds so imposing, yet your courage is pitifully small. Haha. As this man spoke, everyone burst into laughter. Neither Lu Sheng nor Yi Fei mentioned Yi's identity or explicitly explained her gender, so everyone assumed Yi and was just a boy, a son from a branch of the Yi family. Lu Sheng, what do you mean by that? Yi Fei's tone suddenly turned cold. Lu Sheng suppressed his laughter, surprised. Yi Fei, you actually defend her. He remembered how Yin had been mocked and ridiculed countless times at school, yet Yi Fei had never stepped in to help her. Today, however, the sun seemed to rise in the west, as not only did he bring her to the shooting club, but he also spoke up for her. Yin took a step forward, a cold smirk gracing her lips as she shot a frosty glance at Lu Sheng, holding his gaze for only 2 seconds. Those 2 seconds sent a chill down Lu Sheng's spine. Yin extended her hand to Yi Fei. Almost instinctively, Yi Fei passed the gun he held into Yin's hands. But as he handed it over, he suddenly remembered there's no bullet left. Yin expertly spun the gun in her palm, then she walked towards a nearby area filled with magazines. With a swift grab and switch, she completed the magazine change in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the laughter of those who had mocked her froze on their faces as they stared in bewilderment at Yin's movements. The retired officers watching from a distance suddenly had their eyes widen. How fast was she changing magazines? Another officer shook his head. I don't know, didn't time it. But that's way too fast. Even they couldn't claim to be faster than her. It was as if she had integrated the firearm into her very being, transitioning, without any awkwardness, completing the task in a mere breath. Yi Fei's eyes lit up, fixating intently on Yin. Meanwhile, Shen Han, who was staring at the screen, also changed his expression, setting down his coffee. Yin took a few steps to the spot where Yi Fei had previously shot, raising her arm. Yi Fei, focus your attention. Yin suddenly spoke. Yi Fei paused for a moment, then looked at Yin's standard shooting posture, wondering if she intended to demonstrate for him. He immediately concentrated, not missing any detail about her. A smirk appeared at the corner of Yi An's mouth as she pulled the trigger. 10 consecutive gunshots rang out. The rapid pace was so swift that everyone barely had time to react before the bullets were all fired. So fast. Yeah, how can it be so quick? Lu Sheng scoffed. If you were allowed to shoot 10 bullets freely, his implication was that Yian was merely shooting aimlessly and such bullets would have no accuracy. He could not believe that Yian could suddenly become a sharpshooter. As the sound from the display screen echoed, everyone turned their attention to it. 100 rings. 100 rings at such speed. Everyone was stunned, even doubting if there was a problem with the system over there. However, the system judged and scored based on the hit positions, making it nearly impossible to be wrong. Lu Sheng simply couldn't believe it. Impossible, how could she hit 100 rings? Yian waited until the heat from the gunfire dissipated before wiping it with the cloth beside her, spinning it in her hands, and handing it back to Yifei. Did you remember? She asked in a tone akin to a teacher questioning a student. Yifei nodded, a sense of admiration rising in his heart. Got it. The students here became restless while the coaching team, observing from afar, who initially wanted to assess the students' results, were even more agitated. They had once been soldiers, even among the Empire's top marksmen. Of course they could hit 10 rings with every shot, but that was based on aiming. That abnormal girl hadn't even aimed before, otherwise it would be impossible to be that fast. Hitting every shot without aiming. Wasn't that akin to using cheats? They seriously suspected that the gun had an automatic targeting system. They would go check it out later. You must have cheated. Lu Sheng insisted, glaring coldly at Yian. The other boys with him were somewhat dissenting. No way, the system here can't possibly make mistakes. Although it was fast, we just saw Weiguo hit 10 rings. Right, who would have thought Weiguo was so impressive? I underestimated him. Don't take what I said to heart. Exactly, Weiguo, let's hang out together in the future, it's on me. Whether you want to woo a girl or have fun, it's all covered by me. Weiguo, teach me how you did it, it's amazing. All these half-grown kids, seeing Yian display such a strong and excellent side, began to switch their allegiance. This is human nature, an innate yearning for the strong. From previously disdaining the name, Yi Weiguo, now they affectionately call out Weiguo. Lu Sheng felt a pang in his heart, as if he had been openly slapped, the sting still fresh. Yian smiled politely at them, then turned to Lu Sheng, her tone laced with sarcasm. Is it really so hard for a grown man to acknowledge that someone else is better than you? This statement ignited a blaze of anger in Lu Sheng's mind, yet he found himself speechless. What's wrong with you today, young Master Lu? Do you have a grudge against Weiguo? Why do you keep targeting him? A grown man should accept defeat gracefully, there's no need for this. Their gazes towards Lu Sheng began to shift, tinged with something unusual. In the military, which man does not stand firm and take responsibility? Lu Sheng's behavior truly displeased them. Although they usually got along well, at this moment, it was undeniably a bit embarrassing. Lu Sheng himself couldn't understand why he was acting this way. He was not a person prone to losing control. Yet when facing Yi, and he couldn't help but feel his disdain for her. From the moment he learned of his fiancée, he had resisted it. Especially after meeting the girl he liked, Yi Ning, his hatred for Yi and only intensified. She took everything that belonged to Yi Ning. Oh, what right did she have to be his fiancée? Therefore he sought every means to suppress her simply out of dislike. It had long since become a matter of course, but recently Yi and had suddenly changed. She became incredibly assertive, even displaying qualities he was reluctant to admit were impressive. So what if she can shoot? She still pales in comparison to Ning Ning. The only person he truly liked was Ning Ning. Yian, however, had no intention of wasting more time with Lu Sheng and asked Yifei, is the practice over? Yifei, sensing that Yian was about to leave, quickly replied, it's over. Yian nodded, then let's go home. Yifei immediately began to pack up. Wait, Yifei, aren't you coming for a meal? It's on me, said one of the boys with the worst performance. Yian declined, no, I prefer to eat nutritious food. Yifei also wore an expression that suggested they could go on their own, shouldering his things and skipping after Yian. The remaining boys sighed and groaned. They were just one meal away from the marksman. However, just after Yian and Yifei left, the observing coaching team approached with a fierce demeanor, their steady and powerful strides causing the group of young boys to tremble. What's going on? It looks like they want to gang up on someone. Hello, coach. Coach. Everyone greeted in unison. The coaches walked past them, directly retrieving the pistol Yian had used for shooting and began to examine it meticulously. Everyone. Lu Sheng glared in the direction Yian had departed, gritting his teeth in frustration. Yian, just wait. Tomorrow it'll make you cry without tears. Shen Han transmitted Yian's image into the system, commanding investigate. Soon, within minutes, the information came through. To Shen Han's surprise, it's a girl. The eldest daughter of Colonel Yi Jindong of the military district in Kyoto, Yian. Shen Han smirked. It seemed he hadn't come in vain this time. Yian rested her hand on the steering wheel, suddenly letting out a sigh. Sister, what's wrong? Yifei asked. This sister title was becoming increasingly natural for him. Yian frowned, puzzled. Was Grandpa suffering from glaucoma or nearsightedness, or does he have cataracts? Yifei. After a moment of surprise, he finally responded, are you talking about Grandpa? Yian nodded, otherwise how could he have let me marry a man who's even more sissy than a woman, petty and without ability? Yifei pursed his lips, touching his nose, remaining silent. If it were the apocalypse, a man like Lu Sheng would have long been taken down by Yian with a single shot. Those who survive in such environments are all brave souls, true men. Whether they are men or women, old or young, they all possess steely resolve. It seems she really needs to meet Grandpa Yi sooner rather than later. Even if Lu Sheng doesn't want to break off the engagement, she must destroy this match. Otherwise, entangling with him would indeed be a hassle. Sister, are you still going to marry him? Lu Sheng and Yi Ning. What they do has nothing to do with me, Yi, and replied nonchalantly. Yi Fei shut his mouth. Since his sister didn't care, he had no need to ask further. Moreover, it looked like sister wouldn't marry him either. Yin suddenly recalled a saying. Don't you have a saying about a dog pairing with a bitch lasting forever? A bitch and a dog lasting forever. As soon as he instinctively picked up the phrase, Yi Fei stumbled on his words. Why did he repeat this saying? Could he take it back? Yin cast a cool, indifferent glance at him. Before you turn 18, refrain from using foul language. She instinctively treated Yi Fei as her soldier to train. Yi Fei. Feeling wronged, clearly it was you who said it first. Goo. Yin glanced at Yi Fei in the rearview mirror and simply asked, are you hungry? Yi Fei felt a bit embarrassed and nodded slightly. Being asked this by his sister gave him a feeling akin to being treated like a domineering CEO. Just then they passed a fast food restaurant, and upon seeing its sign, Yi Fei's eyes lit up. Yin naturally noticed, as well, pulling over to the side, unbuckling her seatbelt, and getting out. You wait here, they'll go. Yi Fei nodded Yin, remembering what Yi Fei liked to eat, was quite familiar with the task of buying food. After Yin got out of the car, Yi Fei also exited, standing aside to rest, a slight smile involuntarily appearing on his face. As he was smiling, Yi Fei suddenly felt someone tugging at his pant leg. He instinctively kicked out, thinking it was a dog. After kicking away, his pant leg was tugged once again. Yi Fei looked down and saw two beggars staring at him intently. The two seemed quite young, but the only noticeable flaw was their hands, all 10 fingers missing and wrapped up. They lay on the ground like all beggars, asking for money. Yi Fei furrowed his brows and kicked the two of them away with one foot. Get lost. I have no money. With such an attitude, even if he had money, he wouldn't want to give it. Moreover, he clearly saw that their tongues were fine, yet they pretended to be mute. The two grabbed Yi Fei's pant leg. Up. Huang Mao shouted more fiercely, pointing at the car beside them. The implication was, you drive such a nice car, but have no money. Don't joke around. Then he pointed at his own hand, which was wrapped in a fist, and his mouth. I'm disabled, give me money. The other man was also urging Yi Fei for money with an ah. Yi Fei twitched his mouth. Having lived so many years, it was indeed the first time he encountered beggars forcing him to give money. Yin bought something and was about to walk out of the fast food restaurant when her gaze suddenly fixed on a pair of men and women walking towards the restaurant exit. They were carrying food and quickly disappeared from her sight. The two people just now had guns and a kind of bloody aura. However, she was just habitually vigilant and not interested in those two. Carrying her things, she walked back towards the parking area. At this moment, the two beggars were still entangled with Yi Fei. The two of them were not going to let go of such a wealthy guy easily. If you're begging for money, how can you be so rich? If you have no money, how can you buy food? Get away. Yi Fei angrily shouted in impatience. Since when did beggars become the masters? Was he obliged to give them money? Yin heard Yi Fei's voice from a distance and thought something had happened, so she quickly walked over. What happened? Yi Fei finally managed to break free from the grip on his legs. I encountered two beggars. Yin looked at the two on the ground beggars. She felt they looked more like robbers. Take the money and get lost. Yi Fei was a person who disliked trouble, and since he was being pestered by these two, he simply decided to give them money. He took out 2 banknotes from his clothes, ready to throw them to them. But just as he extended his hand, his wrist was grabbed by Yin. Yin felt that these two looked somewhat familiar and lowered Yi Fei's hand, taking a step forward. The two beggars were just about to reach for the money when they unexpectedly found Yi and blocking their way. The two looked up. Why does this face look so familiar? Big brother, have we seen you somewhere? One beggar muttered reflexively. Yi Fei snorted, aren't you mute? The person immediately shut up as if nothing had happened just now. Yin smiled slightly. I also think we've met somewhere. The two widened their eyes, carefully starting to scrutinize Yin. Finally, they found a person in their memories who looked exact. A ghost. They screamed in terror, stumbling back a few steps, then immediately got up and ran forward without taking the money. Yi Fei was bewildered what was going on. Stay here, wait for me. Yin handed the food to Yi Fei and immediately chased after them. The two beggars ran like they had seen a ghost, only stopping to rest against a wall after hiding in a small alley. She isn't dead. One of them stuttered in fear. No, that was a male. The one we killed last time was a female. The man with the yellow hair said. The two exchanged glances, both puzzled. Aren't you running anymore? A cold voice suddenly rang out behind them. The two turned around to see Yin lazily leaning against the wall of the alley, her sharp gaze fixed on them. Who exactly? They retreated in fear. Yin stood up straight and walked closer to them. Have you forgotten? Half a month ago, it was you who threw my corpse into Foam Mountain. Impossible. She's already dead. The two didn't believe it, but the terror in their eyes had already betrayed them. Yin's gaze swept over them, pausing slightly on their hands and lower bodies. Both of their fingers had been cut off, and their balance while walking was clearly poor, indicating problems with their lower bodies. Seeing Yin steadily approaching them, the two immediately knelt down. Miss Yi, whether you are a human or a ghost, please. Yes, Miss Yi, we didn't mean to kill you. We've already ended up like this. Please just let us go. They cried while trying to bite through the cloth wrapped around their hands. There were no fingers, only palms. All the fingers had been neatly severed. The wounds were still fresh and hadn't fully healed, indicating they had occurred in the past few days. Yian frowned from their words. It seemed their condition was related to her. Was it done by Yi Ning? Yian asked coldly. Analyzing with normal logic, it was very likely that Yi Ning was responsible for their condition. However, if it was Yi Ning, it should have been to silence them rather than just cutting off their fingers, and the two exchanged glances and immediately got up, turning to run. Yian casually picked up 2 stones, tossing them in her palm, then suddenly used her wrist to strike at their knees. Up! 2 screams erupted as the two felt their legs go numb and immediately fell to the ground. Yian walked over at a leisurely pace. If you try to run again, your legs will end up just like your hands. The two dared not run anymore, immediately turning around to bow their heads to Yian. Miss Yi, spare us, we won't dare again. Please, Miss Yi, forgive us. They trembled, crying as they begged for mercy. One of them proactively answered Yian's earlier question. In response to Miss Yi, we don't know who made us this way. That day we both blacked out and were taken away by someone. Yes, they locked us up and asked who instructed us to dispose of the body that day and how you died. After we answered truthfully, they sent someone. He couldn't continue recalling that day's scene. It was simply a shadow and a nightmare, making him feel unwell. Originally, we wanted to ask Miss Yi Ning for some money, but Miss Yi Ning severed ties with us and didn't care at all. She even said that if we bothered her again, she would have someone deal with us. So we had no choice but to come out and beg. Miss Yi, please spare us. We just want to make a living and didn't expect this to lead to a death. They spoke in turns, crying profusely. Yian listened expressionlessly, which meant that someone had captured them, asked about her, and had turned them into this state. A face flashed instinctively in her mind. Was it him? The two were still pleading in front of her, and Yian frowned. Her original intention was to deal with one of the culprits who had caused Yian's death, but seeing them like this, they had become 2 insignificant, powerless fools, and whether to kill them or not seemed to make no difference. For her, it made no impact. She took 2 steps closer. The two kept retreating. Yian stood in front of them, looking down, her voice deep and cold. Since you are alive, you will suffer more than if you were dead. This can be considered as avenging her. After leaving this sentence, Yian walked past them, striding out of the alley. The two did not understand the meaning of Yian's words. They only knew that they had survived. The instinct for survival is inherent to them. However, without hands, and having lost their vital parts, what difference does it make to be alive or dead? Yi Fei had almost finished his food, and had yet to see Yian return. Just as he was about to make a phone call, the driver's door suddenly swung open, and Yian took her seat. With a swipe of her finger on the screen, the car immediately sped off. Yi Fei, holding a bag of fries, asked, "What were you doing just now?" "Dealing with some trouble," Yian replied nonchalantly. Yi Fei did not press further, but he inexplicably wanted to talk to her. Ever since he called her sister Yian, it felt like he had unlocked some new skill. Especially because Yian, despite her usual indifference, still cared for him and disciplined him. This feeling of being valued made Yi Fei unable to resist wanting to get closer to Yian. After all, she was his biological sister. What was wrong with being close to her? "Sister, do you want some fries?" Yian glanced at them and refused. No, fried foods easily produce nitrous compounds and are hard to digest. They are greasy and can lead to stomach problems. They are high in calories, contain a lot of fat and oxidizing substances, and frequent consumption can lead to obesity and cancer. Just as Yi Fei swallowed, he was choked by Yian's words. Cough, cough, cough. After a while, he finally recovered and muttered, "Then why did you buy them for me?" Yian, holding the steering wheel, glanced at Yi Fei with an unreadable expression. "Did you not like them?" Yi Fei was left speechless. Although Yian's words were common knowledge coming from her lips, they carried an inexplicable authority. It felt as if eating them would definitely lead to such consequences. When Yian and Yi Fei returned to the Yi family villa, coincidentally, Yi Zhendong had just arrived home. Yi Fei pushed the door open and saw Yi Zhendong, Yang Zhitong, and Yi Ning happily together. Yi Ning and Yang Zhitong were trying on their new dresses in front of Yi Zhendong, chatting and laughing. In contrast, Yian and Yi Fei felt like outsiders at that moment. Yi Zhendong noticed Yi Fei and Yian returning together. His expression slightly changed. He shifted his gaze from Yian and warmly laughed at Yi Fei. "Little Fei is back. How was the shooting practice today?" Yi Fei replied impatiently, as usual, just like before. Yi Fei was generally not very talkative at home. Yi Zhendong did not think much of it. Instead, he looked at Yi and taking a moment to scrutinize her. It had been a week since he had seen this daughter. Upon seeing her this time, her sharpness seemed even more pronounced than before. As Yi Zhendong examined Yi and she met his gaze without flinching. There was not a trace of fear in her eyes, but this expression inexplicably made Yi Zhendong uncomfortable. She was his daughter and should be obedient and fearful in front of him, not displaying such arrogance and rebellion as she was now. A girl should have the demeanor of a girl. "Just look at what you dress like a boy. Aren't you afraid of losing my face when you go out?" Although he did not name her directly, everyone understood that Yi Zhendong was reprimanding Yian. Yang Zhitong also put down the dress in her hands, pointing at Yian with a sharp voice. "Yi, and what kind of expression is that? You have no manners at all. Dad is educating you. It's one thing that you don't listen to me usually, but this is your dad." Yang Zhitong finally seized the opportunity to lecture Yian. When Yi Zhendong was not around, seeing Yi An's deadpan face, she never dared to reprimand her. Yi Ning watched the drama while picking out beautiful fancy dresses. Does this one look good, Mom? It looks good and my daughter looks good in anything. Yang Zhitong praised proudly. Yi An remained silent and did not retort, as she never wasted time on irrelevant people. Yi Fei furrowed his brows, feeling this again. It had always been this way, or just because of one word from this woman, and Yi Ning's crying dad would always reprimand his sister. Thus he hated Yang Zhitong and also disliked this sister, even though this sister tried to please him in every way. Yi Zhendong was already very angry, and Yang Zhitong's words undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. Disrespect your elders, kneel down. Yi Zhendong's outburst startled Yi Ning and Yang Zhitong. Yi Fei wanted to stand up for his sister this time, but just as he moved, his wrist was grabbed by Yi An. Where did you see that I disrespected my elders? Yi An said sarcastically, her tone indifferent. Yang Zhitong immediately soothed Yi Zhendong. Honey, don't be angry. Yi An is usually like this, I'm used to it. You just got back today, so don't get angry. It's not good for your health to be too upset. Yi Fei furrowed his brows. Yang Zhitong's words were not comforting, they were obviously pouring oil on the fire. The implication was that Yi An had always disrespected her elders at home, and she had suffered grievances for a long time. As expected, Yi Zhendong pushed Yang Zhitong aside, coldly staring at Yi. And do you think that just because I am often not at home, no one is managing you? You are becoming increasingly uncultured and unruly. Your audacity is growing, you don't even listen to me. He pressed her with a series of questions. The heavy sense of oppression, accompanied by the iron-blooded discipline of a soldier, made Yi Fei's heart tremble. Not to mention Yang Zhitong and Yi Ning. Although these two were frightened, their eyes clearly showed they were enjoying the spectacle. Yi An still showed no expression, only frowning slightly. I really don't understand. Even wild beasts treat their young equally. Why do you despise me so much? What kind of talk is that? Yi Zhendong shouted. Standing in the distance, Xue Li and Aunt Lin shrank back, sighing inwardly. The master was probably going to lecture the young lady again. Yi An did not quite understand familial affection, but she at least knew that even fierce beasts would not show favoritism towards their young. But why did Yi Zhendong despise her so much? Could it merely be because of the issue of inheritance? Yi Fei looked at Yi An and saw no disappointment or anger on her face. It was as if she were speaking as an outsider. She didn't care for familial ties and did not care about Yi Zhendong. This realization made Yi Fei feel uncomfortable, and he was somewhat afraid that one day his sister might treat him the same way. Yi An kneeled down. Yi Zhendong commanded. He could not believe that as Yi An's father she would openly defy him. Even as the biological father of this body, you have no right to make her kneel. Binding class with blood ties is the most despicable of tactics. Yi An coldly scoffed. Yi Zhendong had never been this furious, not even in the military, and he had never encountered a rival as difficult and piercing as Yi An. To have someone so confrontational be his own daughter shattered his pride as a father, making it impossible for him to remain calm. He slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "You scoundrel! If I don't teach you a lesson, you truly think you've turned the world upside down." He, clad in military uniform, stepped forward to Yi An in 2 strides and swung his hand, delivering a slap. Slap. The loud sound of the slap echoed in the empty hall. Instantly, everyone was stunned. For Yi Zhendong had slapped Yi Fei. As Yi Zhendong swung his hand, Yi Fei had stepped in front of Yi An, taking that slap meant for her. Yi Zhendong retracted his hand, furious. What are you doing? Yi An was also surprised that Yi Fei had stepped up to take. Yi Fei's cheek was swollen, a fiery red handprint visible on his handsome face, showing the force of Yi Zhendong's strike. Yi Fei looked at Yi Zhendong, his tone cold. Dad, you shouldn't have hit my sister. I am her father. If I say she deserves a slap, then she deserves it. Get out of my way. Yang Zhitong feigned a heartfelt persuasion. Little Fei, you must not go against your father. You never used to argue back with him. Is it because you've been spending too much time with Yi and lately learning the bad from the good? You're still young, you can't behave like this. Yi Fei shot a cold glance at Yang Zhitong, remaining silent. He pulled Yi An's arm, disregarding them, and headed upstairs. Yi Fei. Yi Zhendong trembled with anger. But Yi Fei completely ignored him. He slammed his hand heavily on the table, wondering what was wrong with this family. Yi An was like this, and so was Yi Fei. Indeed, did she give birth to these children to intentionally oppose him? Yang Zhitong signaled, and Yi Ning immediately stepped forward. Dad, don't be angry. Brother didn't mean to upset you, you still have me and Mom. Yi Ning clung to Yi Zhendong's arm, acting cute. That's right, Zhendong, don't let your health suffer. You still have Ning Ning. Yi Zhendong's anger subsided considerably as he looked at Yi Ning. This daughter was still the most obedient to him. Then he turned to Yang Zhitong. If you had given me another son, I wouldn't be so infuriated by these 2 scoundrels. He complained a few words, wondering how his father could give the inheritance of the Yi family to her. It would have been better to give it to Ning Ning. Yi Zhendong expressed his dissatisfaction. Yang Zhitong and Yi Ning exchanged glances, both quickly revealing a hint of a smile. Yi An had remained silent. Yi Fei's actions were unexpected. She didn't care about Yi Zhendong and Yang Zhitong's words, as these things were not worth her attention, even if they wanted to kill her. But Yi Fei, if her memory served her right, this should be the first time in years that Yi Fei had protected her in front of them. Why did you step in front of me to take that slap? She asked. Yi Fei sat down in Yi An's room, looking proud. I didn't do it on purpose. In truth, he was just afraid that one day Yian would treat him the same way she treated them. So he instinctively wanted to do something for her, and stepped in without thinking. He couldn't hurt me, Yian frowned, but you in this situation shouldn't have rashly stepped forward. Such behavior could bring unnecessary trouble to you, or to me. In the past, Yian would never allow her subordinates to act on impulse, as it was one of the easiest ways to lead to failure. Thus to her, Yi Fei's actions were entirely unnecessary, and instead it simply got him slapped for no reason. Yi Fei's heart sank. He raised his swollen face to look at Yian. He wanted to see something on her face, but there was no hint of the emotion. He sought only calmness and reprimand. Yi Fei spoke softly. Yian moved aside, searching for something in a cabinet while answering, "What is it?" "I am your biological brother, not someone else." Yi Fei's voice was very soft, a bit cautious. Yian paused her actions for a moment before continuing to take out the medicine from the cabinet. "Are you blaming me for never helping you before?" Yi Fei lowered his head, speaking to himself. Yian stepped forward, standing in front of Yi Fei. No, she did not, and the true Yian had not either. Yi Fei looked up at Yian, and in the eyes of this young boy some starlight actually shimmered. Yian opened the medicine box, taking out the medicine while saying, "I never blame you." Because, she looked into Yi Fei's eyes, "It's not your fault." In her memories when they were young, Yi Fei and Yian had an exceptionally close sibling relationship. Back then, when Yi Fei made mistakes, Yian would take the blame and protect her brother. However, as they grew older and the family environment changed, Yian's personality began to grow isolated. Yi Fei had been bullied countless times by Yang Zhitong and Yi Ning, and even though Yian saw it, she still couldn't take that step to protect him as she had in childhood. Yet, deep down, she cared greatly for her brother, feeling afraid and not daring to please or approach him, which only led to them growing more distant. Meanwhile, Yi Fei had entered his rebellious phase and harbored resentment towards Yian. In his eyes, since this sister didn't care for him at all, he had no reason to help her. In fact, he no longer even mentioned the title of sister. Though she was quite vague about the concept of family, Yian could feel Yi Fei's feelings towards her. The words, "It's not your fault," caused Yi Fei to pause. He stared blankly at Yian. "In the future, whatever you do, don't act impulsively, and don't let your emotions dictate your actions. Since I stood there, I can protect myself and protect you, understand?" Although Yian's face showed no expression, the seriousness and gravity in her tone warmed Yi Fei's heart. Yian applied the ointment to a cotton swab and gently dabbed it on Yi Fei's cheek. "This." Yi Fei winced in pain. Yian said, "Bear with it." Yi Fei endured the pain, but his expression grew even more contorted. "Sister, I'm sorry." His voice was low and muffled, almost with a nasal tone. Yian's lips curled slightly, but she didn't speak. She merely lightened her movements a bit, alleviating some of Yi Fei's anguish. After finishing applying the medicine, Yian clapped her hands and began to usher him away. "You can go back to your own room now." Yi Fei blinked, and instead of leaving began to survey Yian's room. "Sister, did you move a gym into your house? When did this room transform from a normal girl's room into one resembling a military management facility?" The bedding was folded more neatly than tofu blocks, and everything was arranged in perfect order. There wasn't a single clutter in the entire room. Aside from the essentials, there were various equipment and tools for exercise. These equipment have too little strength and can only be used for ordinary physical training. Therefore, she must quickly leave this house and find a place outside to enhance her physical fitness and the compatibility of her abilities. Yi Fei's lips twitched as he suddenly remembered something. "Sister, have you prepared your dress for the banquet tomorrow night?" If Yi Fei hadn't mentioned it, Yian would have forgotten. "What do you need to prepare a dress for? It's just a meal, there's no need to be extravagant." Yi Fei rubbed his nose. All right, mainly because he had just seen that mother and daughter duo picking out clothes, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Sister, do you still remember Mom?" Yi Fei suddenly asked. Yian frowned, looking at Yi Fei's expression directly, asking, "What do you want to say?" Yi Fei's demeanor clearly suggested he had something to say. Being young, his emotions were easily readable on his face. Yi Fei's expression turned serious. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "One day when you weren't home, I happened to walk past Aunt Yang's room after taking a shower. At that time, her door was open. I saw her on the phone with someone, and she mentioned Mom's name. The villa has good sound insulation, so I only vaguely heard Mom's name when Dai." Because when Dai was someone close to him, Yi Fei was particularly sensitive to these two words. After hearing Yi Fei's words, a flicker of realization crossed Yian's mind. Yang Zhitong could not have randomly mentioned their mother's name in a phone call. Over the years, Yian had never heard when Dai's name mentioned by her, unless there was something fishy about it. However, both Yian and Yi Fei's memories of their mother were solely based on photographs. When Dai had passed away in a car accident just 2 months after Yi Fei was born. Yang Zhitong entered the Yi family 3 months after when Dai's death. Yian looked outside the door, a sudden smile on her lips. It seemed that the situation was more interesting than she had imagined. "I understand. I will investigate this matter. From now on, do not mention this to anyone at home," Yian instructed. "I know." Yi Fei nodded obediently. "Can you go back now?" After saying this, Yian continued to urge him to leave. Yi Fei reluctantly lingered, wanting to chat a little longer. "Then after I go back to my room, I'll play a few games with you." And that was how it was decided. After Yi Fei finished speaking, he returned to his room. Yian closed the door, somewhat puzzled. Why do the children in this timeline either act completely cold or cling to you? She didn't understand. Could this be the tsundere from her memory lexicon? Yin shook her head and returned to her computer desk to begin her work. The encryption system she was developing was just one last firewall away from completion. As for the games, she would deal with that after she was done. Military headquarters. Shinhan repeatedly watched the video of Yi and at the shooting range today. She is simply a natural-born sniper. He came to this conclusion. Moreover, Yi came from a military family with a clean background. She was a talent that had been handed to him. Currently, Shinhan felt as if he had discovered a buried genius, his mind brimming with excitement. He forwarded Yi's information to his subordinates, monitor for a while, and compile all the records into an analytical report. Yes, sir. Shinhan's current goal was to quickly find members to form this special operations team. Although he had already recruited several outstanding young individuals from the military, it was still not enough. Those who had been soldiers for a long time had high quality as soldiers, but in such an environment certain things would also be dulled. He wanted to introduce some new blood, especially those who could bring him surprises. In a certain manner in Kyoto, Lin Yixue hung up the phone and poked the man beside her. Boss Lu Qi said our son will attend a banquet tomorrow night. The man referred to as boss turned around, and his face resembled Fu Yunshin's to a great extent. However, compared to Fu Yunshin, he had a more mature charm and demeanor. He wrapped his long arms around Lin Yixue, drawing her into his embrace. Given his status, isn't it quite normal for him to attend such an occasion? Lin Yixue struggled to break free from his arms, analyzing seriously. Not really. Do you know why he is attending? Fu Qing asked in cooperation. Why? Lin Yixue chuckled. Our son is pursuing our future daughter-in-law. Fu Chang was taken aback for a moment, thinking about how his son, who could barely let out a fart, was chasing a girlfriend. It seemed quite strange. I've already asked Lu Qi. That girl is 16 and seems to be a young lady from a military family. Fu Chang frowned, somewhat displeased. This kid has no scruples even about minors. Just wait until he comes back and see how I deal with him. I've made my decision. I will personally go inspect tomorrow. Lin Yixue announced loudly. Fu Chang rolled his eyes at her. Sure, as long as you're not afraid of being educated by that kid and sent back afterwards. If you two father and son are the same. Lin Yixue muttered discontentedly. Yi family. After being comforted by Yang Zhitong and Yi Ning, Yi Zhendong's anger finally subsided. In the room, Yi Zhendong swiftly stripped Yang Zhitong of her clothes, throwing his military uniform on the floor and pounded. As a soldier, this was one downside. If he were out on a mission, it would be fine. But if he stayed in the army under strict military regulations, he could hardly come into contact with women. For a man like him, it was simply torturous. Although he had women outside, they were at best mere tools for release. What he liked was a little woman like Yang Zhidong, though she was also the mistress he kept outside back then. Zhendong. Yang Zhitong's small hand caressed Yi Zhendong's broad chest. What is it? Yang Zhidong pouted. Zhendong, will the inheritance of the Yi family really go to Yi? And mentioning this matter, Yi Zhendong's expression changed. This matter is decided by the old master, and I have no way to interfere. But Zhendong, look at Yi's behavior now. She doesn't respect you and is constantly opposing you. She also treats me and Ning Ning very poorly. If the inheritance really falls into her hands, what will we do if she sweeps us out? I'm really worried that she won't even recognize you and won't leave us anything. What will we do? Yang Zhitong said worriedly. She dares. Yang Zhitong quickly tried to soothe him, saying, but now Yin has grown wings. Look at her now. Who can guarantee what will happen in the future? If that really happens. As she spoke, Yang Zhitong began to choke up. Then both Ning Ning and I will definitely be driven out. And Yu Zhendong will surely be under her thumb. Clearly you are the rightful heir of the Yi family. How can the old man give the inheritance to her? Zhendong, aren't you? Yi Zhendong narrowed his cold eyes and said in a low voice, enough. Yang Zhitong's sobs abruptly ceased. You're right, Yin is born with a rebellious spirit. We must find a way to take the inheritance back from her. From the moment he saw the defiance in her eyes today, he knew she would never obediently listen to him. Yang Zhidong was absolutely right. Once she comes of age and secures the inheritance of the Yi family, he might end up with nothing. He absolutely cannot allow such a thing to happen. The next day, Yin woke up early, immediately tying on a 10-kilogram sandbag and heading out for a run. By the time she returned, Yifei had just crawled out of bed. Seeing Yin, who had just finished showering and returned to her room, Yifei suddenly felt like he had wasted a lot of time. He couldn't help but ponder whether he should also develop habits like his sister. After returning to her room, Yin turned on her computer and sent the program she had written directly to Lin Luo, a slight smile playing on her lips. The rest was up to Lin Luo. She rotated her neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. Just then she received a message. There's a boxing match in 2 days, are you coming? It was a text from Wang Hao. Yin replied with a single word, okay. Ever since she made her move that day, Wang Hao and his friends had noticeably changed their attitude towards her, and with an oddly swift pace, they became buddies. With the shift in their relationship, the atmosphere in Class F underwent a strangely significant change. Although only a week had passed, Yi's presence began to stand out more and more inexplicably, attracting everyone's attention. Suddenly, Yin reflexively raised her leg and kicked backward. Yifei, who merely intended to scare her playfully, nearly got kicked in the head. Sis, how can your legs be so strong? Yifei cried, clutching his head. Yin then retracted her leg and frowned, saying, Don't do that again, or I will treat it as an ambush. Her vigilance caused her to react with conditioned muscle reflexes, often ahead of her brain's judgment. Yi Fei nodded in grievance. Oh. His gaze then fell on Yi An's leg. Yi An knew he was curious, so she casually rolled up her baggy pants. Sandbags. Yi An pulled her pants down and walked to the other side, casually picking out a few sandbags and tossing them to Yi Fei. Tie them on and persist. Since Yi Fei is now the closest person to Yi An in this world, he should be equipped with self-defense skills. Besides, instead of training a whole new group of subordinates, it's better to start with the people around me. Yi Fei was a bit excited. How heavy are they? 2 kilograms. Then how heavy are the ones you're using? 10 kilograms. Yi Fei felt a bit frustrated, but still strapped them on. After the argument last night, the atmosphere in the villa became rather tense. Even Lin saw, and Shueli dared not speak loudly all day. The meal was personally delivered to Yi An's room by Shueli. Upon discovering that Yi Fei was also in Yi An's room, she simply brought his meal along as well. Now meals at home were divided into 2 groups, which made things quite awkward for the servants. Yi Zhendong didn't care if out of sight out of mind. Yi Ning and Yang Zhidong naturally wouldn't say anything. Having one less annoying person at the dinner table was rather nice. Miss Anan, the young master, asked me to ask you if you are ready with your clothes. The master and madam are ready to set off. Shueli knocked on the door. Yi An was controlling a table to float in the air with her ability. Upon hearing Zuela's voice, she pressed her hand down, and the table slowly descended to the ground. She let out a long breath, a bit of cold sweat appearing on her forehead. Sure enough, her ability was gradually recovering along with her physical condition, and now she could manipulate objects and time much better than when she first awakened. Miss Anan. Yi An replied, I understand, it'll be down shortly. All right, miss. After saying that, Yi An walked to the wardrobe intending to casually pick out a piece of clothing, but found that most of the clothes in the wardrobe were complicated dresses. Naturally, she could not wear a dress. It would be inconvenient and utterly unsafe. In the apocalypse, no one would casually expose their skin. Because once certain viruses or strange creatures touched the surface of the skin, it could lead to rotting or be fatal. Forget it, I'll wear this. Yi An casually took out a set of clothes to change into. Why hasn't sister come out yet? Yi Ning, wearing a delicate short pink dress, looked quite charming. Indeed, it's the eldest young lady, making so many of us wait for her. Yang Zhitong couldn't help but throw in a sarcastic remark. Yi Zhendong's expression darkened. Get in the car, no need to wait for her. She really thinks of herself as the grand empress of the house. Yi Ning immediately responded, Dad, let's wait for sister a bit longer. She couldn't afford to mess up the plan she had painstakingly arranged. Dad, you all go ahead, I'll wait for her. Yi Fei said coldly. Yang Zhitong nodded. All right, let's go first. If we arrive late, who knows what rumors will As she spoke, she pushed Yi Ning onto the car. Yi Zhendong nodded, and the 3 of them quickly left in one car. Did they? Just as Yi Zhendong and the others were leaving, Yi An came out. Yi Fei was dressed in a silver suit, his tall frame, making him look exceptionally handsome. Seeing Yi and Yi Fei's previously cold and handsome face immediately cracked. You? Wearing the school uniform. Yi An was indeed wearing the school uniform, but it was the male version. A white shirt, vest, tie, and well-tailored straight trousers paired with her exquisite face and cool demeanor. I must say she really gave off a vibe of an academic young man who had walked right out of a comic book. I had no choice, there were no clothes to wear in the wardrobe. Yi An also felt a bit helpless. Yi Fei. If you had said earlier that you had no clothes, I would have bought some for you. I don't wear skirts. It's a habit. Even now in times of peace, it can't be changed overnight. All right. He clearly remembered that his sister used to wear skirts often. Could it be that after experiencing all these events, her personality and preferences changed? Let's go. Yi An prepared to set off, but seeing Yi Fei's disgusted expression, she frowned and said seriously, this is academic style fashionable. Do you understand? Yi Fei pouted. Got it. The Naue Hotel, established by the major aristocratic families in the capital, stands as a symbol of luxury. Every year, numerous members of high society gather here to hold banquets, and those who can attend are among the most prominent figures in the empire. These banquets are merely opportunities for the families and businesses to connect anew as time passes. After all, relationships are the ties that keep the upper echelons of society functioning. Hence, most notable figures from the military, politics, and business attend. This is referred to as the grand banquet of the aristocracy. At the event, glasses clinked, and everyone was dressed in formal attire, while the women wore stunning and alluring gowns. When Yi Zhendong arrived with Yi Ning and her mother, many raised their glasses in greeting. Mr. Yi. Miss Yi, it's been a while, you've become even more charming. Indeed, Mrs. Yi looks splendid as well. At first glance, one would think you two are sisters. Yang Zhitong immediately brightened up and joined the other ladies in lively conversation. Yi Ning obediently followed Yang Zhitong, happily soaking in the nearly identical compliments. Although they were merely polite praises, they greatly satisfied her vanity. Ning Ning. Lu Sheng approached with a glass in hand. He wore a light blue suit, his hair slicked back, appearing more handsome than usual. Yi Ning smiled. A Sheng. At the same time, members of the Lu family also approached. The ancestors of the Lu and Yi families were comrades in arms, and though their parents were not particularly close, some cordiality was necessary since they would be family in the future. As the two families gathered, they exchanged pleasantries. Lu Sheng's gaze remained fixed on Yi Ning. Although she was initially reluctant to engage with him in such a setting, Lu Sheng was indeed much more attractive today, and there were few who could rival his looks. Thus, she allowed Lu Sheng to fawn over her, secretly delighted by the envious looks from the other aristocratic young. In Lu Sheng's eyes, Yi Ning was his little princess, especially today, as her pink dress accentuated her figure, exuding a blend of cuteness and youthful allure. Yin, on the other hand, resembled the villainess from novels or dramas who disrupts her sister's happiness. He believed that he and Yi Ning were meant to be. This only intensified Lu Sheng's disdain for Yin. Yi Ning was merely 15, yet she had already developed rather well, attracting the attention of many young boys. Lu Sheng was no exception. If it weren't for Yi and his fiancée, would be Yi Ning the girl he adored. Today he must find a way to compel Yi and to break their engagement. The families of Yi and Lu exchanged teasing remarks as they observed the two. It seems that Shenger and Ning Ning have quite the rapport. These two truly seem better matched, remarked Mrs. Lu, who was aware of her son's feelings and sought to steer the conversation. Yang Zhitong smiled and added, indeed, they've played well together since childhood. If it weren't for the old man insisting on Yi, and this young couple might have actually come together. Though this shouldn't be said, the Lu family indeed looks down on Yi. Lu Sheng and Yi attended the same school. They've heard what she's like. Moreover, rumors had circulated recently regarding Yi An's loss of virtue. However, in the union of two powerful families, they cared more about benefits. The inheritance rights of the Yi family rested in Yi An's hands. This was also one of the reasons the Lu family opposed their son's desire to break the engagement. At that moment, many eyes in the banquet turned toward the two boys at the entrance. Their presence drew attention, firstly, because they were undeniably the pinnacle of attractiveness at the event. Everyone wanted to take a second look at good-looking individuals. Secondly, if they were not mistaken, one of the boys was wearing the uniform of the Z-Wei Star Academy. Many in attendance had children studying there, so they recognized it immediately. However, wearing a school uniform in such a setting sparked considerable discussion, as everyone speculated which young members of the Yi family noticed as well. Yi Zhendong's expression darkened. This rascal, how embarrassing to show up here. Yi Ning quietly echoed, I wonder what sister was thinking attending such an occasion in a school uniform. Exactly, it's not like there aren't any clothes. Perhaps the ugly are just causing a ruckus, Yang Zhitong casually remarked. Hearing this, the Lu family turned to look at Yi. Ugly? Not really, isn't that kid quite handsome? Upon closer inspection, they recognized it was the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi, along with Yi Fei. Sister, they're over there, Yi Fei said, pointing with his chin. Yi followed his gaze and met Yi Zhendong's cold stare. I'm not interested in seeking trouble, she said, completely ignoring the stares directed at her and walking off in another direction. Yi Fei hurried to follow her. Where are you going? To eat, Yi replied succinctly, heading straight for a table laden with fruits. Banquets are events that occur in times of peace. In a world ravaged by scarcity, Yi had never participated in such occasions. Thus to her this was merely a dining event, and since it was a meal, food must not be wasted. Chen Su pleaded, Auntie, if your identity is revealed and something happens, I won't be able to bear the consequences. Disguised Lin Yixue replied unhappily, what could possibly happen? Don't overreact. As a good brother of Yinshin, don't you want to? See some good drama. Chen Su scratched his nose, wishing to see, but fearing that when Fu Yunshin found out he brought his mother, he would definitely want to kill him. Auntie knows you're not good at taking hits. I originally wanted to call Xiao Yang, but that kid is on a mission, so I had to bring Lin Yixue aside, saying helplessly. Chen Su remained silent, realizing he was just a backup. Chen Su, hurry up and find out where my daughter-in-law is. Lin Yixue adjusted her sunglasses. Chen Zu's mouth twitched slightly. He hadn't even had a proper introduction, and Aunt Lin was already declaring her as his daughter-in-law. Having confirmed her identity, Aunt Lin, Fu Yunshin's mother, was known for her one-sided declarations. Reluctantly, he began searching for Yi and in the crowd recalling her as having long black hair, beautiful legs, and a lovely appearance. However, he only had a vague impression in the dim surveillance footage, who could see clearly. Meanwhile, Lin Yixue munched on seeds, looking around wondering when her precious son would arrive. No one disturbed her, as Yi dined alone by the buffet table. Her dining posture was quite standard, a refreshing contrast to those who feigned delicacy and weakness at the banquet. Though her eating pace was not slow, there was an inexplicable charm to it. A few young girls gathered together, utterly captivated by Yi An's graceful eating gestures. Handsome guy. Yi raised her gaze, looking at the girl in front of her, who was resting her chin on her hand and staring intently at her. Is it you? Cheng Xiao's big eyes lit up immediately. It's really you. I was afraid I had mistaken you for someone else. Yi, however, showed no emotion. Just looking at this girl's face, Yi almost thought she was only 14 or 15 years old. To put it in terms from her memory bank, it seemed to be called a lowly face. Especially with her twin ponytails today, she looked even younger. Cheng Xiao glanced at the little food left on Yi An's plate, then picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Then she said, I didn't expect to see you here. My name is Cheng Xiao, what's your name? As she spoke, Cheng Xiao extended her hand in a gesture for a handshake. Yi An's gaze landed on her hand. The area around her palm and the joint of her index finger had thick calluses, and her palm was not as fair and smooth as the skin on her arms. Her eyes narrowed, slightly a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth as she extended her hand. Yi Weiguo. Yi Weiguo. Cheng Xiao's eyes brightened. That name is quite nice and suits you well. Yin with her serious expression paused slightly upon hearing this compliment. Really? If she remembered correctly, it should be the only time in her memory that someone praised her. Cheng Xiao nodded smiling. Yes, can I call you Weiguo from now on? Yin was momentarily taken aback looking at Cheng Xiao. Feel free. Their conversation was conveniently caught by Chen Su. His gaze darkened slightly. How could she be here and flirting with another man? Aunt Lin him going over there for a moment. Just stay here and don't wander off, Chen Su instructed. Lin Yishua waved her hand. Go ahead, go ahead. Auntie, I'm not a child anymore, you don't need to worry about me. Chen Su unperturbed reiterated his instructions before leaving his spot. He casually grabbed a glass of red wine from a passing waiter and headed towards Yin and the others. Yining had also been secretly observing Yi, and so she naturally noticed Chen Su approaching them. Her eyes suddenly brightened, her gaze glued to Chen Su. Cheng Xiao had been eager to talk to Yin, but unfortunately Yin spoke very little, making it hard for Cheng Xiao to get closer. However, perhaps it's in human nature to be a bit masochistic. The less Yin responded to her, the more Cheng Xiao wanted to converse with her. Cheng Xiao. Chen Su walked over and called out. Cheng Xiao looked up, her expression changing slightly upon seeing Chen Su. Then she smiled brightly. Su Gich. Cheng Xiao had an adorable lowly face, and when she smiled like that she melted the hearts of many nearby. However, Chen Su was evidently not swayed by this. He knew what kind of person Cheng Xiao was, as she had deceived countless people with that face. I remember that Cheng uncle must have placed you under house arrest, you sneaked out again. Chen Su said with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. Seeing her cute demeanor had no effect on Chen Su, Cheng Xiao pouted and ignored him. Chen Su withdrew his gaze and turned to Yi and suddenly stunned when he saw her face. Yin remained calm as she looked at Chen Su, politely nodding. The man was quite handsome, appearing to be under 20. Yet he possessed a different aura compared to ordinary noble youths. However, she could not understand why Chen Su was staring at her with such intensity. Frowning, she asked, have we met before? You are Yin? Chen Su asked uncertainly. Yin. It was an affirmative statement. Chen Su felt a rush of excitement inside, but maintained a facade of calmness as he smiled. We've met. He could hardly wait to rush back and tell Aunt Lin, look, this is your daughter-in-law. I caught her. Met? Yin asked suspiciously. She was certain she had never seen this man before, at least not in her memory. Yin Shun is my good friend. Oh, I was at Feng Mountain a fortnight ago, Chen Su explained with a polite smile. Yin understood, her tone still light. I see. Yin did not harbor any fondness for Fu Yunshun, and naturally, she did not have much fondness for his associates either. Cheng Xiao listened to their conversation feeling a bit lost, but she at least understood that the two were acquainted. Chen Su did not expect that the beautiful girl glimpsed in the video would transform into a beautiful young man. At present, very few would believe that Yin was a girl. But it had to be said. It was unclear how Yin had grown up, but her looks were indeed pleasing to the eye. Hello, my name is Chen Su. Chen Su elegantly raised his wine glass, politely gesturing in the air. Internally, he mused, this is the daughter-in-law Fu Yunshun is trying to pursue. Indeed, she is stunningly cool and impressive. He did not expect Fu Yunshun to be fond of this type. Yin lightly nodded in acknowledgement. However, she had already discerned Chen Zu's identity. In the materials Lin Luo sent her regarding Fu Yunshun, Chen Zu's name was mentioned. Chen Su, the youngest member of the Empire's parliament born into the political sphere. Like Fu Yunshun, he was a figure at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Such a person had no need to attend such banquets and would not deign to appear in such places. He probably came for Cheng Xiao. Sister. Yining approached, Yin holding up her skirt. Upon seeing Chen Su, she sweetly smiled and elegantly nodded. Chen Su also politely nodded, though it appeared somewhat perfunctory. What are you doing here, sister? Mom and Dad are waiting. Yining's voice was not soft, and many nearby heard it. Sister. Was she referring to that boy in the Ziwei Star Academy uniform? Yin frowned. What was Yining trying to do this time? Yining's gaze shyly lingered on Chen Su, then she introduced Yin to the surrounding wealthy young ladies, saying, let me introduce you. This is my sister Yi Weiguo. She especially emphasized the name Yi Weiguo. The young ladies were incredulous. She is your sister? Huh, that's a girl. Whoa, I thought she was a handsome guy. A sense of being deceived caused them to develop hostility towards Yin. Yi Weiguo. Is there really someone with that name nowadays? How outdated. A girl with a name like that, haha. Since the name is so masculine, does she have to dress like a man? They laughed openly, having initially failed to recognize her. Once Yining mentioned she was her sister, they recalled it. The eldest daughter of the military Yi family, Yin, also known as Yi Weiguo. She was a well-known waist in the capital circle, and perhaps they had only laughed at her before. However, they had intended to hook a handsome heir, yet who would have thought she was just a girl? And it was the wasteful young lady of the Yi family. Wasn't this deceiving their feelings? Yin suddenly felt that describing certain women as large-breasted and brainless was indeed an apt phrase. She looked at Yining, who was wearing a strapless dress. For instance, this one before her. Yining seemed to take delight in this kind of harmless mockery for some reason. Cheng Xiao's eyes turned cold, and she abruptly stabbed the fork into the table. Chen Su quickly pulled Cheng Xiao up and greeted Yi. Miss Yi, I will take Xiao away now. This is someone else's family matter. It is not appropriate for Chen Su to stay here. Furthermore, if others recognize his identity, it could lead to trouble. Moreover, Cheng Xiao was a ticking time bomb. Yi nodded. After saying this, Chen Su immediately dragged Cheng Xiao away. Seeing Chen Su leave, Yi felt somewhat unwilling. The man just now was far better looking than Lu Sheng, so a wave of frustration turned into disdain for Yi as she approached her, saying, "Sister, you are truly impressive. You just flirted with young Master Fu, and now you are getting close to another man." Yi Ning's voice was low, ensuring that those around them could not hear, assuming they were just having a conversation among themselves. Suddenly, Yi Ning raised her voice a bit. "Sister, you have a fiancé. Being so close to another man in public is not appropriate, is it?" Yi Ning's words drew the attention of many, who turned their gazes toward the two of them. However, seeing a beautiful girl call a handsome young man sister felt rather strange. Even those who recognized Yi knew she was actually a girl. A pair of sisters in the distance stared unblinkingly in their direction. "Sister, did you see that?" Based on my experience from writing novels for many years, this is simply a domestic conflict drama. Let me tell you, the next twist will surely be that the sister wants to frame her older sister and embarrass her. Afterward, the older sister will be ruined, and the younger sister will reach the peak of her life, marrying away the older sister's fiancé. I mean, stealing her fiancé. If this sister were a bit tougher, perhaps she could deal with the scum, unless the younger sister manages to kill her first. Zhang Lan's mouth twitched. "Sister, wake up. Stop using the tropes from your novels. This is reality, not your story. Had this guy become obsessed with writing novels?" Zhang Li rolled her eyes, picked up a glass of wine, and said, "A novel comes from reality, right? Just wait and see." The two indeed watched intently, as Yi and Yi Ning continued their exchange, waiting to see how things would unfold. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yin's mouth as she took 2 steps forward, pressing closer to Yi Ning. Yin was significantly taller than Yi Ning, instantly suppressing Yi Ning's arrogance. Having a fiancé and getting close to another man should be better than a woman who deliberately gets close to someone else's fiancé, right? What do you think? Her voice remained calm and indifferent, but each word bore deeper pressure, especially with Yin's expressionless face, which was chillingly frightening. Those watching were not ordinary people. Upon hearing this, they understood that Yin was clearly implying that Yi Ning was getting too close to her fiancé. In comparison, Yi Ning's behavior was even more contemptible. Zhang Li widened her eyes, realizing that this classmate was quite formidable. "What do you mean?" Yi Ning's voice suddenly turned sharp, tinged with a plaintive cry. "I just wanted to remind you, sister. Even if you're unhappy, you shouldn't slander me in public and ruin my reputation." "Look, you really took that to heart quickly." Yin coldly spat out a few words. In the distance, Lu Sheng and the people from the Yi and Lu families also noticed the commotion. Seeing Yi Ning's tearful expression, Lu Sheng immediately walked over. No matter how Yi Ning pretended to be patient, she was just a 15-year-old girl. Stimulated by Yi, and she couldn't hold back, and began to argue with her regardless of the occasion. "Sister, it's because you don't know your place that Sheng doesn't like you. Besides, don't you see that you barely look like a woman right now? So is that your excuse for seducing someone else's fiancé?" Yi's expression remained unchanged as she coldly retorted. Originally, such a high society banquet was quite boring, only involving socializing. Now with this drama unfolding, many wanted to join in the excitement. The number of onlookers also increased. The Yi and Lu families hurried over. "Isn't that Yi Ning? She's trying to seduce her brother-in-law at such a young age. What will happen when she grows up? Of course, just look at how she's dressed. Tisk, quite scandalous. She probably just wants to flirt with men at the party." Women instinctively reject their kind, especially since Yi Ning was wearing such an eye-catching and revealing gown developed so well at such a young age. Dressing like this is nothing but an invitation. Compared to the cool and handsome Yi, and although she was infamous for being a waste, she was still attractive. For women, there is no problem that a handsome guy cannot solve, even if he is a fake man. If that doesn't work, then just get... Hearing the discussions around her, Yi Ning's delicate, made-up face twisted in anger. She had never experienced such humiliation in her life. Fury surged. "You slander. You're spreading falsehoods." Yi Ning, enraged, raised her hand to slap Yi's face. Yin directly grasped Yi Ning's wrist and squeezed hard. "Let go of me. Oh, my bones are going to break." Yi Ning screamed. Yin lowered her voice, but it was chillingly harsh. "I remember warning you to behave yourself. Otherwise, I won't show mercy." After saying this, Yin forcefully threw Yi Ning into the nearby pool, where she thrashed like a drenched cat. "Bitched." Lu Sheng angrily walked over to Yin. Yin frowned. Without saying a word, Lu Sheng directly pushed Yin into the pool. Splashed. Another sound of someone falling into the water echoed as Yin sank beneath the surface. This scene happened to catch the eye of Fu Yunshin, who was approaching from afar. "Young master." Fu Yunshin's expression was terrifyingly cold as he took off his coat and handed it to Lu Qi while quickly unbuttoning his shirt with one hand. Splashed. Another sound of someone falling into the water. However, no one knew who had fallen into the pool. "Help! Cough, cough!" Yi Ning cried out for help in the water. The arriving members of the Yi and Lu families suddenly changed their expressions. "Ning Ning. My Ning Ning. How could this happen?" Yang Zhitong was horrified and rushed over. Lu Sheng immediately jumped into the water and saved Yining. Many young ladies present began to whisper among themselves. Lu Sheng immediately took off his coat and draped it over Yining, gently soothing her. Ning Ning, it's all right now. Above them chaos ensued as everyone from the Yi and Lu families rushed to comfort Yining, only knowing that Yi and had pushed her into the water. They showed no concern for Yi and who had been pushed into the water by Lu Sheng. Yian could swim and dive, so she didn't try. Her body started to plummet downwards, then she flipped like a fish in the water preparing to swim upwards. Suddenly someone grabbed her shoulder and reflexively, she turned to grasp that hand on her shoulder and pushed it away. Unexpectedly that hand came back down, clearly intending to restrain her. She swung an arm back to hit the person, but they dodged her strike. She immediately turned around, but just as she did she felt someone pulling her waist forward, causing her to collide with the person in front of her. That person held her shoulder with one hand and restrained her waist with the other, leaving her unable to move. Fu Yinshan. She felt that this man was simply her nemesis in this world. He was everywhere. Their eyes met and silent sparks flew in the water. Fu Yinshan smirked and directly lunged towards Yian. The weight of Fu Yinshan pressed down on Yian, and in an instant they both sank towards the bottom. Just as they were about to hit the bottom, Fu Yinshan protected Yian's head with one hand and brought his face close to hers. Their lips instantly pressed together. The sensation was sweet, akin to the first taste of dessert, while the other was filled with rage, wanting to kill the person before him. Yian stared at Fu Yinshan, pushing him away with both hands, then kicked off with her legs, sending him flying. She then, just as she was about to break the surface, her legs were grabbed. She was pulled downwards and a strong arm wrapped around her, lifting her out of the water. A splash of water erupted from the surface once more. Immediately all attention turned towards the water. Fu Yinshan carried Yian horizontally out of the water, his strong arms enveloping her tightly, and with a long stride he walked up. Both of them were soaked. Fu Yinshan was wearing only a white shirt which was wide open at the collar, clinging tightly to his muscular and enticing body. The perfect golden ratio with six-pack abs pressing against the shirt left all the girls watching drooling. Zhang Li unconsciously swallowed, muttering. According to the narrative in the novels, this should be the male lead. Yian elbowed him, restrained by Fu Yinshan. I saved you, and you still want to repay kindness with enmity. You ungrateful little thing. Fu Yinshan frowned, gazing at the Yian in his arms. Did I ask you to save me? Yian replied coldly, mind your own business. With that she broke free from Fu Yinshan's arm and landed firmly on the ground. As soon as Yian landed, Fu Yinshan realized belatedly, why are you so heavy? He had felt that her weight underwater was far greater than it should be, at least several dozen pounds heavier than her actual weight. Yian cast a cold glance at him, not responding. Obviously she was carrying 10 kilograms of sandbags on her legs, so of course she felt heavy. Young master, Lu Qi approached at that moment, handing a coat to Fu Yinshan. Fu Yinshan snatched the coat and draped it over Yian. Yian did not refuse. In fact, she never refused things that she needed. She merely glanced at Fu Yinshan, unable to comprehend what this man was truly up to. On the other side, members of the Yi and Lu families were comforting Yining, especially Lu Sheng, who looked as though he was on the verge of sacrificing himself. This further confirmed the onlookers' suspicions that there was definitely something ambiguous between Yining and her sister's fiancé. Wasn't this a confession by default? No matter how unlikable Yining was, trying to seduce her future brother-in-law was not a good thing. In short, the women present had all seen Zhen Huanzhuan watch palace intrigues and followed melodramatic novels. They could easily identify with Yining. However, no one expected that at such a young age she was already so skilled in this. The expressions on the faces of the Lu family and Yi Zhendong were not pleasant. Yang Zhitong and Lu Sheng helped Yining up. Yining was crying, her makeup smeared like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Feeling the surrounding gazes, she pushed Lu Sheng away and sobbed, "Thank you, brother Sheng, for saving me." Then she pitifully rushed towards Yi Zhendong. "Whoa, daddy. Whoa." Yi Zhendong soft-hearted patted Yining's back, but his tone was ominously low. "Tell daddy what happened." Yining turned to look at Yi, and on the other side, I just saw my sister being very close to another man, so I wanted to remind her a few words. After all, my sister has a fiancé, and this might bring our family into disrepute. I didn't expect my sister to get angry and push me." As she spoke, Yining began to cry. Yi Zhendong's face darkened as he shouted at Yi and Yian, "Come here." Yi Zhendong was a soldier, his voice loud and rough, carrying a military authority. His shout startled many people, leaving them frozen in place. Yi Fei rushed over from a distance, and upon seeing this scene, he was momentarily stunned, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition. Fu Yinshan was standing with his back to almost everyone, but was facing Yian. So everyone only knew that a man had rescued Yian from the water, but they couldn't see his face. There was only a silhouette. But even with just a silhouette, many people were already imagining wildly. Yian stepped forward, preparing to go over. "Are you looking for a fight?" Fu Yinshan teased with a smile. "It has nothing to do with you." Yian spat out 4 words and walked towards Yi Zhendong. Fu Yinshan's face immediately darkened. How could it have nothing to do with him? She was the wife he had already chosen. Everything about her was related to him. "Young master," Lu Qi coughed lightly, handing a towel to Fu Yinshan. Fu Yinshan ignored him, slowly turning to observe the commotion. Yi Zhendong angrily questioned, "Did you push my sister into the water?" Yian stood straight, unafraid, looking at the wronged and crying Yi Ning at Lu Sheng, who was glaring at her, and at the people from the Yi and Lu families who looked at her with contempt. Finally, her gaze fixed on Yi Zhendong, her voice strong. "Yes. Again that kind of gaze. Indeed, this daughter was rebellious, born to be opposed to him." Yi Zhendong was furious and without warning slapped Yian. Slap. The loud sound of the slap echoed. Instantly, several faces in the hall changed. Particularly Fu Yunshan, whose handsome face tightened, his eyes suddenly covered by a layer of frost. "Elder sister." Yi Fei stepped forward but froze under Yi An's sharp gaze. Yian stood motionless in place. Yet her left cheek swelled fiercely, grotesquely inflamed against the backdrop of her drenched, bedraggled form, rendering her appearance all the more pitiful. Yet her spine remained unbent, her bearing neither subservient nor defiant. With her thumb, Yian calmly wiped away the trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth, then smiled cold and glacial, fixing her eyes upon Yi Zhendong. That gaze struck a tremor deep within Yi Zhendong's chest. "Yian, do you even know your crime?" His voice boomed in furious accusation, a desperate attempt to mask the fleeting flicker of guilt that had just crossed his heart. Yian held his stare, speaking each word with unwavering calm. "I let you strike me, not because I erred, but because I am repaying what was owed to you. Had it not been for the original owner of this body, Yian, she would never have awakened anew." Though she cared little whether Yi Zhendong was truly Yi An's biological father, she now inhabited Yi An's flesh, and thus bore the weight of that debt. So she neither flinched nor evaded the slap. It was repayment, full, final, and deliberate. From this moment forth, no filial bond remained between them. Should he choose enmity, her retribution would be swift and merciless. Yi Zhendong sneered. "Do you truly believe a single blow settles your debt to me? Remember well, you were born of me, raised by me. Only your life could balance the scale. Until then you remain eternally indebted." "That is none of my concern," Yian replied, voice cool and detached. Farther away, Fu Yunshan's gaze narrowed faintly, his chest tightening with unexpected tenderness. Such a household. No wonder her nature had grown so frigid, so impenetrable, warding all others beyond reach. Fu Yunshan turned sharply and walked away, vanishing into the periphery. "Young master, where are you headed?" A subtle curve lifted Fu Yunshan's lips. "To prepare for marriage." "You," Yi Zhendong seethed, but restrained himself, acutely aware of the crowd watching. He had already struck Yian once to punish her further before so many witnesses would irreparably tarnish the Yi family. Yi Zhendong glared at Yian and scoffed. "Very well, none of your concern. Return home tonight and kneel. Until you confess your fault, you will not rise." Yian paid no heed to the command. Kneel. In either her past life or this one, no soul possessed the authority to demand such obeisance from her. She merely exhaled a disdainful snort, silent, unyielding. "Uncle Yi." Lu Sheng stepped forward, casting a stern glance toward Yian. "What is it?" Yi Zhendong's scowl softened ever so slightly as he rumbled the question. Lu Sheng glanced again at Yi Ning. Everyone was present. If he declared the annulment now, Uncle Yi would hardly shield Yian. In this moment, perfect. "Uncle Yi, I wish to dissolve my engagement to Yi," and Lu Sheng announced, voice ringing clear. "What?" Yi Zhendong's face darkened instantly. "I seek a gentle, virtuous wife, not a shameless, disrespectful woman like Yian, one who assaults elders, shoves her own sister into water, and harbors the venomous heart of a serpent." Lu Sheng spared no restraint. Every barb aimed squarely at Yian. Yet Yian showed none of the anguish, fury, or indignation everyone expected. Her expression remained placid. Her eyes, however, gleamed with an unnerving luminescence sharp enough to pierce through any gaze daring to meet hers. "So, you favor Yi Ning." Her tone carried the detachment of one discussing a stranger's trivial affair. At that moment, Yian found herself genuinely eager to witness what came next. She had originally intended to resolve this matter directly with Lu Sheng's grandfather. Yet fate had delivered the solution first, courtesy of Lu Sheng himself. Lu Sheng blinked, taken aback that Yian would pose such a question. Yi Ning, having already overheard the murmurs around her, rushed forward to protest. "Sister, I have no connection whatsoever with Master Lu. You mustn't speak so recklessly." Yet she still wore Lu Sheng's coat, rendering her otherwise confident retort strangely ambiguous. Yian arched a brow. Just moments ago it was Sheng, brother Sheng. Now suddenly Master Lu. Guilt makes liars of us all. Yi Ning choked on the word, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Lu Sheng frowned at Yi Ning's remark, yet still defended her. "Ning speaks truth. We share no relation. I forbid you to sully her honor." Yian almost laughed aloud. Were their intellects truly sub-zero? It was her first time witnessing confession without coercion, no interrogation, no pressure. Yet they'd unraveled themselves before her very eyes. Sensing the commotion escalating, Madame Lu stepped forward to mediate. "Mr. Yi, we are old friends, our families bound by generations. Though this match was ordained by our patriarch, you've seen for yourselves a daughter-in-law like this would bring unrest, not peace, to our Lu household." Her words were edged with biting condescension, her allegiance unmistakable. The onlookers erupted, astonished that this gala had yielded such spectacle. Women watched for drama, men watched for consequence. A marriage alliance among elite clans could redraw the entire upper echelon's power map. Military factions, parliamentary influence, even high command decisions might sway accordingly. Thus most observed intently, while Yi Zhendong's face tightened with humiliation. Public annulment by the Liu family. It was a slap across his pride. Liu Jiahua, seeing matters spiral beyond control, stepped forward. This engagement was indeed decreed by, but ultimately it concerns two young hearts. Since affection is absent, and Sheng refuses this union, let both families release the bond with grace. Moreover, Yi An's defiant demeanor unsettled him deeply. Even Liu Sheng's father had intervened. Leaving the Yi family trapped, they could hardly cling to the Liu family and forbid dissolution. As for inheritance rights, the Yi family's influence had waned considerably. That leverage too had lost its urgency. Truth be told, Yi Zhendong disliked the match for two reasons: his aversion to Yi An, and the fact that her inheritance rights would transfer upon marriage. Only his reverence for the patriarch's decree had kept him silent. Though the public disgrace stung, the outcome posed no real harm to the Yi family. Yi An understood his calculations and waited patiently for him to declare the engagement void. Watching Yi An's icy composure, Yi Fei felt a sudden searing ache in his chest. He stepped forward, voice resonant. "Father, Uncle Liu, since this engagement was established by both families' elders, its dissolution too requires mutual consent." Yi Fei welcomed the annulment, but bristled at their presumption. How dare they unilaterally decide while humiliating and ignoring his elder sister? Yi An's gaze chilled. What business did this boy have inserting himself? Liu Sheng turned, eyeing Yi Fei with contempt, then shifted his loathing back to Yi An. "Even if grandfather stood here, my words would not change. I, Liu Sheng, hereby renounce my engagement to Yi An. I would sooner die than wed this woman." He would sever the bond. Only then could he claim Ningming openly, unburdened and unashamed. "Wretched fool, I'll kill you myself." A gruff, aged voice thundered suddenly from the crowd. The crowd began to disperse, and a man in military uniform, seemingly in his 50s or 60s, stepped forward. Dressed in his military attire, he moved with a commanding presence. Even at over 60, he exuded vitality that instilled fear. The stripes on his shoulders clearly indicated his rank. A general. This was a general of the empire. In the presence of such a figure, the guests at the banquet expressed their utmost respect. This was an active general, and with a mere call he could summon the army. "Grandpa." Liu Sheng was momentarily stunned. "What are you doing here?" Liu Jiahua and Madame Liu also stepped forward, saying, "Dad." "Umph." The old general snorted coldly, looking at the younger generation. "This engagement was arranged by me and Zhang Wo. When did it become your place to decide? Cancel the engagement." "I do not agree." Suddenly, everyone was at a loss. The old general of the Liu family had appeared. What could they say? This was an imperial general. Who would dare ignore his words? Liu Sheng was about to say something. "I agree," a strong, aged voice echoed. These three words clearly challenged the old General Liu. Everyone was astonished. Who dared to openly confront? All eyes turned to another part of the crowd. Yi An also looked over, feeling suspicious. Why were there so many people appearing? It was as if it had been deliberately arranged. The crowd parted like water, revealing an elderly man in a wheelchair being pushed slowly toward them. Yi Fei spoke first. "Grandpa." "Daddy." Yi Zhendong was also too shocked to speak. This was Yi An. Yi An thought to herself. Although seated in a wheelchair, his military dignity was undiminished. Unconsciously, Yi An felt a deep respect for this veteran who had faced countless battles, and she instinctively aligned her posture like a soldier. Yi Zhangwo sat upright, leaning on a cane, his murky, yet piercing gaze scanning the members of the Yi and Liu families. When he spotted Yi An's stubborn and upright figure, he was momentarily taken aback, a hint of appreciation appearing in his eyes. Finally, his gaze fell upon the old Master Liu. "Old Liu," he called out. The old Master Liu immediately stepped forward, his tone slightly worried. "Zhangwo, why didn't you say anything when you left the hospital?" The two were old comrades, and their relationship was naturally special. Unfortunately, their brotherly bond did not carry over to the next generation. Yi Zhangwo looked at Yi and Weiguo. "Come here." Yi Zhendong and the others had initially planned to approach, but since the old master had called for Yi and they held back. Yi and stepped forward toward Zhangwo, standing before him. "Grandpa." Yi Zhangwo nodded in satisfaction, then grasped Yi An's hand with his rough, calloused hand. "Tell Grandpa, do you want to cancel the engagement?" Yi Zhangwo asked earnestly. "Zhangwo, this matter is my grandson's fault. I have already scolded him. You needn't worry about this. Rest assured, I will never allow my granddaughter to suffer." The old Master Liu firmly declared his support for Yi An. After glancing at the old Master Liu, Yi An finally understood why her grandfather had arranged this childhood engagement. The old Master Liu was a man of passion and loyalty. Even though Yi Lao had retired due to injury, he still treated the old Master Liu like a brother, a comrade in arms. Such a man was certainly worth befriending. It's a pity that Liu Sheng did not inherit his admirable traits. Old Liu, Yi Zhangwo spoke solemnly. "I too will not allow my granddaughter to suffer in any way. However, she is all Zhangwo, this matter is indeed the fault of Jiahua and my ungrateful grandson. You can rest assured." The old Master Liu was about to say something, but he was halted by Yi Zhangwo's raised hand. "No, this matter was also due to the rashness of both of us. They are right, the affairs of the young should not be constrained by our decisions. After finishing, Yi Jiangwo looked at Yi An and said in a strong voice, Weiguo respond to Grandpa's question. Yi An's clothes were still wet from her fall into the water, and her bangs were damp against her face. Added to the fact that she had just been slapped, she looked somewhat disheveled. However, strangely, she did not appear the least bit awkward. Gradually, many young ladies from affluent families began to admire this young lady from the Yi family. This was the demeanor befitting a young lady from a military family, unlike someone who constantly cried and whined. Among them were several young masters from military families who had previously seen Yi An at the shooting range. They were already fans of her skills, and now that they learned Weiguo was a girl, they all stood by her discussing how amazing her shooting skills were. In an instant, most people's hearts swayed toward Yi An. Facing Yi Jiangwo's question, a surge of emotion welled up in Yi An's heart. Still maintaining her composure, she responded with conviction, Grandpa, I wish to cancel the engagement with the Liu family. As soon as Yi An spoke, the expressions of the Yi and Liu families changed. Previously, Yi An was the one who was looked down upon, and they were the ones who rejected her. But now the old master Yi had given the initiative to Yi in completely changing the nature of the situation. The one at a disadvantage was now the Liu family. In front of Yi Jiangwo, Yi Zhendong and Yang Zhitong did not dare to speak much. Moreover, Yi Jiangwo was already protective of Yi, and considering her current situation, he might reprimand them in front of so many people. Did you hear that? My granddaughter said she wants to cancel the engagement with the Liu family. Yi Jiangwo stated firmly, not caring about his friendship with the old master Liu. The old master Liu knew that Yi Jiangwo was dead set on canceling this marriage. He sighed, since you have asked the younger generation for their opinion, I should also ask my grandson for his opinion, right? Yi Jiangwo leaned on his cane. His meaning was clear. You ask. The old master Liu looked at Liu Sheng. Shenger, I ask you, do you agree to cancel the engagement with the Yi family? Liu Sheng almost didn't think before answering, I agree. He was practically eager for it. The old master Liu's face instantly darkened. Yi Jiangwo sneered, since both youngsters agree, we as elders will also agree. Therefore I announce. From now on, the engagement between the Yi family and the Liu family is hereby annulled. Since things had come to this point, the marriage between the Yi and Liu families could only end here. Liu Jiahua and Madame Liu exchanged glances, though feeling somewhat embarrassed, they still nodded. Yi Zhendong also came over. Dad. Dad. Yang Zhitong also called out with a smile. Yi Ning and Yi Fei both chimed in, calling out Grandpa. However, Yi Jiangwo completely ignored them, instead focusing on Yi An. Seeing her drenched clothing and swollen cheeks, his eyes filled with concern. Noticing Yi Jiangwo's thoughts, Yi An rarely managed to smile. Grandpa. Yi An usually did not smile much, but she was willing to show her kindness to the one who genuinely wanted to protect her. Who hit you? Yi Jiangwo questioned in a deep voice. Yi Zhendong's expression changed slightly as he replied, Dad, it was me. Just now Yi An pushed Ning Ning into the water. I was so angry for a moment that, with that little ability to hit a daughter, why don't you achieve some merit back? Yi Jiangwo angrily tapped his cane twice. Yi Zhendong's face turned ashen, and he fell silent. He could not understand why the old master always protected Yi An, showing no good expression to him, his own son. Yet he treated Yi An as if she were his own child. Who made Weiguo fall into the water? The old master Liu was clearly beginning to settle scores. Even though he has retired and is suffering from a serious illness, his seniority is undeniable. Who would dare to say otherwise? Liu Sheng was startled, but with everyone watching he had no choice but to admit it. It's me. Liu Sheng stepped forward looking somewhat uncertain. Upon hearing this, old master Liu scolded him immediately. You reckless fool. Have you grown some courage? A grown man like you, how could you treat a girl like that? Throughout his life, old master Liu had never done anything he felt guilty about. He maintained his dignity and composure. Yet his unfilial grandson not only broke his promise to break off the engagement with the girl, but also pushed her into the water. This left him, an old man, utterly humiliated. Liu Jiahua and Madame Liu hurriedly grabbed old master Liu, trying to persuade him, fearing he might get so angry that he pulls out a gun. Liu Sheng was also somewhat frightened and took 2 steps back. Yi An's expression was emotionless, her cold face only betraying calmness. It was truly unfortunate that old master Liu had such a useless grandson. Liu Sheng was fundamentally unqualified to be a soldier. Oomph. Yi Jiangwo scoffed lightly. Since old master Liu had already lectured him, he couldn't be bothered to scold him further. The marriage contract between the Yi and Liu families is hereby nullified. Now I have another announcement to make. As soon as Yi Jiangwo finished speaking, he seemed to struggle to stand, coughing violently. Grandfather. Yi An furrowed her brows. Yi Jiangwo waved his hand and loudly declared, since most prominent figures in Kyoto are present tonight, I invite everyone to witness this event. Yi Jiangwo paused for a moment, hesitating as he spoke. This pause only heightened the curiosity of everyone. Began to speculate about what major announcement old General Yi was about to make. Even the members of the Yi and Liu families turned their gazes toward Yi Jiangwo, who was sitting in a wheelchair. What event are we witnessing? Old Master Liu voiced the question on everyone's mind. Of course it is to witness the marriage between myself and Miss Yi. As a pleasant male voice resonated, the crowd immediately parted, creating a path. Fu Yunshin wore only a simple shirt, casually inserting his left hand into his pants pocket, striding forward with long legs quickly approaching. From the moment he appeared, all eyes were drawn to him. Like a luminary, he instantly eclipsed all the light, and meanwhile Lu Qi and his subordinates had clearly become mere background figures. Is that young Master Fu? Someone amongst them recognized him. As soon as this was said, everyone became agitated, many displaying respectful expressions. Yet it couldn't suppress their innate curiosity. Impossible. Why would young Master Fu attend such an event? Yeah, am I dreaming? Wait, he just mentioned a marriage. Upon hearing about the marriage, many young ladies wore expressions of disbelief. Fu Yunshin was a figure unattainable by all the noble families. He was the dream man of all the young ladies in Kyoto. How could such a godlike figure come down to marry? In a corner of the crowd, Lin Yixue, who was seriously watching, immediately raised a plate to cover her face. Fu Yunshin. Yi Yin directly called out the name of that man. What was he up to? Fu Yunshin halted his steps, facing the Yi family. He politely nodded to the two old masters of the Yi and Lu families. Old General Yi, General Lu. Old Master Lu was taken aback. Aligning his legs, he returned a military salute. Young Master Fu. In an instant, everyone of notable rank in the military and political circles at the banquet came over, politely bowing and saluting Fu Yunshin. Young Master Fu. Master Fu, what an honor. This left many families of lower status at the banquet, and Yi Ning's eyes were glued to Fu Yunshin, unable to look away. Yi Yin observed Fu Yunshin with a composed expression. This was the treatment reserved for a prince of the empire. Even Yi Zhendong found it hard to believe, but still respectfully returned a military salute. Young Master Fu. Fu Yunshin cast a cold glance at him before his gaze landed on Yi, and a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown gracing his lips. Old Master Yi, can we announce it now? Yi Jiangwo, someone who had weathered many storms, felt a peculiar sense of being out of his league this time. Looking at Fu Yunshin, Yi Yin felt an ominous premonition. Yi Jiangwo coughed twice and announced loudly, "Please bear witness, my granddaughter Yi Yin is to be engaged to the president of Yunting Group, Fu Yunshin. In other words, starting today, my granddaughter, Yi Yin is young Master Fu's fiancée." Old Master Lu instinctively wanted to say Yi Weigua, but it seemed that the name Weigua overshadowed Fu Yunshin's, so he changed his words. As soon as Yi Jiangwo's words fell, it was as if a grenade had been thrown at the banquet, and everyone erupted in commotion. The fiancée of the president of Yunting Group. If they were merely a prominent family in Kyoto's elite circle, then the Fu family of Yunting Group was truly a family of families. In comparison, they were not even in the same league. To put it strictly, they were not worthy to reach such heights. Yet now this figure claimed to have a fiancée, and it was none other than the eldest daughter of a military family, Yi Yin, especially since she had just broken off her engagement. At this moment, Lu Sheng felt indescribable emotions, as if he was the one who had been abandoned and kicked aside, while Yi Yin had turned around to find herself a stronger fiancée. This feeling crushed his pride underfoot, grinding it endlessly. Not just Lu Sheng, but the entire Lu family felt the weight of this. The Yi family was equally shocked, as if they had been chosen by the emperor to select a bride, unable to believe it. Yet what they thought the most was why Yi Yin. If it were Yi Ning, they would have laughed it off long ago. But why Yi Yin? The very one with whom they were at odds. Yi Ning couldn't help but ask, why her? As soon as the words left her mouth, she shrank back under Old Master Ye. Compared to the excitement of others, Yi Yin showed no reaction at all. Yi Jiangwo nearly thought he was standing beside. What do you mean? Yi Yin took 2 steps toward Fu Yunshin, her sharp gaze locking onto him as she coldly questioned. She knew that this matter was certainly Fu Yunshin's idea. Even the old master coming out of the hospital to resolve her engagement with the Lu family was also Fu Yunshin's suggestion. What exactly did this man want from her? Fu Yunshin smiled ambiguously, taking a step forward. Their breaths were almost audible. What do you think? Yi Yin stared into his eyes. Oh, a person's eyes can reveal their thoughts, yet nothing could be discerned from those eyes. Standing together, everyone noticed that the coat draped over Yi Yin matched Fu Yunshin's pants. In other words, the coat Yi Yin wore belonged to Fu Yunshin. And he was the man who had just rescued Yi Yin from the water. This further solidified the notion that there was something between the two. Do you think you can manipulate me, hey? Yi Yin's tone was icy. Fu Yunshin's smile faded as he leaned closer to Yi and whispering a few words. They could not hear what was being said, but the posture appeared quite intimate. Especially with Yi Yin's still damp droplets trickling from her hair, presenting a beautiful youthfulness. This scene stirred the hidden fantasies of some young ladies present, filling the air with pink bubbles. After Fu Yunshin finished speaking, he straightened up, and their eyes met. Yi Yin's gaze held more scrutiny and suspicion. Everyone Aaron just fell into the water. I will take her to change clothes first. Please take your time. With that, Fu Yunshin effortlessly picked Yi Yin up, paying no heed to the gazes around them, and turned to leave in another direction. Lu Qi and the subordinates behind him immediately followed. Once they left, the entire hall fell into a dead silence, and then it erupted with chatter. Everyone began discussing what had just happened. Yi Ning's small face twisted in anger as she clutched Yang Zitong. Mom, look at Yi Yin. Yang Zitong's face also showed unwillingness as she tugged at Yi Zhendong's sleeve. Zhendong, that Fu Xiao. Yi Jiangwo shot a stern glare at Yang Zitong, causing her to immediately fall silent, though her eyes still brimmed with frustration. Yi Zhendong glanced at her and said in a deep voice, "He is someone we cannot afford to offend." Yi Fei watched the direction they left with a mix of worry and the feeling of a sister being taken away. Old Master Lu felt quite awkward having just called off an engagement with someone only for them to find a powerful figure as their son-in-law. Nothing could be more humiliating. "Zhang Wo, I didn't expect you to have such connections with the Fu family." Old Master Lu tried to say a few words to ease the tension. "Umph." Yi Zhang Wo snorted coldly, directly interrupting Old Master Lu. He hadn't let the incident of his grandson pushing his granddaughter into the water go. "Yunshin is quite capable. He has thoroughly implemented the pickup strategies I taught him. Women, after all, tend to like the domineering CEO type. The more forceful you are, the more they like you." Chen Su, who had appeared beside Lin Yixue at some point, couldn't help but smirk softly. Lin Yixue, captivated by her son's confidence, turned to Chen Su and asked, "Did you teach him that?" Chen Su nodded yes. "A few days ago Yunshin called me to Ziyuan thinking it was for something significant, but it turned out he was just asking me how to pick up girls." Lin Yixue patted Chen Zu's shoulder. "Well done." Yian tightly grasped Fu Yunshin's arm, her gaze where this was the second time. "That damned Fu Yunshin." A light laugh came from above her head. "I thought someone like you would never stoop to using tricks with women." Yian looked puzzled. Fu Yunshin glanced at his arm and chuckled, "Pinching people." Yian. After a moment of hesitation, Yian flipped over and landed steadily on the ground. Fu Yunshin looked her up and down and praised, "Not bad." They had now left the banquet hall and were in a room at the hotel. Yian stepped forward, tightening her grip, seizing Fu Yunshin's throat and pushing him against the wall. "I'm not only skilled, but I can also kill you at any moment," she threatened coldly. As she spoke, her breath almost brushed against Fu Yunshin's nose, and the sound of bullets being chambered echoed ominously. Lu Qi and all of Fu Yunshin's subordinates raised their guns, aiming at Yian. "Miss Yi, put down our young master," Lu Qi said, tightening his finger on the trigger, seemingly ready to shoot mercilessly if Yian dared to make a move. Yian held Fu Yunshin with one hand, glancing at Lu Qi without a trace of fear. "You know, the kind of person who usually points a gun at me is only one type." Yian curled her lips into a cold smile and slowly said, "That is a dead person." Lu Qi felt a chill run down his spine, nearly faltering in his grip on the gun. "Get out!" Fu Yunshin suddenly shouted. Lu Qi looked at Fu Yunshin, worried. "Young master." Fu Yunshin spoke again. "Didn't you hear what I said? Get out." Lu Qi furrowed his brow and put away his gun. "Yes, young master." After Lu Qi and the others left, the room was left with only Fu Yunshin and Yian. "Aren't you afraid he'll kill you?" Yian had to admit that she now held a certain admiration for Fu Yunshin. This man had both ambition and courage. Fu Yunshin lowered his gaze at Yian's hand gripping his throat. Though it appeared weak, the strength was astonishing. He had no doubt that if she merely twitched her fingers, he would die at her hands in an instant. With a hint of a mischievous smile, he said, "I know you want to kill me. You're too smart to get yourself into trouble here. Killing me would be of no benefit to you, so you won't do it." Yian stared into Fu Yunshin's eyes for a long while. "You're right, I certainly won't kill you. So you can tell me now what exactly is your purpose?" This was the reason Yi and had been brought here willingly by Fu Yunshin. Fu Yunshin glanced at his current predicament, then at Yi, and who was almost pressing against him, and smiled. "Don't you think our current position seems a bit ambiguous? Of course, if you like this position, I would be very happy about it." Yian frowned coldly, glared at Fu Yunshin for a while, then loosened her grip and stepped back. After Fu Yunshin stood still, he subtly adjusted his collar, leisurely walking to the bed and tossing a set of clothes that had been placed there to Yian. "Change into these first." Yian caught the clothes and glanced at them. It was a white men's suit. Although some time had passed since she fell into the water, she still felt sticky and carried the scent of having been soaked. So without a second thought, she took the clothes and walked into the restroom. Fu Yunshin smiled slightly and sat down on the sofa, waiting leisurely. Unexpectedly, just as he sat down, the restroom door flew open. Two objects came flying out and landed heavily on the ground, then the door closed again. Fu Yunshin looked at the dark objects thrown on the floor, raising an eyebrow. A sandbag. Judging by the sound of the thud as it landed, it must weigh around 10 kilograms. He now understands why holding Yian felt so heavy. It turns out she had been carrying the weight all along. A subtle smile played at the corner of her eyes as she rested her hands on the sofa, her fingertips tapping rhythmically. It was as if she was waiting for her girlfriend to emerge from the fitting room. Contrary to Fu Yunshin's expectations, it didn't take long. Within a minute, Yian had changed and stepped out. The speed surprised Fu Yunshin. Oh, wasn't it said that girls love to dawdle? Oh wait, she was different. Yes, the woman he admired was indeed refreshingly unique and exceptional. As he watched Yian walk out, Fu Yunshin's eyes lit up. Yian's frame was slightly taller than that of an average girl, so he had opted for a small-sized men's outfit. Surprisingly, the outfit fit her perfectly. The white blazer accentuated her figure, making her proportions appear even more graceful. She looked like a prince stepping out from another dimension. "You can speak now, right?" Yian's cool voice snapped Fu Yunshin back to reality. Fu Yunshin reclined on the sofa, gazing at Yi and with a hint of a roguish smile. "I'm doing this for your own good. Given your current status in the Yi family, do you think Yi Zhendong will let you off easily? Daughters of noble families are merely tools for political marriages. Rather than dealing with complications later, it's better to establish the relationship now. Yian looked at Fu Yunshin, contemplating the meaning behind his words. And I have money, power, and influence. Don't you think him the best choice? Fu Yunshin boasted without a hint of shame. He presented himself as if refusing him would be a waste and a grave mistake. Yian suppressed the urge to curse and asked, but why do you want to help me? Fu Yunshin recalled what Chen Su had told him about pursuing girls. It's best not to reveal your intentions too soon. Keep them in suspense. This tactic is known as the lure of the chase. Have you read any novels? Fu Yunshin suddenly asked. Yian shook her head, then remembered she had seen some, and nodded. Fu Yunshin smirked. Then what do you think? Does a domineering CEO need a reason to act? Although he hadn't read any novels himself, Chen Su had certainly educated him on many aspects. Thus Fu Yunshin was somewhat familiar with this trope. Yi An's expression turned slightly perplexed as she looked at Fu Yunshin. She unconsciously envisioned a domineering CEO who would go to great lengths for his girlfriend, including acquiring fish ponds along with some nonsensical dialogues. Woman, you are playing with fire. Woman, very good, you have caught my attention. Yian couldn't help but shiver at the thought, glancing back at Fu Yunshin, suddenly feeling as if she was conversing with a fool. Perhaps I overestimated your intelligence, Yian said seriously. Fu Yunshin's smile froze at the corner of his mouth as he saw unmasked disappointment and pity in her eyes. He cursed Chen Su in his heart for that ridiculous trope of a domineering CEO. He himself was already a CEO, and he shouldn't have listened to him. Fu Yunshin set aside his previous demeanor, looking at Yi An with a serious tone. In any case, everyone in the elite circles of Kyoto now knows that you are my fiancé. I know you want to do a lot of things. Your ambitions won't just stop at being the daughter of a military family. But what sort of benefits can a simple military family bring you? As long as your name is preceded by the Fu family, no one in Xinghua will dare to touch you no matter what you wish to do. You can act freely and boldly. This was Fu Yunshin, who always knew how to negotiate based on what a person needed most. Yian realized that Fu Yunshin was indeed a great stepping stone, a figure at the apex of the Xinghua Empire. As he said, he had money, power, and even more noble credentials. She fixed her gaze on him, emphasizing each word. Fu Yunshin, I will never depend on anyone. I Yian have my own hands, and I will climb up on my own. Even if the pace is slow, it is my own ability. Understand this, no matter what your intentions toward me are. I advise you to give up those thoughts as soon as possible. After a pause, Yi An's lips curled slightly as she added, just as you said, I prefer to have the name Yian before yours. The implication of Yi An's words was that she preferred to be someone else's support. Yet Fu Yunshin inexplicably repeated it aloud. Yi An's Fu Yunshin. After repeating it, Yi An's Fu Yunshin, Yi An's man. He silently pondered again. It seemed to sound quite nice. Hearing Fu Yunshin say those words, the smile that had been on Yi An's lips vanished. A strange atmosphere suddenly filled the air, causing her to instinctively recoil. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving, Yian said, preparing to turn and exit. Wait a moment, Fu Yunshin called out to her. Yian frowned slightly, as she did not wish to engage further with this man. Especially after his repeated offenses, her patience had worn thin. She couldn't guarantee that the next time she would be able to restrain herself from killing him. Yi and I have saved you so many times, and I have resolved your marriage with the Liu family. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Yian paused. So it was you who brought grandfather here. Fu Yunshin's brow twitched slightly. That's right. Since your engagement with the Liu family was arranged by General Yi, it is only fitting to have General Yi resolve it. Yi and Fu Yunshin leaned against the sofa and looked up. I don't expect you to thank me or repay me. But now everyone knows you are already my fiancé. I believe you understand my position. If in this situation you were to tell them that our engagement is void, what do you think they would think? I am a businessman, and what businessmen value most is face. You wouldn't deny me even this, would you? Moreover, it would only bring you more trouble, not less. What do you say? Yian paused for a moment, contemplating. Then she replied, after today, I will have no further connection with you. Fu Yunshin's eyes concealed a hint of triumph. Good. What happens after today will only be known after today. Yian agreed because of Fu Yunshin's last statement. He was right, as she had just annulled her engagement with the Liu family. And now that her grandfather had announced her engagement to Fu Yunshin, it was already a considerable topic, though no one dared to speak out, since it was Fu Yunshin. If at this time she were to declare her engagement with Fu Yunshin null and void, it would likely bring her no small amount of trouble. Thus she decided to endure this phase first. Since she had already made an agreement with Fu Yunshin, their engagement would merely serve as a facade, a mere act. Why hasn't that little rascal come out yet? Where has he taken my daughter-in-law? He wouldn't have run away, would he? Also, it seems my daughter-in-law is not very easy to deal with. Will Yunshin end up in trouble? Lin Yishua fanned herself with her palm, a bit anxious. Aunt Lin, don't worry, Yunshin's mind is not that of a normal. You don't need to worry about that, Chen Su shrugged. Besides, there's no girl who doesn't like the domineering CEO persona. I've already shared my reading experience with Yunshin, he will definitely handle it well. Lin Yishua nodded, that's true. By the way, whose novel are you reading? I want to check it out too. Chen Su thought for a moment. I think it's by a female author named Jiang Li. Achoo. Jiang Li sneezed. What's wrong with you? Jiang Lan asked. Nothing, just felt like someone was talking. Jiang Li rubbed her nose and asked, by the way, has Miss Yi and young Master Fu returned yet? Not yet. Jiang Li held onto her phone, continuously typing on the keyboard. What are you doing? Taking notes. This is such good material, I can use it to write a novel later. Jiang Lan. Has my sister become obsessed with writing novels? Jiang Li tightly held her phone, gazing in the direction they had just left. She couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but for a moment, she felt a similar aura from Yian. The banquet continued, but everyone had lost the mood to eat, drink, and chat. More attention shifted to the Yi and Lu families. Yi Jiangwo wore a serious expression, ignoring everyone from the Yi family except for Yi Fei. Yang Zhitong and Yi Ning couldn't get close to him. Since they couldn't, Yang Zhitong gave up and let Yi Ning change her clothes while she chatted with the other wealthy ladies. However, these wealthy ladies didn't like talking to Yang Zhitong. She came from a low background and had little refinement. Moreover, she was rumored to have risen to prominence as a mistress with no skills other than seducing men. They were only flattering her because of the Yi family's reputation. But Yang Zhitong didn't realize this and rather enjoyed the compliments she received. She had worked hard to enter the Yi family's doors after all to enjoy all of this. She eagerly engaged with those. Meanwhile, the Lu family stopped coming closer to the Yi family. Aside from old Master Lu occasionally speaking with Yi Jiangwo, the others from the Lu family kept their distance. The earlier incident left both sides with unpleasant expressions, especially the Lu family. Even if Lu Sheng wanted to speak with Yi Ning, his mother pulled him back. As the banquet continued in this awkward atmosphere, suddenly everyone's gaze turned to the same direction. The focus of everyone's attention was precisely Fu Yunshun and Yian, who had just returned. Yian had changed into a white suit, her expression calm, standing beside Fu Yunshun. Fu Yunshun was a head taller than Yian. Standing together, they seemed strangely matched in both height and appearance. In fact, Yian's features were quite delicate. If it weren't for her usual indifferent expression, it would be easy to recognize her as a girl. However, the strong aura she exuded, different from ordinary girls, made people unconsciously assume she was. Fu Yunshun smiled slightly, reaching out to wrap his arm around Yian's waist. Yian's expression turned cold, reflexively grabbing his wrist. But it seemed Fu Yunshun had anticipated her reaction, and with a swift motion, he pinned her hand down, leaning slightly to whisper in her ear, "In this situation, you can't possibly act violently towards me, can you? And if we appear a bit closer, it will be more convincing, don't you think?" Yian finally relaxed her grip. Although her face showed no expression, her body was noticeably less tense than before. A glimmer of light passed through Fu Yunshun's eyes as he held Yian, walking step by step toward the Yi family members. "Young Master Fu." Everyone respectfully approached to greet him. Fu Yunshun merely nodded at Yi Jiangwo and old Master Lu, while the others were directly ignored. Yi Zhendong dared not say anything and, still hopeful, asked once, "Young Master Fu, what about the marriage between you and my daughter Yian?" He never dared to imagine getting close to the Fu family, but since it involved Yi and he had to reconsider. "What are you doing? This is my decision. Do you have any objections?" Yi Jiangwo's booming voice silenced. Yian naturally understood Yi Zhendong's thoughts. He was just afraid that his unfilial daughter would climb up the social ladder and then step on him again. "Dad, but shouldn't we at least ask Yian's opinion?" Yi Zhendong suppressed his dissatisfaction. This was a reasonable question and Yi Jiangwo had no grounds to refute it. However, he was worried about what would happen if his granddaughter disagreed. Wouldn't that embarrass the Fu family in public? Fu Yunshun gently squeezed Yian's waist. Yian's expression changed slightly. Was this person sick? Or did he enjoy taking advantage of her time and again? "And your grandfather is asking you a question," Fu Yunshun said without changing his expression, smiling. Yian stepped forward, freeing herself from Fu Yunshun's arm, and said, "Grandpa, I have no objections." Her tone was akin to reporting, but Yi Jiangwo was quite pleased. This was more like it. His granddaughter should be so. Good girl. Yi Jiangwo nodded in satisfaction. Initially, he didn't think much of it, but the more he looked, the more he felt that young Master Fu and his granddaughter were indeed a good match. Yi Zhendong's brows knitted together. At this moment, Yang Zhitong also stepped forward, pretending to smile, as she said, "Well, Dad, you see, such a significant matter as marriage cannot be solely decided by you as a parent. What about young Master Fu's family? Do they agree to this marriage?" She couldn't believe that the Fu family would allow their young master to marry Yian. Her daughter Yi Ning was no worse than Yian. Yi Zhendong followed Yang Zhitong's lead and said, "Yes, Dad, after all this concerns An's lifelong happiness, it can't be decided without the consent of the other family." "Exactly, Grandpa, this is also for my sister's future happiness," Yi Ning quickly chimed in. Those observing the Yi family couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why did it seem like the Yi family didn't want Yian to marry young Master Fu at all? Let alone marrying into the Fu family, they would even be willing to have their daughter be a mistress to young Master Fu. Yang Zhitong and Yi Zhendong's comments left Yi Jiangwo stunned. Even though he was older, he felt a bit guilty and instinctively glanced at Fu Yunshun for help. Yian also looked at Fu Yunshun, wanting to know how he would resolve this situation. She knew that in this time frame, marital relationships placed great importance on legitimacy and social standing. Given Fu Yunshun's background, it was indeed somewhat unreasonable for him to be interested in her, a notorious waste known far and wide. Fu Yunshun's gaze swept over Yi Zhentong and Yang Zhitong, his sharp eyes causing even the military man, Yi Zhentong, to shiver involuntarily. "Colonel Yi is right. Ainan's lifelong matters should indeed gain the recognition of my family, Fu Yunshin said unhurriedly. However, the chill in his tone made everyone shudder. Yian narrowed her eyes. What did Fu Yunshin mean by that? Fu Yunshin snapped his fingers. Lu Qi, bring the lady over. Lu Qi nodded respectfully. Yes, young master, and then turned to walk into the crowd. This statement sent everyone into a frenzy. Lady Fu is actually here. Some of the older individuals were beyond astonished. In such a place, they could actually meet someone of such high status. Lin Yixue, hiding in the crowd, covered her face with a plate, silently reciting, "You can't see me, you can't see me." Chen Su immediately dodged to the side, avoiding Fu Yunshin's line of sight. Lu Qi politely bowed and smiled, "Madam, please." Lin Yixue quickly moved the plate aside, gently coughed, straightened her posture, and gracefully took Lu Qi's arm to stand up. Yian looked at the very dignified and elegant woman who appeared to be under 30. As she approached, her eyes were constantly surveying Yian. Although Yian did not like this feeling, she did not mind the woman's scrutiny. Fu Yunshin's lips curved into a deep smile. Lady Fu. Anyone of any standing around greeted her. Lin Yixue casually scanned the crowd, and then looked at Yi Jiangwo, smiling elegantly. General Yi. Lady Fu. My old body is. Yi Jiangwo tried to stand and salute, but his body wouldn't cooperate. As an elder general of the empire, he was acutely aware of Lady Fu's status. Lin Yixue, Lady Fu, was far more than just a simple title. Fu Yunshin looked at Lin Yixue with a smile, an obvious hint of threat in his eyes. To Lin Yixue, the implication was clear: if you don't acknowledge this daughter-in-law, then don't blame me for reporting your actions to Dad. Lin Yixue immediately laughed. General, Yi, no need to stand on ceremony. We will be relatives from now on, so why act so distant? This statement already clearly acknowledged the marriage between Yi In and Fu Yunshin. Only then did Fu Yunshin appear satisfied. He had noticed his mother the moment he entered, merely pretending not to see her. Only his mother would think he hadn't noticed. While Lin Yixue chatted with Yi Jiangwo, she glanced at Yian. She slowly walked up to Yi, and her smile fading. Yian met her gaze heated. Yi Jiangwo felt a twinge of worry. Surely Lady Fu wouldn't want to impose her authority over her daughter-in-law here. Not only Yi Jiangwo thought this, everyone in the Yi family shared the concern. Yian didn't like how things were developing. It was truly unexpected. She and Fu Yunshin were not in a genuine engagement. It was merely a charade for the night, and after this evening they would return to their separate paths. Yet now things had escalated to this point, which she did not wish to see. Lin Yixue looked at Yian. Even wearing a small suit, she stood straight, a stark contrast to her son, who leaned awkwardly like a spoiled brat. Why did she feel like Yian was the kind of child that others would envy? Ainan. Lin Yixue patted Yian's shoulder heavily, speaking earnestly. Auntie really appreciates you. If anyone bullies you in the future, just tell Annie, okay? Yian responded with silence. Fu Yunshin's smile deepened as he exchanged glances with Lin Yixue. Receiving her son's gaze, Lin Yixue immediately playfully winked. As for whom her son liked, she was indifferent, but she hadn't expected her son's taste to be a bit intense and spicy. However, she had seen everything that happened during the banquet. She genuinely liked Yi and is such a strong, resilient, calm girl who wouldn't be easily bullied, would never simply settle as a military lady. She was also very curious about how far such a girl could go in the future. As for the marriage, as long as Yunshin liked her, she wouldn't object, even if it were a man. Yian remained silent, merely nodding politely at Lin Yixue. After all, she would never truly marry Fu Yunshin. This woman would only be a stranger in her future. Lin Yixue's appearance essentially confirmed this marriage. After this interlude, the banquet was nearing its end, and everyone resumed their original intentions. The Yi family dared not say anything further, resigning themselves and forcing smiles as they accepted the praises and congratulations from those around them. Wei would come out with Grandpa for a moment. "Ooh, I have something to say to you," Yi Jiangwo called out. "Yes." Yian responded and stepped forward, pushing Yi Jiangwo's wheelchair away from the noisy crowd. Fu Yunshin's gaze remained fixed on Yian. "Stop looking, as she can't run away anyway," Lin Yixue teased. Fu Yunshin then withdrew his gaze, coolly looking at Lin Yixue. "Don't look at me like that. Ew, I did you a big favor today," Lin Yixue said, rubbing her goosebumps. Both father and son had the same habit of scaring people. "However, son, I didn't expect your taste to be a bit intense," Lin Yixue sighed. Upon meeting Fu Yunshin's gaze, she immediately fell silent, pretending she hadn't said anything. "Did Chen Su bring you here?" Fu Yunshin started to assess the situation. Lin Yixue felt guilty. "No, I saw everything." "Oh, fine. It wasn't intentional." Fu Yunshin smiled coldly. "So it really was him." Lin Yixue was taken aback for a moment, realizing she had fallen into his trap. Fu Yunshin casually scanned the banquet hall and quickly locked onto his target. "It seems Chen Su has been a bit too wild lately. He should be reined in." Bringing his mother to this place, he wasn't afraid of anything happening. This Chen Su was getting bolder by the day. Hiding in the crowd to avoid Fu Yunshin's gaze, Chen Su suddenly felt a tightness, sensing an impending misfortune. Lin Yixue wisely remained silent, silently mourning for Chen Su for 3 seconds. Yian pushed Yi Jiangwo to a stop in the garden outside the hall. Yi Jiangwo let out a heavy sigh. "Weigua." "Yes, Grandpa," Yian replied. "Come stand in front of Grandpa, let me take a look at you." At this moment Yi Jiangwo's tone was entirely different from that of the seemingly domineering old man, just now filled with tenderness. Yian walked up steadily and stood before Yi Jiangwo. After carefully examining her from head to toe, Yi Jiangwo was quite satisfied. Good. Very good. Ha ha ha. My granddaughter, you have finally grown up. A granddaughter should be like this. This is what a descendant of a soldier should be like. He spoke each word forcefully, but suddenly broke into a violent cough, cough, cough. Yian stepped forward, gently helping him ease his breath, patting his back. Your health is poor, you must not be too emotional, Yian warned earnestly. Yi Jiangwo looked up at her and nodded. Don't worry, Grandpa knows. However, he felt somewhat strange inside, but could not pinpoint why. Since being hospitalized, he had not seen his granddaughter for quite some time. This meeting, while surprising him, also felt a bit odd. Wait, well, what do you think about this marriage proposal? I have no thoughts on it, Yian replied truthfully. She truly had no thoughts, it was merely a performance with Fu Yunshan. Yi Jiangwo was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Not having any thoughts is also good. The Fu family is too prestigious. Although Grandpa believes in young Master Fu's character, the gap in family background is ultimately insurmountable. Grandpa is also worried you might overthink and become unhappy. Yian listened quietly, occasionally responding. However, since young Master Fu has said he wants to marry you, he will definitely keep his word. In the future, with his protection, Grandpa will also feel at ease. Yi Jiangwo sighed to himself. This was also the reason he agreed to this marriage proposal. That day, Fu Yunshan came to the hospital to discuss his marriage. In fact, with the Fu family's power, they could have proceeded without his consent. But young Master Fu still came personally to the hospital to talk to him about this matter. The purpose was first to break the engagement with the Liu family, and second, to discuss the marriage with Weigua. Even today's appearance at this banquet was arranged by him, and it was he who sent someone to call old Master Liu. Initially, he had some hesitations about breaking the engagement, but seeing the attitude of the Liu family at the banquet, he had already solidified young Master Fu's intentions. Grandpa, Yian suddenly spoke. My. Thank you, Yian said sincerely. One was to thank him for the love he had always given to this body of Yian, and the other was for herself, the current Yian. Even this marriage proposal was a bargaining chip for Grandpa to protect her. Although she wasn't someone deeply tied to feelings, she was someone who knew how to be grateful. She was very clear about who treated her well and would express her goodwill. Although her goodwill was not very apparent, Yi Jiangwo was momentarily stunned, his murky, yet sharp eyes fixed on Yi and for quite some time. But from this child's eyes he could no longer see the innocent and naive demeanor from long ago. Instead, there was a calmness that far surpassed her age. The sense of aloofness felt somewhat unfamiliar, yet he could still sense the child's friendliness towards him. He shifted his gaze away from Yi and looking into the distance, his tone becoming profound. Do you know why Grandpa has chosen to pass the inheritance to you alone? Yi An's expression changed slightly. This was something she had always found puzzling. Why would Grandpa favor one granddaughter so much, even over his own son and grandson? Yi Jiangwo coughed softly a few times, then began to explain. In our old-fashioned family lineage, a family is a faction. The inheritance of a family not only signifies inheriting all the assets, but also means that all branches of this family must obey the heir's command no matter where or when. However, our military families are not merely limited to this. Yi Jiangwo paused here. Yian listened earnestly, beginning to feel curious. In our Xinghua Empire, all the old military families have been passed down through generations. When a surname exists in the military for a long time, it naturally forms a faction for that surname. In the military, whoever obtains the inheritance must become a soldier. And the factions formed over the years in the imperial military will also fall under that person's control. This is the game of interests. That's why your father cares so much about the Yi family's inheritance rights. Yian understood what Yi Jiangwo was saying. The struggle for interests exists even in the apocalypse. If the inheritance went to Yi Zhendong, then with the support of the military personnel, his position might not just be as it is now. However, Yi Jiangwo had said so much without getting to the point. Why did he choose her? Seemingly aware of Yi An's confusion, Yi Jiangwo continued. Wait, well, the reason Grandpa tells you these things is that he hopes you will understand. The position of the Yi family's heir relates to the struggle for interests in the imperial military. Perhaps you are still young and do not understand. But you must know you must become a soldier. Can you do this? Yian slightly furrowed her delicate eyebrows and did not answer immediately. She indeed came from a military background, but the mission of a soldier, to put it bluntly, is to put their life on the line. In her past life, she fought for her commander. In this life, becoming a soldier of the Xinghua Empire would mean although she currently had no plans to serve the empire, being a soldier was her natural calling. She had nothing, not even skill. All she had was the faith of being a soldier and strong military qualities and abilities. Thus, her starting point and goal in this life must also be to join the army. However, in this life, she would be serving herself. Yi Jiangwo was not anxious, quietly waiting for Yi An's response. He understood that for a girl, forcing her to enlist could indeed be asking too much. However, Wei was different. Yian remained silent for a while, then brought her legs together and rendered a standard military salute to Yi Jiangwo. She did not speak, but Yi Jiangwo already smiled with satisfaction. This military salute had sufficiently conveyed her answer. Good. Very good. Ha ha ha. My granddaughter is truly remarkable. Yi Jiangwo's eyes brimmed with satisfaction, and the fervor in his chest surged forth with this military salute. Since retiring, he had not felt such passionate blood in a long time. And this time it was brought to him by his granddaughter. I know you have been waiting for the answer to your earlier question why Grandpa chose to pass the inheritance to you and not to your father. Yi Jiangwo felt a weight lifted from his heart, finally returning to the main topic. Yi nodded yes. Yi Jiangwo appreciated her straightforwardness and gradually revealed the reason. There are two reasons, Yi Jiangwo stated clearly. One is because of your mother. My mother. Yi frowned, thinking of Wen Dai. That's right. When she married your father, your grandfather actually disagreed. It was I who mediated and facilitated their marriage. He sighed as he spoke. Your mother was a very kind and gentle girl, just like her name suggests. However, perhaps it was precisely because of her gentle nature that she couldn't control Yi Zhendong, allowing him to fool around outside, right? Yi completed Yi Jiangwo's sentence. Yi Jiangwo looked at Yi An's expression, neither confirming nor denying, but both of them understood implicitly. Yi lowered her gaze and asked, You even suspect that my mother's death has something to do with it, don't you? Yi Jiangwo was completely stunned. Yi An's question gave him a veteran and inexplicable sense of pressure. Moreover, how could she know what he was thinking? Yi certainly understood that as an officer he naturally dealt with enemies for years and interrogation was a common method. They also had special training on human instinctive behaviors and microexpressions. Therefore, by combining the previous statements and Yi Jiangwo's expressions, she could make a guess. Furthermore, Yi Fei had also mentioned that he suspected her mother's death was related to Yang Zhidong. In matters like this, without evidence, don't speak recklessly. Yi Jiangwo said with a light admonition. In any case, your father did indeed do something to let your mother down. This can also be considered your grandfather's compensation to you and your mother. Yi An's eyes grew cold as she replied, for the deceased compensation holds no meaning whatsoever. Thus she was not moved by Yi Jiangwo's words. A flicker of unutterable emotion crossed Yi Jiangwo's face. You are right, compensation is for the living. What about the other reason? Yi continued to ask. If inheriting the rights was one reason for her mother's compensation, then what was the other reason? Unknowingly, Yi Jiangwo had already been led by Yi in his thoughts. The other reason is because Yi Jiangwo paused, gazing deeply at Yi. That gaze was like looking at a rare treasure. Because of you. Yi was puzzled. Because of me. Yi Jiangwo merely smiled, his eyes filled with the same loving tenderness, his tone laden with significance. Weiguo, remember this, you are different. Yi did not understand Yi Jiangwo's meaning, her brows slightly furrowed. Yi Jiangwo held Yi An's hand tightly. You were born different from everyone else. You are my granddaughter, but you will also be a powerhouse of the entire Blue Star. Cough, cough, cough. As he spoke, Yi Jiangwo suddenly fell into a fit of severe coughing. Grandpa. Yi hurriedly stepped forward to pat his back. Yet Yi Jiangwo still clutched Yi An's hand and asked, Did you remember? Cough, cough. What Grandpa said. Yi nodded, though she was still somewhat confused. Only then did Yi Jiangwo catch his breath, calming down, and pulled out a small wooden box from his pocket, handing it to Yi. In the future this will be yours. Take good care of it. Yi Jiangwo only instructed this and said nothing more. Yi stared at the small box, which was as wide as a finger, and put it away. Yi Jiangwo nodded and looked toward the banquet hall. Let's go in. Yi replied with a okay, and pushed Yi Jiangwo's wheelchair inside. By this time the banquet was nearing its end and most of the guests had already dispersed. When Yi and the others entered, the number of people in the hall was far less than before. Sister, Grandpa. Yi Fei rushed over as soon as he saw them enter. Yi Fei was still very much favored by the old man, who revealed a kind and loving expression. However, soon the old man was taken back to the hospital by Fu Yunshan's people. The Yi family said nothing. After all, the old man's health was not good, and returning to the hospital was expected. Immediately after, Yi Zhendong also left with Yang Zhitong, and Yi Ning not even glancing at Yi. Yi Ning, unwilling to leave, was forcibly dragged away by Yang Zhitong. Son, Mommy is leaving first. Just let Mommy know when you plan to get married, Lin Yishua said with a smile, lingering on Yi for a few seconds before waving goodbye and leaving. As soon as Lin Yishua had left a distance, several bodyguards immediately followed her. Yi shifted her gaze back to Fu Yunshan. Is the show over? Fu Yunshan smiled faintly, exhaling a single word, no. Instantly, Yi An's expression turned cold, her previously calm gaze towards Fu Yunshan transformed into a glare. The smile on Fu Yunshan's face deepened, and he sincerely complimented. You look better when you're angry than usual. Yi replied. She suppressed her urge to lash out, pulling her lips into a tight line. Thank you. Yi Fei furrowed his brows and stepped forward, grabbing Yi An's arm. Sister, we should go home. Yi coldly shot a glance at Fu Yunshan before turning to leave with Yi Fei. Fu Yunshan's gaze fell on Yi Fei's hand gripping Yi An's arm. Feeling a chill, he called out, Yi. Yi stopped, took a deep breath, her tone carrying a hint of anger. Fu Yunshan, just because I don't kill you doesn't mean I won't beat you up. Fu Yunshan merely raised an eyebrow at Yi An's words, but his gaze turned towards Yi Fei. Yi Fei felt an involuntary chill at his neck, causing him to instinctively release his hold on Yi An's arm. Fu Yunshan's lips finally curved into a smile as he said to Yi An, it's fine now, let's go home. Yian believed herself to be composed and calm. Even when facing a gun pointed at her head, she wouldn't blink. Yet this man Fu Yunshin repeatedly challenged her limits. Did he really think she lacked the courage to kill him? Don't let me see you again. Yian coldly threw down these words before leaving with Yi Fei. The chill emanating from Yi and puzzled Fu Yunshin. Did he say something wrong? Why was Yian so angry? He stroked his smooth chin deep in thought. Fu Yunshin's question only received an answer the next day while tidying up Chen Zu's matters. After hearing Fu Yunshin's recount, Chen Su couldn't help but laugh out loud. In fact, he did just that. Ha ha ha. Chen Su laughed uncontrollably like a wind-up toy. My goodness, Yunshin, how could someone as clever as you fall into the hands of a girl? Chen Su laughed so hard, he almost cried. This was the first time he had laughed so shamelessly. It was all because of Fu Yunshin. Fu Yunshin raised his eyelids slightly, his tone chilling. What's so funny? Chen Su immediately clamped his mouth shut, but couldn't suppress a stifled chuckle. Wait. Yunshin, tell me first, you claim she looks more beautiful when angry, then you call her name and fall silent. If it were me, I'd have died of sheer frustration, let alone someone who's a young woman. Honestly, you're doomed to lifelong solitude. What on earth makes you think about marrying anyone? Fu Yunshin cast him a cool, languid glance, the faintest curve lifting the corner of his lips. I'll call my father shortly and inform him that it was you, not me, who spent last night alone with my mother. Chen Su instantly wilted, dropping flat onto the floor. Whoa, Yunshin, don't do this. We're brothers. We can talk things through. I don't want to die. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Mr. Fu was renowned worldwide for his devotion to his wife, and equally famed for his jealousy. Chen Su had no intention of walking straight into the line of fire. Fu Yunshin's eyebrows lifted ever so slightly. Ah, well, in truth, you were speaking honestly, weren't you? Though perhaps you might choose a gentler angle when offering praise. For instance, you're stunning, or your legs are exquisite. Chen Su declared earnestly. Fu Yunshin responded with a quiet, dismissive snort, clearly unimpressed. Chen Su rubbed his nose. At least his phrasing was preferable to Fu Yunshin's, though frankly it baffled him why Fu Yunshin, who could have any woman he desired, would fixate on one so fiercely formidable. Fu Yunshin's gaze sharpened subtly, his long fingers traced the throat once gripped by Yian, his eyes flickering with quiet perplexity edged with quiet speculation. Was it an illusion? Yian lay in bed, turning a key over and over in her palm. This key had been taken from the small box her grandfather had given her. What purpose did this key serve, and why had it been entrusted to her? Was it merely because she had been chosen as his heir? A cascade of questions swirled in her mind, yet yielded no answers. She sighed inwardly. With a light toss, she sent the key arcing into the air and caught it cleanly in her palm. Its purpose will reveal itself in time. Since returning from the banquet, an uncanny stillness had settled over the Yi household, as if the very air had thickened into something dense and unspoken. Yi Ning wept intermittently behind her closed door. Occasionally Yang Zhitong's sharp, veiled barbs drifted down the hallway. Yet no one dared confront Yi indirectly. As for Yi Zhendong's earlier demand that Yi kneel upon her return, it dissolved into silence, ignored outright. Though furious Yi Zhendong could do little, he certainly wouldn't strike her dead. Now it wasn't only the patriarch shielding her. The Fu family stood firmly behind her as well. Within the Yi residence, Yi and had become an untouchable presence, revered, feared, and utterly beyond reproach, even by those who seethed with helpless resentment. Yi powered up her laptop and found an email from Lin Luo. After reading it, a faint, knowing smile curved her lips. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, typing sending. She stretched lazily. Her recent efforts had not been in vain. Just as she stepped out the door for school, Yi Fei appeared beside her, clad in the same uniform. Why aren't you driving today? Yi Fei usually drove to school, yet today his car remained parked. He grinned. If you can run, I can too. He glanced pointedly at his taut, muscular calves. Yi smiled faintly. Not bad. Then without another word, she broke into a steady, effortless sprint. Sister, wait for me. Yi Fei dashed after her. Meanwhile, Yi Ning, just settling into her car, ground her molars in silent fury, watching the siblings grow ever closer. Jealousy and bitterness burned in her eyes. For years she'd courted Yi Fei's affection, only to be met with cold indifference. Yet Yian had spoken to him but a few times, and already he clung to her like a devoted hound. Of course, they share the same blood. Yian, Yi Fei, you'll both pay. Everything in the Yi family will be mine, sooner or later. Yi Ning clenched her fists until her knuckles whitened. Why hadn't Yian perished that day? Sister, truly you're going to marry him? Yi Fei puffed as he ran. He'd been running nearly 15 minutes, already breathless. Yian, by contrast, moved with serene composure, her breathing even and unhurried, as though strolling along a sunlit avenue. Who said I'd marry him? Yian replied. But, grandfather already announced it. Yi Fei murmured, subdued. Yian saw no need to elaborate. I'm still young, marriage can wait. Wait. Yi Fei paused. Yes, his sister was only 16. Even if marriage loomed, it wouldn't happen for at least 2 years, and even then nothing guaranteed she'd wed him. That thought buoyed his spirits, and suddenly his stride lengthened, his pace quickening with renewed vigor. At Zaiweixing Academy, whispers of last night's banquet spread like wildfire across campus. Foremost among them, Yi and had severed her engagement with Lu Sheng, and instead become formally betrothed to Fu Yunshan, CEO of Yunting Group. Many had assumed Yi and had been discarded, only to watch her swiftly secure a fiancé whose wealth dwarfed nations. It was humiliation laid bare, brutal, dazzling, absolute. And beneath the surface lingered murmurings of a younger sister's entanglement, igniting the campus collective appetite. Today's top headlines across Zaiweixing Academy shock. From Crow to Phoenix. Who orchestrated this century-defining alliance of dynasties? And beneath its gilded veneer, lies moral decay, or the grotesque contortion of human nature. Lu Sheng sat rigid in class, listening to the chatter, then rose abruptly. This has nothing to do with Yi Ning. Speak ill of her again, and you'll answer to me. The class fell silent, yet their shared glances spoke volumes. No wonder they'd often been seen together. So that was the truth behind their closeness. Lu Sheng slammed his fist onto the desk, a low, venomous snort escaping him. All of this is Yi Yin's doing. If she hadn't lied, so brazenly, Ning Ning wouldn't be slandered now. Why hadn't Yi Yin drowned in that water? What right had such a venomous woman to draw breath? His hatred for her deepened. How dare a sister treat her own sibling with such cruelty? Truly, the cruelest heart belongs to a woman. Since matters had reached this point, perhaps he should speak with his parents, formalize his engagement to Ning Ning. A proper title would silence the gossips. Having resolved this, Lu Sheng's fury receded, replaced by grim determination. He resolved to meet Yi Ning and discuss it at once. Meanwhile, in Class S, Yi Ning had become the epicenter of every whisper. Yet Yi Fei, her elder brother, remained wholly indifferent, letting the storm rage unchecked. Leaning against the window, he read quietly, glancing occasionally toward Class F. Never would have guessed Yi Ning seemed so docile, yet behind closed doors she's that bold. Exactly. She seduced her own sister's fiancé. Wonder if she's already slept with him. Tisk tsk. So much for knowing faces, not hearts. Beware of fire thieves and sisters. A few girls in the class whispered among themselves, their gazes occasionally landing on Yi Ning, filled with disdain. Originally, the background of the students in Class S was not ordinary, and their family backgrounds were quite similar. News of the incident at the banquet quickly spread throughout the wealthy circle. Yi Ning clenched her teeth, her cheeks flushed as she had had enough. Her tightly clenched fists had her nails digging into her palms. Since the incident at the banquet, she had become the laughingstock of the entire capital's noble circle. But why? Clearly it was Yi Yin who was rejected, and she should be the one to feel embarrassed. Having just been rejected and immediately getting involved with another man, wasn't that being fickle? Why was no one criticizing Yi Yin while she had become the butt of the joke? Yi Ning couldn't understand. Why was it that all the good things belonged to Yi, and while everything she did seemed to pave the inheritance from her grandfather, even her fiancé, all seemed to belong to Yi Yin? She glared hatefully in the direction of Class F, a flash of resentment flickering in her eyes. Yi Fei glanced at Yi Ning with indifference, his long legs striding over to her side. Leaning down, he threateningly said, "You'd better not have any designs on my sister, or else I won't let you off either." Yi Fei's eyes narrowed slightly, emitting a cold glint, his lips curving into a chilling arc as he walked past Yi Ning. A shiver ran through Yi Ning's body, and her hatred intensified, biting her lip until it bled. She picked up a book from the table and slammed it to the ground, startling everyone in the class into flinching back. Meanwhile, when Yi Yin saw the gossip on the forum, her heart remained unperturbed, even finding it somewhat amusing. However, upon seeing the close-up photo of her with Fu Yunshan accompanied by the flashy words "Fu and CP, guess who is the dominant one and who is the submissive?" her expression darkened in an instant. Underneath that post, a wave of comments supported the notion that Fu Yunshan was the dominant one and Yi and the submissive. It completely treated Yi Yin as if she were a boy. This post not only spread throughout Zhiwei Academy, but also sparked heated discussions within the entire capital circle due to this marriage. Yi Yin closed the webpage and put her phone away, looking at Lin Luo, who was sitting across from her. They were currently in the Academy's cafe, where the atmosphere was quiet and few people were present. "I can't crack the security system, you wrote." Lin Luo spoke, first adjusting his glasses. Yi Yin simply took a sip of the coffee on the table and said 4 words, "The bet is over." Lin Luo's face showed a hint of dejection, but he didn't argue, saying losers have to accept the consequences. Yi Yin smiled slightly. All right. When she was writing that encryption system, she made a total of 21 layers of encryption. With her abilities, she could only write up to 20 layers, but for the last layer she used her control type ability. That layer of encryption was something Lin Luo could never break through. No matter how he approached it from any angle, the coding algorithm inside would immediately recalculate and re-encrypt. This was a perpetual loop set by Yi in using her control type ability, not generated by code. It could also be considered a cheating method she employed. However, as long as she could achieve her goal, she didn't mind using it. "Lin Luo, you are talented. I will not let your ability," Yi Yin said earnestly. "You are a computer genius. I believe you don't want to spend your life just doing hacking for fun. In this world, the technological level in the computer field has already reached a bottleneck and peak. But I can offer you something more advanced than what exists in this world." Yi Yin leaned slightly back in her chair, speaking earnestly as her gaze fixed on Lin Luo. Yi Yin's ability to learn was quick, so even though the computer field was not her specialty, she had studied all the most advanced information technology from the apocalypse. Compared to the technology of this time and space, it had advanced at least several centuries. That was why she dared to make such bold claims. Similarly, for every task you complete, I will pay you the reward you deserve. Yian said seriously, completely adopting a negotiating posture. Lin Luo stared at her, a strange glimmer flashing in his eyes behind his glasses. In fact, he had his doubts about whether Yian had truly written the encryption system. But upon seeing her today, he realized his doubts were unnecessary. Originally, he had accepted the consequences of losing the bet. He thought Yian would use him as a free laborer, but it seemed that was not the case. She fully respected him, his abilities, skills, and his dignity. This was something that a technical talent longed for and wished to receive the most. Such respect meant more to him than any so-called reward. All right, he agreed readily. Yian smiled faintly, feeling that she had secured Lin Luo. Just then she said, I happen to have a matter that I need your help to investigate. Yian took out her phone and pressed a few keys. Lin Luo's computer received a message which turned out to be a photo of a very beautiful woman. I need her information, especially regarding the car accident from 15 years ago, Yian said in a deep voice. Lin Luo smiled, shutting his laptop, full of confidence. No problem. Yian nodded. She had also looked into the car accident involving Yian's mother 15 years ago, but all the information had been concealed. Only by hacking into the Traffic Management Bureau and the police system could she retrieve that information, so she entrusted this task to Lin Luo. There's one more thing, Yian suddenly spoke. Lin Luo raised his brows. What is it? Yian replied expressionlessly. Recently on the online forum, all the posts about me and Fu Yunshin. Are they all blacked out? Or have they all been deleted? Lin Luo inquired. Yian's lips curved coldly. No change. All the comments on every post to state that Fu Yunshin is the submissive. Lin Luo was left speechless, feeling inexplicably excited about doing this. After their conversation, the two returned to class F1 after the other. The class was still as chaotic and noisy as before, with most students discussing the gossip about the banquet. Suyin was still listening to music and singing social ballads. However, as soon as Yian entered, most of them fell silent. Wang Hao, who was stretching in the back row, also looked at Yian and smiled widely. Lu Shui snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. Yian nodded and returned to her seat, taking out her textbook. Students, next week is the midterm exam, so everyone should review more this week. The teacher was speaking at the podium, but it was as if she was speaking to the wind, as no one below was listening to her. Yian frowned, and there just happened to be an empty stool next to her. Bang! A loud crash echoed throughout the classroom. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they turned to look in Yian's direction. They saw that the stool had been kicked against the wall, breaking apart, with a loud noise scattering debris everywhere. The teacher was startled, blinking in surprise. Lin Luo adjusted his glasses, realizing that this boss he had just recognized seemed to have some violent tendencies. Yian coldly uttered 4 words: respect the master and honor the Tao. The students in Class F were a bit confused, glancing at the disassembled chair, swallowing hard. Isn't that a bit too frightening? Wang Hao, noticing the situation, shouted loudly, didn't you hear? Everyone listened to the After saying this, he quickly smiled at Yian with a hint of flattery. The students of Class F were left speechless. How has Brother Hao changed too? For a moment, the entire Class F fell silent. The teacher felt somewhat uncomfortable and awkwardly coughed a few times, trying to break the silence. Just then he saw Yian sitting upright reading a book. Students, you should all learn from Yian. Look how persistent and hardworking he is. You all need to work hard too. After saying this, the teacher felt he had delivered an inspiring message to Class F. The students all turned to look at Yian, their mouths twitching. When did the underachiever start transforming into a top student? Yet inexplicably, they also pulled out books from their drawers and placed them on their desks. Although they couldn't focus, they still put on an act. After all, after spending these days together, they were somewhat shadowed by Yian's violent tendencies, especially since several of the class leaders were now inexplicably tied to Yian. Seeing Class F like this, the teacher felt quite gratified. A wayward son returns, and a failure rises up. A success is just around the corner. The students of Class F were completely unaware of the teacher's thoughts. They were merely succumbing to the intimidation of Yian and Wang Hao. After class, someone in the class shouted, holding up a form. Who wants to participate in the King's competition? The Academy will hold an esports competition between classes in a few days. Each class can only register 5 people. They'll do it. They'll do it. Many students eagerly signed up. Gaming has an irresistible allure for boys. Yian did not pay attention to this matter. Instead, he opened his phone, where he found all the military-related materials that Lin Luo had sent him. Lu Shui snatched the registration form. Sister Shui, you're signing up too. Lu Shui smiled, glanced at Yian, and directly wrote Yian's name on the form. She had never heard that Yian could play games. Putting her name down, she wanted to see how he would embarrass himself. After all, this was the face of Class F, and she didn't believe that Wang Hao and the others could still be on good terms with her after this. Yifei waited for a long time at the school gate after class, but did not see Yian. After a while, he finally received a "Come back later, don't wait for me." He frowned. Where was his sister going if she wasn't coming home? The Imperial Military Conference Center. Today we called everyone here urgently because we have already detected that the greedy wolf has illegally entered the country and may have infiltrated Kyoto. The man in military uniform sitting at the head of the table spoke in a deep voice. The organization Greedy Wolf never easily engages with Xing Luo. This time they are likely hired by foreign countries to carry out illegal terrorist attacks on our Xing Luo. Shen Han furrowed his brows. Is the information reliable? It's reliable. The Sky Eye at our borders does not make mistakes. However, those individuals possess more advanced technology and can perfectly evade the Sky Eye as soon as they enter the country. Therefore, we currently cannot trace their whereabouts. Hearing this, Shen Han's expression grew even graver. Our military has had several encounters with Greedy Wolf, yet we have never captured any of them. This time, I'm worried. The man nodded. What General Shen is worried about is precisely what we are concerned about. We have preliminarily determined that Greedy Wolf has infiltrated Kyoto with unknown intentions. Based on their previous behavioral patterns, they are likely to make some significant moves in Kyoto. General Shen, you are a special forces soldier in the Imperial military with extensive experience in special operations. Therefore, it has been ordered that this matter be fully entrusted to you. Be sure to stay vigilant and be ready for combat. As soon as you capture any member of the Greedy Wolf mercenary group, execute them on the spot. Shen Han immediately stood up and saluted yes. Walking out of the conference hall, Shen Han's expression remained grim. Greedy Wolf, a notorious mercenary group. Their notorious nature and combat abilities have made them a headache for all countries. Over the years, no country has ever captured any leaders of the Greedy Wolf mercenary group, even though he had faced them before he had retreated every time. This mercenary group only works for money and can be hired by any organization or country. For them, there is no such thing as right or wrong. They only act according to the employment contract. This time, needless to say, they must come with ill intentions. Shen Han felt a headache. His special operations team was not yet fully established. Dealing with the seasoned mercenary organization like Greedy Wolf hardly offered any chances of success. Suddenly, he recalled something and walked into the command room. How has Wild Wolf been recently? Wild Wolf is the codename Shen Han gave to Yian. Since she had not yet been recruited, the codename was Wild Wolf. Sir, I will send her data to your computer right away. Soon Shen Han's computer displayed all activity data from the past few days. All of Yian's behavioral activity data came from the Sky Eye system. In the Xing Luo Empire, every corner is monitored by the Sky Eye. Except for certain specific places, such as the Fu family's estate, the high levels of the Empire underground black markets, or places like the Hanyuan Villa area. As long as the Sky Eye system tracks a person through satellite positioning covering the entire planet, all behavior information exposed by the tracked individual will be directly transmitted to the military. The Sky Eye system is directly under the military's jurisdiction and can be called upon at any time. The Ministry of Public Security also holds some authority, but all powers ultimately belong to the military. Continue to monitor Wild Wolf's movements, Shen Han instructed solemnly. Yes, sir. Shen Han exhaled heavily, watching Yian's image running on the screen. It was precisely because of the importance of this special operation team that he was so cautious and strict. Yian, I hope you can bring me surprises. At the Yunteng Group building, Lu Qi coughed lightly and handed his phone to Fu Yunshin. Young master. Fu Yunshin furrowed his brows slightly and took the phone from Lu Qi. However, as soon as he opened the phone page and saw the screen full of Fu Yunshin as a victim, his expression darkened instantly. Lu Qi instinctively took a step back. Young master, it seems all the forums have been hacked. I contacted the site administrator, but they couldn't delete all the comments. This was the first time Lu Qi had seen his young master being slandered online. He wondered who was bold enough to do such a thing. They were clearly seeking death. Fu Yunshin looked at the neatly arranged text, smiling instead of getting angry, but that smile sent chills down Lu. Immediately contact the Imperial Hacker Alliance, Fu Yunshin commanded. No. Change every instance of receiver to giver across all posts. Fu Yunshin enunciated each word through clenched teeth. And tomorrow I want headlines across all Kyoto news outlets announcing my engagement to Yian. Lu Qi blinked in stunned silence. This plot twist felt distinctly off-kilter. Young master, isn't your focus misplaced? The words slipped out before he could rein them in. Fu Yunshin shot him a glacial glare. Lu Qi snapped his mouth shut and vanished on the spot. Yes, young master. I'll attend to it immediately. A sharp, disdainful snort escaped Fu Yunshin as he slammed the lid shut on the chest before him. Ungrateful little thing. Before long, every online forum tilted sharply in unison. Lin Luo, seated before her monitor, eyes sharpened with exhilaration as she rubbed her hands together. Looks like we've got competition. She took a bite of instant noodles, then dove back into furious keystrokes. Within minutes, every forum thread debating Fu Yunshin and Yian's pairing oscillated wildly between giver and receiver, a digital tug-of-war waged in real time. Original posters stared in bafflement. Had they been haunted? Why had their own typed words morphed without warning? Thus began an intense high-stakes cyber battle across major forums, centered entirely on one question: who between Fu Yunshin and Yian was truly the giver? Casual onlookers settled in with snacks, refreshing their browsers with the zeal of spectators at a live spectacle. Meanwhile, Yian remained blissfully unaware. No longer under Sky Eye surveillance, she now stood deep beneath Kyoto's surface. Yian, this is the Empire's largest underground black market. Wang Hao stepped forward, gesturing toward the colossal structure ahead, a subterranean palace carved from steel and shadow. Yian scanned her surroundings. Indeed, they stood within Kyoto's literal underbelly. The entrance, an unregulated street indistinguishable from any other. Had Wang Hao not spoken, she would never have guessed this was underground. The architecture, the pavement, even the ambient hum of daily life mirrored the world above with uncanny fidelity. Even the sky overhead was a seamless 3D projection, so flawlessly rendered that no trace betrayed its artificiality. Such staggering scale and sophistication demanded a mastermind. Even Yan refused to believe this subterranean kingdom lacked a sovereign hand behind the throne. Su Yan lounged with his hands tucked behind his head. Wang Hao started running these streets at 13. Today he's earned himself a name in the underground coliseums. I arrived here 2 years ago with him, occasionally sourcing black market goods. Yan knew Su Yan and Wang Hao feigned rivalry. In truth, their bond ran deep. Though even ironclad friendship didn't exempt either from wanting to throw a punch when the other grated on their nerves. That very dynamic made their rapport effortless and genuine. Ahead lies the largest auction hub underground, where illicit high-value contraband changes hands beyond the reach of daylight law. Wang Hao pointed toward the palatial structure as he explained. Yan nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "Aren't you scheduled for a boxing match tonight?" Indeed, that match had been the very reason Wang Hao invited her here. He'd mentioned it days earlier, and now brimming with restless energy, he cracked his knuckles in anticipation. "Right, you're coming with me." Wang Hao led the way down another corridor. Since the day Yan had intervened on their behalf, both he and Su Yan had drawn steadily closer to her. The nearer they drew, the more inexplicably captivated they became, not by mystique or artifice, but by the sheer unvarnished magnetism of her presence. As straightforward men, they felt no need to rationalize it. She was simply someone they deeply admired. Yan had previously inquired about the underground world, so Wang Hao seized the chance to show it to her in person. She welcomed the opportunity wholeheartedly, as she'd already intended to explore it herself. Only by mastering this era's hidden contours could she truly survive within it. The moment Yan stepped into the arena corridor, a thunderous wave of cheers crashed over her. Spectators roared like possessed souls, hurling raw primal energy toward the ring. The air itself thrummed with intoxicating visceral vitality. Wang Hao transformed the instant he entered. Every sinew tightened, every contour hardened into lethal precision. Yan glanced at him. Such a physique was without question a weapon forged for combat. Su Yan folded his arms and watched alongside them. High above the arena in the prime vantage point sat a striking Eurasian man, languid, regal, utterly untouchable. His hair fell just past his ears, soft waves catching the light. His features blended Western sharpness with Eastern grace, sculpted yet serene. His sapphire eyes gleamed like a feline's, playful, piercing, laced with cold allure. Within a 3-meter radius, no one dared approach. An invisible aura, dense with death and dominion, radiated from him, enforcing absolute separation from the crowd. Clad in black thigh-high boots, he sat with one leg draped lazily over the other, his gaze fixed on the fighters below, edged with impatience. Captain Tiger Sharks lost himself in the thrill. How much longer must this drag on? A woman beside him murmured, voice low and steady. She wore only a leather bustier, and form-fitting leather pants, twin holsters strapped to her powerful thighs bore weapons openly, unapologetically displayed. Indeed, he's indulged long enough. Lan Xiu's gaze darkened, and he rose. "Let's go." With a subtle flex of his fingers, he issued his silent command. The fighter locked in combat with Tiger Shark dropped, rigid, lifeless, as if struck by gravity itself. The referee rushed forward, checked his pulse, and declared flatly dead. What? He just fell to his death. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Tiger Shark, towering, muscle-bound, glanced toward Lan Xiu, then retreated without hesitation. He'd overstayed his welcome. The captain was displeased. Impossible. That impact couldn't possibly be fatal. Wang Hao stared, disbelief etching his face. Su Yan gaped. "Damn, it's really over. You're not kidding me, right?" But Yan's expression had already shifted, her eyes narrowing the instant the man hit the ground. Her gaze swept the crowd like radar, sharp, relentless, until it locked onto a man's retreating back. "All right, my turn next." Wang Hao bounded onto the ring, elated. "I'll step away for a moment," Yan murmured to Su Yan, and before he could reply, she melted into the throng, vanishing without a trace. Su Yan hadn't even finished her name before a quiet certainty settled in. It was an ability. Just moments ago, Yan had sensed it. An unmistakable surge of latent power. The fallen man hadn't merely tripped. He'd been crushed by sudden, overwhelming gravitational force. Yan slowed her pace, moving silently through the crowd. Her steps feather-light, her focus absolute, as she trailed the trio, 2 men and 1 woman. "The team leader, I'm sorry. It's just that I haven't had this much fun in a long time," Husha explained while scratching his head. Aisha scoffed. "I see you almost forgot about the task we came here for. If you play any longer and get discovered by those people, we'll have to play hide and seek again." Lan Xiu casually slipped one hand into his pocket, and a hint of interest flickered in his cat-like eyes. He stopped in his tracks, saying, "You all wait for me outside." Aisha and Husha exchanged glances. Team leader. With just a glance from Lan Xiu, the two dared not say anything further and quickly exited. Once the two left, Lan Xiu leisurely took a few steps down the corridor. At this moment, the arena's matches were at their most intense, so there was no one in this exit passage. Lan Xiao slowly turned around looking at a figure that had stood behind him. At first glance, it appeared to be a boy who seemed to be in his teens. Interesting. Lan Xiao's handsome profile carried a hint of a bloody aura. Yan did not hide the presence of her tracking. She did not intend to follow them anywhere. She merely wanted to confirm the existence of this ability user, and wanted to know how strong this ability user in this time and space really was. So she just stared at him without speaking. After he finished those 3 words, she directly demonstrated her intentions through action. She swiftly dashed forward, throwing a left hook. Lan Xiao reacted even faster, sidestepping to avoid Yan's attack. The two quickly engaged in a fierce battle, moving at incredible speeds, every fist and kick accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. If someone were here, they would surely exclaim that their fight was even more spectacular than the one in the arena. Yan originally thought her physical endurance would not last 3 minutes in front of this man, but to her surprise, her explosive power suddenly surged, far exceeding her prior understanding of her body. Lan Xiao pulled her in with his arm, coldly chuckling. "You have quite the fighting spirit. Tell me, who are you?" As he questioned her, Yan felt a jolt of pain coursing through her body. Despite this, she remained composed, her focus sharpening as the pistol hidden within Lan Xiao's body instantly made its way into her hands. She executed a backward kick, freeing herself from Lan Xiao's grip, aiming the pistol at his head. To her surprise, there was no anger on Lan Xiao's face. Instead, a hint of excitement lingered. An ability user. Yan aimed the gun at Lan Xiao, her peripheral vision scanning him up and down. "A soldier?" "No, not a soldier." Lan Xiao asked loudly. Yan answered truthfully, "No. She was merely testing the waters. However, for safety, Sake, it's better if I keep this gun with me." Lan Xiao found this amusing. The young man before him gave off a soldier's vibe. But surely the Xing Luo military wouldn't send a teenager to capture him alone. Glancing at the time, his cold, charming eyes narrowed. "Little one, I don't have time to play with you any longer." The gun in Yan's hand suddenly felt as heavy as 100 pounds slipping from her grip. Just as it was about to hit the ground, however, a hand caught it steadily. The hand was incredibly swift, flipping the gun's barrel around, and the figure quickly moved behind, Yan standing close as he aimed at her. In this position, it seemed as if he had her completely enveloped in his arm, the two of them standing extremely close, the air thick with tension. Even his breath brushed against Yan's ear. Yan maintained a calm expression, showing no signs of fear. Yet every cell in her body was in a heightened state. Lan Xiao pressed the gun's barrel against Yan's temple, a hint of bloodlust coloring his cat-like eyes. Yan's calm demeanor strangely intrigued and appealed to him. However, he didn't have time to waste. "I'm in a bit of a hurry today. I hope we meet again, dear little one." He smiled enigmatically, his breath brushing against Yan's ear, as if they were just a centimeter away from his lips touching hers. Yan did not move an inch, but her peripheral vision remained fixed on Lan Xiao's actions. After Lan Xiao finished speaking with a smile, he withdrew the pistol and quickly vanished down the corridor. After Lan Xiao disappeared, Yan stood in place for a long time. Indeed, there are ability users in this world. Moreover, if she guessed correctly that man's ability should belong to the nature type. She did not intend to fight him to the death, nor did she have any reason to kill him. She merely wanted to test his depth and abilities. In fact, it confirmed that she was not the only ability user in this. Furthermore, that person's ability was immensely powerful. He had unleashed it in the blink of an eye. This strengthened her resolve to enhance her own abilities. The survival of the fittest is an unchanging principle since ancient times. In the apocalypse as well as in this time and space. To be at the top of the food chain, she must attain commensurate strength. She extended her hand, flexing her wrists and muscles. Whether it was her illusion or not, the recent skirmish made her feel like her physical functions and reflexes had changed, becoming stronger and faster than before. This was not due to her abilities, but rather the inherent strength of this body. Even her special training would not normally yield such results in such a short time. Putting aside this doubt, it seemed she needed to thoroughly check her body another day. She stretched her neck and then turned to walk further into the corridor. After just a couple of steps, Yan suddenly recalled something. Just now, the man she had followed had a male and female companion. They were the couple she had encountered a few days ago when she went to the fast food restaurant to buy food for Yefei. Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, military boots, firearms, skilled reconnaissance abilities, and a ruthless demeanor. She gazed in the direction where the man had disappeared. "They are mercenaries. Team leader." Upon seeing Lan Xiao come out, Aisha and Husha respectfully called out. Lan Xiao casually toyed with the gun in his hand before holstering it. Thinking about how that little one had unknowingly touched his gun, a hint of a mischievous gleam appeared in his blue eyes. It turns out he is an ability user. "Team leader, the brothers are all set." Husha's voice was firm, just like his whole being robust and rugged. "Team leader, where did you just go?" Aisha asked with confusion. Lan Xiao walked to the trunk of the car, casually remarked. "Nothing much, just encountered a fierce little kitty." When Yin returned to the arena, Wang Hao had just won a match. Su Yin was below, unable to contain his cheers, occasionally shouting loudly, completely devoid of his usual elegant demeanor. Wang Hao won. Yan's voice suddenly sounded beside him. Su Yin smiled. "Yin, you're back." Fortunately, Wang Hao won, otherwise I would have suffered a huge loss. Su Yin was overjoyed, reveling in the action. Yin looked at Wang Hao in the arena, only to see him wiping off sweat. When he noticed her gaze, he waved at her. Yin nodded in response. Wang Hao's close combat skills are impressive, Yin praised honestly. Su Yin immediately added, of course Wang Hao's father was once a world champion with a golden belt. Wang Hao had been practicing boxing since he was a child. Yin nodded, offering an objective assessment. His muscle explosiveness is strong. With further training, he will become even stronger. A bit slow on the reaction. Su Yan's lips twitched. If Wang Hao heard this, he wouldn't know how crushed he would be. Hey, by the way, where did you just go? Su Yan asked. Yin casually replied, I went to the restroom. Knowing Yin was brushing him off, Su Yan didn't press further. At this moment, Wang Hao also walked down amidst the cheers of the crowd. Wang Hao was a veteran of this arena, many people recognized him, and many were enthusiastic because they had won large sums of money thanks to him. Wang Hao approached Yin and Su Yan with his upper body bare. Well done, Su Yan patted Wang Hao's chest. Get lost. Wang Hao cursed in dissatisfaction. Su Yan withdrew his hand, huffing. What? Want to fight? Wang Hao sneered. With your physique, haven't you been beaten enough? Su Yan grimaced, admitting defeat. Only then did Wang Hao turn his attention to Yin. Great job, Yin praised with a slight smile. Wang Hao's face turned red from such a straightforward compliment from Yin. For the first time in his life, he felt a bit. Yin noticed Wang Hao's embarrassment, and just like she did with her own subordinates in the past, lightly punched him on the chest, saying, your physique is good and your explosiveness is strong. No need to be shy. Wang Hao had a great physique embodying masculine beauty with 8-pack abs and a toned body free of any excess fat. His appearance was also very symmetrical with distinct facial features. Therefore, Yan's praise was genuine, which only made Wang Hao feel more embarrassed. After getting punched by Yin, he suddenly remembered he was shirtless and that Yin was a girl. Now even his bronzed skin began to flush. He quickly grabbed a shirt from Su Yan's hand and put it on. Wow, what the hell, Wang Hao? Yin can touch you. This double standard is too obvious, isn't it? Su Yan felt that Wang Hao's attitude toward Yin was inappropriate. It was just too blatant. Wang Hao sneered. I'm mainly afraid that if you act so effeminate, others will think him gay. Su Yan was displeased. Cut it out. Even if I were gay, I wouldn't choose you. I'd prefer someone like Yin. No, wait. Cough, cough, cough. I'm a straight man. Don't say that. Wang Hao shot him a glare, and the two finally reached a truce. Yin clearly didn't take their conversation to heart. Instead, she looked around, surveying the underground arena. In this place, everyone was excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline, openly betting on fights. From time to time, near-death individuals were carried off the stage. No one cared about life or death. They only cared about winning and losing and the thrill of the arena. This place was merely the tip of the iceberg of the underground scene. One must admit Wang Hao's ability to survive here until now is quite impressive. Wang Hao. Yin suddenly called out to him. Moi. Wang Hao frowned, looking at Yin. Yin stared into his eyes, seriously asking, do you want to box for the rest of your life? Wang Hao was taken aback for a moment, not expecting Yin to ask him this question. This was something he had never considered. Yet Yan's tone made him start contemplating the question. Until they exited the underground black market, Wang Hao had not given Yin a clear answer. You are not even 17 yet, you can decide your future path. Do you only want to box, or do you want to do something more meaningful that proves your worth? Yin left him with these words, and her serious tone made Su Yan ponder as well. Wang Hao stared at Yi, and an inexplicable surge of heat welled up in his chest, but his throat felt blocked, as if something was stuck, rendering him speechless. Yin was not in a hurry for his response. After speaking, she bid farewell to the two and turned to head home. Wang Hao and Su Yan exchanged glances, and involuntarily, they both chose to remain silent. Sometimes perhaps many thoughts had already taken root in their hearts, but they only lacked someone to point them out. Awakening. At that moment, Yin played that role. It was already late, and the entire capital had fallen into a tranquil darkness. Yet the bustling streets were still filled with vibrant lights and noise. Yifei was tossing and turning in his room, unable to sleep, occasionally getting up to check outside. Where is my sister? Yi Zhendong had not left yet, and was still at home. That night, Yin had not returned, and under the instigation of Yang Zhitong and Yi Ning, Yi Zhendong had already expressed his anger once. If my sister doesn't come back soon. Yifei felt a bit anxious. In this family, he could clearly sense the growing divide. His father treated his sister like an enemy, not to mention Yang Zhitong and Yi Ning. Thus, the only family member his sister could rely on was him. If he couldn't protect her. Yifei clenched his fist, staring at a torn picture of himself and Yin from their childhood that had always been placed on his nightstand. He did not want this photo to be torn apart again. Yin walked alone on the road, the surroundings eerily quiet, devoid of. Suddenly, Yin stopped, looking up at a high spot in front of her. After pausing there for a moment, she gazed at the sky. Her gaze seemed capable of piercing through the atmosphere, seeing into the vast cosmos beyond the blue star. She furrowed her brows. It felt as if she was being monitored. Over the past few days, she had sensed this feeling, but had found no clues. Moreover, whenever she returned to the villa or appeared in certain specific places, this feeling would vanish. She initially thought it was her excessive vigilance that led to her suspicions. Little did she know it was actually like this. Her gaze turned cold as she wondered who would use such means to monitor her. Yin continued walking towards the Hanyuan Villa area. Ding ding. A familiar silver-white car suddenly stopped. Ian turned around looking at the person in the car, her voice low. How did you get here? Fu Yunshin raised an eyebrow looking at Ian. Come over, I have something to give you. As he spoke, he appraised Ian from head to toe, as if inspecting something. Well, it's good that she isn't going home late at night, and she doesn't look like someone who is out causing trouble. Although he was quite displeased with Ian's behavior of slandering him online. However, he felt unsettled, not giving her the prepared item. He just didn't expect that she hadn't gone home at all. What is it? Ian didn't believe Fu Yunshin would give her anything good for free. After all, today, Fu Yunshin was publicly labeled as a victim across the internet. She thought that when Fu Yunshin saw her again, he would be furious. But looking at him now, could it be? He still hadn't thinking about how Fu Yunshin would be livid and spitting blood if he knew the contents of the online forums, Ian felt inexplicably relieved. Of course, if Ian knew that Fu Yunshin had completely turned the tide with the Hacker Alliance, the one who would be in trouble now. Get in the car, Fu Yunshin commanded. Ian ignored him and walked forward. This time Fu Yunshin didn't get angry. Instead, he leisurely lit a cigarette, took a puff, and slowly exhaled a swirling cloud of smoke before confidently saying, You will definitely like it. Or rather, this is something you desperately need. Ian's steps halted as she turned around to look at Fu Yunshin, who was seated in the driver's seat. Even in the shadows of the darkness, his facial contours exuded confidence. His exquisite and handsome features appeared even more enchanting against the backdrop of the night. Ian recalled the blue-eyed mixed-blood man she had recently clashed with. Compared to that man, Fu Yunshin had a brightness akin to sunlight. That man emanated a sense of rebellion and bloody violence. Without hesitation, she walked back to the front of Fu Yunshin's car, opened the door, and took a seat in the passenger seat. What is it? She asked. Fu Yunshin's words indeed piqued her curiosity. The swirling smoke inside the car made her frown. Do you enjoy smoking so much because you want to die early? Fu Yunshin immediately choked on the smoke. Cough, cough, cough. This woman just couldn't say anything a normal person. You should know that secondhand smoke is more harmful than smoking directly. So if you want to talk to me, put out the cigarette. Otherwise I will think you are trying to murder me. Yian's serious tone left Fu Yunshin with no points. He could only cough irritably, cast Yian a cold glance, say nothing, but still extinguished the cigarette. But in the act, Fu Yunshin crushed the cigarette, but looking at Yian, who was sitting upright in the passenger seat. I really wonder if one day you will drive me to my death. Yian also stared back at Fu Yunshin, the corners of her lips lifting into a smile as she said, It would be quite enjoyable. Fu Yunshin. Forget it. He figured that trying to gain the upper hand in a conversation with this woman might be simple. Her thought process was completely different from that of a normal woman. No, it should be said that it was different from that of any. Seeing Fu Yunshin rendered speechless with anger, Yian's lips subtly curved into a smile, and her mood inexplicably brightened. Upon seeing the smile at the corner of Yian's mouth, the depths of Fu Yunshin's eyes darkened, as if the last remnants of his anger had vanished without a trace due to that smile. Where's the item? Yian asked straightforwardly. Fu Yunshin paused for a moment. This was the first time he was giving someone something, and he was being questioned instead. Normally, who would dare to speak to him this way? But when Yian spoke to him like this, he couldn't get angry. He lightly touched a button on the car's screen. With a click, a compartment opened between them. Fu Yunshin reached in and took out a silver box from the compartment, holding it up. Yian frowned in confusion and reached out to take the silver box. Open it, you'll like it, he assured confidently. Yian scrutinized Fu Yunshin for a moment, and then pressed the button on the box to open the lid. This is... Inside the box lay a silver handgun. Yian's gaze immediately scanned the handgun. No, this was not an ordinary handgun. She had seen all the information regarding firearms from this timeline that Lin Luo had given her. This handgun did not correspond to any known model. Do you like it, eh? Fu Yunshin watched Yian's expression. But Yian controlled her expression. Well, although she was surprised and shocked inside, she didn't show it. Why give me this? Yian asked. Because I know you need it, Fu Yunshin replied in a nonchalant tone, as if he were merely doing something very normal. You need it, so I gave it to you. No reason, just that. In the entire world, this is the only one because I designed it myself. Fu Yunshin's thin lips slowly opened. Yian hesitated for a moment, picked up the handgun, weighed it in her hand, pulled the trigger, aimed, and carefully observed it. Without disassembling the parts, she had already deduced all the parameters of this handgun. Double stack magazine capacity, 20 rounds per stack, a total of 40 rounds. It can load and fire 5 different calibers. The muzzle velocity should be around 400 meters per second. The accuracy still needs to be tested to know. As Yian toyed with the handgun, feeling the grip, she suddenly seemed to discover something, and in just a few seconds had disassembled the handgun into its individual components. She then realized that once this handgun was disassembled, none of the parts looked like they belonged to a gun, and within one of the magazines was a small compartment. Fu Yunshin watched Yian's actions, initially surprised by her estimation of this handgun's parameters. These parameters could only be obtained through testing. Yet she merely observed and waited, and had already roughly calculated the parameters of this handgun. If it weren't for someone who was already familiar with firearms to a certain extent, not even seasoned veterans who had dealt with guns for years would have such ability. Yian truly made him more curious. Seeing her curiosity about the small compartment, he smiled and explained, That is a non-bullet container capable of holding more than 20 tranquilizer darts. Just pull a mechanism on the side of the gun, and the barrel that fires the ammunition will automatically switch to a syringe. The material of the gun body is composed of several rare metals, giving it extremely strong toughness. Once the entire handgun is disassembled, it can be reassembled into a bracelet. While he was speaking, Yi-En had already completed the assembly. With a click, a silver bracelet was already on her wrist. The familiarity with which she did this almost made Fu Yunshin doubt that the item was not designed by him, but rather. In fact, Yi-En was just accustomed to using firearms for a long time, so her understanding of military weapons, their theory, and assembly methods was about as familiar as knowing her own body. Although Fu Yunshin's design was clever and indeed unexpected for her, she understood it roughly as soon as he mentioned it. You gave this to me. Yi-En raised her hand, the silver bracelet glinting in Fu Yunshin's gaze. She was somewhat skeptical that he would give her such a weapon for no reason. Yi-En's fair wrist was illuminated by the silver bracelet, making Fu Yunshin's eyes brighten as well. Don't forget you are my fiancé. Protecting one's fiancé is something a man should do. And don't forget we are just playing a role. Yi-En's lips curled slightly. Marry you. That would be a dream come true. She had no intention of continuing to entangle herself with this man, especially since he had repeatedly taken advantage of her. With that, Yi-En opened the door and prepared to get out. Fu Yunshin's eyes suddenly turned cold, and without thinking he blurted out, "Leave the gun behind." Yi-En turned around looking at Fu Yunshin. Anything that falls into my hands cannot be easily taken back. Moreover, when giving a gift, there's no reason to take it back. This gun, I'll consider it a gift from you. What do you call it here? Oh, the breakup fee. Yi-En said with a serious expression, her face revealing no hint of coercion. After saying this, she turned and left her back looking exceptionally graceful. After hearing Yi-En's words, Fu Yunshin was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly laughed. In the quiet, empty street, this deep and pleasing laughter dispelled much of the surrounding darkness. Once he finished laughing, he called out her name, Yi-En. Yi-En paused for a moment, her gaze icy. Fu Yunshin. Do you know what it means to not overdo things? No, in front of her, not to mention 3 chances, there wasn't even a second. Yet this man repeatedly pushed the limits. If this time Fu Yunshin called her name again, she promised she would beat him so badly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Fu Yunshin looked at her retreating figure and chuckled lightly, saying, "Be careful during this time. Kyoto isn't very safe." Yi-En frowned slightly, seemingly recalling something. What do you mean? Fu Yunshin didn't elaborate much, simply stating in short, take good care of yourself. Yi-En didn't press further, taking her leave. This place wasn't far from the Hanyuan Villa area. It only took a few steps until her figure completely vanished from his sight. He drove off into the night. In the rearview mirror, Fu Yunshin's expression had completely turned cold, a stark contrast to the demeanor he had with Yi-En. When Yi-En returned to the Yi family villa, it was already close to midnight. At this hour, the family members were usually asleep. However, to her surprise, the Yi family villa was still brightly lit. Suddenly, Yi-En's phone vibrated. She received a text message from Yi-Fei. She turned off her phone, walked to the side of the villa, removed the sandbag tied to her leg, grabbed the vine hanging down from above, and with a forceful step, she propelled herself up and agilely climbed up. She climbed through the window and jumped into her room. Turning on the light, she changed her clothes. After a while, she opened the door and walked out, yawning loudly. In the living room, a gloomy Yi Jindong, along with the already drowsy Yang Zhitong and Yi Ning, all looked up towards the upstairs. Yi-En raised her eyebrows and greeted casually, "Oh, good evening." Then she stretched, moved her neck slightly, and walked into her room. She wasn't supposed to be home. Yang Zhitong spoke, astonished and somewhat stuttering. Yi Ning also frowned. She had clearly seen Yi-En leave with 2 boys from Class F. How could she be home? Yi Zindong's face grew increasingly dark. He slammed his hand on the sofa and got up to return to his room. Seeing this, Yang Zhitong immediately followed. "Zhindong, I truly didn't see her come back. I guarantee she wasn't home before." Yi Ning glanced upstairs, letting out a heavy cold snort. After returning to her room, she hesitated for a moment and then dialed a phone number. The sleeping Lu Sheng immediately picked up when he saw it was Yi Ning's call. "Hello, Ning Ning." On the other end of the line, only Yi Ning's sobbing could be heard, which made Lu Sheng anxious. "Don't cry, Yi, tell me what happened, and I'll help you get back at them," Lu Sheng said urgently. "Ah Sheng, didn't you say today you wanted to confirm our relationship?" Yi Ning said between sobs. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng was instantly wide awake. He had indeed brought this up with Yi Ning today, but she had rejected him. "The reason I couldn't agree to you is because..." Yi Ning choked up. "Because what?" Lu Sheng immediately asked. "Because my sister, she will definitely be angry. My sister has never liked me since we were young, and this time she intentionally embarrassed me in front of so many people. Even if I want to confirm our relationship, I'm still afraid, Ah Sheng. You know I like you. But with my sister treating me this way, I have no choice," Yi Ning said, sniffling. "Why are you crying? Did she bully you again?" Yi Ning softly replied with an her tone filled with both grievance and indignation. Lu Sheng's tone suddenly turned cold. "Ning Ning, don't worry, I will definitely take revenge for you. Since she's so vicious, don't blame me for being merciless." After hanging up, Yi Ning wiped her tears and tossed her phone aside. Lu Sheng was indeed easy to deceive, completely lacking any challenge. After the last time she tried to deal with Yi-En and failed, she learned not to take matters into her own hands anymore. She felt a certain fear towards Yin, but this fear could not overcome her hatred and jealousy towards her. "Oof, cheap girl, let's see how long you can be proud." Meanwhile, the returning Yi and wore a look of helplessness. She wasn't afraid of confronting Yi Jindong and the others directly, but there was no need for that now. She glanced at the silver bracelet on her wrist, reaching out to touch it. In fact, from the moment she laid eyes on that gun, she had already been tempted. What she didn't expect was that Fu Yunshin would truly give it to her. She had seen many advanced technologies in the apocalypse inventions much more high-tech than this. But given the current technological level and understanding of this time, being able to design and manufacture such a cleverly crafted gun was indeed impressive. And Fu Yunshin was indeed not merely a wealthy young master in the simple sense. She stretched her wrist, the sound of her joints causing her to frown. Casually stretching her limbs, she then clenched her fist and punched the hanging sandbag. Instantly, a large dent appeared in the sandbag, which took a long time to recover. Yin opened her palm and moved her finger joints. Indeed, her strength and speed had both increased. Could it be that her training was yielding results? Logically speaking, it shouldn't have progressed so quickly. When she had time, she needed to do a comprehensive physical checkup. In any case, such changes were not a bad thing for her. After sending a safe report text to Yi Fei Yi and opened her computer and happened to receive an email sent by Lin. An abandoned old factory was covered in mottled patches with greenish vines winding up along the walls. Inside the factory building, some people sat on the stairs, some lay on the beams, and others leaned against the pillars, each exuding an aura of ruthlessness, as if they had walked out from a pile of corpses countless times. However, when their gazes turned towards the handsome mixed-blood man sitting at the top of the stairs, their eyes were filled with Captain, the brothers have already secured their positions. But that place isn't easy to enter at night. The security system is very discreet and well-established. Kusha said gruffly, carrying a heavy machine gun on his shoulder. Lan Xiao looked at the map spread out before him, playing with a handgun in his hand, turning it back and forth. Who said we need to go in at night? Don't forget, our mission is not to destroy an empty shell. He stared at the words Ziwei Xing Academy, written at the top of the map, a hint of anticipation and excitement curling at the corners of his lips. This upcoming revelry must be extraordinarily wonderful. Lan Xiao closed his eyes, resembling a poet, a musician, and more like a patriarch basking in divine light within a church, perfectly merging sin and beauty together. Aisha exchanged glances with Husha, both seeing a sense of impatient excitement in each other's eyes. The others in the factory were equally filled with a bloodthirsty fervor, eagerly awaiting the dawn of a new day. Yi meticulously perused the information sent by Lin Luo. It contained the biography of Yi An's birth mother Wendai, along with surveillance footage and case files from the time of her car accident. She repeatedly watched the surveillance video of the car accident. Given the speed of that car and the skidding of its tires, it was evident that it deliberately crashed into the vehicle where Wendai was. Moreover, even through the surveillance, she could discern that the car had suddenly accelerated when it appeared. In other words, Wendai's death was indeed a premeditated murder. However, why were her grandfather and maternal grandfather unaware of such a blatant Hitandran accident, and why did they not pursue further investigation? With their seasoned experience, it was impossible for them to overlook this, unless this video had been concealed. Yet Yin felt something was amiss. Given her grandfather and maternal grandfather's status, how could they manage to hide this video? What kind of means and capability would that require? From her last conversation with her grandfather, he merely suspected, but had no evidence. Then, what about her maternal grandfather? Wendai was his biological daughter. At that time, he would not have given up on pursuing it. Yin stroked her chin, wondering why she felt that Wendai's death still hid something. Setting aside this question, she skimmed through Wendai's personal information once more, but there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Ding ding. The notification sound of the chat software rang out. Yin clicked it open. It was a message from Lin. By the way, while I was hacking into the police system today, I accidentally intercepted messages from the National Security Agency after taking a wrong turn. There's something quite interesting. Do you want to hear it? Wrong turn. Given Lin Luo's penchant for treating other security systems like a mall to wander around, it was likely he had gone visit. Yin did not respond about whether to listen or not, but Lin Luo had already sent the message. A notorious mercenary group in the world known as Tianlang has entered the country. Their current coordinates should be in Kyoto. Yi An's gaze shifted slightly upon reading this message. Shortly thereafter, Lin Luo casually sent over the profiles of the main leaders and members of the Tianlang mercenary group. Yi frowned slightly, her gaze lingering on the profile of one individual. It's him. As if aware of Yi An's concern for a certain person, Lin Luo continued to send over the confidential information of that individual. Lan Xiao, born in the slums of country, a mix of East and West. He is calm and rational with unfathomable strength, defying any laws and restrictions, transcending all rules in the world. He is the leader of the Tianlang mercenary group, the sole ruler. He commands the absolute obedience and trust of all group members, serving as the core brain soul and absolute commander of the entire Tianlang mercenary group. Almost all major cases of the Tianlang mercenary group are personally handled and controlled by Lan Xiao. Lin Luo had also found this person's information particularly intriguing, which was why he had delved deeper into the investigation. Yian looked at the information Lin Luo sent over her eyes, evidently showing a similar interest. She hadn't expected that a person she had casually tracked would turn out to be such a figure. Lin Luo, oh right, there's one more thing. What is it? Yian asked. Lin Luo, all forums and websites related to you and Fu Yunshun have collapsed. They brought in people from the Hacker Alliance, and the website has suffered a massive attack, completely paralyzed. Yian raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Well done. Lin Luo was silent for a moment, pushing up his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Yi and the Hacker Alliance. Has my parents. Yian also fell silent for a while before replying, bro, I really admire you. Lin Luo. He felt like he had joined a rather unreliable boss. After finishing the chat with Lin Luo, it was already past midnight. She glanced at the time, shut down her computer, and fell asleep. The next day, as soon as Yian opened the door, she saw Yi Fei waiting at the door of her room. Xiao Fei. Yi Fei smiled with his handsome face. Sister, good morning. Then he whispered, how did you come back last night? They didn't give you a hard time, did they? Yian tilted her head, glancing at the windowsill in her room. Came back from there. Yi Fei followed her gaze, completely stunned. Climbed over the wall. Was it that easy? How had he never noticed it before? By the way, Dad seems to have received some kind of mission. He left early this morning before dawn. Yining also went out to school before you came out. Yi Fei reported the family situation to Yi, unlike a little spy. A mission? If she guessed correctly, it should be related to that mercenary group, called Tian Lang. Sister, I'll wait for you downstairs. It had become Yi Fei's habit to go to school with Yi and every day. Yi Fei replied, and ran downstairs. Hearing his footsteps, Yi's ears perked up. Huh. The weight seemed to have increased this kid. Her gaze fell on the silver bracelet on her wrist. The bracelet was simple and elegant, not at all resembling a weapon, its presence so subtle that even Yi Fei had not noticed it. One must admit Fu Yunshun is truly a genius. No wonder he managed to secure cooperation with the military, making the entire imperial military, political, and business circles flock to this man. Today Yian and Yi Fei ran to school, as usual. Both of them had increased their load compared to before, yet their speed did not diminish. As Yian ran, her gaze constantly scanned the surroundings. Sister, what are you looking at? Nothing, she replied. In the vast cosmos beyond the blue star, a satellite slowly rotated, transmitting the captured images to the military Sky Eye system. In Ziyuan, young master, the last contact of the Wolf of Greed was with the military of Country R. Preliminary judgment indicates that the Wolf of Greed is likely hired by Country R to carry out a terrorist attack on the Empire. Lu Qi reported respectfully. The military has fully commissioned General Shun to handle this matter. Currently, the National Security Department, the military, and the armed police are all in a state of full alert. Fu Yunshun scrolled through his phone, looking at today's headlines with a satisfied smile. His left index finger absent-mindedly tapped on his thigh, reflecting a good mood. Half a year ago, Country R had a public territorial dispute with the Empire, he said slowly. This single statement had already clarified the cause. Young master? Lu Qi inquired. Fu Yunshun's expression turned serious, his tone icy. Since they have come as the host, how can we not present a gift? Otherwise, do they really think Xing Luo is their backyard, coming and going as they please? In the military, with the Wolf of Greed's decisive manner, once they enter the capital, they will not hesitate and will quickly take action against their target. Shen Han analyzed. The primary objective now is to confirm their intentions and direction of action, expand the search range of the Sky Eye system, and leave no suspicious characters overlooked. Shen Han ordered. Yes, the command center responded. Sir, we have intercepted the latest aerial information codes sent by Country R's military from overseas. The technician at the computer immediately stated. Decrypted immediately. Shen Han commanded, then suddenly added, synchronize this information with the president of Yuntung Group, Fu Yunshun, right away. Although there are many talents in the military, Shen Han had to admit that the research and technology department under Fu Yunshun possessed truly world-class technical experts. Understood. While everything here was busy and tense, Yian and Yi Fei's journey to school appeared remarkably leisurely. If it weren't for the group of fierce-looking thugs in front of them wielding clubs. Yi Fei instinctively stepped forward, shielding Yian behind him. Who are you? What do you want? One of them glanced at Yi and then compared her with the photo in hand, questioning. Are you? Yian held her hand up to stop Yi Fei, remaining calm and collected. I am Yian. The thugs wasted no time and charged at Yian with their clubs. Sister, Yi Fei shouted. Yian dodged their attack with a swift movement. However, they were numerous, and with a clear target, they charged at Yi and without hesitation. Seeing this, Yi Fei joined the fray. Just as Yian kicked one of them to the ground, another person behind her swung an iron rod toward her. Noticing the rush of wind behind her, Yi's muscles reacted instinctively, and she sidestepped. Sister, Yi Fei stepped in front of her. At that moment, Yian had already evaded. But the iron rod struck Yi Fei's shoulder firmly. Up. Yian turned around and saw Yi Fei injured and on the ground. Her expression instantly darkened with a terrifying chill as she raised her gaze, locking onto the man who had harmed Yi Fei. Seeing that he had injured Yi Fei and noticing that his companions were already down, the man, filled with malice, raised his club and charged at Yian. Without warning, Yin stepped forward, and as the club came down, quickly grabbed the iron rod. Using her strength, she pressed forward toward the man. The man was forced back step by step. He attempted to resist, but Yin's strength was astonishing, leaving him with no room to fight back. Within just a few steps, he was cornered. Yin showed no hesitation as she seized the iron rod and struck it towards the man's abdomen. Up! A scream escaped him as he fell to the ground, clutching his abdomen and howling in pain. Yifei, witnessing this, completely forgot about the pain in his shoulder. His sister was simply too incredible. Stronger than a super saiyan, perhaps. The man attempted to roll over, but as soon as he tried, Yin kicked him back to the ground. Up! Another scream erupted from him as he stared wide-eyed in terror at the enraged Yin. She raised her foot and pressed it onto his chest, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Speak, who sent you? Her cold voice sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. The man remained silent, but as Yin applied more pressure, he immediately began to wail. It was young Master Lu. Cough, cough, cough. Young Master Lu said to teach a lesson to someone named Yin, telling us to do whatever it takes just to incapacitate her. After receiving the information, she wanted Yi and kicked the man away. After a series of painful cries, he lay on the ground, barely conscious. Yin was adept at controlling her strength, and with the added weight on her legs, the force of her kick could not be measured by an ordinary person's leg power. Sister. Yifei stood up from the ground, but as soon as he did, the pain in his shoulder flared up, and he couldn't help but emit a muffled groan. Yin took a few steps forward, grasped Yifei's arm, and helped him up. However, as soon as Yifei steadied himself, he was met with a scolding. Did I not tell you not to rashly step forward? Such behavior may bring unnecessary trouble to either you or me. Yin spoke bluntly, causing Yifei's expression to droop. Just now I clearly dodged, but you insisted on stepping in and taking a hit. How is that any different from rushing to your own death? If the other side had a gun, you would already be dead now. Yin's tone carried irritation as she reprimanded him. Her strong words made Yifei's face flush with embarrassment. It was an instinctive reaction, and he hadn't thought much about it. Especially since their relationship had only recently begun to mend, he was solely focused on protecting his sister. Yet unexpectedly, each time he acted, it turned out to be redundant, only adding trouble for her. Yifei's mood suddenly. Yin steadied Yifei and pressed on his shoulder a few times. Up! Yifei couldn't help but yelp, but after pressing, it didn't hurt as much as before. After we get to school, go to the infirmary and find Dr. Mei for some ointment. Yin withdrew her hand. Dr. Mei? Sister, do you know her? Yifei asked in confusion. I've met her, Yin replied, then straightened Yifei, frowning. If you can walk, then walk by yourself, you're not crippled. Yifei pouted, steadying himself. Faced with such a cold sister, was it easy for him to act cute? Sister, the young Master Lu mentioned, is Lu Cheng right? Yifei's tone turned cold. Yin's eyes glinted with coldness. Yes. After saying that, she stepped forward toward Ziwei Star Academy. Yifei followed closely behind. Sister, what are you going to do now? Yin's lips curled coldly, spitting out two words: settle accounts. She has never had the habit of letting others act against her multiple times. Upon hearing this, Yifei felt a surge of warmth in his chest and hurried to follow. Sister seems to be stirring up trouble. But why is he so excited? Moreover, he had a vague feeling that part of the reason his sister was so angry was because of him. Lu Sheng sat in classroom, leaning back in his chair, playing with his phone while waiting for good news. A gloomy smile hung on his face. Yin, once you're ruined, let's see how you can still act smug in front of me. As long as you completely turn into a useless person, no one will threaten him and Yining anymore. Outside Class S, Yining leaned against the railing, but her gaze kept drifting towards Class F. At that moment, a sudden commotion of students' gasps came from outside the corridor. What's happening outside? Wang Hao, who was preparing to read in Class F, inquired upon hearing the noise. A male classmate rushed into the classroom. How Guyi? Yin is heading to Class A with a Wang Hao, who was sitting awkwardly on the stool, almost fell to the ground. He quickly stood up and said, let's go take a look. Yin's expression was cold as she walked straight through the corridor, her long legs swiftly carrying her forward. People around her instinctively moved away, puzzled about what Yin was about to do. Her powerful aura almost made them feel as if the Imperial Marshal had appeared here. Lu Sheng, sitting at his desk, also noticed the commotion outside, but hadn't gotten up yet. At the entrance of Class A, a tall figure had already appeared. Lu Sheng stood up in disbelief. Yin. The classmates in Class A all got up and moved aside. Seeing the momentum of these two, it was clear they were about to fight. The grudge between Yin and Lu Sheng had a long history, and they had just recently annulled their engagement, so everyone tacitly moved further away, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Without saying a word, Yin hesitated not for a moment, and had already walked up to Lu Sheng's face in the blink of an eye. Last time I didn't hold you accountable for pushing me into the water, it was just that I found it troublesome. But since you are so eager to confront me, I see no reason to refuse. Yin spoke coldly. Especially since he had actually hurt Yifei. Yin had always been protective. In the past, she protected her soldiers and subordinates. Now she was protecting her. Lu Sheng's face turned grim. You are just a broken shoe, a waste. What qualifications do you have to boast in front of me? After speaking, he swung his hand to hit Yin in the face. Yian was much faster than Lu Sheng. She directly seized his wrist. Lu Sheng's hand was instantly immobilized, but he came from a military family and had practiced combat techniques from a young age, so his other hand immediately attacked Yian. With a forceful grip, Yian heard a crisp cracking sound, and Lu Sheng's hand lost all sensation. At the same time, Yian swiftly dodged Lu Sheng's other hand's attack, spun around, and slapped him across the cheek. Slap. The loud sound of the slap startled many girls, forcing them to cover their ears. Yian loosened her grip, and Lu Sheng immediately staggered backward uncontrollably. One of his hands was already rendered useless and was in excruciating pain while he used the other to cover his suddenly swollen face, filled with humiliation and rage. Yian. He had never been treated like this in his entire life, and his eyes turned red with fury. Yian took a step forward, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth, her tone icy. By the way, I just love situations that can be resolved with a fight. Lu Sheng's eyes were filled with disbelief. Oh, how could that waste possess such skill? Moreover, her strength was unexpectedly great. But at this moment, anger filled his mind. He clenched his other fist and swung it directly at Yian. Yian did not dodge, but instead caught Lu Sheng's fist with her palm, her gaze sharp. Instantly, Lu Sheng could clearly feel his bone in the arm feel as though it had shattered. Up. Immediately after, Yian kicked towards Lu Sheng's abdomen. Lu Sheng flew backward, his body soaring from the classroom to the corridor, crashing heavily onto the ground. The onlookers gasped in shock and scattered. Seeing this, Yifei rushed over. Sister, let me do it, let me do it. After saying that, Yifei quickly walked up to Lu Sheng and kicked him hard several times. I've been unhappy with you for Is my sister someone you can match? You should look at yourself and see what a mess you are. Originally, he wanted to act, but he was afraid of being scolded by his sister, so he planned to wait for an opportunity. He never expected his sister to dominate the fight single-handedly. This was too damn exhilarating. Even if Yifei usually pretended to be calm and mature, he was still just In such situations, of course, it was just one word: fight. Yian stood still for a moment, coughed lightly, and said. Yifei finally stopped. But at this time, Lu Sheng had already been beaten to a bruised face, his once handsome features marred by footprints. Though Yian and Yifei had held back their strength, it looked like Lu Sheng had been severely beaten. However, it was mostly just muscle and bone injuries, and he hadn't really suffered any life-threatening damage. Lu Sheng glared at the Yi siblings with hatred. He had been knocked down by a woman. For a military scion like him, this was an utter humiliation. Not to mention, he looked like this in his current state. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He angrily glared at the other. What are you all standing around for? Are you just going to watch them bully me in Class A? Lu Sheng usually had some authority in Class A and had a group of followers. Just now, they had simply not reacted. Their speed of action was too fast. Now, upon being yelled at by Lu Sheng, they immediately came to their senses. Each of them was rolling up their sleeves, preparing to confront Yian and the others. Yian showed no signs of fear, the muscles in her cheek tightening slightly. Although her physical strength had not fully recovered, handling these young masters from wealthy families was still more than enough. Let's see who dares to touch Yian. Wang Hao's deep voice rang out at the door as he led a group of students from Class F walking in with great momentum. His arrival made many people lower their flags and retreat a few steps in fear. Everyone in Ziwei Star Academy knew who Wang Hao was. For Wang Hao, as long as no one was killed, he could beat. Moreover, Wang Hao's own combat power was already very high. One punch could render someone unable to attend school for a month. In school matters, one cannot involve family. This is the rule. Therefore, everyone naturally did not want to provoke this character. Lu Sheng glared defiantly at the person before him, his gaze filled with hatred toward Yian. The people from Class F had clearly shown their intention to protect Yian, and the people from Class A did not dare to act recklessly. Do you want to fight? Wang Hao directly asked Yian. Yian curled her cold lips. It's done. Wang Hao and Su Yan's expressions immediately turned regretful. The onlooking classmates were clearly leaning towards Class A, wondering why the students from Class F were so eager to fight. Yian stepped forward, half squatting down, leaning in to look at Lu Sheng, locking eyes with his crimson orbs. In a deep voice, she articulated, "Your grandfather was an outstanding soldier. Honest, trustworthy, and possessing courage. Yet you possess none of these attributes worthy of the title soldier. The glory of your family will be utterly destroyed by your hands. Because you do not deserve it." The 3 words "you do not deserve" caused Lu Sheng's expression to change instantly, filled with furious rage and an indescribable shame. "If you want to cripple me, you should consider your own capabilities first." Yian's tone was filled with disdain. Lu Sheng clenched his fists, attempting to rise, but the excruciating pain in his body caused him to collapse again. She paused for a moment, raising her eyes to glance at the terrified Yi Ning before shifting her gaze back. "Also tell Yi Ning that what I said to her remains in effect forever. It's merely a matter of when." Yian coldly stood up, not casting another glance at Lu Sheng, and turned to walk beside Wang Hao. "Let's go back." Wang Hao nodded, immediately leading the students of Class F back to their classroom. Yifei also gave a soft snort and returned to Class S. Although Yi Ning was far away, the look in Yian's eyes immediately reminded her of the words Yian had previously said to her. "In the future, you should better behave yourself, otherwise I can't guarantee when I might decide to end your life." This sentence echoed in Yi Ning's mind. Yi An's earlier gaze clearly seemed to remind her of this statement. She knew it was her. This useless Lu Sheng, incapable of achieving anything yet fully capable of causing trouble. After Yin and the others left, Lu Sheng was immediately helped up by the students of Class A and sent to the infirmary. What a! Yin from Class F openly went to Class A to fight Lu Sheng and nearly beat him to death. The principal sprang up from his chair, his tone filled with disbelief. The reporting teacher nodded. Yes, the school's surveillance footage captured everything. Principal, this behavior is extremely atrocious. Yi An's actions must be severely punished. The principal slammed his hand on the desk in front of him, anger seeping from his voice. What does she take this school for? Severe punishment is essential. Ziwei Star Academy is not an ordinary institution. Such openly atrocious behavior cannot be tolerated. If this were to reach the parents' ears, the sponsorship of Ziwei Star Academy and its reputation would plummet. Furthermore, if the academy were criticized during a national assembly, it would mean the end of his presidency. Immediately, bring Yi into my office. The principal's secretary frowned, whispering a few words in the principal. The principal's expression changed abruptly, and he immediately sat down at the computer, opening a web page. Upon seeing the headline on the internal site of the Beijing Circle, he quickly halted the teacher, who was about to summon Yi. Wait, come back. The principal restrained a breath of frustration, saying, forget it, don't handle this matter for now. Delete the surveillance footage from the school, as if nothing happened. Unless he wanted to pack up and leave immediately, he would not dare offend the fiancé of young Master Fu now. The teacher looked confused for a moment before nodding. Understood, principal. The principal gazed at the computer screen, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness upon seeing the headline news. Forget it, he couldn't afford to provoke them. In the entire Xinghua Empire, who would dare to provoke anyone connected to the Fu family? Even if Lu Sheng's parents learned of this matter, they probably wouldn't have the courage to confront Yi. The incident of Yi hitting Lu Sheng quickly spread like wildfire within Ziwei Star Academy. Students expressed their admiration for Yi An's level of violence. They also mourned for Lu Sheng for 3 seconds, expressing deep sympathy for his plight. However, among these prominent families, most were merely interested in gossip. Thus, their impression of Lu Sheng deteriorated significantly. Pushing his fiancée into the water and having an unclear relationship with his fiancée's sister was already enough to draw criticism. Not to mention that he had just been beaten by Yi. A military scion, a man was actually beaten by a woman. It was simple. Those who were originally somewhat close to him among the military scions also distanced themselves from Lu Sheng. Military scions are usually passionate youths who value strength and power more than ordinary boys. Thus, after being captivated by Yi An's marksmanship, they were once again won over by her combat prowess. Their initial impressions of Yi had greatly improved. They were already calculating in their minds how to pull Yi into their little group to flaunt together. As for Lu Sheng being injured, well, it's normal for a man to get hurt. If he didn't get hurt now, how would he fare on the battlefield in the future? As for the girls, opinions were sharply divided. Some scoffed at Yi An's behavior, which was entirely unladylike, while others believed that Yi An's actions were simply tearing apart a scumbag. A great relief. They couldn't help but want to applaud Yi. This kind of behavior is what a girl should embody, tearing apart scumbags and defeating the third party, beating up rogues and standing tall. Not to mention Yi is just so incredibly handsome. Therefore, the uproar caused by Yi hitting Lu Sheng surprisingly did not bring her any negative attention. Instead, it made many people view her more favorably. After returning to Class F, Yi continued as usual, reading and preparing for classes, appearing calm and composed, as if what they had just witnessed was merely an illusion. Yet everyone in Class F began to develop an indescribable sense of awe towards Yi. They couldn't help but feel as if standing before a king one would naturally kneel. It was a natural feeling devoid of any logical reasoning. Wang Hao and Su Yin exchanged glances, and both saw the same thought reflected in each other's eyes. When teacher Lin Jing entered the classroom, she was a bit cautious. She had just heard about the incident and couldn't help but glance at Yi a few more times. In her heart, she felt perplexed. It was impossible, right? This child looks so well-behaved and obedient. How could she possibly be involved in a fight? Today's Class F was also unusually quiet, lacking the usual noise, making her feel a bit uneasy. She walked up to the podium and cleared her throat a couple of times. Today we have a new student joining the class. Please give her a warm welcome. New student. F class is getting a new student. The students exchanged glances, but still applauded warmly. Yi also. Suddenly, a girl dressed in the Ziwei Star Academy uniform bounced through the door. She had 2 low ponytails and long black hair that flowed beyond her chest. With a sweet smile, her 2 dimples made her appear even younger as she introduced herself. Hello everyone, my name is Cheng Xiaoxiao. This adorable and cute girl instantly melted the hearts of everyone in Class F. Everyone expressed their warm welcome to Cheng Xiaoxiao. Cheng Xiaoxiao squinted her eyes and smiled, a glint of brilliance flashing in her eyes. Her gaze landed on Yi and Wei Guo. Hello. Everyone in the room gasped, but turned out that Cheng Xiaoxiao knew Yi. Yi An's eyes narrowed slightly as Cheng Xiaoxiao approached her, looking at Lin Luo with a cute expression. Little brother, can you give this seat to me? Lin Luo was a bit confused. As a homebody, he actually had a good impression of soft girls like Cheng Xiaoxiao, and one might even say he liked her a bit. But why did she have to ask him to give up his seat? He picked up his laptop and self-consciously moved to another corner. Perhaps this is just a society that values looks. Cheng Xiaoxiao smiled, and then sat closely next to Yian. Weiguo, I haven't seen you for days. Did you miss me? Cheng Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled. Class F students were puzzled, wondering if she really came to school for Yian. Although Yian looked like she could easily be mistaken for a boy, but she was undoubtedly a real girl. Yian frowned and looked at Cheng Xiaoxiao. I am a girl. I know. Cheng Xiaoxiao pouted, her cheeks puffing out. I just really like you, okay? I'm so cute. How can you be so fierce? Yian was speechless, feeling an inexplicable mixture of energy and frustration. Based on Chen Zu's attitude toward her that day, she was definitely not an ordinary girl. Moreover, she knew that Cheng Xiaoxiao was merely pretending to be harmless. In her eyes there was a sharp glint, sharper than an eagle's. Ever since Cheng Xiaoxiao entered Class F, she had been following Yi and like a little tail. From a distance, one might mistake her for a little lowly clinging to a handsome youth. Although everyone found it somewhat inexplicable, it was indeed a pleasant sight. Lin Luo looked down from the window and saw Cheng Xiaoxiao following Yian with a stack of books chattering away. In contrast, Yian remained expressionless, seemingly blocking out Cheng Xiaoxiao's existence entirely. Lin Luo held his laptop and directly input Cheng Xiaoxiao's photo, typing a few keys on the keyboard. Immediately a pop-up blocked access. Level. He frowned. While Cheng Xiaoxiao's basic information was easy to find, delving deeper was blocked by permissions. Lin Luo stretched his wrist and continued typing. At that moment, a woman in a teacher's uniform walked into the control. Her crimson lips curved into a beautiful arc as she directly cut several wires, retrieving a fist-sized bomb hidden in her clothes and embedding it. At the same time, a man with an unfamiliar face entered the monitoring room. The uncle guarding the monitoring room was eating takeout and was about to ask who it was. However, before he could speak, his throat was slit. The unknown man sat down, tapped a few times on the monitor, and in an instant the entire school's surveillance system went down. At the same time, those infiltrating Ziwei Star Academy were methodically carrying out their tasks. The academy, which appeared calm on the surface, seemed to be brewing a storm. While reviewing the construction plan for the Research Institute of Ziwei Star Academy in the principal's office, a bad premonition suddenly struck him, prompting him to ask his secretary, "Has there been any issues with our school's security system recently?" Principal, while our school's security system may not compare to the National Security Department, it is quite sophisticated and is not easily compromised, the secretary respectfully replied. The principal nodded and continued to look at the proposal in his hand. Ziwei Star Academy was an elite institution gathering the offspring of the high-ranking families in the capital, thus its security was far superior to that of ordinary schools. Outside Ziwei Star Academy, a black car stopped. A young man in a school uniform stepped out, striding forward. He wore a pair of transparent rimless glasses that obscured the depth of his eyes. His shoulder-length hair was casually tied back in a ponytail, exuding a refreshing yet disheveled air. Adjusting his glasses, he walked towards Ziwei Star Academy. "Weiguo, I heard you beat up Lu Sheng this morning. Oh, why are you so handsome?" Cheng Xiaoxiao followed, Yi and never stopping her chatter. Noticing Yi An's disinterest, she became even more enthusiastic. Using modern slang, one might say Cheng Xiaoxiao had a serious masochistic tendency. Suddenly a harsh sound echoed above the academy. Yian immediately looked up in the direction of the sound. Her ears twitched slightly as numerous footsteps approached from the shadows of the academy, and those footsteps were remarkably synchronized, their landing almost eerily light. Cheng Xiaoxiao's noisy voice also stopped as she looked in a certain direction, a strange gleam flashing in her eyes. The sound lasted less than a second, and the students hardly paid it any attention. Yi's gaze turned cold, her expression changed suddenly as she stepped forward. Cheng Xiaoxiao just happened to stand in front of Yian, still dazed, and was pushed back a few steps by Yi's stride. As a result, Cheng Xiaoxiao bumped into a solid wall behind her, scattering the books she was holding all over the floor. Ouch! Cheng Xiaoxiao turned around, not even seeing the other person's face, and apologized, "Sorry." Yian frowned, bent down, and picked up the scattered books for Cheng Xiaoxiao. The man whom Cheng Xiaoxiao bumped into also bent down to pick up the books on the ground and handed them to Cheng Xiaoxiao. Only then did they see the man's appearance. He was strikingly handsome, almost to the point of being breathtaking, with shoulder-length hair tied back in a ponytail, wearing glasses that gave him a gentle demeanor and eyes as sharp and clear as obsidian. Cheng Xiaoxiao stared blankly for a moment, but her instinct warned her that this man was very dangerous. She instinctively took a step back, accepted the books, thanked him, and directly moved behind Yian. Yian stood up as well, and she and the man almost simultaneously looked up at each other. When Yian saw the man's face, something flashed in her mind. It felt somewhat familiar, yet she had indeed never seen this face before. He stared at Yian for a moment, then smiled at Cheng Xiaoxiao. "Classmate, you should pay attention while walking next time." Cheng Xiaoxiao nodded, "MHM." After saying that, the man nodded at Yian and stepped past her into the academy. Yian's pupils constricted, her gaze suddenly sharp as a cold blade. She quickly turned around, but the figure in the school uniform had already vanished without a trace. He adjusted his glasses, a smirk appearing at the corners of his lips, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected thrill. Cheng Xiaoxiao's expression also changed slightly. "Weiguo, Yian scanned her surroundings. The students in the academy were still going about their activities as usual. She immediately called Lin Luo. Lin Luo, seeing Yian's figure below, answered the phone. Lin Luo pulled up the academy's surveillance right away. Just as Yian finished saying surveillance, the phone hung up. The signal has been blocked. Yian whispered, hurry. Go back to Class F and find Lin Luo. Cheng Xiaoxiao also realized the seriousness of the situation, nodding and following Yian as they ran back toward academy surveillance. Lin Luo turned off the identity information about Cheng Xiaoxiao that he had just searched for, only to discover that the computer's wireless connection had also been interrupted. All communication devices were unable to contact the outside world. Lin Luo's expression changed as he immediately sat down, his long pale fingers continuously striking the keyboard, but the network refused to connect no matter what, let alone access the surveillance. Hey, do you have a signal on your phone? No? What's going on? It's not an exam. Why would the school Yes. This is too strange, right? My communication watch also has no signal. Forget communication. I can't even play games on my console. Everyone started to complain, believing it was some trick played by the academy, and didn't take it too seriously. However, gradually they began to notice the oddities. The entire academy not only had its signal field interfered with and blocked, but even the power circuits were cut off, plunging the whole academy into a state of no electricity. Yian walked briskly, her mental energy extending her abilities. The hidden sounds became increasingly clear. Beep, beep, beep. The ticking sound came from somewhere. No, it wasn't just one. There were many footsteps hidden in the distance. Yian took out her phone and accessed a hidden interface in the system. Connecting to your communication contacts, please wait. Lin Luo's voice came through. Without hesitation, Yian said. Lin Luo immediately sent a message to the military. The Ziwei Star Academy is under attack by mercenaries carrying heavy weapons with more than 30 individuals, and timed explosives have been placed in multiple locations around the academy. Also have Wang Hao keep an eye on the people in Class F and instruct them not to move around. Lin Luo's usually sleepy eyes suddenly sharpened. I understand, he'll find a way right away. After saying this, Lin Luo quickly added in a low voice, be careful of the person. She is a top-notch sniper. Yian raised her eyelids slightly. I understand. After hanging up, she glanced at Cheng Xiaoxiao and immediately headed towards the direction of the ticking sound. Cheng Xiaoxiao glanced into the distance, squinting her eyes, then followed closely behind. Yunting Building. Fu Yunshin didn't know why he felt particularly irritable all day today. Unable to resist, he lit another cigarette. But recalling Yi An's words, he suppressed the urge to smoke. He tossed a beetle nut into his mouth and began to chew. With one hand, he impatiently undid a button on his shirt, his tie slightly disheveled. His exquisite and sexy collarbone was exposed, hinting at his muscular chest. How's it going? Have you decrypted it yet? He directly inquired about the image on the computer in front of him. President, it's almost done. We're just missing the last code to decrypt. Fu Yunshin drummed his fingers absently on the desk, his expression darkening as he suddenly remembered something. Immediately call the principal's office of Ziwei Star Academy. Yes, young master. At the same time in the military General Shun, we just intercepted a message sent through a special channel by radio waves to our military. A technician stood up, abruptly reporting. What message? Shinhan questioned in a deep voice. The technician immediately turned around, converting the wavelengths into text. Ziwei Star mercenaries with heavy weapons have invaded more than 30 people and multiple bombs have been planted. With each word he spoke, the expressions of everyone in the command center grew increasingly grim. Chief, we just received news from Fu Xiao that the Tanlang mercenary group has likely invaded Ziwei Star Academy. Shinhan's expression turned icy. What are you waiting for? All personnel prepare for battle. Everyone's expressions changed in shock. Yes. No one dared to be lax, and no one dared to slack off. They were all too aware of what Ziwei Star Academy meant to the Xinglua Empire. The Ziwei Emperor Star was the gathering place of future heirs of the entire Xinglua Empire. Moreover, they were the ones who would dominate the future of the entire Xinglua Empire. If anything were to happen, the consequences were unimaginable. As Fu Yunshin just got into the car, the technical department had already decrypted the transmission messages between Country R and Tanlang. Fu Yunshin put down his phone and sneered. As he expected, Tanlang was hired by the R country's military with the goal being Ziwei Star Academy. The vehicle started. Armed police and military forces had already gathered towards the direction of Ziwei Star. Meanwhile, the entire Ziwei Star Academy was plunged into a state of isolation from the outside world. Yian did not rush back to Class F, but instead walked straight towards the direction of the sound. At that moment, a violent explosion erupted in one of the teaching buildings. The sound echoed throughout Ziwei Star Academy. All the students were startled and began to scream and run outside. Fortunately, there was no one in that area at the time, preventing any casualties. Additionally, all the buildings in the academy were equipped with explosion-proof devices, so the explosion did not spread too widely. However, this signal made everyone realize one thing: Ziwei Star Academy had been invaded. All the students frantically rushed towards the main gate. But the gates of Ziwei Star Academy had already been sealed shut, and the security system that was originally meant to protect the academy had now become a lock that trapped them. Wang Hao was startled, recalling what Lin Luo, who usually spoke little, had just told him. He immediately rushed forward and grabbed Lin Luo by the collar. What on earth is going on? Lin Luo pushed Wang Hao's hand away with dissatisfaction and casually replied. Yan said the academy was invaded by mercenaries. Lin Luo spoke these words expressionlessly, showing no reaction, while Wang Hao was stunned for a long moment. He walked outside the classroom looking at the students blocked at the main gate, then turned back immediately. Where's Yan? He asked urgently. Lin Luo adjusted her glasses, which had been knocked askew by Wang Hao, and said flatly, Didn't you hear the explosion? She might have gone to defuse the bomb. Lin Luo said this casually, unaware of what Yan was actually doing. However, it nearly gave Wang Hao a heart attack, and after a long time, he finally steadied his emotions and began to direct the students of Class F according to Yan's earlier instructions. Meanwhile, students from several surrounding classes were running around in panic. Upon seeing someone who seemed to be leading, they instinctively followed Wang Hao's commands. This explosion is merely a signal. Yan walked into the power distribution room and immediately began to check. Cheng Xiaoxiao seemed to know what Yan was looking for and started rummaging around as well. The wires have all been cut, Cheng Xiaoxiao whispered. Suddenly, Yan stopped staring at a palm-sized box embedded between 2 meters. A countdown was in progress on it, the red numbers, and the ticking sound tightening their hearts. A timer bomb, Cheng Xiaoxiao said with a serious tone. Yan's voice turned grave. No, it's a timed bomb with remote control. Moreover, there is more than one in the entire Z-Way Star Academy. Within the countdown range, these bombs can be remotely detonated at any time. If she remembered correctly, due to the special nature of the Academy, many security and anti-explosion measures had been implemented at Z-Way Star Academy. Thus, even the most powerful bomb would have its force diminished when detonated within Z-Way Star Academy. Moreover, they were illegally entering and under the control of the capital. Even the black market was no exception. Therefore, they could not carry a large amount of explosives. Hence, they resorted to this method of multiple bombings, which could gradually destroy Z-Way Star while satisfying their twisted pleasure of control. Yan quickly opened her phone and connected it to Lin Luo's phone using the previous interface. Lin Luo sent over the analysis and architectural drawings of the entire Z-Way Star Academy. Without hesitation, Lin Luo directly opened his computer and connected to the local signal emitted by Yan's phone, transmitting the architectural and analysis drawings of Z-Way Star Academy. Although they were currently in a state without signal, Lin Luo had installed a special software interface on Yan's phone. Within a certain range, this software interface could connect communication through the local signal it emitted. This was originally just a software Lin Luo casually wrote for fun and was installed on Yan's phone during testing. Unexpectedly, it came in handy so quickly. Yan communicated with Lin Luo while observing the drawings he sent. Her gaze quickly locked onto several locations. Lin Luo gave the phone to Wang Hao. Lin Luo frowned slightly, but immediately handed the phone to Wang Hao. Yan is looking for you. Wang Hao was taken aback and immediately took the call. Yan commanded, Wang Hao, remember the following locations. Evacuate the crowd from these key locations, and whatever you do, do not approach these places. Yes. Wang Hao instinctively felt a jolt of focus, and without any doubt following Yan's orders became a reflex at this. Soon Yan listed 5 locations, and after finishing, she hung up the phone directly. She looked at the bomb in front of her, still flashing a red light. The places she mentioned were the weakest spots within Z-Way Star Academy. One of those places was the power distribution room. Based on the direction of the explosion sound that had just occurred, it was also one of the locations she had just mentioned. Cheng Xiaoxiao watched Yan issue commands methodically and couldn't help but feel a strange sense of curiosity and doubt. Who exactly was she? Can you disarm bombs? Yan asked. Cheng Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned, and then shook her head no. Yan glanced back at Cheng Xiaoxiao, a smirk at the corner of her mouth. As long as you can kill, that's enough. After saying that, she turned around and began to dismantle the bomb embedded inside. Cheng Xiaoxiao stood frozen in place, a faint smile appearing on her face. However, this smile carried a strange and dark aura. At the top of the Z-Way Star Academy tower, a young man in an academy uniform effortlessly leaped down. Captain Aisha and Tiger Shark, both dressed in camouflage combat gear, shouted in unison. Lan Xiao tore off the fake skin mask stuck to his face and removed his black contact lenses. Ripping off his clothes revealed a military combat uniform. The knee-high military boots thudded on the ground with a powerful steadiness, exuding an air of cold, iron-blooded ferocity. Lan Xiao looked down, narrowing his eyes at the students organizing the evacuation and assembly. Is someone directing their actions? Aisha stepped forward, observing the situation below. It appears to be a boy. They avoided all the locations where we buried bombs. Are you trying to tell me this is a coincidence? Lan Xiao spoke. Aisha frowned. Impossible. How could they know the locations where we buried the explosives? After saying that, Aisha took out the remote in her hand and pressed a button. But the anticipated explosion did not occur, and the location being controlled was exactly the bomb in the power distribution room. Their expressions shifted uneasily. Captain, I'll take people to check what's going on. After saying that, Aisha immediately took 2 mercenaries and left. Watching the crowd below, Tiger Shark raised his hand and made a few gestures in the air. Soldiers hidden in the shadows immediately opened fire into the crowd. As gunfire erupted, 2 people fell dead among the crowd. Up. Scream after scream erupted. Tiger Shark chuckled roughly. Captain, look, aren't they behaving now? Lan Xiao also chuckled, but his gaze suddenly shifted outside the academy, and the original smile gradually faded with every word dripping with danger. It seems I underestimated the military of the Xinghua Empire. Lan Xiao extended his hand, and in an instant a visible current surged towards the entrance of Ziwei Star Academy, enveloping the entire academy in a layer of electricity. Tiger Shark was not surprised by Lan Xiao's abilities. Seeing the approaching army outside, he asked, Captain, what should we do? Lan Xiao smiled with a hint of rebellion, lightly licking his dry lips. Gather all the little sheep and confine them to one place. Yes. Tiger Shark raised a heavy machine gun and fired a round into the sky. Immediately, all the hidden soldiers emerged like ghosts, brandishing their guns and surrounding the students and teachers present in the school. In an instant, everyone dared not move. Up. Upon seeing the soldiers with painted disguises, many girls screamed in terror. The soldier holding the gun opened fire. The female student fell dead instantly. Suddenly, everyone dared not move or shout, only obediently following these people. In another direction, Lin Luo, who was with Wang Hao and the others, held his notebook, feeling increasingly worried. How was Ian doing right now? Outside the school. In just a moment, a division of troops had gathered outside Ziwei Star Academy. All the soldiers were in combat posture, their expressions serious and tense, even their breathing was regulated. Fu Yinshin got out of the car without hesitation, wanting to charge through the main gate. But before he could reach it, he was immediately stopped by Shen Han. Fu Xiao? It's dangerous. Fu Yinshin narrowed his eyes, staring at the tightly closed gate in front of him, only to realize that the entire door was emitting a crackling sound of electricity. Without a doubt, as soon as someone touched it, they would be electrocuted instantly. Fu Yinshin's eyes darkened. This was that kind of ability. What's the situation inside? Shen Han frowned, unclear. However, we have no way to force our way in, and they still have hostages in their hands. The entire academy was under their control. According to intercepted radio waves, explosives had been buried in multiple locations throughout the academy. Moreover, an explosion had already occurred earlier. Right now, we can only trap them inside by some more time and think of a way to deal with them. Fu Yunshin's expression instantly turned extremely grim. An explosion had already occurred. Pushing Shen Han's hand away, he stepped forward, wanting to charge indirectly. Fu Xiao? No. Shen Han grabbed Fu Yunshin. Fu Yunshin's frustration from the entire day finally erupted at this moment. He disregarded Shen Han's identity and kicked him away. Damn it, is it not your wife inside? General Shen Han, a prominent figure in the empire, was kicked by Fu Yunshin right in front of everyone. Shen Han had no choice but to endure it. If it had been someone else who kicked him, he would have retaliated immediately. But since it was Fu Yunshin, he could only swallow his anger. Moreover, although Fu Yunshin's behavior was rather crude, it undeniably exuded a strong masculine aura. Fu Xiao, don't forget, all the students and teachers in the entire academy are in their hands. Gunshots had already been fired. We cannot take risks. Only then did Fu Yunshin calm down slightly, speaking in a deep voice. They have already decrypted the information you transmitted. The greedy wolf this time is hired by country R, which is why this armed terror operation is taking place. Their goal is to eliminate the future heir of the entire Xinghua Empire's capital. Damn it. Shen Han slammed his fist against the nearby car door, leaving a dent the size of his fist. Fu Yunshin narrowed his eyes dangerously. Tell my uncle that I will handle it personally. I understand, Fu Xiao. Shen Han replied, filled with righteous indignation. Fu Yunshin stared at the Ziwei Star Academy, which resembled an impenetrable fortress. Where did you get your information from? You mean the radio waves emitted from within the Ziwei Star Academy? Fu Yunshin's voice rose slightly as he fixed his gaze on the suddenly eerily silent Ziwei Star Academy. Lu Qi immediately sent someone to bring over the company's newly developed product. Understood. Lu Qi did not hesitate and promptly turned to make the call. Shen Han was puzzled. Oh, what big move was Fu Xiao planning? Fu Yunshin's gaze never left the Ziwei Star Academy ahead. His eyes pierced through the hundreds of meters of distance, landing on a man dressed in combat gear and military boots, standing atop a tall tower. His eyes suddenly turned cold, a glint of chill flashing within them. Yin, you'd better not get into any trouble. Otherwise, all the little lambs stay put here. Anyone who disobeys. The burly mercenary with half his face covered raised his heavy machine gun and fired a few shots into the air. The implication was unmistakable. The girls immediately screamed in fright, hiding behind the boys, and even the teachers huddled together. They just wanted to quietly be ordinary teachers, but who would have thought they would encounter a terrorist attack? Everyone was so frightened that they dared not move. Seeing that they were obedient, the mercenaries moved a little further away, standing guard outside with their weapons. Yi Ning also fearfully hid in the embrace of a boy, while that boy took advantage of the moment to comfort her, inching closer into the crowd. As for Lu Sheng, he had already been injured by Yin and was now supported by a few other men, watching as Yi Ning was with another wealthy young master, his eyes nearly bursting with flames. But given the current situation, he could only endure it. Yi Fei kept checking his phone, but each attempt left him more disappointed. Where is my sister? How is she doing now? Yi Fei was increasingly worried for Yi An's safety. Meanwhile, in another basement, the principal and some high-ranking school officials along with a few students were present. After receiving Yi An's instructions, Wang Hao immediately went to Class S to find Yi Fei, but he was too late. The people from Class S had already left first. Then he took the people from Class F to bring out the principal and some of the academy's higher-ups. Following the principal's guidance, Wang Hao quickly hid them in this basement. At this moment, Yi An had just finished disarming the bomb in the power distribution room and was preparing to head to the next target with Cheng Xiaoxiao closely following behind her. Someone's here. Cheng Xiaoxiao quieted her footsteps. Yi An took off her wristband and in just a few swift moves assembled it into a handgun, holding it in her hand. Cheng Xiaoxiao also noticed this. The cool scene left her momentarily stunned. Is there such a technique? What kind of black technology is this? Yi An's ears twitched as the distant sounds grew closer, and at the same time, she heard a faint rustling coming from an even more concealed place. I heard you were a sniper. Yi An counted silently in her mind while speaking. Cheng Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with surprise, but she did not hide it. Rather, she felt a hint of excitement at being recognized by Yi An. Yes, but I didn't bring a gun to school. Yi An tightened her grip on the trigger, her brow slightly furrowed. You'll have one. Just as she finished speaking, her mental counting reached 0, and she turned to fire a shot in a different direction around the corner. A mercenary clad in camouflage instantly fell to the ground. Yi An silenced the shot, so there was no gunfire. However, her position had already been exposed. Cheng Xiaoxiao immediately hid. At the same time, a bullet was shot towards Yi An from a corner. Yet Yi An seemed to have anticipated this, rolling to the side before the bullet arrived. The bullet missed its target. Yi An immediately turned around, aiming in the 3 o'clock direction, and fired. A shot to the head. 3 o'clock direction, get your weapon. Yi An commanded in a tone of authority. Cheng Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, and admiration grew in her gaze as she looked at Yi An. She stood up and immediately headed toward the 3 o'clock direction. Without Yi An's prompting, she knew exactly where to find it. This was the inherent sharpness and reconnaissance ability of a sniper. Before long, Cheng Xiaoxiao had shouldered a sniper. The moment she held the gun, her entire demeanor changed. No longer the cute and innocent girl, she now appeared fierce and dangerous. Yi An's expression remained unchanged as she calmly ordered, go find your high ground. As soon as she finished her sentence, Cheng Xiaoxiao's figure had already vanished. A sniper, besides exceptional eyesight and shooting skills, also needs the ability to blend in and hide. Thus Yi An paid no heed to Cheng Xiaoxiao's whereabouts, quietly beginning to evade the mercenaries and moving toward the next location to plant the bomb. Cheng Xiaoxiao soon found a nearby high ground, set up her sniper rifle, and aimed in Yi An's direction, adjusting her gun's direction to follow Yi An's movements, alert to all the commotion around her. Even at a great distance, it felt as if it were right in front of her. Only after Yi An had walked a certain distance did she slowly adjust her position, secretly providing cover. As soon as Yi An left, Aisha arrived at the power distribution room with her team. Upon seeing the dismantled bomb, her expression darkened significantly. She immediately took out a signal-free pager. Captain, someone has disarmed the bomb I set. In this Seaway Star Academy, there are disobedient mice. I'm going to clean it up right now. Lan Xiao put down the pager in his hand, standing on one foot on the stone steps of the rooftop, looking down at the vast Seaway Star campus. Disobedient mice. He chuckled. Could it be you, dear little one? Thinking about it, he was indeed somewhat looking forward to it. Lin Luo, crouching in the corner, opened the previously acquired confidential information about Cheng Xiaoxiao. Cheng Xiaoxiao, 16 years old, daughter of the Imperial Congressman Cheng. She has mild antisocial personality disorder, severe farsightedness, and is a top sniper. She enjoys disguising herself in front of others to gain a sense of achievement. At the age of 6, she encountered a kidnapping. At 8, after being molested by her cousin, she viciously pierced her cousin's artery with a lamp. She has a record of inadvertently entering an assassin organization and targeting political figures from various countries. Therefore, the Empire had planned to recruit her into the military, but this record halted that intention. They feared that no one could control her. As she was a minor, after some education for Cheng Xiaoxiao, she was sent back home. However, strict orders were given that she could not carry a gun. This was information Lin Luo discovered after another infiltration into the Empire's Information Security Bureau. Thinking of this dangerous individual being close to Yi, and he couldn't help but feel worried for her. However, given the toughness of that woman, Yi and she should be fine, right? Just then he noticed an antenna on his computer. Somewhat astonished, this indicated that radio waves were transmitted from not far away. Young Master Fu, is this really going to work? Shenhan expressed some doubt. Fu Yunxian, however, did not answer him, but stared intently at the Ziwei Star Academy. Young Master Fu, the radio waves we emitted have been received, and a response has been obtained. The staff in white clothing said respectfully. The other party stated that they are currently trapped in the basement. Some of them have fallen into the hands of those mercenaries and have been captured. Shenhan's expression grew serious. The leader of the greedy wolf, Lan Xiao, is extremely cunning and would never risk his life to complete the mission against us. Given their current situation, escaping would be nearly impossible. They probably intend to use the students at the academy as hostages to threaten us. To be more precise, the greedy wolves never anticipated their plan would be exposed so quickly. Originally, they intended to stage a grand performance and then retreat successfully. However, Lan Xiao had not foreseen the variables of Yi In and Fu Yunxian. Their well-planned scheme was thrown into disarray, leaving them trapped here. Ask him who he is and who is commanding him, Fu Yunshin ordered. Understood. After a while the technician translated the information. Mr. Fu, he said, his name is Lin Luo, and the person commanding him is called Yian. However, the individual named Yi and is currently not among them. Yian instructed them to avoid all bomb placement locations, and they speculated that she must be disarming the bombs. What? Upon hearing the name, Yi and Shunhan's ears perked up. Fu Yunshin's focus, however, was on the last sentence, his voice cold, disarming bombs. Quite daring indeed. Continue to contact this person and have him report any news about Yi and at all times. Understood. When Lin Luo received the signal, he felt somewhat puzzled. He knew that anyone capable of sending out radio waves at this time, even if not from the military, was a formidable character. Therefore he told them the truth, and he also had a personal motivation to let Yi and be noticed by the higher-ups. Because in his view, Yi and should not be overlooked. But he was unaware that the other party was so interested in Yi and. Did he make a mistake? Boom. Another loud explosion rang out, a blast occurring somewhere in the academy. Yi and immediately glanced outside. One had already exploded, leaving two remaining. Time was running out. The other two were the most vulnerable locations in the academy, and were also the places where the explosions would be the strongest. One of them was right in front of her. She stepped forward and began disarming it directly. Suddenly she sensed breathing nearby. Just as she turned around, a cold handgun was already pressed against her forehead. The woman before her wore only a camouflage tube top on her upper body adorned with ammunition. Her exposed bronzed skin exuded a kind of seductive strength. Her features were also exquisite, carrying a fierce exotic charm. So the little mouse hopping under our very noses, Aisha spoke in a somewhat non-standard Staro language. She raised her chin, looking down at Yian as if she were already a dead person in front of her. Yian looked at her calmly, a cold smirk at the corner of her mouth. Mouse. She glanced behind Aisha, where two mercenaries in camouflage combat gear also aimed their machine guns at her. I think it would be more appropriate to call you a tiger. As soon as Yian finished speaking, she sidestepped her speed, astonishing, striking Aisha's weapon down to the ground. Aisha was no slouch either, throwing a punch. The two immediately engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Yian's speed and strength exploded like fireworks, incredibly fast. The two mercenaries had just aimed their guns at her, but in the blink of an eye they were already exposed. Eyes in the sniper scope from a distance also locked onto the target, with a red dot occasionally flashing across them. The two mercenaries who had originally targeted Yian suddenly fell to the ground one after the other. Not even a sound was heard. Aisha's expression changed drastically as she swiftly struck Yian away, with a palm flipping and rolling to the ground. She picked up her handgun and hid behind a pillar, gasping for breath. Yian rolled twice on the ground before getting up. Aisha's position was perfectly hidden from Yian's line of sight. She couldn't afford to be careless. She glanced at the timer of the ticking bomb. Time was running out. She looked towards a direction in the distance and made a few gestures with her hand. Cheng Xiaoxiao smirked, acknowledging the signal. The gun barrel tilted at a 45-degree angle, and she pulled the trigger. At the same time, Yian swiftly grasped her handgun and fired a shot into the air. The bullet from the sniper rifle collided with her handgun's bullet, deflecting towards the pillar. Up! The woman's scream echoed. Aisha's arm was instantly gushing with blood. She glared at Yian with indignation, then turned and quickly fled to another location. Yian wanted to chase after her, but upon hearing the ticking sound, she immediately stopped. Turning around, she swiftly began cutting the wires inside the bomb. Cheng Xiaoxiao licked her lips, but the target had already entered her blind spot. She silently descended from that location, approached Yian's side, rebellious and defiant. Wagwa, you can disarm bombs, and your shooting is so accurate. What exactly do you do? At that moment, neither of them noticed that one of the mercenaries who had just been killed by Cheng Xiaoxiao suddenly opened his eyes and fired a shot at her. Yian's eyes sharpened as he stared at the bullet that had been shot from behind Cheng Xiaoxiao, which suddenly paused in midair before abruptly reversing direction. Oh! The bullet pierced through the mercenary's forehead, causing him to collapse instantly. It was only then that Cheng Xiaoxiao realized what had just happened. What is this? Yian didn't explain, but stepped forward to collect the weapons and ammunition of the two dead mercenaries. Return to light. Prepare for the next location. If it weren't for special circumstances, Yian wouldn't want to use his abilities. He always viewed his powers as a means of survival. Prolonged use would lead to dependency, which was not a good thing for him. It would cause his body to bear the mental burden brought on by his powers for long periods, resulting in physical weakness. Although Cheng Xiaoxiao was curious, she didn't ask further. Long ago, during her time in the assassin organization, she had also seen some people with special abilities. However, abilities like Yian's were somewhat beyond her comprehension. Holding the sniper rifle, she quickly concealed herself again, covering Yian's movements from the rear. Even Cheng Xiaoxiao found it strange, as she had never listened to anyone since childhood, yet now, without Yian saying a word, she instinctively knew what she should do. The unspoken understanding felt good. Moreover, the unconditional trust she saw in Yian was something she had never experienced before. Trust. Captain, the enemy forces have surrounded the entire Ziwei Star Academy. What should we do now? A boy who looked only in his teens suddenly appeared on the rooftop, his face as pale as a corpse, a headband crossing his forehead, filled with murderous intent. Why don't we just kill those students? then our mission would be accomplished. Lan Xiao toyed with the handgun in his hand. Our operation has been so covert yet. Why has the news leaked? His eyes narrowed dangerously as he looked toward the outside of the Z-Way Star Academy. My abilities will soon— The Academy's security system will soon be breached as well. To escape unscathed, we must use those little lambs as— Send the message out. If they dare to act rashly, then we will perish together with the entire Z-Way Star Academy. Lan Xiao smirked coldly. Understood. The mercenary beside him immediately received the order. Then, activate Plan B now. Lan Xiao transmitted the order immediately. Just then several soldiers helped the injured Aisha over. Tiger Shark stepped forward. The boy exuding a dark aura frowned. Aisha was attacked. Aisha covered her bleeding arm. Captain, someone destroyed all our time devices. That person is very skilled, and among them, there's also a sniper. Aisha's words changed the expressions of everyone present. This was the first time such a situation had occurred in the territory controlled by their greedy wolves. The fact that such a person infiltrated was simply a slap in the face for them. The other two brothers with me were shot dead. Aisha's beautiful face was filled with anger. Mingyu stepped forward to examine Aisha's injury. The bullet's power is too great, we can't remove it for now. Moreover, this bullet— Mingyu frowned. It matches the bullets used by our sniper. Lan Xiao's eyes were cold as he stepped forward. The plan has changed. Before activating Plan B, find them for me. The destruction of the bomb devices meant they could not blow up the entire Z-Way Star Academy. Moreover, those locations were calculated personally by Lan Xiao. Even Aisha could only use the map he gave her to accurately find each location. If he guessed correctly, the information sent to the military was probably also notified by that person. What kind of people are hidden within this Z-Way Star Academy? He truly was becoming more and more interested. Mingyu and Tiger Shark did not hesitate and immediately followed suit. Lin Luo sat in the corner continuously tapping on the keyboard of his notebook. The sound only made Wang Hao's already frayed nerves even more irritated. Lin Luo, what's the situation now? Su Yan, aware of everyone's mental state reaching a breaking point, quietly asked Lin Luo. When Su Yan asked, everyone turned their gaze toward him. Lin Luo had always been a person with little presence, and suddenly receiving so much attention made him somewhat uncomfortable. He pushed up his glasses. How would I know? But someone does. As soon as Lin Luo finished speaking, the basement door was suddenly flung open. Instantly everyone was startled and went on high alert. Wang Hao stood at the front, gripping a dagger tightly in his palm, his muscles tense. Su Yan quickly stood behind Wang Hao. When they saw the two people coming out, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Wang Hao and Su Yan's expressions were filled with joy. Even Lin Luo, who had always maintained a poker face, finally showed a hint of a smile. Yan stood there with a bag of something, her body, straight her academy uniform, stained with several spots of dirty blood. Her expression was solemn, as if she had just returned from a bloody battlefield. Yan! Wang Hao shouted joyfully, almost wanting to pounce and hug her if not for her cold demeanor. Chung Xiao Xiao. Su Yan looked at the girl before him, filled with hostility and rage, completely different from her previous innocent facade. Moreover, she was carrying a sniper rifle in her hand, which made many people retreat in fear. Hello, everyone. She wore a harmless, smiling expression on her face. It seemed as if the previous Chung Xiao Xiao was merely their illusion. Yan stepped forward and glanced at the students and teachers trapped in the basement. Among them was a middle-aged man dressed in a suit with meticulous etiquette, sitting there, his expression filled with anxiety. His secretary was constantly trying to comfort him. Yan frowned. He was the principal of Z-Way Star Academy. Where have you been? What exactly happened outside? Wang Hao fired off several questions, voicing everyone's concerns. Yan directly threw the bag she was carrying onto the ground. With a clang, everyone turned their attention to the bag on the ground, only to discover that it was filled with weapons and ammunition. She spoke loudly, her powerful voice echoing throughout the basement. The entire Z-Way Star Academy has now been invaded by mercenaries. All security systems have been destroyed. Their goal is to destroy the entire Z-Way Star and kill all the students within the academy. As soon as Yan's gaze swept over them, everyone strangely fell silent. Yan kicked those guns toward them and said slowly, those who do not wish to be cowards, who want to survive and protect their fellow students and companions, pick them up. All eyes were focused on Yan, who was now noticed to have her entire academy uniform stained with blood. Her words, much like her presence at that moment, were authoritative and filled with a persuasive aura. Many of the boys could hardly contain their boiling blood and enthusiasm, wanting to step forward and pick up the firearms. Wang Hao was the first, followed by Su Yan. They both picked up a convenient gun from the ground, gripping it tightly, their gazes burning with intensity as they focused on the person before them. The two were aware of Yan's abilities, thus they held absolute trust in her. However, the others were still somewhat. Those from wealthy families in the upper class were used to being treated like treasures at home. How could they have ever experienced such a scene? Some didn't even dare to touch a gun, let alone pick one up. Aren't you sending everyone to their deaths? Why should we believe what you say? Lu Shui, who had always been displeased with Yi, and took the lead at this moment. Some timid individuals began to echo her words. Exactly, why should we trust you? Sister Shui is right, isn't this just sending us to our deaths? Before Yan could respond, Chung Xiao Xiao stepped forward, aiming her gun directly at Lu Shui. Lu Shui and some others nearby immediately screamed in fear and stepped back. Why should we? Cheng Xiaoxiao let out a cold smile, her gaze shifting to the scattered guns on the ground. These guns were pried from the corpses of those mercenaries by Wei Guo. The bombs planted by the terrorists throughout the academy have all been disarmed by her. If it weren't for her, you would have long been blown to bits. Is that enough for you? Cheng Xiaoxiao remained the same Cheng Xiaoxiao with her twin ponytails and a soft, adorable, lowly face, yet the aura she radiated had turned sharp and intimidating with murderous intent evident. Yian glanced at Cheng Xiaoxiao, who then reigned in her murderous aura, but her readiness to shoot someone at any moment still instilled fear in everyone. Yian did not speak, yet even in her silence the aura she emanated was impossible to ignore. At that moment several military descendants from the classes stepped forward. Two of them had even met Yian at the shooting range. They looked at Yi and her figure seeming even taller than Wang Hao. Her face was cold and austere, yet at that moment it only conveyed a sense of solemnity and duty. They picked up the guns from the ground in succession, skillfully handling them. A boy wearing thick glasses timidly stepped forward. Just as he bent down to touch the gun handle, the gun on the ground was suddenly picked up by Yian. "I." The boy stared at Yian filled with fear and confusion. Yian coldly curved her lips. "I'm not encouraging those who can't even shoot to seek death." The boy's cheeks instantly flushed, embarrassment washing over his face. Yian saw that the guns had been distributed adequately. Along with Wang Hao and Su Yin, there were about 10 people in total, mostly military descendants who were quite familiar with handling guns. Familiarize yourselves with the guns and replenish your stamina. Be ready for battle at all times. Yian ordered succinctly, her voice firm. Yes. They all jolted to attention, instinctively responding. But once they shouted, they realized why they were following Yian's orders. Why were they obeying the command of a girl of similar? Yet her orders were indeed what they should be doing right now. Cheng Xiaoxiao looked at Yian with starry eyes filled with admiration. The girl who had just been in a rage had transformed back into a cute, adorable little loli. Wang Hao and Su Yin exchanged glances, their mouths twitching. Was this girl suffering from a split personality? Of course it was evident that Cheng Xiaoxiao was not split, she simply reacted differently to people. The principal and several high-ranking officials had been dumbfounded since Yian entered. Was this the infamous waste foreknown throughout the academy? Were their memories wrong, or were they dreaming? Moreover, Yian's previous words had even stirred a sense of impulse in them to take up arms and enter the battlefield. Yian cast a sharp glance at them, but did not linger long before walking towards Lin Luo. Yian. Lin Luo had anticipated Yian's approach and had already prepared the information she had gathered beforehand. Wang Hao and Su Yin also came over one after another. What's the situation now? Yian inquired. The entire academy is surrounded by military personnel, and the Tanglang Mercenary Corps has trapped all the faculty and students within the academy. Only a small number of faculty and students remain in this basement while most are outside. Lin Luo adjusted her glasses. The situation does not appear optimistic. I've already contacted the military through radio waves. The entire academy has activated its defense and security system. It won't be easy for them to get in now. Moreover, the Tanglang is now using the academy's faculty and students as hostages to prevent the military from entering. Lin Luo reported the latest updates to Yian. Yian casually sat down nearby, resting her elbows on her knees and pondering for a moment before asking, "Where is Yi Fei?" Wang Hao replied, "When I went to Class S to find him, he was already gone. He is probably with those people." Su Yin expressed some concern. Could they? For these mercenaries who killed without blinking, it was indeed very likely that Yi Fei had already been killed. Wang Hao nudged Su Yan's arm, prompting him to silence. Yian took out her phone, checked the time, and carefully calculated the elapsed duration since the initial explosion occurred. "No, they are still alive," Yian affirmed. "Why?" Wang Hao asked. Yian lowered her voice, a slight smirk on her lips. "Because I disrupted their plans. If I'm not mistaken, the Tanglang is trapped in the Ziwei Star Academy, trying to buy time for their escape using the academy as hostages. Once the opportunity arises, they will kill everyone in the academy and flee without a trace. For mercenaries, missions are contracts, and the interests of the mercenary group take precedence over all. Thus, they will certainly complete their mission. Therefore, she must rescue Yi Fei before they seize the opportunity. As for the others, whether they live or die, it has nothing to do with her." "What do we do now?" Wang Hao asked in a low voice. Yian stood up, looking at Lin Luo. Lin Luo helplessly said, "Miss Yi, please give your orders." Yian smirked. 1. Disable the academy's defense and security system. 2. Obtain the entire monitoring of the academy. The electricity has been restored, which should not be difficult for you. Disabling the defense system was to allow the military to infiltrate, while obtaining the monitoring of the entire academy was to facilitate her rescue. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes involuntarily turning towards their principal. In front of their academy's higher-ups, speaking about disabling the academy's defense system and breaching the monitoring system. Was that really all right? Even the faces of several teachers and the director appeared somewhat grim. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconcerned, and said, "It can be done, but it's a bit troublesome right now. After all, the entire academy's signals are currently blocked. Without special tools, I can't access other systems. However, I can infiltrate the monitoring system from the local devices. But the defense and security system is a bit tricky. Yi An's gaze shifted to the principal, who was sitting upright with a cold expression. So what do you think, principal? The principal looked at Yi in silence for a moment before saying, the security system of Ziwei Star Academy has another hidden access point, but it requires cracking and encryption. The teachers exchanged glances. The principal actually revealed this secret. Even the Imperial Hacker Alliance might not be able to crack the security system of Ziwei Star Academy. Is it really wise to let such a kid handle this? After hearing this, Lin Luo's hands moved, as if wound up, immediately typing on the keyboard. Yian stretched his neck, releasing a series of crisp bone cracks, bent down to remove the sandbags that had been tied to his legs, and tossed them aside. The heavy thud on the ground made all the students gaze at Yi and with a hint of unusual admiration. In most of their eyes, besides shock, there was an innate sense of reverence. Especially those young masters from military families, even they wouldn't typically carry such heavy sandbags for long. Yet Yian managed to do so. They finally understood why Yian usually wore pants. It was to conceal the sandbags tied to his calves. After removing the weights, Yian felt as if he had shed dozens of pounds. Yian, the surveillance footage has been transferred over. Lin Luo suddenly spoke. Everyone in the academy except us is trapped in the library building. Lin Luo adjusted the data while saying, all of the monitoring systems in the academy have been activated. However, it won't last long before they discover it. So you need to hurry. Lin Luo understood An's thoughts. Their collaboration had already formed a certain level of tacit understanding. Having said that, Lin Luo tossed Yian a headset and said, put this on. Yian was a bit surprised as he received it. Lin Luo, who usually didn't show emotions, was surprisingly assertive at this moment. Raising an eyebrow slightly, but Lin Luo's eyes quickly returned to their usual demeanor, as if only the computer in his hands mattered. Yian placed the headset in his ear, took a long stride, and walked in front of everyone. Those holding weapons should either stay here to protect the people or come with me to rescue the others. Yian paused for a moment, his tone slightly cold. Of course, I don't need anyone who is just going to throw their lives away. The meaning was clear. Those lacking capability should stay here and not seek trouble. Anyone leaving with him must possess the necessary skills. This statement left the boys who had already armed themselves somewhat dissatisfied. Staying behind would imply they were merely a hindrance. Almost all of them took a step forward, their eyes filled with a tenacious spirit and fervor. Cheng Xiaoxiao let out a whistle full of teasing intent. Yi An's gaze swept over them, then he pointed at two individuals. You two stay. The rest come with me. The two singled out immediately protested. Yi Yan replied with a cold, resounding tone, there is no why. As soldiers, obeying orders is your duty. No reason was given, just an order. An order with no room for refusal. They were all young and brimming with vigor, eager to ask why. Why should they listen to her? However, when confronted with Yi An's unwavering gaze, they found themselves at a loss, for within that gaze lay not only absolute command, but also trust. The guns in your hands are not just meant to kill enemies. They are tools to protect your comrades. Do you understand? Yian shouted. Yes. The two responded, snapping to attention. This scene, reminiscent of military training, filled everyone in the basement with admiration and respect for Yian. Even within their hearts, they resonated with Yi An's words. The principal's eyes narrowed slightly. This Yian was certainly not a common figure. It seemed that after this incident, he would need to carefully review Yi An's profile. After Yian finished speaking, he directly led Cheng Xiaoxiao, Wang Hao, and the others away. Those who followed, Yian felt a sense of being favored for the first time, inexplicably filled with superiority. As if leaving with Yi and validated their strength, igniting their fervor even more. Remember, all actions must follow my commands. Otherwise, the casualties will be on you. Before leaving the basement, Yian reminded them. Wang Hao and Su Yin naturally complied with Yian. The others exchanged glances, hesitation flashing in their eyes, but ultimately nodded heavily. Understood. Yian then began to outline his operational plan. Now they needed to go to the library to rescue the hostages while avoiding the enemies along the way. So now she listened to Lin Luo's updates through the headset regarding the enemy's distribution in the academy, while studying the layout of all the academy's buildings, beginning her infiltration plan. Of course, Yian was still unaware that most of the mercenaries from the Greedy Wolves were currently searching for her within the academy. Lan Xiu's goal had shifted from merely killing and destroying Ziwei Star to prioritizing finding her, the one who disrupted his plans. General Shun, this plastic raincoat was sent by the young master, Lu Qi said, and immediately someone brought over a box. Shenhan's attention shifted from Ziwei Star Academy. Plastic raincoat. Lu Qi smiled elegantly. The young master said that the electric current shouldn't last much longer. But for everyone's safety, it's better to wear the plastic raincoat. Plastic is a non-conductor and will insulate the electric current from the human body. Moreover, if the young master is correct, the security system of Ziwei Star Academy should be breaking down soon. So General Shun can prepare to arrange personnel to enter. Shenhan's expression changed slightly, then he said in a deep voice, I understand. He just realized that during the battle plan arrangement, Fu Xiao had disappeared without him noticing. Where is Fu Xiao? Shenhan expressed his confusion. Lu Qi smiled faintly. The young master had something to attend to, so he left first. I believe General Shun will handle the subsequent matters well. Although Shenhan had doubts, he did not inquire further. The Fu family had always been enigmatic figures. Yi, and where is Cheng Xiao? Suyin asked curiously. Since they had left the basement, Cheng Xiao had vanished as if she had dissolved into thin air. Yi swept her gaze across the surroundings. Don't worry, she's merely concealed herself. Wang Hao and Su Yin exchanged a glance. Did Cheng Xiao possess a stealth ability, just like Yi? Yi advanced cautiously ahead, flanked only by Wang Hao and Su Yin. The others, obeying her orders, dispersed and melted into hiding around them. Yi and two hostiles are at the left junction. One is positioned in the corridor overhead to your right. Lin Luo's voice crackled through the earpiece. Yi froze mid-step and signaled sharply. Instantly, everyone dropped into cover, weapons drawn, ready for combat. Perched atop a vantage point, Cheng Xiao's finger rested lightly on the trigger. Her black combat boots struck the floor with cold precision, while her lithe, powerful legs carried her forward in swift, decisive strides. Suddenly, Lan Xiu halted and tilted his head upward toward a shadowed corner where a faint red flickered, barely visible in the gloom. Before the monitor, Lin Luo's pupils contracted sharply, his throat tightened. Yi, I've spotted the leader of the Tianlang mercenary corps. Yi, still disarming a fallen foe, responded in a low, steady voice. Where? Lan Xiu's gaze hardened. He raised his pistol and fired. Once, straight upward. A deafening boom shattered the silence. Lin Luo recoiled violently, his spine pressing hard against the chair, his heart leaping into his throat. What's wrong? Yi detected the irregularity in his breathing. Lin Luo steadied himself, quickly staring at the screen, where the once active surveillance tile had now collapsed into an inky, lifeless square. They found us. Lin Luo's voice turned grave in Yi's earpiece, her expression darkened. Their discovery of the restored surveillance meant their eyes would soon be torn away, one by one. Worse still, Lin Luo's position was now gravely compromised. What happened? Wang Hao approached, voice urgent. Yi replied coolly, head straight for the library. Draw them there. Otherwise Lin Luo will be in mortal danger. Wang Hao's thick brows knotted tightly. He nodded. Understood. Yi turned her gaze, falling upon the other youths. They had overheard her command, and without hesitation each gave a firm, resolute nod. There was no retreat left. Sons of the military gate never falter. Moreover, from the battle just fought they knew, beyond doubt, that Yi was worthy of their absolute trust. A rare, subtle curve lifted the corners of Yi's lips. Her eyes gleamed with unreserved approval. I did not choose poorly. Though softly spoken, those words sent a jolt through every one of them. To them, that single commendation weighed more than all the praise they'd ever received before. Your names. Her tone was solemn, ceremonial. The 8 youths' blood surged. Like soldiers answering roll call, they declared their names in turn. Lang Yu, Li Yu, Chun Zaheo. Each name rang out clear and fierce, charged with the unyielding fire of youth. Yi gripped her silver-white pistol with quiet gravity and vowed, since I brought you out alive, I will bring you back alive. Had their enemies been fewer, or had no hostages been involved, she would have gone alone. Yet she had drawn these lives into the crucible of war. Now she would return them whole. This was her vow, sacred, inviolable. Her pledge tightened their grips on their rifles, their eyes blazed with fervent devotion, fixed unwaveringly upon her. A strange, surging emotion rose in Wang Hao's chest. His very blood burned with sudden, fierce intensity. He stepped forward, locked eyes with Yi, and declared, voice resonant and deep. Your vow. I will guard it with my life. Even Su Yin, the ever-irreverent, shouldered his rifle and stepped up beside him, voice ringing clear, and I too. Though Yi's expression remained impassive, a distinct, fleeting warmth shimmered in her eyes. She turned toward the distant height where a small figure lay in wait, and caught Cheng Xiao's raised thumb. A quiet smile touched Yi's lips. She turned again. Move out. Yet none of them knew. Something irreversible had already taken root in that moment, a bond of lifelong allegiance and the genesis of a force destined to shake the entire blue planet with dread. Lan Xiu holstered his pistol, his gaze narrowing. In one fluid motion, he pivoted and fired, shattering another hidden camera. It exploded downward with a sharp crack. Fascinating, he murmured, his eerie blue eyes glinting with predatory amusement. Alert all units. Destroy every surveillance camera, immediately. As he spoke, he extended his hand toward the ruined camera's direction. A sapphire luminescence coalesced in his palm, crackling with electric arcs that lanced toward the severed wires. In an instant, the current surged through the exposed circuitry, racing along the transmission line, leaping across distances, vanishing into unseen corridors. In the basement, Lin Luo, just having breached Xiwexing Academy's defense system, jolted violently as a surge of electricity shot up from his keyboard. A primal chill of being watched seized him. His skin prickled with dread. Lan Xiu withdrew his hand, his iridescent feline pupils shimmered, reflecting the basement chamber. Underground. Captain, all operatives are sweeping the campus, but we've yet to locate the 2 individuals mentioned by Aisha. Mingyu materialized behind Lan Xiu like a wraith. Lan Xiu's gaze remained glacial, yet his lips curled into a blood-tinged smile. Understood. The moment he moved, his radio crackled. Report. We've found 2 operatives dead in the corridor of academic building. Simultaneously, another channel cut in. Report. We've recovered 1 operative's body in the activity zone. Report. I engaged hostile fire in the activity zone. At least 10 hostiles present, including a sniper. They're now advancing towards Sector D. The cascade of grim reports nearly drove Hu Sha to hurl his radio. Even Ming Yu frowned in disbelief. Our operatives are veterans, seasoned in dozens of missions. How could they fall so easily to ambush? Though appearing no older than a teenager, Ming Yu possessed a cunning as sharp and seasoned as Hu Sha's or Aisha's. Lan Xiu's voice flowed calm and incisive precisely because they were seasoned professionals. They trusted their instincts implicitly. And because they operated in scattered, isolated units, while the enemy deployed overwhelming firepower augmented by a sniper, their confidence became their fatal vulnerability. Suddenly Lan Xiu's gaze shifted outward, to the gates of Zai Wexing Academy, his expression shifting. A faint predatory curve traced his lips. His forward stride reversed, turning him decisively away. Hu Sha and Ming Yu exchanged no words, only a glance, before falling into step behind him. For them the captain's will was the Tianlang Corps' compass. No questions, no doubt. Inside the library hundreds of teachers and students were trapped. Mercenaries in camouflage combat uniforms patrolled the library armed with machine guns. Their faces were painted for camouflage, making them appear even more terrifying. The trapped students huddled together on the ground, too frightened to speak. Yi Fei was among them, but at that moment his main concern was Yi An's safety. Just then a mercenary patrolling in front of them suddenly collapsed, a blood hole the size of a thumb on his forehead, gushing blood. Oh! The girls screamed in terror. Yi Ning also stepped back a few paces in fright. Yi Fei, having trained with firearms, realized there was a sniper nearby. The death of that mercenary immediately drew the attention of two others who raised their guns and scanned the surroundings. Yi An pulled out a lollipop that Cheng Xiao had given her today, slowly unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. She gestured with her hand. Su Yin and Lang Yue, who were hiding in the shadows, pounced forward and subdued a sniper lurking in the dark, pressing a gun to his forehead and pulling the trigger, executing him instantly. Yi An moved her lips, crunching down on the lollipop, and made another gesture. The guns hidden in the shadows immediately aimed at two other individuals. Before the two mercenaries could react, two blood holes pierced through their foreheads, and they collapsed to the ground. The mercenaries guarding them and the sniper in the shadows were all shot dead. Oh! Another round of screams erupted, and the sight of the silent corpses caused all the students to take several steps back in fear. Yet Yi Fei stood up, searching the area. He knew his sister had arrived. It must be her. Just then several figures emerged from the shadows and stepped before everyone. Xiao Fei. The familiar voice made Yi Fei turn around almost instinctively. Upon seeing the familiar face, his anxious heart finally calmed. More than anything, he felt a surge of joy. Sister. Just as he called out, he realized that everyone in front of him was whole. In addition to Wang Hao and Su Yin, there were a few others he recognized, all young masters from military families. But now they were standing beside Yi An, guns in hand, their expressions solemn, yet each of their eyes held a hint of proud superiority. Without saying a word, Yi Fei knew that they had just dealt with the mercenaries in this place. The appearance of Yi An and the others caused the students trapped here to lose much of their fear. They stood from their previous crouch positions, looking at Yi An with a mix of shock and apprehension. The 10 of them, armed with weapons, appeared before them like iron giants. 10 men formed a battalion. Just over 10 people, yet they emanated the aura of a full army. Although they wore the same academy uniforms as the students, and were familiar faces they often saw, why did they seem completely different at this moment? Simultaneously, this scene would become an eternal image in the lives of the students of Ziwei Star. Yi Ning pushed aside a man beside her, her eyes fixed intently on Yi An. Yi An, holding a submachine gun, took 2 steps forward, her gaze coldly surveying the students before her. Those people will be here soon. Anyone who knows how to use a gun, step forward and collect their weapons. Yi An's voice was not loud, but every word was firm and clear. Protect yourselves and your companions. She deliberately left traces to draw them in. Otherwise there would surely be danger for Lin Luo and the others. All the teachers and students exchanged glances, some feeling fearful. Without a word, Yi Fei directly stripped a gun and bullets from the corpse on the ground, standing behind Yi An, ready to fight. Aside from Yi An's words, their attention was more on what she said about those people coming soon. Most were too afraid to make any moves, but some who had undergone firearms training took a step forward. Yi Ning watched Yi An's lofty demeanor and the fervent gazes of several students directed at her, feeling a surge of jealousy. Don't go. She's leading you to your deaths. Yi Ning shouted loudly. The boy, preparing to pick up the weapon, turned to look at Yi Ning. Yi An's brow furrowed slightly. Everyone's gaze gave Yi Ning a newfound confidence. These people were killed by them. The others were definitely. The enemy is outnumbered and armed. She is deliberately leading you to your deaths. Don't be fooled by her. We are no match for those people. Engaging them forcefully will lead only to death. It would be better to stay put just like before rather than going to your doom. Yi Ning's speech seemed brilliant, logical, and persuasive. Her small face was painted with unabashed pride and confidence. Yi Ning's inciting remarks stirred restlessness among several people below. The boy who initially intended to step forward hesitated. Yi An's eyes narrowed as she strode directly towards Yi Ning. As she passed, everyone automatically parted to make way. Though it was just a distance of 10 meters, Yi An seemed to have taken only 2 steps to reach Yi Ning. Yining wanted to step back, but her feet felt glued to the spot, unable to move. She could only watch Yin approach. With one hand, she flicked the submachine gun she held, aiming it directly at Yining's forehead. Up! A sudden scream erupted from the crowd, and the girls instinctively covered their ears, shrieking as they backed away. Yin, what do you want to do? Yining was instantly frightened into incoherence. Her heart raced, feeling as if it might leap from her mouth. No, Yin wouldn't dare to kill her. Yes, she wouldn't. Yining kept reassuring herself. Yin's handsome features were as cold as a blade, her face devoid of any excess expression. Spreading falsehoods and creating trouble, someone like you deserves to die. After a pause, she added, moreover, you should remember what I said, right? Although it was a question, there was no tone of inquiry. The last sentence felt more like a death warrant to Yining. Her heart suddenly constricted. She instinctively took 2 steps back, her gaze pleading for help from those around her. She is a devil. She wants to kill me. She almost screamed at the top of her lungs. Yin, you can't kill me. Dad will kill. Yin's hand suddenly moved, and just as everyone thought she was about to pull the trigger on Yining, she abruptly shifted the submachine gun to the side. Yining felt a sudden sharp pain throughout her body as she was forcefully slammed to the ground. Oh! Yining screamed, clutching her arm that was nearly numb from the pain caused by the submachine gun rolling on the ground incessantly. Ning. Lu Sheng ran over, disregarding the pain in his own body. Yining cried and shouted, feeling utterly wronged. Her appearance evoked sympathy from many onlookers. However, Yin did not have time to appreciate the scene. She was not going to kill Yining if she still had her uses. Moreover, in such a situation, teaching her a lesson was sufficient. Killing her would only bring trouble later. Yin turned around and directly commanded, disperse the firepower. Everyone stay alert at all times. Before Yin could finish her sentence, the library's door was already opened. A whole row of mercenaries armed with submachine guns and dressed in camouflage combat uniforms with painted faces walked in. Instantly, Wang Hao and Su Yan rolled and took cover behind nearby obstacles. Yin did not hide, but stood in the center. Their rapid approach, without her noticing, was entirely thanks to her good sister, who had distracted her senses and attention. As those mercenaries entered, the crowd, which had finally quieted down, erupted into chaos again. She quickly scanned the mercenaries in search of her target. The core members of the Greed Wolf mercenary group were nowhere to be seen. At that moment, Lin Luo's excited voice came through the earpiece. Yin, the military has infiltrated. The mercenaries quickly approached, aiming at those inside, each face cold and resolute, as if prepared to face death. It was evident that their goal was to shoot down everyone. The Purple Star Academy had anti-explosion devices, and all the time bombs had already been disarmed by Yin. Thus, they could only shoot with machine guns. They stood in a neat row, bullets chambered. Instantly, everyone's hearts. Yin quietly made a gesture, and Wang Hao, Su Yan, and the 8 military young masters who had fought alongside them exchanged glances. No, this won't do. Aren't they just sending themselves to death? But such thoughts were fleeting, as they had no time to ponder further. They had no choice but to act this way. The mercenaries spoke not a word and directly pulled the triggers. However, they found that after pulling the trigger, no bullets were fired, as if the barrels were blocked. In that brief moment, Wang Hao and the others had already emerged from their cover, opening fire on them. The counterattack. After killing a few, the mercenaries' bullets finally shot out smoothly. However, Wang Hao and the others' combined firepower forced them out of the library. The two sides immediately established a boundary at the library's entrance, unleashing a battle of offense and defense. The boy who had hesitated to pick up a gun earlier now unhesitatingly grabbed the weapon from the ground and rushed to the entrance to join the counterattack. From above, Cheng Xiaoxiao occasionally fired a shot to cover their safety. The appearance of the sniper made the opposing side hesitate to advance even a step. A top-notch sniper lurked like a hidden specter, ready to claim lives at any moment. Yin closed her eyes, allowing her mind a brief respite. With her current body, she could only control the bullets for a fleeting moment, but that moment was already sufficient. Now, with Wang Hao and the others making the library their stronghold, the mercenaries couldn't breach it for a while. Furthermore, the military personnel had also arrived. But what about them? Where were the core members of Greed Wolf? Yin's ears perked up and her pupils constricted as she quickly walked forward and tossed the submachine gun to Wang Hao. Stay here and guard, help will come soon. Yin, where are you going? Wang Hao caught the submachine gun fire to catch a mouse. Yin's voice carried a hint of coldness as she leaped over the railing of the library's floor, swiftly disappearing from everyone's view. At that moment, on the rooftop of the library building, a helicopter was gradually approaching, hovering above the top. The elevator doors opened and long legs stepped out, followed by numerous pairs of agile military boots. This was the 50th floor of the library. The Purple Star Academy's library had a total of 60 floors. However, the 50th and 60th floors were off limits, and the elevator could not reach them directly. To reach the rooftop, one had to take the elevator to the 50th floor. Lan Xiu had long known that Yin and the others intended to lure him to the library. He indeed came, but at this moment the military had also entered. Weighing his options, he naturally chose to retreat with the core members of Greed Wolf. However, the Greed Wolf had never failed a mission, so they left the rest behind to slaughter all the students of Purple Star simultaneously, covering their own escape. At once everyone's footsteps suddenly halted. A glint of interest flashed in Lan Xiu's blue eyes as suddenly a boy in academy uniform stepped out before them. "Captain, it's her." Aisha, supported by Hushan, whispered. Hearing Aisha's words, everyone dared not underestimate the boy before them, gripping their guns tightly. How could someone who could injure Aisha be an insignificant character? Lan Xiu, on the other hand, seemed to already know who the opponent was, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Just as I expected, you little brat, you've truly given me a great surprise." His voice carried interest, but also an indescribable danger. Yian stared coldly at Lan Xiu. It was indeed. Not only had she crossed paths with him in the underground black market, but she had also had an encounter with him alongside Cheng Xiaoxiao at the academy. He was the man with glasses whom Cheng Xiaoxiao had accidentally bumped into. However, at that time he had been disguised, and she hadn't noticed it. Likewise, Yian replied, following Lan Xiu. Lan Xiu raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of light flickering in his cat-like eyes. Just then the tremors within Purple Star Academy became increasingly pronounced. Mingyu frowned. "Captain, we can't delay any longer. The military was closing in. If they didn't leave soon, they would." Lan Xiu looked at Yian with a hint of regret in his eyes, softly uttering a word, "Kill." As he finished speaking, all the guns aimed at Yian. Yet every bullet fired only hit a shadow. By the time they realized Yian remained unscathed before them. Yian had initially intended to use her abilities to control the bullets, but she discovered that the moment the bullets approached, all speed and movements had slowed down 100-fold. That slowing down of time by 100-fold was already enough for her body to evade the bullets. Even she was somewhat astonished, and just as they raised their guns again, Yian rolled on the ground, narrowly escaping a barrage. A hint of doubt surfaced in Lan Xiu's eyes. Could it be a speed-type ability? After dodging the hail of bullets from the machine gun, Yian immediately focused her attention, her 5 fingers instantly spreading wide. In an instant, those guns suddenly ignited and exploded. Up. Many mercenaries were burned by the roaring explosions of the handguns, some even injured fatally by their own weapons. Dual abilities. The astonishment in Lan Xiu's eyes deepened. In this world, there was actually someone like him who possessed dual abilities. After using this power, Yian's spiritual strength instantly weakened, leaving her utterly exhausted. In a short time, she had no way to use her abilities again. "Captain, you all retreat first to leave this to me." Mingyu spoke in a deep voice. Just as he spoke, 2 rapidly spinning flying knives suddenly appeared in his palm. Yian's expression changed. That boy was a killer. Lan Xiu did not linger either, but a hint of regret flashed in his gaze as he looked at Yian. "It seems we can't have a proper fight this time. Invading someone else's territory and thinking you can leave." Yian aimed her handgun at Lan Xiu. But the bullet she fired suddenly dropped straight down midair, landing on the ground and creating a large pit. Damn, it was his ability again. Yian's eyes revealed her unwillingness as she quickly ran forward, trying to catch up. Her speed was indeed fast, but the knives flying from behind were also swift. She leapt her body, dodging the attack from the flying knife behind her. Lan Xiu paid no heed to her attacks. In the blink of an eye, he had taken his people and vanished from this floor. This disregard stirred up a sense of unwillingness in Yian's heart. But she could only turn around to face the person behind her. "Your opponent is me." Mingyu's dual blade spun rapidly in her hands, her tone chilling. Behind Mingyu stood more than 10 mercenaries, their guns confiscated, but they had more than one weapon on their bodies. They drew their military knives, glaring at Yian. Yian gripped her handgun only to realize that it was out of bullets. A wave of regret surged in her heart. She realized what it meant to be caught in the rain after a roof leaked. How could that damn Fu Yunshin not have designed more space for bullets? Despite her complaints, Yian swiftly put away her handgun. She clenched her fists, legs apart, taking a fighting stance. Mingyu sneered, "Execute her." "Yes." Instantly, everyone charged towards Yian. Yian quickly dodged their attacks, but each of these individuals was professionally trained with rich combat experience. Even though Yian's speed and strength now surpassed those of ordinary people, she still struggled to defend herself. Furthermore, that deadly killer boy was also attacking her simultaneously. Yian grew increasingly weary, and soon she sustained numerous injuries. With a muffled groan, she was knocked down to the ground by that boy, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Time was becoming increasingly urgent, and Mingyu did not want to waste any more. The dual blades in her palm were instantly thrown towards Yian. The dual blades suddenly changed form in midair, the blades separating to reveal the miniature bombs inside. Yian's pupils constricted sharply as she watched the bombs approach. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted throughout the entire floor, smoke billowing, rendering everything. As the smoke began to dissipate, a tall figure emerged, holding another boy horizontally in his arms. When that loud blast sounded, Yian's consciousness suddenly faded into darkness. However, her awareness quickly returned, and she opened her eyes after only a minute. But upon opening her eyes, what came into view was the gaunt jawline of a man. Looking up, Yian's sharp eyes quickly filled with confusion. Fu Yunshin. The person holding her was indeed Fu Yunshin. "How did you end up here?" She furrowed her brows. "And what just happened?" Fu Yunshin's thin lips curved slightly as he looked down at the person in his arms, his tone carrying a mix of playfulness and ambiguity. "I was afraid you would die, then I would have to live my life as a bachelor." Yian frowned. Was she being teased? Was she? The smell of gunpowder from the explosion lingered thickly. Yin jumped down from Fu Yunshin's arms. Looking around, she saw remnants of mercenaries, severed limbs scattered everywhere. Had they all been killed in the explosion? Yin wanted to rush forward to check, but Fu Yunshin suddenly groaned. She turned and noticed a knife had plunged straight into his body, just an inch below his collarbone. Yin approached Fu Yunshin and asked, "Are you injured?" Fu Yunshin casually smiled. "I just blocked for you. Oh, I got splashed during the explosion." These words made Yin's expression darken further. Fu Yunshin's lips curled slightly, expecting he would receive some concern. However, Yin's next sentence instantly froze the smile that had just begun to rise at the corner of his mouth. "You deserve it," she coldly rebuked. Fu Yunshin pursed his lips. Was this what they called dying before achieving success? That killer got away, he had. Yin's ears perked up as the sound of helicopter blades drew closer with the wind. She immediately began to search Fu Yunshin's body, while he looked on in confusion. She pulled out the handgun Fu Yunshin had on him, and quickly turned to leave, vanishing from his sight in an instant. Once Yin had left, the expression on Fu Yunshin's face gradually shifted, and he pulled the blood-soaked knife from his body, glancing back at the smoke and mist behind him, his deep eyes turning cold. If Yin were present now and looked closely, she would surely notice that the faces of those who had not been blown apart were twisted in a grotesque display of terror. When Yin reached the rooftop on the 60th floor, the helicopter had just taken off. The ladder had yet to be retracted, swinging in midair, swaying left and right in the wind. But Lan Xiao had already stepped up, loosening his ponytail tied behind his head. His slightly curled long hair cascaded down his shoulders, adding a touch of soft beauty. He stood at the helicopter's door, looking down at Yin from above. His cold, enchanting eyes held a mysterious glimmer, hinting at an indiscernible meaning. He brought his right hand's index and middle fingers together, a slight smile playing at the corner of his mouth, blowing a kiss towards Yin, a gesture laden with ambiguity. Yin raised the handgun she had just taken from Fu Yunshin, aiming at Lan Xiao. However, Lan Xiao paid no attention to her action at this distance, and with the wind speed, hitting him with a handgun was nothing short of a whimsical fantasy. Nonetheless, this person had already been etched in Lan Xiao's mind. The disruption of this mission had forced their retreat, and she was undeniably, significantly responsible. Next time he certainly wouldn't let her off so easily. Of course, at this moment Lan Xiao was unaware that those left behind had already failed the mission. He turned around, just lifting his foot to step inside. Suddenly, a piercing sound cut through flesh erupted. Lan Xiao leaned forward completely. "Captain! Captain!" Voices rose and fell in succession. Lan Xiao steadied himself by holding onto one person's shoulder and looked back at Yin below. Yin retracted her handgun, gazing up at the helicopter in the sky, a cold smile playing on her lips. "I don't like looking up at others. Consider this a gift for our meeting." Lan Xiao understood Yin's lip movements, and his pale face became even grimmer. "Very well. Very well. Little one, just wait for the return gift I have for you." The helicopter flew higher and further away, quickly leaving the vicinity. Meanwhile, Yin could no longer withstand the strain on her spiritual energy and the burden imposed by forcibly using her abilities. She abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood, then collapsed straight to the ground. Just before her consciousness faded, she heard countless footsteps and someone repeatedly calling her name. That damned Fu Yunshin, even when she was trying to rest, couldn't leave her alone. Could he not let her have a moment of peace? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Yin fell into a deep, death-like unconsciousness. Outside a special ward in a military hospital, 2 rows of guards stood, as if guarding a national leader. Among them was a military officer, clearly of general rank. Inside the special ward, Rong Yue, wearing a special military doctor badge, was checking the data while filling out documents. However, his expression grew increasingly strange. Fu Yunshin looked at the figures outside the ward, frowning. Why were the military personnel guarding his future wife? Especially that Shun Han, gazing at his future wife with the eyes of a hungry wolf seeing meat. He couldn't fathom what scheme was brewing in his mind. Fu Yunshin subtly gestured to Lu Qi, who had been silently waiting by his side. Lu Qi nodded and directly exited the ward to negotiate with the people outside. Sometimes Lu Qi felt quite pitiful. He was earning a secretary's salary while doing the work of a caretaker. But who could blame him? After all, the young master was his young master. After Lu Qi was gone for a while, the figures guarding outside the ward gradually dispersed. Strange. This is completely different from when I last saw her. Rong Yu looked at the data report before him with a perplexed expression. Fu Yunshin glanced at Yin, who was lying on the hospital bed, and asked, "What's different?" Rong Yu pressed his lips together. "The last time I saw her was about a month ago. Although I didn't conduct a physical assessment, it was obvious her physical condition was not very good. However, this time, after conducting a physical assessment, she hardly seemed like the same person." He smacked his lips, continuing, "Her body fat percentage is extremely low, and all her health indicators are optimal standard. Yet this exceeds the standard to the point of perfection, as if she was meticulously carved from a mold." Rong Yu's gaze was filled with shock as he looked at Yi and lying on the bed. "Did you see? The explosive power contained within her limbs is astonishing. Normally, even an athlete would require at least a decade of training to reach such a level. Moreover, prolonged training on specific areas leads to abnormalities compared to others." For instance, extremely muscular limbs or distorted bones. Yet she appears completely normal, just like any other girl. As he spoke, Rongyu suddenly noticed something, recalling. Oh, except that certain areas of her development aren't so well. But well, every girl's body varies. Some may be fully developed and still be in a cup. Oh, damn it. Fu Xiao, what are you doing? Put me down. Otherwise I will call for help. Fu Yunshin lifted Rongyu by the collar with one hand. Although Rongyu was a tall man at 1.8 meters, he was still hoisted up effortlessly by Fu Yunshin. He was lifted up. This was utterly humiliating. How could he ever continue being a doctor after this? Fu Yunshin coldly stared at him, exerting force and throwing Rongyu down. Rongyu coughed a couple of times. He was a doctor analyzing from a medical perspective, not intentionally taking advantage of. I just want to know why she fainted and when she will wake up. Rongyu straightened his white coat, glancing at the foredrip. She is in a deep coma due to excessive mental strain. I administered some medication. Normally, she should rest for at least a day before waking up. Only then did Fu Yunshin feel reassured, gazing intently at Yi An's peaceful sleeping face. Excessive mental strain, huh? Just as Rongyu finished speaking, Yi An, who had been lying on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes. Yi An only knew she had taken a nap. As her consciousness awakened, she instinctively opened her eyes. It was a survival instinct formed from habit, because many times closing your eyes for a while could mean the arrival of death. However, she did not expect that the first person she would see upon opening her eyes would be Fu Yunshin, along with a doctor dressed in a white coat. This man looked somewhat familiar and his voice was also very recognizable. She slightly moved her brows. He was the doctor who treated her at Fu Yunshin's estate. Is it you? Yi An asked Rongyu. Her sudden awakening left Rongyu completely stunned. He stared at Yi An for a long moment, unable to speak. Fu Yunshin's lips curled into a smile. Did you not say she'd need to sleep for at least a day, eh? Rongyu, could he retract what he had said? How could this be so embarrassing? Seeing Yi An looking at him, Rongyu cleared his throat and smiled at her. Hello, Miss Yi, do you remember me? At that time when he visited the Ziyuan, she was still in a coma and should not have seen him at all. Yi An nodded. The last time it was you who treated me. How did you know? Rongyu's eyes lit up. The voice is the same. Yi An replied succinctly, her tone serious. Nonsense. Fu Yunshin suddenly interjected, frowning in displeasure. The one who saved you was clearly me. Rongyu. Yi An, oh. Fu Yunshin. Why was he so angry? Rongyu chuckled softly, trying to mediate. Fu Xiao is right. If it weren't for Fu Xiao bringing you back, I wouldn't have had the chance to treat Miss Yi. Yi An glanced at Fu Yunshin, then looked at Rongyu, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Rongyu waved his hand. Miss Yi, you needn't be polite. My surname is Rong, given name you. Yi An merely responded with a nod, and then directly got up, intending to pull out the needle in her arm. However, just as her hand touched it, a large hand pressed down on her. Yi An frowned and commanded sternly, let go. Why can't you just behave yourself for once and rest quietly in bed? It was the same last time, and now again. Fu Yunshin's voice carried a heavy, palpable pressure. Their eyes met. Yi An held his gaze steadily, yet all she could discern in his eyes was genuine concern. Concern? Why would Fu Yunshin care about her? You've only been unconscious for 8 hours, yet here you are bouncing out of bed as if nothing happened. Do you want them to think you're some invincible Amazon drawing stairs like a circus spectacle? A faint wry amusement tinged Fu Yunshin's words. The corners of his mouth lifted in a half-smile. Rongyu, ever perceptive, interjected smoothly. Miss Yi, though you've just regained consciousness. You sustained numerous injuries, and your mental exhaustion remains severe. Extended quiet recuperation is essential, especially within a hospital setting. Yi An fell silent for a moment, then lowered her hand and leaned back against the pillow. An odd stillness settled over the ward. Rongyu gathered her belongings. Since Miss Yi is awake, and Master Fu is here, he'll take my leave now. She paused, realizing neither acknowledged her departure. After an awkward smile, she hurried out. Suddenly the room held only Yi An and Fu Yunshin. Neither spoke, and the silence grew so profound that even their breaths echoed with crystalline clarity. Yi An studied Fu Yunshin. This was the first time she had found someone utterly inscrutable. In official records, and in every eye that had ever assessed him, Fu Yunshin was the celestial prodigy. Beyond extraordinary competence and capability, he bore all the indulgent flaws expected of signs of wealth. Yet she could not fathom a single thought behind his calm, enigmatic gaze. Indeed, with each encounter he seemed to deepen. Impenetrable, unfathomable. What is the situation at Xiwexing Academy now? Yi An asked. Fu Yunshin's fingers habitually tapped twice, only to realize his hand still rested atop hers. Those 2 light taps now felt unmistakably flirtatious. Yi An's gaze snapped instantly to his hand. Instinctive self-preservation made Fu Yunshin withdraw it at once. Composing himself with practiced nonchalance, he strolled to a nearby chair and sat. By the time you lost consciousness, military and armed police units had already arrived. All mercenaries outside the library were neutralized on site. Every student inside the library, and its basement, was safely rescued. As Fu Yunshin spoke, his eyes drifted to a fruit bowl on the side table. He picked up an apple and began peeling it with a small knife. As for the core members of the Tianlang mercenary group, they vanished without a trace. His tone betrayed no emotion. merely factual detached narration. Yian's brow furrowed faintly. All core members escaped. Unbidden, the face of that Eurasian man surfaced in her mind. Cold, magnetic, ineffably alluring. He was the first person in this era to awaken her competitive fire and stir her dormant will to triumph. It had been years since she'd felt such exhilarating parity, the kind only a truly formidable opponent can ignite, sharpening one's resolve and unlocking latent potential. And that man, Yian sensed with quiet certainty that they would meet again, and when they did it would be as adverse. However, his eyes lifted sharply, locking onto hers, sharp, unwavering, his lips curving in a subtle, knowing smile. Your actions have drawn considerable attention. To remain merely an ordinary student may no longer be feasible. Yian's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly, she weighed his words with careful precision. Fu Yunshin finished peeling the apple. Still, if you wish to continue as an ordinary student, it is not impossible. I can assist you. His tone carried unmistakable opportunism, like casting bait waiting patiently for her to bite. If one possesses such ability, why shrink from it? She paused, voice resolute, unwavering. Only by living openly, unapologetically, can I perceive the true value and meaning of my existence. Only then could she affirm, beyond doubt, that she existed wholly and authentically, not as an empty vessel, but as herself. Her words stilled Fu Yunshin's hand mid-motion. His gaze darkened, searching, puzzled, before dissolving into impenetrable mist, retreating deep into his eyes. After a brief pause, he sliced off a small piece of apple and offered it to Yian. Had Lin Yixue witnessed this, she might well have choked on her own disbelief. To Lin Yixue, Fu Yunshin had always been aloof and proudly reserved, even reluctant to peel a single grape for her, let alone meticulously peel and slice an apple. This was blatant, undeniable favoritism. Fortunately, Lin Yixue remained blissfully unaware. Otherwise, she'd surely have fled to the restroom in tears. Eat it. His tone brooked no refusal. Yian narrowed her eyes, defiant no. Fu Yunshin held her gaze for 2 seconds. Then his lips parted in a sudden, dazzling smile. Good girl. Listen to me, a patient should eat more fruit after all. His voice, already rich and resonant, turned honeyed, dangerously, lethally charming. Yian blinked once, then flinched, a shiver racing down her spine, as if confronted by something spectral and uncanny. She accepted the apple slice, placed it in her mouth, and chewed. Crisp, clean, unmistakably audible. The sound lifted Fu Yunshin's mood effortlessly. Yian, however, felt no particular sentiment. Only the pragmatic recognition that her body needed hydration, and refusing free sustenance would be sheer folly. Yet she possessed a vulnerability, one even she had never noticed. Her nature was forged in opposition, stronger when challenged, yet disarmed by those who showed no hostility, and deliberately assumed a position of gentle deference before her. Like Cheng Xiaoxiao, feigning innocence and charm in her presence. Or like Fu Yunshin just now, lowering his guard, softening his voice, coaxing her with quiet tenderness. Of course, Yian remained entirely unaware of this flaw. What is Lin Luo to you? Fu Yunshin asked abruptly. Yian replied coolly, a classmate. Fu Yunshin lifted his eyelids slightly, his gaze narrowing, assessing the veracity behind her terse answer. Given her famously unyielding demeanor and low emotional intelligence, if she declared him merely a classmate, then he undoubtedly was. Nothing more. Why did they attack Xiwexing Academy? Yian asked. Mercenaries never acted without profit, and never infiltrated Xinghua without motive. To target Xiwexing was no random strike. Xiwexing Academy housed nearly all of Jingdu's political heirs and wealthy science, its students the future pillars and backbone of the Xinghua Empire. The empire's highest echelons would one day be theirs to inherit. To annihilate Xiwexing's student body was to sever the empire's next decade of leadership, systematically, irrevocably. Fu Yunshin glanced at Yian, her expression grave, earnest, and answered with uncharacteristic gravity. The Tianling mercenary group was commissioned by the state military. Their objective, the total destruction of Xiwexing Academy. Country R. Yian furrowed her brow slightly, but soon understood. Indeed, even in times of peace, there are undercurrents and hidden struggles. War always coexists with peace and is eternally an essential component of the world, whether in the chaotic end times or in the current era of tranquility. What happened to them? Yian asked, referring to Wang Hao and the others. You mean those who had weapons and got into a shootout with the mercenaries from the Greedy Wolf mercenary group? Fu Yunshin leaned back against the sofa. Yian nodded yes. She wondered how they were doing, under the circumstances at that time. They should have been able to keep those people at bay outside the library with Cheng Xiaoxiao's help. Moreover, the military should have arrived by then, so logically they should be fine. Why are you concerned about them? You should be more worried about yourself, or perhaps about me. Why care about them? Fu Yunshin looked at Yi and touching the injured area below his collarbone. Don't forget, I am also an injured person. Aren't you still alive? Yian frowned as she looked at the few words Fu Yunshin casually uttered. Fu Yunshin. Is there really a need to speak so bluntly? I said that since I brought them out alive from the basement, I will also bring them back alive. Yian's words were resolute, just as she had promised back then. In her sharp, cold eyes was a determination that could only be found within her. Fu Yunshin observed Yin back at Ziyuan. She also had that same expression when she was about to leave. In the face of such a gaze, even a rock would easily be shaken. Those few people, however, are mostly fine. Even if some were injured, there is no life-threatening danger. Fu Yunshin said, the corners of his lips slightly curling up. But one person does have an issue. Yin frowned and blurted out, Cheng Xiaoxiao. Correct. Fu Yunshin smiled elegantly. The Empire's National Security Bureau has long had a prohibition against Cheng Xiaoxiao, forbidding her from carrying a firearm for life. Although she usually disobeys and still carries firearms as long as she doesn't expose it to public view, they turn a blind eye. However, this time, everyone saw her wielding a weapon. Despite her having protected Ziwixing this time, she will still have to face a military tribunal. If anyone is facing a military tribunal, it will be me. I gave her the gun, and I also induced her to kill, Yin said in a low voice. She has always been protective, especially of those under her command. Moreover, the gun was originally given to her. Fu Yunshin raised an eyebrow slightly. Indeed, the gunfight that occurred within the Ziwixing Academy and the clash with the Greedy Wolf mercenary group was all directed by Yin. A young lady from a fallen military family was able to command so many military descendants in such a short time, even getting the top sniper Cheng Xiaoxiao, who once gave the Empire a headache for her antisocial tendencies, and Lin Luo, a genius in computer science who had been held in aerial prison to work for her. How many unknown abilities does Yin possess? Don't you usually think of yourself as quite clever? Why are you acting? Fu Yunshin teased with a smile. Yin was confused. Cheng Xiaoxiao's father is no ordinary person. Moreover, this time Cheng Xiaoxiao protected Ziwixing and achieved merit, so even if she goes to a military tribunal, she will likely receive a lighter sentence. And perhaps this might even lift the prohibition against her carrying firearms. Fu Yunshin tapped his fingers lightly on the side, staring directly at Yin. However, the premise is that Cheng Xiaoxiao needs supervision and her antisocial personality must be restrained. Yin lowered her gaze and thought, her beautiful eyebrows knitting together slightly. I have some matters to attend to at my company. I can't continue to take care of you. Fu Yunshin said as he picked up Yan's phone that she had left aside and entered a string of numbers. If you miss me, just give me a call. Fu Yunshin raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a hint of flirtation. Yin looked at him in confusion. He was taking care of her. What was he taking care of? Fu Yunshin put down the phone and prepared to leave, but after taking a few steps, he turned back and walked to Yan's hospital bed. Yin stared at him, just about to ask why he hadn't left. Fu Yunshin leaned down, his tall frame enveloping Yin in his aura. Suddenly Yin felt a slight pain in her cheek. Just as she realized what had happened, the claw had swiftly escaped the scene of the incident. Fu Yunshin, like a cat that had stolen a fish, quickly left with light steps. Yin's cheek still bore the faint imprint of a thumb. She gritted her teeth. Fu Yunshin, how could her face be casually pinched by someone? Outside the hospital room, Fu Yunshin heard an angry roar from inside, and couldn't help but laugh, rubbing the skin of a future wife is indeed good, gets so tender to the touch. Just then a commotion suddenly came. Fu Yunshin turned back to see several boys entering Yan's hospital room, his expression darkening. Who are those people? Lu Qi glanced over. Young master, those should be Miss Yan's classmates. He added, the kind with a good Fu Yunshin's face instantly darkened. Don't they know patients need rest and cannot be disturbed? Lu Qi lightly covered his mouth, understanding. You're right, young master. He'll go chase them back right now. After saying that, Lu Qi immediately turned and went to handle it. Fu Yunshin then stepped out, but his mind was still such a glamorous young bride, just left there with such low emotional intelligence. It's easy for others to take advantage of her. He took out his phone and made a call. At home, Lin Yixue was applying a face mask when she reached out to grab her phone. Hello, mommy. Kai, what's wrong? Is there something going on? Lin Yixue asked, her voice strained under the mask. I want to get married. Please give my... After saying that, Fu Yunshin hung up the phone. What? Hello? Lin Yixue was so startled that she rolled off the sofa, and the face mask fell off. At that moment, Fu Cheng came down from upstairs and saw Lin Yixue lying on the ground, crying out in distress. His expression changed drastically as he hurried over. What happened? Lin Yixue, supporting her waist, got up and exclaimed, Big shot, your son is getting married. What? Fu Cheng didn't hear clearly. Getting married? Don't you get it? Your son is getting married. Lin Yixue emphasized again, her tone filled with excitement. Fu Cheng frowned slightly, not reacting as dramatically as Lin Yixue, but he was quite intrigued by the name Yi and that Lin Yixue mentioned earlier. Wait a minute. That girl is only 16. In our empire, the legal age for marriage is 18, Lin Yixue asked with some confusion and concern. Fu Cheng casually replied, Don't worry with that kid's ability. If he can't handle this little matter, then he shouldn't even be called my son, Fu Cheng. Suddenly Fu Cheng's brows furrowed, and he said, No way. Why? Lin Yixue asked in confusion. Fu Cheng said solemnly, Since that child is still a minor, that brat is bullying her. It's not fair to the child. Tell Fu Yunshin that brat, unless that girl willingly agrees to marry him, don't even think about it. Lin Yixue touched her nose, looking worried, but you know our son if you want someone. Besides, even you might not be a match for our son now. Moreover, from Lin Yixue's perspective, her son seemed more like the one being bullied. Fu Cheng pulled Lin Yixue close, rubbing her waist as he said, If he has the capability, let him get that girl to agree to marry him in person. Otherwise, I'll make sure to beat that brat to a pulp. Lin Yishua pouted and fell silent. People say sons are a burden to their fathers, yet she felt it was the father burdening the son in their family. After receiving the message from Lin Yishua, Fu Yunshin pressed his thin lips together and raised the corners of his mouth. Agree. Didn't I already acknowledge it at that grand banquet? Over the past few days, Yi En had been staying in the military hospital, but in reality, she wasn't seriously injured. She was just resting here peacefully for a couple of days, and conveniently avoiding the chaos that erupted after the storm had settled. During these 2 days, her grandfather Yi Jiangwo frequently visited her hospital room to see her. It was only when her grandfather appeared that Yi En remembered he was also recuperating in this military hospital. Just her grandfather only knew she was injured in the riot, which is why he came to the military hospital, so he was unaware of the specific events that transpired. When visiting Yi En, he only exchanged a few concerned pleasantries. Yi En was a woman of few words, and Yi Jiangwo was likewise not very talkative. The two sat in the hospital room, one on the bed, and the other in a wheelchair, staring at each other, struggling to say a word. During this time, Yi Fei and Wang Hao also came. After they arrived, Yi En found herself speaking more with them. Yi Jiangwo felt a pang of envy as he watched his granddaughter converse easily with others while struggling to find words with him, which was quite a blow to his elderly heart. Seeing Yi Fei and Wang Hao chatting energetically with Yi En, he suddenly coughed several times to attract his However, to his surprise, he coughed twice and couldn't help but start a real coughing fit. Cough, cough. Yi En's gaze immediately turned to Yi Jiangwo, her brow furrowing as she stretched her legs and stepped off the bed quickly, making her way to his side. Grandpa, she said softly, gently smoothing Yi Jiangwo's back. Yi Fei also stepped forward, concerned. Grandpa, are you alright? Yi Jiangwo waved his hand, wanted to say something. But before he could speak, Yi En had already jumped in, addressing the guard behind Yi Jiangwo. Don't you hurry up and take Grandpa back to rest. Yi Jiangwo said. Well, Weigua, you're not in good health, don't wander around easily. You should properly recuperate in the hospital. If you really feel bored, once you're feeling better, Yi Fei and I will take you out to see the old ladies dancing in the square. Yi En earnestly reminded him, her expression serious and sincere. Yi Jiangwo thought, is this really my grand? Yi Fei was speechless. The others were initially stunned, then quickly stifled their laughter. They couldn't laugh, it was disrespectful to make a joke in front of the imperial general. Although Yi En noticed their laughter, she didn't understand what they were laughing about. In this Buddhist memory, wasn't it said that elderly people in this era love to dance in the square? Weigua, actually Grandpa just wanted. Yi Jiangwo paused, unsure of what he wanted to say. Did he want to catch his cough cough? Yi Jiangwo coughed heavily again, this time genuinely. Yi En glanced at the guard behind him. The guard, startled, immediately said, Old chief, let's head back now. Yi Jiangwo could only nod after reminding Yi En a few things he left. However, before leaving, he solemnly told Yi En, Weigua Xiaofei, Grandpa, doesn't like watching those square dances. Yi En nodded seriously, okay Grandpa. The others were left baffled with 3 question marks floating above their heads. Yi Fei thought, I didn't mean for Grandpa to go watch those old ladies dancing. Seeing him leave, Wang Hao and the others stood straighter respectfully, watching him depart. Yi En's gaze lingered for a long time before finally returning. Her eyes darkened, it seemed her grandfather's condition was becoming increasingly severe. Sister. Yi Fei stepped forward, glancing at Yi En with a hint of concern in his eyes. Yi En reassuringly patted his shoulder and then sat down on a nearby sofa. When Yi En sat down, Wang Hao, Lin Luo, and Su Yan also came over. Yi Fei naturally strode over, as well, deliberately sitting beside Yi En. Once seated, he felt inexplicably. After all, he was the only one who could sit next to his sister. Yi En, turns out you're fine, and we thought you were really injured. Su Yan added. Exactly, I said, how could someone as capable as Yi En get injured? A cold glint flashed across Lin Luo's eyes behind his glasses, yet his expression remained indifferent as he said to Yi En, I thought the boss would fall so quickly, and I would regain my freedom soon. Yi En smirked slightly, sorry to disappoint you. There was no hint of embarrassment in her tone. Lin Luo adjusted his glasses, concealing a trace of amusement, thinking to himself, thankfully, she is still alive. Yi En, besides coming to see you today, we have something else to tell you. Wang Hao spoke first in a low voice. What is it? Yi En asked. The military has reached out to us for a meeting, Wang Hao said, his expression somewhat serious. At the same time, Su Yan, Lin Luo, and Yi Fei exchanged glances, then nodded at Yi En. Sister, they have also Yi Fei said. Perhaps even they were unaware that unknowingly they had already regarded Yi En as the central figure among them, or even as their leader. Yi En's fingers twitched slightly. What did they want to discuss with you? Normally this would be a private matter, she shouldn't pry into, yet their demeanor clearly indicated they were there to inform her of this. First, they inquired about the details of the operation that day at Ziwei Star Academy and the Tanlang mercenary group. Second, they asked if we had any intention of enlisting in the military. Wang Hao succinctly revealed the content of the meeting. Yi En raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? She had anticipated that things would evolve to this point. After all, Ziwei Star Academy is a prestigious institution and none of its students are ordinary. Moreover, Wang Hao and Su Yan's performance that day was indeed exceptional, even surpassing those from military families. Therefore, it was not surprising that they caught the attention of those in power above. However, why would they go to such lengths to inquire about the specifics of the operation? Su Yan scratched his head. We didn't hide anything regarding the operation that day. Oh, it's just. They seemed particularly interested in you and asked many questions about you. Wang Hao nodded in agreement with Su Yan's words. Lin Luo also looked at Yi Yan. The Academy's surveillance footage was taken by them, including the recordings of your operation that day. Yi Yan suddenly thought of something. Were they particularly interested in her? The military. Let her think back to when she first felt someone was watching her. If she remembered correctly, it should have been after she and Yi Fei left the shooting range that day. In other words, it started from that shooting range. At that time, everyone she interacted with at the shooting range was an ordinary military child. No, not everyone she interacted with was known to her. The person behind that surveillance had also interacted with her, but they had never met. Realizing that there were eyes watching her, the conclusion was self-evident. The ones secretly watching her were personnel from the military. Seeing Yi Yan lost and thought, the others fell silent, not wanting to interrupt her. An unspoken understanding formed among them, leaving even them astonished. After a while, Yi Yan lifted her head to look at Wang Hao, Su Yan, and the others. So do you want to enlist in the military? Wang Hao and Su Yan exchanged glances, confusion evident in their eyes. Well, Wang Hao and I haven't really considered that for now, Su Yan said. Yi Yan curved her lips slightly. What if I hope you become soldiers? After a pause, she added, join me and become soldiers. Are you willing? Yi Yan's words caught them off guard, and the addition made them shiver involuntarily, feeling as if they were sitting on a blazing chair. Some even felt an impulse to stand up and run around the hospital a couple of times. Yi Fei needn't be mentioned. He was already from a military family and had practiced shooting since childhood. His future path was undoubtedly to enlist. However, when he heard his sister say she wanted to become a soldier, he was somewhat taken aback. But then he thought about his sister's current abilities. If she wanted to enlist, it didn't seem like a big deal. Yi Yan's gaze locked onto Wang Hao, Su Yan, and Lin Luo, waiting for their response. Yi Yan had always been someone who valued talent, and she understood deeply the importance of a team and its core members. Even though she had once served as the commander of the Eastern Military District, her subordinates were still a diverse group of capable individuals, each playing unique roles in every battle. Only through teamwork and coordination can the probability of victory and efficiency be significantly increased. If she wanted to achieve something in this time and space, forming her own team was also a prerequisite. Lin Luo's expression was calm as he adjusted his glasses. Since you are my boss, I will naturally follow you, no doubt about it. Lin Luo's words were straightforward. Moreover, for Lin Luo, he was primarily passionate about computers. Regardless of identity or location, to him, there was only the computer. Now he just had someone who could command him. Yan. Lin Luo's statement left Wang Hao and Su Yan momentarily. Lin Luo was usually taciturn. Although they were classmates, apart from knowing that he was a computer genius, they really knew nothing else about him. When did Lin Luo even get recruited by Yi Yan and become involved with her? This left both of them feeling quite Yi Yan looked at Lin Luo and faintly smiled. His response was within her expectations, not surprising at all. Wang Hao and Su Yan continued to ponder for a moment. Then Wang Hao spoke up. Yi Yan, do you remember the last time you asked us something when you left the underground black market? Yi Yan nodded. Oh, of course, she remembered without needing to be told. I've thought about your question for a long time. To put it bluntly, I'm someone who has always been courageous and combative, and the only thing I've ever had is brute strength. Since my father is a boxing champion, I started practicing martial arts from a young age. This has been the case ever since, and I never thought about what I would do in the future. Wang Hao said with a somewhat embarrassed smile. When you asked me that day, I was actually confused. But until that day when Ziwei Star Academy was attacked, and I fought back with you against those mercenaries, that surge of passion made me feel for the first time that life and death weren't that important anymore. After saying this, he looked intently at Yi and his eyes shining. Since I have said that I will protect your promise, this can also be a lifelong agreement. So Yi, and whether as a soldier or a bandit, I Wang Hao will follow you at your word. He spoke with excitement like a flame igniting the cold hospital room. Su Yan also smiled and said loud, Wang Hao has said everything I wanted to say, but I still want to add one thing. Yi and Wang Hao has strength, but I have brains. So having me is not a loss. Yi Fei's heart was filled with shock, clenching his fists, and at that moment he wanted to say something, but it felt like there was something blocking his throat. He could only focus his gaze on Yi Yan beside him. Yi Yan smiled, her strong confidence emanating even more charm and brilliance. She was beautiful, rarely smiled, and even when she did, it was a faint and polite gesture. But with this smile, her face transformed from a typical poker face to something much more warm and approachable. Once the words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. Yi Yan raised her lips and looked at the few of them, speaking each word clearly. Wang Hao and Su Yan replied in unison, absolutely no regrets. Lin Luo also lifted her head, saying, as a programmer, I have no habit of going back on my word. They had to admit that after spending time with Yi, and they were unconsciously drawn to her charismatic personality. There was a power about her that made them instinctively want to follow in her footsteps. This feeling intensified during the recent incident where mercenaries invaded the Ziwei Star Academy. Sometimes it only takes a moment for their brains to make a decision. Thus, if Yi Yan led them to enlist, they would do so without hesitation. Yin scanned the crowd. These few people were her companions on the journey ahead in this new world. In her heart, she felt a surge of excitement. It was in this moment that she truly felt her existence in this world. She was Yin. Her own Yin, full of passion, fervor, and boundless fighting spirit. Very well, my companions, Yin said seriously while looking at everyone. Hearing the word companion, smiles appeared on everyone's lips. Then they casually chatted for a while and soon started gossiping about Yin's engagement with Fu Yunshin. Yin, did you really get involved with that President Fu from Yunting Group? Su Yin asked in a typical gossip tone. Now everyone in Kyoto knows about it. Just a few days ago, on the morning of the Academy's invasion, headlines everywhere were about your engagement with President Fu. Yin, judging by your expression, were you forced into this? Just say the word if you were indeed coerced. Even that Fu Xiao Wang Hao will never let you suffer a bit of bullying. Don't make wild guesses. My sister would never marry that man. Sister, you aren't really going to marry him, are you? Yin's previously pleasant expression turned increasingly unpleasant. Mentioning Fu Yunshin made her feel an urge to grab a knife and stab. Especially since Fu Yunshin had recently pinched her face in the hospital. How detestable. Yin angrily slammed the armrest of the sofa, causing the soft stuffing to fly out. Wang Hao, Su Yin, and Lin Luo quickly sensed the situation was not right and hurriedly retreated, fearing that Yin would vent her anger on them. However, before they left, Yin called out to them, "Keep an eye on Cheng Xiaoxiao's condition these days for me." No problem. Su Yin gave a gesture and hurriedly ran off. Soon the hospital room was left with just Yin and her brother Yi Fei. Yi Fei remained silent for a long time. Thinking about the conversation between Wang Hao and Yin, his mood became somewhat low. He even envied Wang Hao and the others because his sister had not asked him anything from the beginning. He wanted to say something at that moment, but he suddenly felt so weak. Wang Hao, Su Yin, Lin Luo. Each of them had their own unique abilities, but he felt like he could do nothing. As her brother, it seemed he had suddenly lost the qualification to stand by her side. He also wanted to join his sister in the military, but enlisting for himself and following his sister into the military were two completely different concepts. His mood involuntarily sank, feeling wronged, yearning for comfort and hugs. But clearly he could only think about it in his heart. Sister, when do you plan to go home? Yi Fei asked. Yin stood up, stretched her legs, and suddenly noticed a list on the table in the hospital room, walking over to it. Go home. Xiao Fei, do you think that's still our home? Yin's tone showed no joy or anger, devoid of emotion. Yi Fei frowned. Sister. Yin picked up the list from the table. It was her physical examination report. Yin had not noticed it before and discovered that this form was filled with details regarding her health. It must have been left behind by Rongyu when she left. How is the situation with the Yi family? She asked. Currently, she had only two urgent matters regarding the Yi family. First, to investigate the truth behind the car accident that claimed the life of Yin and Yi Fei's mother when died. Second, to obtain the inheritance rights of the Yi family. Although the inheritance rights were already in her name, according to the laws of the Xinglua Empire, one must be 18 years old to claim the inheritance from the previous generation. In these 2 years, one could not be sure that no one would try to obstruct her. Dad came back yesterday. He only knew that you were injured in this riot and hospitalized, but he didn't know anything else, so he didn't ask much. At this point, Yining was a bit frightened. After returning home, she cried to Dad, and that woman saying that you wanted to kill her, so she has been resting at home for the past few days. However, it seems that Yining holds a deep grudge against you. I'm afraid that once you return, she will cause trouble again, Yi Fei said worriedly. As Yin listened, she finished reading the list in her hands. Her gaze changed slightly. It was strange why her body felt different from what she had sensed before. No wonder she felt such a significant change in her speed and strength. It was normal for her body to reach such indicators. However, by her training methods, even after 10 years of training, she wouldn't achieve this effect. Even in the apocalypse, her body had undergone countless trials before reaching its final formidable state. But why did her body suddenly reach this level so quickly? Sister, Yi Fei asked again when he saw that Yin was not responding. Yin turned around saying, I understand, I will go back tomorrow. But Yining. Yi Fei still felt a bit worried that Yining might cause some trouble. No, what he was actually more concerned about was that Yining would anger his sister, and if she truly shot him, it would be a big problem. After all, when Yin had pointed a gun at Yining in the library, he had no doubt that she would kill him. It must be said, although his sister was stronger and more admirable than before, her inclination towards violence seemed to be getting worse. She truly embodied the social youth's outlook, that if you can act, don't hesitate to do so. Although it was quite brutal, he liked it a lot. Yin looked at Yi Fei with confusion, her expression serious. What are you worried about? When have you ever seen a lion fear a mouse? This metaphor. Yi Fei pressed his lips together and nodded seriously. Sister's words make sense. He secretly thought to himself, after all, you are my sister, and whatever you say is right. Knowing Yin was going back, Yi Fei also said goodbye and went home to prepare for her return. Just as he was about to pull the door open and step outside, Xiao Fei, Yin suddenly called out to him. Yi Fei turned around in confusion, only to find that Yin wasn't looking at him, but was standing by the window with her back to him, stretching. Yin looked out the window, slightly twisting her neck before turning to face him. That beautiful, cool face, illuminated by the backlight, looked like a youth stepping out from another dimension, radiating a mysterious glow that shone into Yi Fei's heart. Sister, Yi Fei replied. You are my brother, so you will always have the right to stay by my side. However, she paused for a moment, speaking with conviction, if you want to live a successful life, you must show your abilities for others to see. Yi Fei Yi's brother is a man. Yian emphasized the word is particularly strongly, and every word she spoke carried a commanding tone. Yet at that moment Yi Fei found that he liked this tone immensely. Suppressing his excitement, Yi Fei beamed with a radiant smile, and loudly declared in a reporting tone yes. After saying that, Yi Fei quickly walked over to Yi and embracing her shoulders like a bear, and then seeming a bit embarrassed quickly turned to leave. Yian, who had been embraced, felt a bit confused as she had almost kicked Yi Fei out just now, but thankfully she held back. She had only wanted to encourage him, a bit unsure why the child was so overly excited. Shaking her head, she continued her physical recovery. The reason she fainted last time was mainly due to her current Buddhist strength being unable to support the exhaustion of her mental energy. On that day, she had activated her abilities 3 times, the last time being when she shot at Lan Xiao. Given the speed of the plane and the wind speed at that time, no matter how precise her shooting was, it was impossible to hit him at that distance with Fu Yunshan's pistol. So at the moment she fired the bullet, she activated her powers. Although her physical indicators were good and her strength had improved, her control over her abilities was still somewhat insufficient. It was as if her body was a container. Currently, while the outer shell of this container had become hard, the inside remained hollow, making it unable to support the control over her powers. Moreover, abilities could indeed be enhanced. In the past, she had relied on various virtual training to strengthen her powers through intense stimulation. But now, to enhance her abilities, she would have to see how things went as she moved forward. After Yi Fei left, Yian planned to rest for another day before returning to the Yi family. However, she didn't expect that at this moment a person she had not anticipated yet was somewhat expected would appear in the wall. The man before her was dressed in a tang suit, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, looking similar in age to her grandfather, but clearly in much better health, with a touch of gray at his temples, exuding a combination of authority and warmth. He held a dragon-head cane which gave off an air of severity and authority. Yet when his eyes looked at Yi, and they were filled with affection and concern. Grandfather. Yian stood straight and nodded. Indeed, the person before her was her grandfather, the father of Wen Dai, the original host's mother. Seeing Yi's appearance, Wen Zhen's expression darkened significantly, and he scolded directly, did those people from the Yi family train you to look like this? What nonsense military family, always engaging in these superficial things. Look at what they have turned my granddaughter into. Yian was momentarily stunned. What is wrong with grandfather? Wen Zhen was angered by Yi's military stance, and you are a girl. Just look at what they have done to you. Your hair is cut so short, I thought I had another grandson. And why do you have to stand so straight? What can't be said while sitting down? You can even lie down to talk. Don't learn from those people like Yi Zhendong acting like soldiers. Since Wen Zhen's daughter had died, he had developed a deep aversion towards the Yi family. From the very beginning, he had disagreed with the marriage and disliked Yi Zhendong. 15 years ago, when his daughter died, he had immediately married another woman. It was already good that he had endured not beating Yi Zhendong to a pulp. If it weren't for having a grandson and granddaughter in the Yi family, he wouldn't associate with them at all. Yian rubbed her nose as this might be her first time being reprimanded in front of someone unable to retort. Her grandfather Wen Zhen was the chairman of the empire's prestigious Ronghua group, so his personality was quite dominant. Even his concern for family was exceptionally strong. Yian cleared her throat, saying, Grandfather, I cut my hair because I wanted to. Wen Zhen asked discontentedly, why would you cut it for no reason? You look like a tomboy, and it's not attractive at all. Although Wen Zhen actually thought it looked good, clean, sharp, and refreshing, it was completely different from the granddaughter he had known. So he subconsciously blamed the Yi family for everything. Surely his granddaughter must have suffered some injustice at their hands to become like this. Yian succinctly replied, convenience. Wen Zhen, seeing her earnest expression, was momentarily at a loss for words. Well, as long as you like it. Where's Xiao Fei? You got injured and hospitalized, yet he didn't come to take care of you. Just returned. After saying this, Yian also sat down, legs slightly apart, with a straight back, maintaining a standard sitting posture. An aura of confident strength radiated from her entire being. Wen Zhen sized up Yian from head to toe. Although he still felt some displeasure since it was his granddaughter's choice, he chose to remain silent. After looking at her for a while, he found her quite pleasing to the eye. Well, after all, she is his granddaughter, it's only natural she would be beautiful. Grandpa heard about your hospitalization and hurried back from abroad on a private plane. Fortunately, you are fine otherwise. The strong voice suddenly turned low and transformed into a sigh. After Dai left, Grandpa only has you 2 grandkids left. As for that boy Xiao Fei, Grandpa isn't worried about him. What Grandpa worries about the most is you. Wen Zhen's words carried a hint of melancholy, and looking at Yi's face, it seemed to age him by 10 years in an instant. Yian furrowed her brow slightly, wanting to comfort him, but unsure how she could only call out Grandpa. Oh, I'm fine, you don't need to worry. Yian looked at Wen Zhen earnestly, and said, I will also protect Xiao Fei well. Wen Zhen felt some confusion, noticing that this time, Yian seemed somewhat different. It had been a year since he last saw Anan and Xiao Fei. In the past, Anan was always a bit cautious when she saw him, her personality very introverted, even needing him to coax her to be playful. But this time, Anan seemed like a completely different person, exuding a boldness and confidence that radiated from within. Even he felt a sense of oppression. It's good to be fine, good to be fine. Wenjun had already scrutinized Yin as soon as he arrived, so he did not doubt her claim of being fine. Anan, how are you doing in the Yi family now? Wenjun's voice softened. He had actually been quite worried since the day An's grandfather announced that the inheritance of the Yi family would be passed to Yi, and he feared his granddaughter would be ostracized by the Yi family. When the tree stands out in the forest, the wind must destroy it. That old fellow Yi Jiangwo only knows how to fight, so he probably hasn't considered this much. But he has been immersed in the business world for many years and understands all too well the implications of the profit chain. Even Xiao Fei has grown increasingly distant from Anan over the years. With such a fragile granddaughter placed in such a military family, how could he not worry? So even though he sends a sum of money to both grandchildren every month, the amount for Yi Fei is far less than that for Yian. It's fine. Yian did not say it was good or bad. For her, no one in the Yi family could touch her. Wenjun frowned. If the Yi family treats you poorly, Grandpa will bring you to the Wen family. After all, Grandpa isn't getting any younger, and it's about time to train a new heir for the Ronghua group. Wenjun had already made this plan, intending to divide the shares of Ronghua group between Yian and Yi Fei. Yian raised her brows slightly, clearly surprised that Grandpa would bring this up. The Ronghua group of the Wen family is one of the few conglomerates in the empire. Even in a place like the capital where wealthy families abound, the Wen family's status remains high. The financial power of Ronghua group is evident. Grandpa is still quite vigorous. Considering the heir issue at this time seems a bit premature. Yian smiled lightly. I do intend to leave the Yi family, but not because of them. Grandpa, please trust me. I have the ability to protect myself, to protect Xiao Fei, and find out the truth behind my mother's accident. Yian spoke firmly and resolutely. The truth. Wenjun suddenly seized upon this critical point. And then what do you know? Wenjun asked anxiously. Yian replied slowly, Grandpa, I've actually wanted to ask you about my mother's accident for a long time, but it has been delayed. Mentioning Wendae's death, Wenjun's old face showed excitement, eagerly waiting for Yian's follow-up. I want to hear your opinion on this matter and the details from that year. Yian initiated the question. Wenjun looked at Yian, who was sitting upright on the sofa, her eyes revealing seriousness and sharpness, making him involuntarily recall the past. 15 years ago, I learned that your mother had an accident when she was already at the funeral home being cremated. All I could see was her ashes. I didn't even get to see her one last time. That scoundrel Yi Jintong had someone cremate her. Wenjun was filled with anger when bringing this up. At that time I suspected something because I did not trust Yi Jintong. That man is always chasing after women. Who knows what he was really thinking about? Dai. So I specifically went to the Traffic Management Bureau. However, the surveillance footage they provided showed a very normal traffic accident. The driver responsible was captured and executed. Thus the whole matter became headless and tailless. Even if I suspected there was something more to it, there were no points of entry. A very normal accident. Yian grasped one of the unclear points and inquired. Wenjun didn't understand why Yian was asking this, but he still answered, indeed, that driver was drunk driving, and from the start, he didn't stop directly colliding with your mother's car. After being arrested, he admitted to this, stating it was not intentional. The entire matter had no doubts, so Grandpa had no way to continue the investigation. Yian's eyes turned slightly cold. No, she had seen the surveillance footage that Lin Luo had obtained from the Traffic Management Bureau, which clearly showed that the driver had deliberately accelerated to crash into her mother's car. But why was Grandpa's view normal? Yian's lips curled with a hint of coldness. It was evident that the surveillance video shown to Grandpa had been tampered with. To murder Yian's mother, they truly went to great lengths. Who could have used the Traffic Management Bureau as a cover? If it were really Yang Zhitong with her capabilities and background, she wouldn't be able to do this. Seeing Yian's expression, Wenjun asked, what's wrong? Is there a problem? And then if you have any issues, you must tell. Yian came back to her senses. It's nothing. I just suspect that my mother's death may have deeper implications. And then if you discover anything about this matter, just tell Grandpa. Let Grandpa handle it. Wenjun said in a deep voice. Yian replied with a single word, okay. After that, for now she did not have any decisive evidence, and the matter had yet to come to light. Wenjun. No, continue speaking. Why did you only mention one good thing, and then stop? Have you discovered something you wish to tell him? After waiting for a long time, without a word from Yi, and Wenjun finally gave up on waiting. However, he couldn't shake off the feeling that her granddaughter was indeed, as she just mentioned. She has the ability to protect herself, to protect Xiao Fei, and to uncover the truth behind the accident years ago. He sighed softly, no longer dwelling on this matter. The truth that should eventually surface will come to light sooner or later. Perhaps the truth that even he couldn't uncover could indeed be revealed by his granddaughter. Anan. Wenjun suddenly remembered something. Yian looked up inquiringly, gazing at Wenjun. Grandpa noticed all the news about your engagement with Fu Yunshin, the president of Yunting Group. What is going on? He hurried back from abroad due to Yi's hospitalization, but was not expecting to see overwhelming reports about her engagement with Fu Yunshin everywhere. Only then did he realize that the entire aristocracy in Kyoto was aware of this matter, and it had caused quite a stir with nearly everyone knowing about it. Having battled in the business world for many years, he naturally heard about the Fu family connected to Yunting Group. The Fu family is not something their kind of corporate group could compare to. The Fu family in Kyoto is a family among families at the pinnacle of the entire Xinhua Empire's elite. Therefore he was puzzled as to how Anan managed to attract such a person. Hearing her grandfather's question, Yi An's expression suddenly darkened. Noticing her unsightly expression, Wen Zhen tentatively called out, "Anan grandpa is asking you a question." Yi An's lips tightened, her features taut. She calmly uttered 4 words, "Just ignore it." Wen Zhen. Things have escalated to the point of discussing marriage. How could he ignore it? But, regarding your engagement to young Master Fu. On his way back, he had someone investigate this matter and learned that Yi An's engagement with the Liu family had been cancelled. In fact, if the Fu family genuinely wished to marry his granddaughter, he would wholeheartedly approve. Yi took a deep breath. Just thinking of Fu Yunshin's smug face made her gaze grow colder. In a deep voice she said, "I will handle this matter." Seeing Yi An's demeanor, Wen Zhen, who was accustomed to dominating the business world, found himself momentarily at a loss for further questions. "Grandpa understands." Wen Zhen nodded. However, he did not realize that since entering the hospital room the dynamics had completely shifted. Unknowingly, he had begun to follow Yi An's line of thought, allowing her to fully occupy the dominant position. By the time he became aware, their conversation had already concluded. Military high-security confinement area of the Xinhua Empire. Please show your identification. A soldier armed with a heavy machine gun blocked the man in front. Chen Su, dressed in a sharp black suit, pulled out an identification card from his pocket and handed it to the soldier. The soldier took the card, verified it against a screen, then returned it to the man. Standing at attention, he saluted. Chen Su put the card away, and the large door opened automatically, allowing him to step inside. Cheng Xiaoxiao was to appear in a military court and was considered a special dangerous individual, so she was confined alone in a room. She was still wearing the uniform of Zaiwixing Academy, a white shirt, a blazer, a pleated skirt, with her hair tied into. No matter how you looked at her, she appeared to be an innocent little girl. Of course, that was if she wasn't holding a gun. When Chen Su entered the observation area outside the room, he saw Cheng Xiaoxiao hanging upside down on a chair like a decapitated doll. Moreover, she was smeared with some blood, making her look even more eerie. Sensing someone was coming, Cheng Xiaoxiao suddenly sat up and turned to look at Chen Su. That adorable little face resembling a doll instantly broke into a smile. "Brother Su." Chen Su rubbed his forehead, his handsome face no longer displaying the carefree demeanor he had around other young masters. He looked at Cheng Xiaoxiao inside and frowned. "It's Cheng uncle who asked me to come see you." He was afraid that if he came you would anger him. Cheng Xiaoxiao's cute smile immediately faded, and she replied with a faint, "Oh. If I thought you came specifically to see me," Cheng Xiaoxiao pouted. Chen Su looked at Cheng Xiaoxiao, though he had known this little girl since she was young. At first he was enchanted by her sweet smile and adorable little face. Being an only child, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming urge to protect such a cute little sister. It wasn't until he saw Cheng Xiaoxiao secretly plotting against those who bullied her that he realized this little girl was not. As far as he knew, Cheng Xiaoxiao had been kidnapped once at the age of 6 and was rescued 3 months later. A child's memories begin at 6, and it was from that point that Cheng Xiaoxiao gradually exhibited traits different from. Later, Cheng uncle took her for a psychological evaluation, discovering that Cheng Xiaoxiao had developed antisocial personality. The characteristics of antisocial personality disorder include high aggression, lack of shame, and behavior driven by random motivations. However, these characteristics are not absolute, but rather relative. This is why Cheng Xiaoxiao is prohibited from carrying firearms. Frankly, no one wants a mentally unstable person running around with a bomb. However, this little girl who enjoys disguising herself in front of others is quite obedient in front of him. Although much of it is an act, at least Cheng Xiaoxiao won't attack him. Thus, many matters regarding Cheng Xiaoxiao are often directly entrusted to him by Cheng uncle. Who allowed you to carry a gun in public? Do you know that those dissatisfied with Cheng uncle have been keeping an eye on you? Even if you protected Zaiwixing Academy this time, rules are rules, and you can't avoid a military court appearance. Chen Su reprimanded in a stern voice. Cheng Xiaoxiao pouted, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Chen Su, saying pitifully, "Brother Su, I don't want to go to military court. Those people are so fierce. I haven't bathed in days. Can you take me out?" Chen Su almost softened at her plea, but seeing a glimmer of cunning in her eyes, he reaffirmed his stance. "Stop with that act. Do you really think I just met you, eh?" Chen Su scolded irritably. Cheng Xiaoxiao frowned. "Brother Su." Chen Su felt a softness in his heart again, telling himself not to be bewitched. "However, you were lucky this time. He actually stepped in to help you." Chen Su was too lazy to reprimand her and directly said, "So you can leave in a couple of days, and also your gun prohibition has been lifted." Cheng Xiaoxiao looked somewhat surprised. "Really?" Then she smiled happily. "Then I can go find Wei Guo." Cheng Xiaoxiao gleefully spun around in the chair, resembling a little child. Chen Su frowned. "Wei Guo? Does this girl really like Yi that much? I never saw her so fond of anyone before. By the way, the military asked me to ask you again. To be precise, General Shun is willing to overlook the past and specially invite you to enlist. Are you really not considering it?" Cheng Xiaoxiao showed an obvious lack of interest. "Is there Wei Guo in the army? If there is, then he'll go." Chen Su. This must be the effect of Yi Wei Guo's charm. He stood up. In a couple of days I will send someone to pick you up. After saying that, Chun Su left, his face clearly shown. Really? After knowing her for so many years, every time she gets into trouble, he has to clean up after her. It's even more tiring than being her father. Why is it that he is not even as good as someone he just met, Yin? It really infuriates him. After walking out of the military criminal detention area, Chun Su's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and immediately answered. Hello, Yin Shun. Has everything been taken care of? I've already told her, don't worry. After a pause, he said earnestly. Yin Shun, thank you. This matter with Xiao Xiao, Uncle Chung has been busy for so many years, but couldn't free her from the surveillance of the Imperial if it weren't for you. The voice on the other end carried a hint of teasing. The usually aloof and untouchable Counselor Chun would actually thank me for a woman. How rare indeed. Chen Su tightened his brows, his tone carrying a hint of disassociation. I was also entrusted by Uncle Chung. The Chung family and our family are old friends, so Alright, I don't have time to listen to your family history. I initially didn't plan to get involved in this matter. You should thank Xiao Xiao for meeting my future wife. Fu Yunshun's lips curled up, and then he hung up the phone. Chen Su. Looking at the hung-up phone, his expression twitched. Fu Yunshun is truly impressive. Either he behaves like a monk without romantic relationships, or meat, but once he falls in love, everything is filled with the stench of romance. After so many years of being old friends, he now feels as if he is meeting Fu Yunshun for the first time. Sitting in front of Fu Yunshun is the director of the National Security Bureau, watching the man in front of him, who looks cheerful, his lips twitch. To be honest, if it weren't for the man's status, if he were just an ordinary rich kid, he would have long since knocked him out. After hanging up the phone, Fu Yunshun nodded apologetically at him, very gentlemanly. Sorry to keep you waiting. Fu Yunshun's sincere tone sounded very pleasant, and Director Xia politely responded. You are too polite, young Master Fu. I must say, initially Xia Kuei had some prejudice against Fu Yunshun, but seeing him so polite and cultured, he dispelled his previous biases. Fu Yunshun lightly smiled, revealing a perfectly curved arc. This time, thank you, Director, for your mediation. Xia Kuei smiled. Young Master Fu need not thank me, I only did what I was supposed to do. Since you say there's someone who can handle Chung Xiaoxiao, then for the sake of that person, we will also give some leeway. After all this time, Chung Xiaoxiao did indeed protect the safety of Ziwixing, and did not harm any innocent people. From the perspective of human feelings and ethics, she should be treated leniently. However, Chung Xiaoxiao has antisocial personality disorder and exhibits high aggression. If she were to commit acts harmful to the Empire, we would still act according to the law. Fu Yunxin also smiled, elegantly nodded gently. Director Xie, rest assured, since I dared to get her out, I naturally have the confidence to ensure she won't go back. If the situation described by Director Xie occurs, I will handle it personally. Fu Yunxin emphasized the last sentence. Of course, Xie Kuei had no objections. If it were this person handling it personally, it would certainly be better than the National Security Bureau. At least their National Security Bureau wouldn't get into trouble because of a Chung Xiaoxiao. However, this time the actions of country are failed, and they will definitely take some action. That person said that young Master Fu will personally handle this matter. Xie Kuei questioned. Fu Yunshun's lips curled slightly. I have no habit of letting people bully my homeland. I believe, Director Xie, you should feel the same way. Xie Kuei also smiled lightly, his tone filled with a man's bloodiness. Naturally. Before leaving the military hospital, Yian first greeted her grandfather, and then left directly. Just before she left, her grandfather reminded her once again to take good care of that key. She couldn't help but ask about the purpose of the key, but her grandfather only said that when she turns 18 and successfully inherits everything of the Yi family, she will naturally know. Yian has always been one to accept things as they come, so she didn't ask much. After a few pleasantries, she walked out directly. Sister. Yi Fei had arrived early to wait outside the hospital. Upon seeing Yian come out, he immediately walked over. Xiao Fei. Yian called out, and prepared to get into the car. Beep beep. A honking sound drew the attention of the two. Yi Fei turned around, and saw a familiar luxury car suddenly stop beside his. This car. Even in the whole Blue Star, there are only 5 produced model Nebula M7. This is worth much more than the Thunder 2 that his sister has. When the sunroof of that car opened, Yi Fei's expression instantly changed. Yi An's face also changed. Fu Yunshun waved at Yian without realizing it, a grin that carried a hint of mischief. I didn't want to get in the car. Yi Fei was genuinely afraid that his sister would get into the car with him. Sister. Yian didn't reply to Yi Fei, her expression impassive, as she strode toward Fu Yunshun. Her long legs quickly reached the car door of Fu Yunshun. Before Fu Yunshun could say anything, Yian had already reached in, grabbing his collar and pulling him towards her. The two faced each other across a car door, their faces so close that they could feel each other's breath. Fu Yunshun blinked, staring at Yi and seemingly a bit innocent. Fu Yunshun, just right, we haven't settled our accounts yet. You came knocking on my door yourself. Yi An's voice was low and cold, her breath brushing against Fu Yunshun's handsome features. A flicker of unusual emotion flashed in Fu Yunshun's eyes as he stared directly into Yi An's gaze. What debts do we have between us? Anan, is it not clear and transparent between us? Yi An's lips curled coldly as she single-handedly pressed Fu Yunshun down onto the car seat. Fu Yunshun's pupils widened suddenly, a restless thought stirring within him, yet he feigned restraint on his face. Anan, this isn't appropriate. We're in public here. Yian completely ignored Fu Yunshin's words, holding him down with one hand, while the other delivered a sharp slap to his face. In an instant, Fu Yunshin's handsome features were brutally distorted. Anan. Just as he was about to speak, his mouth was covered by Yian's hand. Fu Yunshin's eyes darkened, his previously tightly closed mouth slightly opening, his lips brushing against Yian's palm, even extending his tongue to subtly lick it, a hint of amusement flickering in his gaze, as if he had stolen some candy. At this moment, Yian's thoughts were entirely consumed by the act of ravaging Fu Yunshin's face, completely oblivious to his small gesture. Seeing Fu Yunshin's face twisted in a terrifying manner, completely deformed from Yian's assault, Yifei sympathetically covered his eyes. Tisk tisk tsk. This scene was too beautiful for him to bear. It was simply a merciless scene of cruelty. A hint of mischief sparkled in Yian's eyes as she finally released her hand after a full minute, letting out a cold snort. If there's a next time, it won't just be your face, Yian coldly remarked before turning and getting into Yifei's car. Yifei quickly followed, casting a glance at Fu Yunshin, a glimmer of pride flashing in his eyes. As the engine roared to life, Yian and the others quickly departed. Fu Yunshin's gaze shifted from the rapidly turning tail of the car back to the rearview mirror. Seeing his face, which had just been ravaged and was still flushed, he suddenly burst into laughter. That smile added a sense of disheveled charm to his chaotic appearance. Fu Yunshin licked his lips, tidying his clothes in the mirror, and single-handedly buttoned up the shirt that had been torn. How could the woman he fancied be so wild? Yet this wildness truly appealed to him. He reached up to touch his face, noticing the thumbprint left behind. Tisk, the strike had been merciless. Yian in the driver's seat suddenly slammed on the brakes after driving a short distance. Yifei nearly collided into her, due to inertia, barely managing to steady himself. Sister, if you're displeased with me, you can hit or scold me, but don't scare me like this, Yifei said in a tone of grievance. Yian frowned slightly. I forgot one thing. What thing? Yifei asked. The thing, of course, was about her tumultuous engagement with Fu Yunshin, which she had. Forget it, it's nothing. Let's go home, Yian said, pressing the accelerator and heading directly to the Hanyuan Villa district. After the attack on Ziwei Star Academy had also suspended classes for 2 days to soothe the students' emotions. In this attack, several students had died, and both the Empire and the board of Ziwei Star Academy had provided substantial compensation. Aside from some damage to equipment and systems, Ziwei Star Academy had not suffered significant destruction, and the repair work was progressing smoothly. Of course, the reason Ziwei Star Academy had not suffered major damage was entirely due to Yi in disarming the 5-timed bombs. Otherwise, even with the bomb-proof installations in the academy, if those locations had exploded, the entire academy would have likely been reduced to rubble. Yining had also been recovering at home these past 2 days. Due to the intense shock, she had hardly gone out. However, she kept saying that Yian wanted to kill her. If it weren't for Yifei explaining and mediating on the side, saying that Yining was just scared that the sister would never use a gun, Yi Jindong and Yang Zhidong would have probably rushed to the hospital to confront Yian. Seeing such a family, Yifei truly understood the meaning of the words his sister had said in the hospital. They were both daughters, yet when one was injured and hospitalized, instead of visiting or comforting her, they only listened to the slander of the other. It seemed in his heart he had never regarded his sister as his flesh and blood. When Yian and Yifei returned home, only Xueli and Aunt Lin were present. Miss Anan, young master. Yifei placed his things down and asked, where are they? Aunt Lin replied, Miss Ning's mood has improved a bit today. The master and mistress took her out for a walk. Yifei's expression immediately darkened. Haha, a family, those three are truly a family, while he and his sister are mere outsiders. That's fine, after all I have no penchant for quarrels, Yian said as she ascended the stairs. Yifei scoffed, secretly muttering, yeah, you don't like to argue, but you do like to fight. In the military building in Kyoto, Shunhan and several officers were watching a segment of video in the conference hall. As they watched, these officers could hardly remain seated and stood up, their eyes filled with fervor. Shunhan looked at everyone's reactions with satisfaction. Exciting, right? When he first watched this surveillance video, he was equally thrilled. Such matters should never be a one-sided thrill. One officer could no longer hold back his admiration. What excellent military quality. Calm and rational judgment, reasonably allocating the actions of everyone below. At such a young age, this is talent, isn't it? One officer even turned to question the composed Shinhan. General Shun, who exactly is this child? Could it be that our military special forces trained her? These officers were all direct subordinates of Shunhan, so their relationship with him was quite close, and they were not overly formal at this moment. Shunhan shook his head, gazing at the calm figure commanding on the screen. No, the information that came back says she has never undergone any military training. The officers exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of disbelief. Impossible, unless she's truly a genius. If what the general says is true, then isn't she a natural for combat? General Shun, we cannot let go of such talent. If others in the military discover her, she might be snatched away. Compared to their excitement, Shinhan remained much calmer. In fact, he was only pretending to be calm at this moment, primarily because he had already been excited. At this moment, showing excitement in front of his subordinates would be quite embarrassing. Originally, this person was a talent I selected for the special operations unit I was forming. Ideally, she could be directly recruited and enter the special forces. However, I still want to hear everyone's opinions. Several officers exchanged glances, silently mocking, thinking that General Shun just wanted to show off. It was like discovering gold and needing everyone to know about it. However, there was unanimous affirmation in everyone's eyes. General, all her qualifications meet the standards of an excellent soldier. Therefore, I recommend her for enlistment. I second that. Moreover, I think those few children who fought alongside her are also quite good. They could be brought into the military for training as well. Shun Ha nodded slowly and said, at the end of next year, the launching military academy will once again hold recruitment across the entire launching. Our empire is in dire need of a batch of talents who can enter the launching military academy. That is the top military academy of the entire launching. We must supply the empire with a group of talents capable of shouldering its future. Several officers exchanged glances, their expressions grave. Yian returned home and immediately lay down to rest. Although she was said to be resting in the hospital these past 2 days, she felt like she was no different from a public relations worker with someone coming to see her every little while busier than the nurse assigned to look after her. After a while, there was a knock at the door. Miss Anan, the soup the young master just instructed me to prepare for you is ready. Should I bring it in, or? Sister Lin's voice came from outside the door. Come in. She happened to be hungry as well. Yes, Sister Lin replied, pushing the door open and placing a bowl of soup on the table before stepping back out. Sister Lin. Yian sat up straight, crossing her legs. Does Miss have any further instructions? Sister Lin asked. Yian looked at Sister Lin and said, Sister Lin has worked for the Yi family for nearly 20 years, right? Yes, Miss, I've been in this family since the old general was still in service. Then that means you are older than I am. Yi An's lips curled slightly into a smile. Sister Lin chuckled. You're right, Miss Anan, you are still young. Sister Lin had always liked Yian. At least she knew that although Miss Anan had been a bit timid in the past, she was very just like her mother back then. Although she had noticed that Miss Anan had changed and was no longer the same as before, her essence remained the same. Unlike Miss Ningning was simply identical to her mother. So Sister Lin, do you remember why my mother drove out alone back then? Yi An's voice suddenly lowered as she stared at Sister Lin. Back then Yian was only over a year old and had no memory, so she was completely unaware of the details surrounding Wendae's accident. Sister Lin was taken aback, clearly not expecting Yian to ask this question. I don't remember, while the lady rarely drove out on her own. But on that day, I don't know why she just drove out by herself. Remembering an event from 15 years ago was indeed a bit difficult for Sister Lin at her age. Yian looked at Sister Lin, her eyes focused. Sister Lin, look at me. Sister Lin raised her eyes to meet Yian's gaze, suddenly drawn in by her swirling eyes. For a moment her gaze became vacant as she stared into Yian's eyes. Do you remember why my mother drove out alone 15 years ago? Yian asked. Sister Lin stared blankly ahead, silent for a moment, then mechanically opened her mouth. That day it seemed like the lady received a phone call and hurried out without even saying a word. Yi Zhendong had an illicit relationship with Yang Zhitong before Wendae's death, didn't he? Sister Lin numbly nodded yes. During the time the lady was pregnant with Miss Anan, the master often went out to meet her. Yi An's eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness before she snapped her fingers. Sister Lin suddenly jolted her eyes, regaining clarity, completely forgetting what had just transpired. Miss Anan, do you need anything else? Yian stood up and walked over to the bowl of soup. No, you may leave. All right, Sister Lin said, closing the door as she left Yian's room. Yian had often interrogated criminals in the past, so she was naturally familiar with some hypnosis techniques. Hypnotizing an ordinary person was not difficult for her. As she drank the soup, she contemplated, and Sister Lin's questions further confirmed her previous inferences. Wendae had been deliberately murdered. Regardless of whether the killer was Yang Zhidong, there must be a significant figure behind it. Under the investigations of her grandfather and father with her ordinary background, it was impossible to pull off such a deception. So who was orchestrating Wendae's death, and what was the motive? This question was crucial. Could it be that the Yi family harbored some secret? Yian looked at the photo of her mother and herself placed on the bedside, then turned to glance at her reflection in the mirror. She felt an inexplicable sense of unease, yet couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. This thought flickered in her mind, casting a shadow of doubt in her eyes. After finishing the soup, Yian recalled something, and went to find the key her grandfather had given her earlier. She then found a piece of string, threaded it through the key, and hung it around her neck. Since her grandfather considered this object so important, it would be safer to keep it with her. Suddenly the door was pushed open by Yi Fei. Yian turned around to see Yi Fei's head poking through the door gap, grinning at her. Sister, want to team up for a game? Yian raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying. Yi Zhendong, Yang Zhitong, and Yi Ning returned from outside, laughing together. As they walked, Yang Zhitong's expression suddenly changed, and smilingly said, You all go back first. I just remembered I need to buy something. They'll stop by the nearby supermarket. Yi Zhendong frowned discontentedly. Things like this can be handled by Sister Lin and the others. Yang Zhitong smiled. They'll be back soon, it's no problem. I rarely go out anyway, so you and Ning Ning should head back first, okay? After saying that, she waved her hand and left without waiting for Yi Zhendong's agreement. Yi Ning wrapped her arm around Yi Zhendong's, playfully saying, Dad, let's go back. Yi Zhendong nodded, all right. After Yang Zhitong left, she sighed in relief when she saw them turn back, then turned and walked in another direction. Yang Zhitong glanced around, ensuring no one was watching before heading to a sheltered area outside a supermarket. Someone had long been waiting for her. The man looked very ordinary, the kind that would be unrecognizable if thrown in, but upon closer inspection, it was clear that the man was wearing a fake wig hiding his true appearance beneath it. What do you want to see me about? Yang Zhitong asked nervously in a low voice. The man let out a sneer. After all these years, it seems ye madam has been living quite splendidly, even forgetting her own promises. Yang Zhitong's expression darkened, fear evident in her eyes. What do you mean? The man continued, if we hadn't intervened back, then do you really think you could have evaded the investigations of Yi Jiangwo and Wen Zhen with your flawed methods? Yang Zhitong anxiously glanced around, afraid someone might overhear, and said, don't say any more. The man smiled coldly, looking at Yang Zhitong, as if she were a little white mouse in a cage. Over the years, we have merely been preoccupied with other matters and had no time to attend to you. Do you really think you could sit comfortably in the position of Madame Yi without doing anything? Yang Zhitong's expression darkened, and with a shaky voice she said, I am already the legitimate wife of the Yi family. You cannot threaten me. The legitimate wife of the Yi family. The man smirked. Do you believe that tomorrow's front page in Kyoto will feature news of your deliberate attempt to murder the original Madame Yi? As for killing you, it's merely a matter of me lifting a finger. Yang Zhitong's heart raced with panic. She immediately suppressed her voice, fearing to draw attention from those around. The man smiled with satisfaction. As long as you fulfill your obligations, you will naturally retain your position and continue to support that little white face of yours. Otherwise, I can make you lose everything instant. After all, Madame Yi was once nothing, and returning to her old profession of seduction should be second nature to her. Yang Zhitong's expression changed drastically as she stared intently at the man before her. She thought that after all these years they would have forgotten about this matter. But to her surprise, they had come looking for her. No, she didn't want to go back to being a prostitute. She would not give up everything she had now. Her chest heaved violently. I understand now. The man then laughed. Good, being so obedient makes our efforts to erase those traces worthwhile. The man's smile suddenly vanished, and he said, remember, what we want is that key, and it is in Yi Jiangwo's possession. Yang Zhitong frowned and couldn't help but ask, since you are so capable, why don't you take it yourselves? The man's gaze turned. I see, you don't need to know that. You just need to know what to do. The key held by Yi Jiangwo will inevitably be passed to the heir of the Yi family. So as long as you and your daughter obtain the inheritance of the Yi family, the key will naturally be in your hands. Yang Zhitong could only grit her teeth and nod. I understand. Go on then. The man finally allowed her to leave. Yang Zhitong immediately stood up, glanced around, and hurriedly left. Watching Yang Zhitong's hurried departure, the man's gaze shifted back. He didn't want to snatch the key from Yi Jiangwo, but it wasn't as simple as just taking it. No one knew what the key could unlock except for Yi Jiangwo. Moreover, they did not want to draw the attention of the higher-up. In the military hospital ward, Yi Jiangwo sat in a wheelchair, gazing out the window with murky, sharp eyes filled with some worry. He didn't know if giving the inheritance to Wei Guo was a good or bad decision. However, he knew that the Yi family could only be upheld by Wei Guo, even though Wei Guo was once an ordinary child and quite inconspicuous. But he always knew that Wei Guo was different from ordinary people. She was like a slumbering lion destined to awaken sooner or later. Yet he felt extremely conflicted inside. He feared that Wei Guo would discover the secret. Let him take that secret to the grave completely. As for that key, it originally belonged to her. It was merely a matter of returning what rightfully belonged to its owner. Cough, cough. Yi Jiangwo couldn't stop a fit of coughing. Sir, it's time for your medication. The guard entered, pushing the wheelchair away from the window. Continuous system kill sounds echoed, startling Yi Fei, who froze, his hand hovering over the screen. His eyes were glued to Yi An's actions. Yi An's fingers moved swiftly and methodically over the virtual keyboard, her operation so calm that it could almost make a bird faint. For the first time, Yi Fei felt someone actually played this game as if it were a game. They had already won. He didn't even know how many matches. He initially wanted to showcase his own skills, but who knew that his sister would carry him the entire time? If he weren't afraid of being reported, he would have wanted to just stand there and go offline. All right, it's over. Yi An moved her hand away from the keyboard. Only then did Yi Fei shift his gaze back to see the two words victory pop up. He really felt for the first time that victory had come so quickly and smoothly. Sis, is this the only assassin you play? Yi Fei asked. Yi An nodded. Yes, I don't have time to play anything else. Yi Fei quickly opened the leaderboard, glancing at his sister's assassin's ranking in the national server. Instantly, it dazzled his titanium alloy eyes. When did his sister's assassin hero make it to the national server rankings and already into the top 5? What kind of power? How did it rise so quickly? Yi Fei's mouth twitched, then he glanced at the world chat in the game, surprisingly, seeing someone posting about Lin An's game ID. Little fairy, I just encountered that assassin brother again while playing. So handsome. I actually got matched with him, QAQ crying storm. Is there anyone who knows a brother named Lin An? I want to send him a gift from afar. Not being able to get in touch, isn't Lin An from the national server XX? Isn't he a small account played by some god? National server's strongest Han desperately seeking a child. I know I am offering a reward. If anyone adds Lin and as a friend, please notify me. Triple X team is recruiting. The other side has 5 pigs. Give it up, that's not happening. Lennon has set his friend request to block. I tried, and you simply can't add him. Discussion about Lennon began on the World Channel, sparking intense debate, mostly questioning if this person was some god's small account. If he were just an ordinary god, they wouldn't be so excited. The key point is that someone checked Lin AN's performance, which had a 100% win rate, no matter how bad the teammates were. They couldn't hinder his godly maneuvers. Countless times he was recommended by the system to watch the gods. Many people had witnessed several matches where one god dragged 4 noobs. They truly wished to be one of those 4 noobs. They were simply envious and jealous of those who got matched with Lennon. Yifei shut down the World Channel, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Such an impressive person was actually his sister. If those people knew that this so-called Lin and had only been playing this game for a little over a month, he wondered if they would be driven to madness. By the way, sis, it seems that the school is holding a gaming competition next week with each class forming a team. Are you participating? Yifei suddenly remembered to ask. Yian tossed her phone aside. No. She had no interest in such competitions. Yifei pouted, knowing well that his sister wouldn't participate. It was a pointless question. After lingering in Yi An's room for a while, Yifei finally left. Just then Yi Zhendong and Yi Ning returned home. Not long after they entered the house, Yang Zhitong also came back. Upon knowing that Yi An had returned home, the expressions of the 3 changed slightly. Yi Ning immediately burst into tears. Daddy, I'm scared. Sister wants to kill me. Nonsense. How dare she? Yi Zhendong shouted, then instructed Aunt Lin to call Yi An down. Zhendong, look at how scared Ning Ning is because of Yi An. After such an incident at Ziwei Star Academy, as an older sister, she should protect her younger sister, yet she bullies her instead. Zhendong, you can't ignore this. Yang Zhitong comforted Yi Ning, her tone filled with righteous indignation. Yi Ning leaned against Yang Zhitong's chest, her eyes filled with malice and resentment. Before Zhendong returned, he had already heard about the attack on Ziwei Star Academy. Such a significant event was known throughout the military, yet the army Zhendong belonged to did not participate. This matter was entirely handled by General Shinhan. Upon hearing about the attack on Ziwei Star, no one was calm. He was no exception, especially since his children were involved. After returning, he only knew that Yi An was injured in the attack and had been sent to the military hospital. Then Yi Ning was frightened and crying, saying that Yi An wanted to kill her. He hadn't been told exactly what had happened, so Zhendong was completely unaware of the events at the school. He also didn't know that it was Yi An who led a group of military descendants to protect it. Of course, even if Yifei told Zhendong the truth, Zhendong would never believe it. How could a useless person who couldn't even hold a gun lead a group of military descendants and professional mercenaries to fight back? Wasn't that an international joke? Even he himself couldn't do it, so how could a daughter who knew nothing achieve such a feat? Recently, the military had been extremely busy due to the infiltration of the greedy wolf, and he had only found time to return home amid all the chaos. Aunt Lin called for Yi, and just in time for dinner, with the table already set with dishes. Yifei, drawn by the aroma of the food, slid down the railing of the stairs, embodying a typical delinquent. Upon seeing the 3 people already seated at the dining table, he raised his eyebrows and called out, Dad. Yi Zhendong nodded with an air of authority. Yifei thought to himself that it was bad news. Judging by his father's expression, was he going to scold his sister again? Sir, Miss An is coming down, Aunt Lin respectfully reported. As Aunt Lin finished speaking, Yi An came downstairs. As soon as Yi An appeared, all eyes in the dining room focused. Yi An deeply felt that she needed to move out. Although she didn't care about the attitude of the Yi family, the striking similarity to her past experiences made her somewhat irritated. Yi An, why are you just standing there? Come over and eat. After returning from the hospital, why didn't you tell your parents? Yi Zhendong reprimanded her. Yi An expressionlessly walked to the dining table and sat down. Her position was directly opposite Yi Zhendong, and his gaze at her indifferent face ignited another wave of anger within him. He had returned this time thinking he might reconcile with this daughter and coax her into giving up her inheritance rights. However, upon seeing her attitude as if someone owed her something, he felt a surge of anger rising within him. Yi An remained silent and started eating her meal. Today's dishes included her favorite braised pork. Knowing that Yi An liked meat, Yifei used his chopsticks to add several pieces of meat to her bowl. Yi An was not polite. She glanced at Yifei and said, You're still growing, so you should eat more meat. Yifei nodded. The 2 siblings ate obliviously, leaving the other 3 momentarily stunned. Yi Zhendong was also filled with confusion. He had barely left home for a few days, and how had the relationship between Yifei and Yi An improved so much? Yi An, how can you be so rude? Your father hasn't even started eating yet, and you're just there eating, setting a bad example for your brother. You have no family education at all. Yang Zhitong reprimanded her. Yi Ning also wanted to say something, but just as she was about to speak, she caught Yi An's cold gaze. In an instant, Yi Ning felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, the cold sensation from that day when a gun was pointed at her, enveloping her entire body. She swallowed hard and closed her mouth. Her lowered eyelids hid the hatred in her eyes, and her lower lip, bitten by her pearly teeth, was bleeding. What kind? Yi Zhendong slammed the table and shouted angrily. Yi and you didn't even inform us about going into the hospital and your discharge. Do you still consider this family? Moreover, what is with this attitude? Scaring your sister. What did you do to make Ning Ning so afraid of you? Yi Zhendong was a man, and more importantly, he was a man with a strong sense of masculinity. He would never allow his children to ride on his head, nor would he permit any bullying between siblings in his presence. This was clearly a disregard for him, a provocation to his authority. Seeing this, Yang Zhitong hurriedly added fuel to the fire, clinging to Yi Zhendong's arm, and crying, Zhendong, look, Yi and is bullying Ning Ning again. You mustn't ignore this. Ning Ning was right. Yi and really wants to kill Ning Ning Wu. What a misfortune for the family. How could Ning Ning have such a sister Wu? Yi Zhendong's expression darkened further, but thinking about his desire to coax the inheritance rights from Yi, and he suppressed his anger. Yi Fei frowned. Dad, it's not like that. The terrorists actually wanted to kill Yi Ning. She was frightened and mistakenly thought it was her sister. Yi Fei spoke seriously, weaving a lie. Yi Zhendong's expression was grim as he stared at the utterly unmoved Yin. It was truly frustrating that he couldn't even enjoy a peaceful meal at home, all because of this daughter. Yi Zhendong truly felt that if it weren't for Yi, and the Yi family would likely be much more peaceful, and the grandfather's inheritance rights wouldn't have passed him by. Whenever he thought about this, he couldn't help but feel an urge to kill this child. Yin chewed a piece of braised pork, swallowed it after a couple of bites, took a sip of water, and then wiped her mouth. Her series of actions were completely unhurried, utterly ignoring the people at the table. When she wiped her mouth, she realized that her bowl of rice was already empty. Yi Fei couldn't help but twitch his mouth. His sister's eating speed was astonishingly fast. After finishing her meal, Yin finally looked at Yi Zhendong, her demeanor neither humble nor arrogant, exuding an imposing presence. If I remember correctly, I already stated at that banquet that we are even and own nothing to each other. Moreover, my mother only gave birth to one brother for me, but not this sister. So don't casually claim relatives. As for what I did to her, can't you just ask her? There's no need to go through the trouble of asking me. Yi An's voice echoed throughout the hall, and Lin Sa Shueli held her breath, not daring to look at Yi Zhendong's expression. After finishing his words, Yin glanced at Yi Ning, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. What do you think? Yi Ning immediately felt a shiver run down her spine, daring not to say a word. She was afraid after nearly being shot by Yin in the academy last time, she understood that Yin could truly kill her. Fearful instinct made her fall silent, lowering her head and hiding beside Yang Zhitong. Yin, what are you doing? How can you speak to your father like this? In this family, you don't recognize me, you don't recognize your sister, but at the very least you should acknowledge your father. Now you don't even recognize him, do you? Yang Zhitong thought that Yi Zhendong should go up and beat this little wretch to death. If that happens, the inheritance of the Yi family can be reclaimed, and she can save time and effort. Yi's gaze fell on Yang Zhitong as he spoke coldly and forcefully. I'm speaking, and it's not up to a little mistress to interrupt. Every word was authoritative, startling Yang Zhitong, who quickly reacted, her face a mix of malice and anger. Yin sneered, pressing on. What? Are you angry? You have the guts to act, but not to admit it. Then why don't you tell me how exactly did my mother die back then? Yang Zhitong's complexion suddenly changed, her eyes quickly hiding an unusual flicker of both anger and urgency. However, Yin's words made her feel somewhat guilty, especially under Yin's gaze, which left her with no confidence to say anything. Seeing Yang Zhitong's expression, the chill in Yin's eyes intensified, the corner of her mouth lifting into a cold arc. You wretched thing. Yi Zhendong's eyes turned bloodshot with anger, glaring at Yin. He suddenly stood up. Is this how you respect your elders? Do you think that just because someone is backing you, you can act like this? How dare you use your deceased mother to make a point? How can someone so young be so vicious? When you inherit the family fortune, do you plan to kill me too? Yi Zhendong, infuriated, threw a pair of chopsticks at Yin. Yi Zhendong's repressed anger erupted. This sudden change took everyone by surprise. Yi Fei shouted, sister. Suddenly time seemed to freeze. Everyone thought that Yi's face would be struck by the chopsticks. Even Yi Ning leaned out from beside Yang Zhitong to watch this scene. However, to everyone's astonishment, Yin grasped the chopsticks firmly in her hands. This scene was simply Even Yi Zhendong's eyes were filled with shock. Yin coldly stared at Yi Zhendong, relaxing her fingers, causing the chopsticks to fall onto the table. The crisp sound of the chopsticks hitting the table made everyone's hearts tighten. Even Yi Zhendong, a military man, felt an unexplainable chill. This fear only intensified his loathing for this daughter. I'm sorry, since I've cleared things up with you, I won't allow you to cause me any physical harm. If you insist on doing so, then I won't hold back. Yin stared at him, speaking each word deliberately. She had never been one to allow herself to be bullied. From childhood, in all her memories, there had never been a notion of yielding except for strategic avoidance to achieve. But this Yi Zhendong had not yet forced her into purposeful avoidance, so she certainly wouldn't be courteous. Yi Zhendong had never been so publicly humiliated before. Neither Wen Dai nor Yang Zhitong had ever been anything but obedient to him. Not to mention his soldiers and children all held him in high regard. Yet this rebellious daughter constantly opposed him. Were it not for the fear of the old man causing him trouble, he might even have wanted to pull out his gun and shoot this unfilial daughter. You beast. From today on I will act as if I have no daughter like you. Get out of the Yi family. Yi Zhendong shouted angrily, pointing at Yin. This furious shout startled both Yang Jitong and Yi Ning. Yi Fei wanted to say something, but was held back by a single glance from Yian. However, Yang Jitong frowned. If Yian was driven out, how would her plan proceed? Yi Ning was indeed overjoyed, secretly delighted. If Yian is kicked out, doesn't that mean the Yi family will be hers? She would no longer have to see that wretched face, nor be threatened by her. She stood up, slowly straightening her attire, standing tall. I will leave the Yi family, but the inheritance is still in my hands. Don't think you can seize it from me, if you have that ability. Yian spoke, coldly glancing at the three of them one by one. Finally, her gaze rested on Yang Jitong. As for my mother's death, whether it was an accident or foul play, I believe some people know better than I do. If I catch the one responsible, then you will come to know that even death is a form of grace. Yian rarely spoke such a lengthy statement, yet every word sent a chill down people's spines. Yang Jitong trembled all over her chest, heaving violently, as she forcefully held back her guilt and fear. All her subtle expressions were captured by Yian, who smirked slightly and politely smiled at those glaring at her, as if they wished to devour her. Please enjoy your meal. After saying that, Yian turned and headed upstairs as if she had just finished a normal meal rather than a fierce argument. Yi Zhendong was rendered speechless with anger. No, it wasn't that he couldn't speak, but rather Yi's tone and sharp words left him at a loss for words. Beast. Yi Zhendong cursed while glaring at Yi's back. Do you think that just because the old man entrusted the inheritance to you, you are something special? Since I could give you life, I can just as easily take it away. After saying this, Yi Zhendong pretended to draw his gun, and Yi Fei couldn't stop him. Yi Zhendong drew his gun, aiming directly at Yi's back. Neither Yang Jitong nor Yi Ning intervened. They merely added fuel to the fire. Yi's step up the stairs halted as she looked back at Yi Zhendong. Do you know why you are stagnant at the rank of Colonel? Yi Zhendong furrowed his thick brows, tightly glaring at Yian. Yian didn't care whether he wanted to know or not. As a military officer, besides the necessary military qualities you also need. She pointed at her temple of brain. Such sarcastic words from her lips sounded like stating a fact. This undoubtedly provoked Yi Zhendong, who was about to pull the trigger. Dad, don't forget sister is also your biological daughter. Yi Fei shouted loudly. His words pulled Yi Zhendong back from the brink of insanity. Angrily, he threw the gun onto the table. No, he couldn't kill Yian now. With so many people present, if she died by his gun, he wouldn't be able to advance, and even his colonel position might be at risk. Moreover, the old man was still alive, and many branches of the Yi family were watching. Not to mention, she was still the fiancée of the Fu family yet to marry. Even if she lost a finger, the Fu family would not spare him. As long as they wished, the existence of the Yi family would be quite. Weighing the pros and cons, Yi Zhendong could only glare at Yi, and with rage, a pent-up frustration boiling in his chest as he fixed his gaze upon her. Yian seemed to have anticipated his reaction, heading straight upstairs to her room. After a fierce storm, everyone dared not utter a word, not even daring to breathe. Once Yang Jitong regained her composure, she awkwardly greeted, "Let's eat, okay? Don't let one unnecessary person affect our meal." Yi Fei put down his chopsticks and coldly said, "I won't eat anymore." He then stood up. "From now on, as long as my sister is not at the table, I won't either." Having said that, Yi Fei went directly upstairs. Yi Zhendong slammed the table heavily, shouting, "Xiao Fei, come back." But Yi Fei ignored his voice as if he hadn't heard, and returned to his room. One after another, they are rebelling. Yi Zhendong cursed angrily, throwing all the food from the table onto the floor, creating a loud, crashing noise. It was one thing for Yian to act this way, but Yi Fei was his only son. Now he was also turning against him. And it was all because of Yian. How infuriating. Yang Jitong and Yi Ning exchanged glances. Yang Jitong softly said, "So, Jintong, the inheritance of the Yi family." Yi Zhentong's eyes narrowed dangerously. It must not fall into the hands of that little beast. Yi Ning smirked slightly. "Yi, and I wonder how long you can maintain your pride." If Yi Zhentong had previously thought about cultivating a good relationship with Yi and to make her willingly relinquish the inheritance, while also leveraging the power of the Fu family to elevate his position, he now realized that this daughter would never allow herself to be manipulated. No, to be precise, he couldn't manipulate her at all. Even after so many years in official positions, Yi Zhentong had never felt such a threat from political rivals. Once she turned 18, inheriting the entire Yi family's fortune and marrying into the Fu family, Yi Zhentong couldn't even bear to think about it. If Yian became a daughter-in-law of the Fu family and spoke ill of him in front of them, then his military position, not to mention his life, would be at stake. Yet Yi Zhentong failed to realize that his current thoughts and actions were gradually deviating from what he as a father should. Ever since he recognized Yian as a threat, he had been in a state of panic fueled by the instigation of Yang Jitong. Gradually, he began to see her as a threat rather than his biological daughter. After all, he had another daughter who was far more obedient than this one. With the comparison, he grew to despise Yian even more, especially the panic and fear he felt from her piercing gaze. It was a fear as if she could end his life at any moment. Therefore, Yi Zhentong made a decision in his heart. This daughter must not be left alive. Yian returned to her room, closed the door, and glanced back with a cold gaze. If she didn't confront the people of the Yi family, the same matters would only happen more frequently in the future. They had already torn their masks off long ago, so why should she care about one more instance? She did not have so much time to waste on such disputes. Moreover, they all knew what each other wanted. The veil of pretense had never existed in front of her. In contrast, the reaction of Yang Zhitong and Yi Jintong to one day's death was the only useful information she extracted. She walked to her computer, opened the materials Lin Luo had sent her, and carefully reviewed them once more. Her cold and sharp eyes revealed a hint of depth. After a while, she called Wang Hao. Wang Hao, who was practicing boxing at home, heard his phone ring, walked over, and almost dropped it when he saw the caller ID. Hello, Yi, and Wang Hao said, somewhat surprised. Are you familiar with Kyoto? Yian asked directly. Wang Hao frowned, but replied, of course I'm very familiar. Just ask whatever you want. Help me find out where there are vacant houses, clean, tidy, and secluded. Yian said simply. A house. Are you moving out? Wang Hao wondered. Did Yian have a fight with her family? Just find it for me. If it's inconvenient, I'll find someone else to do it. Yian was clearly more concerned about efficiency. Okay, I'll check right away. Wang Hao quickly promised, fearing that Yian would give this task to someone else. Yian hummed an acknowledgement and hung up the phone. After Wang Hao hung up, he suddenly wanted to slap himself. Why was he so eager to run errands for Yian? But damn it, he just liked being taken advantage of. What could he do? He could only pick up the phone and call his group of friends to ask if they knew of any vacant houses. Yian hung up the phone, as she indeed needed to move out of the Yi family. Staying there not only made many things inconvenient, but also wasted time dealing with trouble. Now that she was going to build her own core team, it was essential to have a base in Kyoto. Looking at the silver bracelet on her wrist, she reached out to wipe off the dust on it. A handsome face with a mischievous smile flashed in her mind, and her lips curved slightly, but disappeared so quickly that even she didn't notice. The next day, major international news broke on television and across the internet. The stock market of country are crashed, with many companies facing bankruptcy, and the entire country was plunged into an economic storm. At the same time, politically and diplomatically, country was under intense pressure from the Xinhua Empire, showing a one-sided trend. This invisible battle delighted the people of the Xinhua Empire. Although they didn't know why such changes happened, the shamelessness of country during the territorial dispute 6 months ago was already etched in their minds. The empire's toughness also made the common people stand tall. Although the entire Blue Star was nearing peace, invisible wars still frequently erupted. The coexistence of interests and peaceful interactions did not hinder the mutual competition between countries. Only those in the know understood that the crash of country RS stock market and the economic crisis were entirely orchestrated by the Yunting Group. The Fu family's industries under the Yunting Group were nearly ubiquitous throughout the Eastern Blue Star, not to mention the tiny territory of country R. However, the Fu family never acted lightly. Leaders of other countries were also puzzled about how country R had provoked the Fu family of the Yunting Group. Fu Yunshin looked at the name of someone in the information returned from the Civil Affairs Bureau and felt quite satisfied with the words married behind it. Lu Qi shrugged, truly never having thought that his young master could be so cunning and shameless. This was outright favoritism going through back channels. To quietly ruin a girl's lifelong happiness like this, was it really okay? Could such a headstrong and domineering person like his young master really make it to the end in a drama? Lu Qi expressed his doubts. One wonders how that lattice temperament will react upon discovering this matter. Will she come directly to deal with the young master? Of course, Lu Qi had no idea that his current musings would indeed come to pass in the future. Fu Yunshin leaned back slightly, his eyes narrowing, a bit of faint smile curling at the corners of his thin lips. The token of engagement had been accepted, and she had agreed to their betrothal. Thus one could say he was following the proper procedures, was he not? In a certain country at the Greedy Wolf base, the doctor removed a bullet from Aisha's body and tossed it into a basin of water. The doctor said, "This is the sniper rifle you frequently use. You are well aware of its power." The bullet penetrated too deeply and severely damaged the surrounding nerve tissue. Even with good care, recovery will take a long time. Tiger Shark's expression darkened as he furrowed his brows. Damn it. If I see those two again, I will tear them up. Mingyu flicked her hair and chuckled lightly. Hey, Captain, this is our first time suffering such heavy losses. Not only did we severely injure a key member, but we also failed the mission and lost a number of brothers. This can almost be considered our regiment's Waterloo, worthy of being recorded in history. Mingyu's youthful demeanor carried a hint of jest, as if she was not overly concerned. However, Captain, that man, the one who appeared later, is simply terrifying. At that time I had no idea what was happening. Everyone suddenly died. The instincts of a killer told me that man was dangerous, so at that moment I could think of nothing else but to flee. As Mingyu spoke of the incident, her expression changed slightly. Even now, she felt a twinge of fear. This was not the first time Mingyu had mentioned that man. When they left, she had already spoken of him. They had never seen that man and did not know who he was. Even Mingyu herself had not clearly seen that person's face. Yet in her words, she had already regarded that man as a monster. He was a killer. Though he appeared young, he was actually over 20. Countless lives had likely been taken by his hands. Anyone who could instill fear in him must undoubtedly be an extraordinary figure. Lan Xiu's cat-like pupils narrowed slightly as he sat atop the highest step, his hands lightly clasped together like a king looking down from his elevated position. And behind his shoulders a gunshot wound was bandaged. Since we do not know who it is, forget about that person. Trust that. We will meet again someday. Lan Xiu's voice resonated slowly, carrying a chilling undertone. Captain, what about the funds from Country R? Tiger Shark stepped forward to inquire. Return it. It was our failure to fulfill the contract. Lancio commanded. Understood. Everyone naturally had no objections. They had always followed the captain's orders without question. Moreover, their mercenary group had always valued reputation, prioritizing contracts above all else. Lancio's cold gaze fell ahead, his mind recalling those sharp, beast-like eyes filled with a predatory desire. A faint smile curved his lips. The Xing Luo Empire truly evokes both anticipation and surprise. When we meet again, little one, I will not let you slip away. I will definitely seek revenge for my brothers, my companions, and for myself. Over the past 2 days, Xiao Yang had just returned from the military district, enjoying a 2-day leave. To welcome Xiao Yang, Chen Su and a group of friends organized a gathering at the Tonkei Tower. Of course, Chen Su would not miss the chance to involve Fu Yunshan. He wanted Xiao Yang to observe this man, who was currently caught up in love, up close and share insights with him. Fu Yunshan sat listlessly on the sofa, indifferent to the lavish scene before him. Suddenly, he felt he had lost his mind for agreeing to come here. The young masters present were all prominent figures in Kyoto, and he had some acquaintance with them. However, everyone still held a measure of respect for Fu Yunshan. Having spent a long time in the army, Xiao Yang rarely saw women. Upon his release, it was as if he had escaped from prison, surrounded by lovely ladies. Seeing Fu Yunshan elegantly sipping red wine on the sofa, he remarked, I heard, Yunshan, that you are engaged. And she is the daughter of a military family. Oh, why not bring her out for us to meet? Xiao Yang had a loud voice, and upon saying this, everyone started to tease. I have heard that young Master Fu has personally attended those high society banquets for that girl. One of the young men chimed in with gossip. I heard that girl is quite fierce. Can young Master Fu tame her? Haha. What kind of person is our young Master Fu? No girl could possibly resist him. Not to mention his looks, with money, power, and status, who could refuse? As they joked, the atmosphere in the venue became lively, with various gossip topics revolving around Fu Yunshan and his Xiao Yang was particularly enthusiastic, as Fu Yunshan had always kept himself clean and refrained from indulgence. This was his first time in such a situation. Fu Yunshan did not dislike everyone's enthusiasm for gossip. He merely wore a faint smile, exuding a Chen Su and Xiao Yang could not help but shiver at the sight. This was truly. Fu Yunshan's smile was indeed the Yi family of the military. Xiao Yang, being an officer himself, was well acquainted with military families. The Yi family status is no longer what it used to be. The current head's rank is merely a colonel. With your standing, they are truly aiming high. Xiao Yang could not help but ask the girl in his arms. Yunshan, what kind of woman do you desire? One with a big chest or a shapely rear? He said this while giving the girl beside him a playful pat, eliciting giggles from the two beauties in his embrace. Why did you settle for that skinny little girl? Besides, she is still young, isn't this? Xiao Yang could not understand. Had Xiao Yang known that he would soon become subservient to the very skinny girl he spoke of, he would undoubtedly regret his words and wish to run into a wall. Chen Su shook his head, understanding Xiao Yang to be a lustful man. Lustful men desire what? A large chest, a slim waist, and a perky rear. Relying on his exceptional physique and strength, he did whatever he pleased. Fu Yunshan cast a cold glance at Xiao Yang. What? Do I have beast written all over my face? The words carried a hint of threat. Fu Yunshan uncrossed his legs, stood up, and adjusted his collar. I have some matters to attend to at the company, so I will leave first. House. Are you referring to the property under our company? All right, provide me with the other party's identity information, and I will handle the transfer for you later. One of the young gentlemen suddenly received a phone call. Fu Yunshan had just reached the door. What? Yi Wei. There are so many people with that name these days. Fu Yunshan paused, squinting slightly as he looked at the man on the phone. Sensing Fu Yunshan's gaze, the young man on the phone looked bewildered. Fu. Young Master Fu. What's wrong? Wang Hao had just finished showing Yi in a 2-story villa. Since Ziwei Star Academy had paused classes for 2 days, Yi decided to come out today to secure the house. This way she wouldn't have to return directly to the Yi family. How about it? This place is nice, right? It has gardens in both the front and back, and the price isn't too high. Recently, houses in Kyoto have been in high demand and prices have been skyrocketing. I had to ask several friends just to find. Wang Hao's tone was insistent on claiming credit. Yi nodded, taking a look around. Not bad. It's just that the price is a bit over budget and the location is slightly noisy. Wang Hao, what does that mean? Do you like it or not? But it doesn't matter, it's already good to find such a house in a Anyway, as of now she isn't short on money, so she can always change it later if something more suitable comes along. Wang Hao was pleased. Alright, I've already talked to that guy. We'll handle the transfer directly later. Yi had no objections. Before she could finish her sentence, her phone rang again. What? Wang Hao's expression turned somewhat sour. Didn't we just say that this house wasn't vacant? Now they're saying it's already sold. The voice on the other end sounded somewhat helpless as he glanced at a certain someone sitting calmly nearby. Wang Hao, you can't blame me for this. This is the message that just came down from above. How was I supposed to know it was sold yesterday? However, I have a better property to introduce to you, guaranteed to be much better. Yi frowned slightly, watching Wang Hao's expression change from cloudy to sunny, and she roughly guessed what had happened. After a while, Wang Hao cheerfully hung up the phone and said to Yi, my friend said that this villa has already been sold, but he introduced us to an even better property. Let's go take a look. Yian had no objections and got into the car directly. Wang Hao sat in the passenger seat, originally reluctant to buckle his seatbelt. Buckle your seatbelt. Yian prepared to step on the gas. Why would a grown man need a seatbelt? Before Wang Hao could finish his sentence, the car shot forward. Fortunately, Wang Hao was quick-witted and grabbed the handle next to him, preventing himself from slamming into anything. He instinctively glanced at Yian, thinking this is quite fierce. Yian smirked as she looked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao immediately buckled his seatbelt and added, "The boss is right, safety first." Unknowingly, Wang Hao had casually called her boss, which rolled off his tongue quite smoothly. Yian chuckled as she turned the steering wheel, and the car sped off immediately. Before long, Yian and Wang Hao arrived in front of a villa. Someone was already waiting there. Yian raised an eyebrow. Your friend works pretty efficiently. Wang Hao thought to himself. When did his friend become so efficient? Excuse me, are you young Master Wang? The person approached and asked, directing the question at Yian. Wang Hao stepped forward. I am. The man paused for a moment before looking at Wang Hao. Young Master Wang, hello. Are you here to show your friend the property? Wang Hao nodded. That's right. The man bowed at a 30-degree angle with a standard smile. Please come in, both of you. The two exchanged glances and followed him into the villa's main entrance. Yian glanced around. She felt that the road outside the villa looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't quite recall. As she turned and walked in, she began to examine the villa. Once inside, the man began to introduce the property in a very professional and fluent manner. Gentlemen, this villa can be said to be the only one of its kind in Kyoto, facing south, with excellent lighting surrounded by a small garden all around. The location is secluded and tranquil. Even if you encounter a thug here, you could scream your lungs out, and no one would come to your aid. Wang Hao's lips twitched. What a terrible description. However, the man continued to smile, his face almost frozen in that expression. The house has everything you need. You can move in with just your luggage, and no additional furniture is required. The entire villa is almost fully automated, saving you all the worries and troubles. He spoke enthusiastically, as if he was desperate to give them the villa. Wang Hao secretly clicked his tongue. Considering the house, it must cost over 10 million. Can Yian afford that much? What's the price? Yian directly inquired. The location is indeed far from the hustle and bustle, very quiet, and the size is just right, which meets her needs. She took a glance inside the house, finding it simple and neat, better than the previous property she had seen. The man held up 2 fingers and politely smiled. Since you are young Master Wang's friend, we've agreed to give you a discount. This is the price. Wang Hao's eyes widened immediately. This price is practically a gift. Are there houses this cheap in Kyoto? How come he didn't know, especially one this good? When did he have such clout? Cough, cough. Boss, how about this? I'll buy the house, and then I'll get you another one that's even more expensive. Wang Hao was considering this plan. Yian looked at him strangely. Are you foolish? Why would I want to buy something more expensive? Wang Hao felt as if his IQ had suddenly dropped by over 200 points due to Yian's remark. The man introducing the property also glanced at Wang Hao and said earnestly, Young Master Wang, if you are the one buying, the price of this villa will revert to 125% of the original price. What the hell? Why is that? Wasn't the discount based on my face? Wang Hao couldn't help but curse. The man lightly cleared his throat. This is probably the case. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Yian frowned. Although it was somewhat strange, it seemed to make some sense. All right, let's settle on this place. Yian finally made a decisive decision. The man instantly smiled even more brightly. Sure thing, young master. Yian had long grown accustomed to others mistaking her gender, so she did not bother to explain. Although Yian was at the stage of development typical for girls, she had a habit of binding her chest with a tight band for convenience. Being naturally slender, and considering the rate of her bodice development, she had not fully matured yet. Thus the feminine features were not very prominent in her appearance. Young Master Fu, it's done. Wang Hao reported to Fu Yunshin, who he referred to as a friend, in a sycophantic manner. However, young Master Fu selling this house at such a low price is quite a loss, isn't it? If he recalled correctly, this house was where young Master Fu used to live. This is young Master Fu's own property. How could it be sold at a loss? Fu Yunshin shot him a cool glance. It's community property between spouses. Can it really be called a loss? If it weren't for the fear of being rejected by Yi, and he would have given it away directly. The boy was utterly confused. Community property. What? Chen Su and Xiao Yang exchanged glances and shook their heads. They had never seen Fu Yunshin so eager to give something away. A villa worth tens of millions was sold for just 2 million. What difference was there from giving it away for free? Indeed, such celestial romance was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Jiang Li sat in front of her computer staring at the document, lost in thought. The editor was urging her to start a new book. What should she write? Suddenly a spark of inspiration flashed in her mind as she opened the notes she had taken during the last banquet. Yian. Yes, I'll write about her. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and concentrated instantly, constructing a new story in her mind. As her focus sharpened, the document on her computer began to type out words on its own. If one read carefully, they would find that the characters reflected the scene she envisioned in her mind. After a while, Jiang Li opened her eyes and examined the draft before her, smiling in satisfaction, but soon her smile faded as she felt a twinge of concern. No, if she wanted to complete her creation, she needed to stay close to Yi and to gain more inspiration. It would be even better if they could become friends. Moreover, she sensed something similar during the last banquet. It seemed that Yin possessed some kind of ability as well. What exactly was that ability? Jiangli rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought, her eyes filled with curiosity and interest. What was the name of that school she attended? Oh, it seems to be Ziwei Star Academy. Jiangli suddenly stood up, running out of the room. Mother, I want to transfer. After finishing the house transfer, Yin parted ways with Wang Hao, planning to return to the Yi family to grab a few things. Wang Hao had initially insisted on staying and even wanted to call Su Yin to help Yin move. However, when Yin said she had little to take, just a few small items, he finally relented. Before leaving, he told Yin, "When you're done moving, remember to let me know. We should congratulate you on your new place." Yin smiled and nodded. Okay. After moving, she had something to discuss with them. Now that the core members had been assembled, the following matters should fall into place. Moreover, before that, she looked up at the sky, her eyes seeming to pierce through the atmosphere, as if seeing a pair of eyes lurking in the shadows. The ones watching her should be making their appearance soon. Yin did not expect that her thoughts would manifest so quickly. Could it be that her mouth had been opened to the divine? Or had she unknowingly awakened her psychic abilities? "Miss Yi, our commander wishes to see you." Two tall, well-built young men in plain clothes blocked Yi's car. Yin smirked coldly, saying, "If he wants to meet, then I would not want to appear disrespectful." The two men exchanged glances, their brows furrowing slightly, appearing somewhat troubled. Yin maintained her calm demeanor, showing no intention of getting out of the car. "Step aside," she said coldly. The two men standing in front of the car suddenly wore stern expressions. "Miss Yi, the commander asked us to invite you, but he didn't say we couldn't use unconventional methods. Miss Yi can understand it this way." One of the men reached for his waist. A hint of coldness flickered in Yi's eyes as she pressed the accelerator, but the car did not move, the engine making a sputtering noise. The expressions of the two men changed drastically, as if they were prepared for unconventional methods. Suddenly, the engine's noise ceased. Before they could react, Yin had already closed the car door and stepped out, leaning against the car and fiddling with the car key. The two men exchanged glances. Yin looked at them, her lips curving slightly. "This car of mine is a limited edition. You must keep an eye on it. If it gets scratched or damaged, you'll have to compensate." "Lead the way," she said, standing up straight. The two undercover soldiers, being veterans, were surprised. This was the first time they had seen someone remain unfazed in such a situation and even have the mood to threaten them. Her calm demeanor suggested that she had anticipated their appearance all along. One of them led the way, taking Yi into another vehicle, a military car with the prefix nearby. The other stayed behind, making a call to have Yi's luxury car towed. He particularly reminded, "Make sure not to scratch or damage it. If you do, you won't be able to afford the consequences. Do you understand?" After hanging up, he glanced at the luxury car before him, thinking how truly extravagant these wealthy people's possessions were. Meanwhile, Yin was blindfolded with a black cloth as soon as she got into the car. She did not resist, sitting quietly in her seat without uttering a word. So calm. The soldier beside her frowned. Although they had seen her profile in videos, it still felt surreal. How could a 16-year-old child possess such capability? If she had undergone special military training since childhood, they could believe it. But she was the young lady of a military family living in luxury. Her decisive leadership and command abilities were not something even these seasoned soldiers who had brushed against death for years could easily surpass. However, through this first-hand experience, they truly felt that this youth was different from ordinary peers. The military vehicle marked with A drove smoothly, without any hindrance, directly entering a military base. Yin did not pay much attention, but as the vehicle shifted its weight, she accurately calculated its travel route. This had become an instinct that triggered automatically without needing a switch. "Miss Yi, it's time to get out of the car." The door opened, and those people attempted to escort Yin out. However, as soon as their hands touched Yin's arm, she swiftly locked their wrist instead. "You go ahead, Ilfa. I am not accustomed to being a prisoner." After saying this, she released the person's wrist. The soldier's wrist immediately dislocated, rendering him unable to move, and he glared at Yin with a mix of pain and anger. "All right, but Miss Yi, do take care of yourself," one of the special forces soldiers said gruffly. Yin was blindfolded, and they had no intention of letting her remove it. Thus, if she stumbled due to her blindness, it was none of their concern. They turned and walked ahead with Yi and closely following behind. Although her eyes were covered, it felt as if they were not, as she not only followed closely, but also had an extraordinary sense of direction, being able to perceive all their movements. They all wanted to check if the black cloth strip was fake. Yin could not see her surroundings, but her ears and other senses became exceptionally sharp. Moreover, with the changes in her body, all her senses had developed a conditioned reflex to the surrounding events. So no matter which direction the people in front moved, or how many steps they took, she was fully aware. After about 5 minutes, they brought her to an open area. Then the footsteps gradually faded away as they left. Yin frowned and reached up to remove the black strip covering her eyes. Just as she removed it, a cold gleam flashed by. Instinctively, her body leaned back narrowly, avoiding the sharp, cold glow that sliced past her face, the blade's reflection, revealing her suddenly fierce eyes. In response, she quickly countered with a knife hand strike to the person's back, her speed astonishing. The attacker had no time to react and was sent sprawling forward. At the same time, another person lunged at her. Yi-An's expression turned cold as she sidestepped the attack, and the two quickly engaged in close combat. Yi-An's explosive power was extraordinary as she struck the person in the abdomen. Instantly, the soldier in camouflage was sent flying several meters before hitting the ground. Cough cough. The soldier was somewhat incredulous. Not only him, but even the soldier who had attacked Yi-An earlier was equally shocked. How is this possible? Yi-An glanced at her fist, feeling a strange sense of wonder. When had her strength become this? At that moment, a laser dot aimed at Yi-An. She moved faster than her reaction, rolling on the ground, and immediately finding a visual blind spot. It was a sniper. Her eyes turned cold as she began to dismantle the wristband. Within seconds, it transformed into a silver handgun in her grasp. Since someone wanted to create trouble for her, she would not mind returning the favor. She took off her jacket and threw it outside. Sure enough, the laser dot shifted to the jacket. At that moment, Yi-An stepped out, raised the handgun, aimed, and a silver flash immediately shot out. In an instant, the laser that was originally aimed at her vanished. In the monitoring room, Shunhan's expression changed, and he cursed, "Damn it." Then he quickly ran outside. The soldiers who had attacked Yi-An exchanged glances, their expressions changing drastically as the situation clearly exceeded their expectations, and they all looked up. Soon, two soldiers dragged the sniper down. A cold smile crossed Yi-An's lips as she flicked her thumb, and the handgun instantly transformed back into a wristband on her wrist. At the same time, Shunhan arrived at the scene, walking directly in front of Yi-An. The two exchanged glances, neither giving. Shunhan's eyes were filled with anger. "You shot him. Do you even know who they are? They are soldiers serving the Empire and the people," Shunhan said sternly, his tone filled with disappointment and fury. Faced with Shunhan's rage, Yi-An remained exceptionally calm, showing no signs of being intimidated. However, upon their first meeting, Yi-An took a serious look at the man before her. He stood nearly 1.9 meters. He appeared to be between 25 and 30 years old. His rank was general. Undoubtedly, the one monitoring her from behind was this man. "You started this first, what? Is it only allowed for the officials to set the fire while the commoners can't light a lamp?" Yi-An retorted coldly. "I." Shunhan was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, he wanted to test Yi-An first, but he had never intended to kill her. "Moreover, how did you know I shot him?" Yi-An encountered a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Shunhan frowned. He also did not wish to see this incident occur, but it had indeed happened. This person was someone he wanted to recruit, yet she had shot an excellent sniper on her very first day. This incident was enough to send her to a military tribunal. "Do you still want to deny it?" Shunhan asked, somewhat disappointed. Yi-An coldly laughed and looked over at the soldier squatting on the ground examining the sniper. "Tell your commander, is he dead?" The examining soldier carefully checked and then stood up, legs together. "Report General Li Yong is just temporarily unconscious." Then he pulled out a silver needle. This silver needle contains aminobenzoic acid, which is a narcotic. Due to the excessive dosage, it caused the unconsciousness. Shunhan's expression changed slightly as he glanced at Yi and then took the silver needle, sniffed it by his nose, and strode over to Li Yong, inspecting him again. Only then did he stand up, his earlier anger gradually dissipating. "Take him away." "Yes, sir." The two soldiers immediately carried Li Yong away. Yi-An stood tall and straight, feeling Shunhan's gaze shift to her. "No need to look. I won't tell you anyway." Yi-An knew what he was looking for. He was searching for her weapon. Shunhan was at a loss and did not search her anymore. He was indeed looking for the weapon Yi-An had in her hand moments ago. He had clearly seen a handgun. How had it turned into a... However, everyone has their own means of self-defense. Yi-An not speaking was something he found acceptable. He turned around, facing Yi-An directly, officially introducing himself. "Hello, I am Shunhan, a general of the Starry Empire's military department, the commander of the Special Operations Unit of the 5th Military District. I apologize for the earlier offense. Please forgive me." Yi-An knew that the Xinglua Empire had only 4 military districts. The so-called 5th Military District was merely a designation for Special Operations Forces. It did not belong to or fall under any specific region. The so-called 5th Military District referred to the entire Xinglua Empire, with its headquarters located in the capital. This was something all military families and clans were aware of. Yi-An stood upright, her gaze fixed on Shunhan. As a commander, it is only natural to care for your soldiers. However, General Shin's method of recruiting people is truly unique. As a superior, Shunhan had just scolded her, but she did not take it to heart. However, she had strong objections to Shunhan's method of recruiting, which resembled kidnapping, especially considering the prior surveillance. When it came to this, Shunhan indeed felt somewhat guilty and was about to say something. "Surveillance, kidnapping, combat, sniping. General Shun truly goes to great lengths," Yi-An said coldly, word by word. Shunhan's intended words were blocked, and besides feeling guilty and uneasy, there was a hint of shock. She actually knew that she was being monitored. How did she find out? A series of questions occupied his mind, but he could not come up with any answers. He could only regard the young man before him with a higher level of respect. "Isn't it just to see how capable the person I value is? To further verify that you are worth the effort I put in?" Shunhan nodded solemnly, though his tone carried an intention to downplay the matter. "But you were joking with their lives." Yi-An looked directly at Shunhan. "If what I shot was not a tranquilizer, but a bullet, do you think he would still be alive?" Gambling with the lives of your soldiers to test someone whose allegiance is unknown. General Shin truly is taking. Yin paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, do you think I would spare someone who has monitored, kidnapped, and attacked? Yin was not someone who fussed over trivial matters, but she loathed being offended. Continuous offenses, as if being toyed with like a lab rat, did not leave one feeling good. Yi's words struck deep, causing Shun Han's expression to change. For the first time in his life as a general, he was reprimanded by a junior. If, as Yin said, she had indeed shot her own subordinates, the matter would have reached an irreparable point. If it truly comes to that, I will personally apologize. Shen Han said in a deep voice, this matter was indeed poorly considered on my part. No, he had merely wanted to witness Yi's reaction firsthand, and had not anticipated that she would carry a weapon. Moreover, it was such a precise and calm counterattack. To be exact, he had misjudged Yi's ability to retaliate. Shen Han's response and behavior managed to regain some of Yi's favor. At the very least, this man would not ignore his problems simply because he held a high position. He would take responsibility for the consequences of his actions. Miss Yi, my apologies, Shen Han said with a dignified yet respectful tone, carrying a strong air of authority and seriousness. However, special circumstances require special treatment. For Miss Yi, I hold a talent appreciation, which is why I went to such lengths. Yin was not one to hold grudges, and with a slight smile at the corners of her mouth, she introduced herself for the first time in front of Shen Han. I am Yin, but you can also call me Yi Weigua. Shen Han's eyes reflected even greater admiration, remaining neither servile nor overbearing, calm and composed without a trace of fear regarding his status. He showed a sense of propriety, broad-mindedness, courage, and capability. Such a person is by nature not ordinary. Miss Yi, please. Shen Han said, we can't just stand here talking, can we? Yi nodded slightly and stepped forward to follow. She was also curious about what Shen Han intended to achieve by investing so much effort into her. A car with a license plate starting with A from the country stopped in the military prison area. Chun Su glanced at the watch on his wrist, wondering why the girl had not come out yet. If it weren't for the relationship between their families and the fact that Chung Xiaoxiao was someone he had watched grow up, he would truly be reluctant to deal with this troublesome girl. Just as he was growing impatient in the car, a face suddenly appeared at the window, startling Chen Su. Brother Su. Chung Xiaoxiao's adorable face was as bright as a flower pressed against the car window with a lollipop in her mouth. Chen Su touched his heart, relieved that it was still beating. Hurry up and get in the car, I'll take you home. Chen Su urged. Chung Xiaoxiao did not open the car door, but climbed in over it, taking a seat in the back seat. Lu Qi walked in from outside. Young master. What is it? Fu Yinxin did not raise his head, focused on the project proposal in front of him. Miss Chung has come out, and Counselor Chung expressed his gratitude to the young master. If there is anything needed in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Fu Yinxin was indifferent. He had anticipated this matter. Young master, there is one more thing, Lu Qi continued. Someone spotted Miss Yi's car at the 5th Military District military base. Fu Yinxin suddenly lifted his gaze. Where is she? Lu Qi immediately replied, that is unclear. The military operates with great secrecy. Moreover, the 5th Military District is General Shin's territory. Fu Yinxin's brows furrowed slightly. I understand, keep an eye on the 5th Military District. If you see her coming out, report to me immediately. Yes. Lu Qi nodded slightly, then turned and left. Fu Yinxin's gaze grew serious, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table edge, his eyes mysterious and unfathomable. Shen Han looked at Yi, and who was sitting with the standard posture of a soldier, with both admiration and confusion. Has Miss Yi undergone special training? Shen Han inquired. Yi's gaze shifted to Shen Han. You should know this matter better than I do, General. With someone like Shen Han, if he had not thoroughly investigated her background before bringing her, and she would have written her name backward. Ahem. Shen Han pretended to cough a couple of times. He was a general after all. How could he be left without a retort in front of this little girl? It was simply embarrassing, too embarrassing. Although Shen Han had risen to the rank of general and had years of rich combat experience, he was not particularly old. It was just that a bit of stubble made him appear more anxious. To put it bluntly, he was just a young man, and in the face of such a sharp-tongued and beautiful girl, he indeed felt, especially considering what he had done to Yin before. Although there was a saying that special matters should be treated specially, it could not hide the fact that he felt guilty. Shen Han organized his thoughts and looked at Yin seriously. Miss Yi, I will get straight to the point. Yin nodded, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. That would be best. She did not want to waste time beating around the bush. Shen Han also did not mince words and directly asked, I wonder if Miss Yi has any interest in joining the military. Yi's eyes flickered with interest. Shen Han continued to ask, do you know when I started paying attention to you? Shen Han's face showed some surprise. Although he had noticed her awareness of counter-surveillance that day, he didn't expect her to analyze it so quickly. From that day on, you began to use the so-called Sky Eye system to monitor and record my movements at all times. Yi's voice gradually deepened as she fixed her gaze on Shen Han. Am I right? Shen Han furrowed his brows, his posture becoming more upright than before as he scrutinized the Yin before him. How much do you know? He asked in a low voice. Compared to Shen Han's upright seriousness, Yin maintained a relaxed military posture, slightly leaning back, displaying a hint of rebelliousness. Yet this rebelliousness did not come off as frivolous. Instead, it exuded a sense of superiority and dominance. Indeed, she was just a girl, yet there was an overwhelming aura of hormones about her that felt more potent than that of a man. This left Shun Han feeling bewildered. Even in front of such a Yi, and his heart raced unexpectedly. Damn it, he was a tough man, a true warrior. How could he embarrass himself like this in front of a girl? How much I can know depends on how much effort Major General Shun has put into me. Yian spoke calmly, but the implication was clear. She knew everything he had done. Shun Han's sharp eyes narrowed slightly, carrying the scrutiny of a soldier. This Yian exceeded all his expectations. At that moment, he felt that all his hard work had not been in vain. In fact, he thought that if Yian truly shot and killed that sniper, she would be worth saving personally from a military trial. In the Xinghua Empire, there were many people, but talents were few and far between. Only the exceptional had the qualifications and capital to exist in this world, which was why he was willing to overlook past grievances and wanted to recruit Yian. Miss Yi, you were straightforward. Indeed, I first noticed you at the shooting club. Shun Han did not hide it. What I am about to tell you is military confidential. I hope Miss Yi keeps it to herself after. Miss Yi comes from a military family. I believe you should understand. Shun Han's voice carried an air of authority and pressure, even a hint of threat. Anyone listening would feel fear. Yet Yian showed no reaction, merely casting him a faint glance. General Shun knows that it is easy for someone from a military background to join the army. It does not necessarily mean I have to follow the same path as General Shun. Furthermore, I am not saying that I have any intention of becoming a soldier right now. With that, Yian stood up without hesitation, preparing to leave. Although she had promised her grandfather that she would become a soldier, that did not mean she had to be a soldier of the empire. She could easily establish her own military empire and fight for herself. She would not sit here like a rookie being lectured by this man. Wait. Shun Han grew anxious and called out to Yi. He was frustrated with Yian's attitude, but he had no power over her. After all, Yian was not his soldier, and he could not give her orders. Moreover, the two of them were in a position where Shun Han was desperately seeking talent. Yian turned around frowning. Does General Shun have any further matters? Shun Han looked at her for a moment. Your grandfather was an excellent soldier and a hero of our empire. And you, Yian, are his granddaughter. Your name means to protect the country. Yi, protect, country. He pronounced each word deliberately, and for the first time Shun Han felt the weight of a Yian's expression shifted slightly as she stared at Shun Han. Back then I was also under General Ye's command. Shun Han's tone was somewhat emotional. He understood that Yian could not be regarded as an ordinary peer. To converse with her, he had to place himself on equal. Indeed, Yian turned around and sat down. She was curious about what Shun Han would say next, and what his true purpose for wanting her to join the military was. Seeing Yian sit down, Shun Han finally breathed a sigh of relief, yet he still maintained an air of authority. He no longer cared about military secrets at this moment. If he wanted to earn Yian's trust, he had to extend an olive branch first. The reason I went to the shooting club that day was to select special talents for the special operations team. Shun Han began to speak slowly. Chen Su drove while glancing at Cheng Xiaoxiao in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Xiaoxiao, although the ban on you carrying a gun has been lifted this time, if you make a mistake next time, they will still take you back. At that moment, Chen Su truly felt like he was acting like a father to Cheng Xiaoxiao, even though he was only 20. No, if he had such a daughter, he would definitely be strict with her. Cheng Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly. Brother Su, don't worry. Forget it, it's pointless to say this to you. Stop with the act. Ooh, I know exactly who you are, Chen Su lazily responded. Cheng Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with a hint of mischief, and just as the car slowed down, she jumped out. Goodbye, Brother Su. Tell Dad I ran away from home. Chen Su slammed the brakes, completely unprepared for Cheng Xiaoxiao's sudden move. Cheng Xiaoxiao, he yelled as he got out of the car. But Cheng Xiaoxiao was a master of disguise, and had disappeared in the blink. This damn girl. Chen Su kicked the tire in frustration. He wasn't worried about Cheng Xiaoxiao getting in trouble. He was more concerned about what trouble she might cause for others. This little girl could kill without hesitation. Once or twice they could get her out, but if it happened again, who could rescue her? He could only pray that the unfortunate souls wouldn't cross paths with her. Otherwise, not only the higher-ups, but also that guy Fu Yunshin wouldn't let her off. Cheng Xiaoxiao evaded Chen Zu's gaze and emerged from a corner with a backpack. She then opened her phone to check the class information. Protect the country. Protect the country. Found it. Turns out she lives in the Hongyuan Villa district. So you want to form a special operations team, and I am one of your targets. Yian articulated Shun Han's purpose. Shun Han nodded. Indeed, the combat capabilities of this special operations team must surpass those of the special forces. Every single member is meticulously selected. This is the sharp blade of the Empire, sharper than previous special forces. They will stand as the most unique existence within the Empire, the fangs of the Eastern Dragon belonging to the 6th Military District, Dragon Tooth Unit. Dragon Tooth. This is the name of the special operations team. Yian voiced her confusion. If I remember correctly, there are only 5 military districts in the Empire, and the 5th Military District is responsible for the special operations led by General Shun. Of course, there are more than just Shun Han commanding special operations. However, as far as she knew, Shun Han's unit was the most mature in the special operations system. Shun Han smiled slightly, his thick brows filled with a sense of grandeur as a man. He spoke with conviction, looking out the window. The 6th military district covers the entire Xingluo. His voice carried a stirring power, causing Yin's brows to involuntarily twitch. The 6th military district, the entire empire. Who dares to take this military district? Yet Shenhan accomplished it. He stood at the National Assembly, prevailing against opposition, persuading the majority of the delegates to agree to this decision and securing funding from the assembly. This is indeed a groundbreaking event, even within the empire. And within the 6th military district, there is only one elite unit. That is Dragon Tooth. Yin finally revealed some interest in her calm eyes. The entire Xingluo as the 6th military district, what a grand undertaking. However, she liked it. At this moment, she truly began to admire the man before her. Shenhan also became excited as he spoke, taking a deep breath to calm his emotions. He continued, and this batch of individuals will be the next candidates sent by the Empire to the Blue Star Military Academy for examination. The Blue Star Military Academy. This name was familiar to her memory. The Blue Star Military Academy is the highest military institution in the entire Blue Star, with the most excellent faculty and the latest military systems. Moreover, the most advanced research capabilities are also gathered in that place. The best soldiers and military personnel in the world all come from the Blue Star Military Academy. Similarly, we in Xingluo are no exception. However, to this day, the Empire has only 2 military personnel who graduated from the Blue Star Military Academy, and both hold high positions. Their ranks are all at the general level and above. However, they are growing old, and the Empire needs fresh blood. Over the years, the Empire has been continuously sending talents to the Blue Star Military Academy, but either they lack sufficient qualifications and are eliminated, or they cannot survive in that ruthless environment after entering the Blue Star Military Academy, or they are poached by other countries and defect from the Empire. Hearing this, Yi, and standing from an outsider's perspective, really wanted to say you really are quite unfortunate. However, from the perspective of a fellow soldier, such matters are deeply abhorrent. Betrayal by a soldier is the most unforgivable act. From the moment one becomes a soldier, they have chosen loyalty. Betrayal means public execution. Thus, over the years, no one from Xingluo has been able to graduate smoothly from the Blue Star Military Academy. Due to historical issues, the Blue Star Military Academy has a form of racial discrimination against us in Xingluo, further reducing the chances of admission. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. If this continues, we will enter a state disconnected from the times, constantly in a passive position. Shenhan sighed heavily, which is also one of the reasons why the members of the National Assembly would agree to his decision. Yin listened attentively, feeling quite interested in this Blue Star Military Academy. She was curious about what special qualities this academy might possess to cultivate the excellent military personnel of the entire Blue Star. So you want to train a special unit to serve the Empire and gain entry into the Blue Star to learn the latest and most comprehensive combat techniques and concepts, to understand all possible opponents and successfully graduate from the Blue Star, right? Yin succinctly summarized Shenhan's purpose. Shenhan did not find this strange. That seemed he was somewhat accustomed to Yin's tone and words. Indeed, he did not deny it. Thus, the soldiers selected for the 6th Military District's Dragon Tooth unit must be the most outstanding individuals. He looked at Yi and earnestly and seriously. Yi, and I am formally inviting you to join the Dragon Tooth unit as the commander of the 6th Military District. Joining the unit would grant you the rank of Major and the highest authority across Xingluo. He paused and added, staring at Yi, and you are born to be a soldier. I hope you will consider this carefully. Yin did not rush to respond, merely looking at Shenhan before her. In those eyes reminiscent of an eagle, she saw an unwavering expectation. It must be said that Shenhan possessed a talent and power for rallying people. Anyone who had served in the military would undoubtedly be swayed and intrigued by his words. She was no exception. Affiliated with the 6th Military District, the entire Xingluo Empire Blue Star Military Academy. This piqued her interest significantly. However, in this life, she was not prepared to sacrifice herself for others. The Xingluo Empire at this point was not yet at a stage where she had to give her life, because she deeply understood that for the greater good and interest, soldiers and military personnel can be discarded at any time. She did not care about being abandoned. What she cared about was whether it was worth it for her to fight for. At least for now, she only wanted to live for herself. Hence, she hesitated. Yet the only path available to her was that of a soldier. Only this identity could make her feel familiar, allowing her to deeply sense that she was still herself. Besides me, who else? She asked. Shenhan knew what Yin was asking and did not avoid it, stating, besides you, there are 3 others selected from the special forces, and 1 more is currently applying for a transfer. He is the youngest major general in the Empire's military. As for the name, if you join, you will surely come to know him. Shenhan smiled, seemingly teasing, wanting to capture Yin's attention. Shenhan did not expect Yin to propose conditions. He had considered that Yin might refuse, and he had also thought that she might agree. But he never anticipated that she would put forth her own conditions. This was something utterly intolerable, something he could never agree to. Yet Shenhan couldn't help but ask, bring people. Bring whom? The supreme command and decision-making authority. As long as her abilities were sufficient, he could concede. But it was the first time he had heard of soldiers needing to bring their families. Yin smirked, her gaze fixed on Shunhan's eyes as she named the individuals she had in mind. With each name, Shunhan's expression grew deeper and more contemplative. Yin casually touched the silver bracelet on her left wrist and said, "I have already proposed my conditions. Now it depends on General Shun." Yin was not in a hurry to join this so-called Dragon Tooth unit. In this timeline's lingo, no matter how impressive or powerful it seemed, it was merely a gimmick. What truly mattered were the people within. Therefore, she cared more about her core team. With trustworthy partners by her side, even in dire situations, she could create a tremendous wave. After hearing Yi An's words, Shunhan fell into a serious contemplation. Naturally, he would never agree. Let alone himself, even the upper echelons of the empire would not approve. However, when she mentioned each individual's name, he hesitated. Not only hesitated, but he even felt an urge to grab her by the neck and demand, "Can you really guarantee their arrival? If you can't bring them, I'll make you pay." Of course, he could only think about it. Seeing Shunhan's demeanor, Yin calmly added, "General Shun should understand the importance of cooperation and the capabilities of personnel in a team during combat. Some of the individuals you mentioned have criminal records. In fact, some have even been classified as dangerous individuals. Although they are indeed qualified for special recruitment given their skills and abilities, I still need to think this through. I must be responsible for the Empire, for the 6th Military District, and for Dragon Tooth." Although he was fond of talented individuals, especially during this period of forming Dragon Tooth, he still had to consider the greater picture. Yin said nothing more, merely nodding politely. She could not guarantee that Shunhan would agree, but regardless of his decision, she had her own plans. After speaking with Shunhan, soldiers came to escort Yin out of the 5th Military District base. Yin saw her car right in front of her intact. She smiled slightly, got in, and in an instant sped away, disappearing before the soldiers at the gate. After a few seconds, several people reacted, glancing at each other. In their hearts, they couldn't help but feel a bit disdainful. The young master from a wealthy family was indeed different. Even driving a car looked so stylish, and he dared to speed at the base's entrance, truly fearless. Yunting Building. "Young Master, Miss Yi has driven towards the Hanyuan Villa District," Lu Qi said as he walked. Fu Yunshin slightly raised his eyelids. "I understand." After speaking, he directly tapped on the projection screen in front of him. "Connect me to General Shinhan from the military department." After Yin left, Shinhan began to ponder the words she had said. He did not want to let this talent go. Yin was someone truly tailored for the military profession. Yet Yi's demands put him in a difficult position. After all, he was not a bandit. He couldn't just kidnap Yin and force her to enlist. Moreover, Yin came from a military family, and once she came of age, she could directly enter the Imperial Military Academy. Once her abilities were discovered, many would flock to recruit her. Thus, Shinhan was genuinely feeling overwhelmed. Yi's demands were exceedingly complicated. Furthermore, this was not something he could decide on his own. The Dragon Tooth unit of the 6th Military District was established with funding from Congress, and personnel matters needed to be reported to the higher-ups. Even special recruitment had strict review requirements. Just when Shunhan was feeling overwhelmed, his phone suddenly rang. "Hello." His bad mood reflected in his tone. "General Shun." The voice from the other end made Shunhan shiver, and he cleared his throat, sitting up straight. "Young Master Fu." Fu Yunshin's lips curled coldly. "I heard that you just took my wife away." "What? Does General Shun have any intentions towards my wife?" Fu Yunshin's chilling voice made Shunhan shudder. In his heart, he thought, "Wife? Oh, you mean Yin? It's merely an engagement at most. She isn't really a wife yet. Why does young Master Fu sound like he's catching someone in the act?" Moreover, Yin, a young person so assertive and striking, calling her married. Shinhan felt something was ahem. "Young Master Fu, I have no intentions towards your fiancée. I only invited her to discuss some military." Shinhan particularly emphasized the words fiancé. Fu Yunshin's expression turned slightly cold. "My wife." They seemed to be at an impasse. "Fu Yunshin, my wife." Shinhan, fiancé. Fu Yunshin smirked slightly. "General Shun, if you're feeling lonely and cold, I can arrange something for you." "Young Master Fu, I have no improper thoughts about your wife." Shinhan shifted topics faster than a bullet. Fu Yunshin finally responded slowly. After a pause, he added, "I don't oppose General Shun seeking talent for the Empire. However, I do not wish for this matter to cause her any trouble. General Shun, do you understand?" Fu Yunshin's words were serious and heavy, making Shunhan's expression change. "I will consider young Master Fu's words, but I am affiliated with the military and my decisions represent the military department. Therefore, I hope young Master Fu will not interfere with the military's decisions." Even if Fu Yunshin had great influence, Shunhan as a soldier had his own principles. He would still act according to the military's needs. On the other end of the phone, Fu Yunshin's thin lips curved slightly deeper. "Then it depends on how far General Shun can go." Shinhan couldn't help but curse inwardly. Wasn't this young Master Fu always uninvolved in military affairs? Why was he making a special call this time? Because of Yin? Was it because she was his wife that he treated her differently? Hanyuan Villa District. Cheng Xiaoxiao stood at the Yi family's door, looking at the address on her phone. Yes, this is Weigua's place. She stepped forward and pressed the doorbell outside. After a while, Aunt Lin opened the door and saw a little girl in a purple Weisheng Academy uniform standing outside. She asked, "May I help you?" Cheng Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly. "I'm looking for Weigua. Is she home?" Lin Sa was momentarily taken aback, and after a while she realized that it was Miss Anan she was looking for. She smiled kindly. I'm sorry, miss, and hasn't returned yet. She hasn't just not returned as she has been kicked out. At this moment Yi Ning stepped out from inside, her tone filled with mockery and disdain. Cheng Xiaoxiao frowned. Kicked out. Yi Ning scrutinized Cheng Xiaoxiao, although she had never seen her before. She found her quite adorable, the kind that boys would undoubtedly like at first sight. Her voice turned a bit sharper. Indeed, Yian has been thrown out by the Yi family, and the Yi family will no longer have this wretched person around. Such a disgraceful person who brings shame to the Yi family, clashes with her elders, is completely uncultured, and has a malicious heart. Why should she still remain in the Yi family? Cheng Xiaoxiao's gaze shifted under her bangs, looking at Yi Ning. Yi Ning felt a chill run through her body, frightened by Cheng Xiaoxiao's stare, and immediately retorted, anyone who plays with her surely isn't anything good either. Women like you pretending to be pure and teasing men, do you think I don't know? Lin Sa, get her out of here, Yi Ning ordered with her arms crossed. Lin Sa felt a bit troubled. Miss Ning's words were indeed a bit too much, and this little sister looked so cute. This young lady, please go back for now. Lin Sa could only ask her to leave. Cheng Xiaoxiao sneered inwardly but smiled sweetly on the surface. This older sister, the words you just used would be more appropriate for yourself. Doesn't she have a younger brother? The young master has left and hasn't returned yet, Lin Sa quickly replied. Lin Sa, why are you still talking to her? Get her out of here. Yi Ning was nearly driven to the edge and rushed forward, raising her hand to slap Cheng Xiaoxiao. However, Cheng Xiaoxiao sidestepped and avoided her completely, missing her target. Since Wei Guo isn't here, Cheng Xiaoxiao waved her hand and turned to leave directly. In that instant, Lin Sa and Yi Ning did not notice the sly smile that crossed her lips. Wretched girl, stop right there. Miss Ning, don't be angry, that child is still young and didn't mean it. Just as Yian was driving back to Hong Yuan, she suddenly saw something in the rearview mirror, swerved the steering wheel, and backed up a bit until she stopped by a small alley. Longlegs stepped into the alley, and in just a few strides she approached. Yian slightly crouched down, looking at the girl sitting on the ground, hugging her knees with a pair of innocent big eyes staring at her. I thought I mistook the person. Yian wore a slight smile. Cheng Xiaoxiao stared at Yian for a long while, then her expression suddenly brightened as she jumped up, wrapping her arms around Yian's neck. Ah, Wei Guo, you're back. Yian did not expect Cheng Xiaoxiao to react this way, and suddenly having an additional 60 to 70 pounds on her caused her to almost lose her balance. She stood up, lifting Cheng Xiaoxiao off the ground. Yian's lips twitched, slightly wondering how this girl managed to act. Get down. She frowned, giving the command. Only then did Cheng Xiaoxiao jump down, her little face full of joy, completely ignoring Yian's cold expression. Indeed, there was a height difference of about 10 centimeters between Cheng Xiaoxiao and Yian. Furthermore, since Yian was also a girl, there was no issue of gender difference, so when Cheng Xiaoxiao expressed her excitement, she clung to Yian. How come you're here? Yian asked. I came to find you, Cheng Xiaoxiao replied as if it were obvious. Yian was taken aback for a moment, then asked, I heard you were taken away by the military. Fu Yunshin said that Cheng Xiaoxiao was taken away by the military for violating orders, and judging by his tone, Cheng Xiaoxiao seemed to have some trouble. While she was negotiating terms with Shun Han, she had mentioned Cheng Xiaoxiao, hoping to leverage the military's help. She didn't expect that Cheng Xiaoxiao had already been released. Yep, but I'm out now? Brother Su said someone up top helped me. Cheng Xiaoxiao's tone showed that she had little interest in whoever was up top. Yian frowned slightly. Someone up top. The first name that flashed in her mind was actually Fu Yunshin. After I got out, I came to find you. I went to your house just now and was kicked out. Cheng Xiaoxiao pouted, somewhat aggrieved. There was a fierce woman who scolded you and me. If I hadn't been afraid of going back after just getting out, I would have already dealt with that woman. Yian knew she was talking about Yi Ning. Her expression turned slightly cold. Seeing Cheng Xiaoxiao's aggrieved little face, she reached out to ruffle her hair. So, when do you plan to go back? I've already informed my family. I told them I ran away from home, so I won't go back, Cheng Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Yian, do kids in this timeline all enjoy such antics? So Wei Guo, the current situation is that you have to take me in. Otherwise I'll starve to death, freeze to death, or get bitten to death by dogs, Cheng Xiaoxiao said with utmost seriousness. Yian, actually I think maybe it's you who would end up biting the dog to death. After saying that, Yian turned around and started walking towards her car. Wei Guo, woo woo woo. Cheng Xiaoxiao began to act pitiful. Get in the car. Upon hearing Yian's words, Cheng Xiaoxiao immediately brightened up and jumped into Yian's car. The car drove into the Hong Yuan villa area, and Yian returned to the Yi family once more, but this time, she only, wait for me in the car, she said to Cheng Xiaoxiao before heading inside directly. Cheng Xiaoxiao pouted and obediently waited in the car for Yian. Miss Anan. Lin Sa's voice drew the attention of Yang Zhitong and Yi Ning, who were sitting in the living room. Tisk, so shameless, getting kicked out and still wanting to come back, Yi Ning said while scratching her arm, which was covered in a dense layer of red rashes. Ever since that person came to find Yian and left, she had started getting these red spots, itchy and painful, making her feel miserable. I knew it, some people are just thick-skinned, and no matter how much you chase them away, they won't leave. Yang Zhitong echoed. Yian paid no attention to the two of them. In her eyes, this mother-daughter duo was no different from the dim-witted. She headed upstairs, returned to her room, and tidied up her things. She didn't need to take much and soon had everything packed. In just 10 minutes, Yi Yin came down carrying her belongings. Yang Zhitong and her daughter exchanged glances, not expecting Yi Yin to really return to take her things. Yi Ning glanced outside and saw Yi An's limited edition luxury car parked outside, immediately standing up. Yi Yin. Just as Yi Yin reached the door, she turned to look at Yi Ning, curious about what Yi Ning wanted to say. You can leave, but leave the things behind. And that car, you have to leave it too. Yi Ning's voice lacked conviction. Deep down, she still felt some fear toward Yi Yin. So she tugged at Yang Zhitong. Her hands kept scratching at her body, getting itchier and itchier as she scratched. Yang Zhitong saw this, and also stood up, glaring at Yi Yin. Since you've already been kicked out by your father, you can't take anything belonging to the Yi family. Do you know what it means to be thrown out? Yi Yin cast a cold glance at Yang Zhitong, causing her to involuntarily take a step back. Although Yi Yin said nothing, an invisible pressure emanated from her. This pressure was even more terrifying than when Yi Zhindong scolded others. Yang Zhitong felt deeply conflicted inside. She had no idea whether Yi Yin leaving the Yi family was good or bad for her. However, if Yi Yin were to leave the Yi family, then she could no longer be considered a member of the Yi family. Wouldn't it be much easier to take back the inheritance from her and obtain that key? With this thought, Yang Zhitong felt more confident. Yi and everything belonging to the Yi family is their property. Since you have left the Yi family, you can no longer be counted as one of them. All these things must be relinquished. That car cannot be taken away either. Yang Zhitong adopted a domineering attitude, her tone sharp and cutting. A hint of coldness curled at the corners of Yi N's mouth as she remarked, I thought you would surprise me with something before. Ignoring them completely, she strode out. Yi Yin, stop right there. Come back. Yang Zhitong chased after her. Yi Ning also ran out after her. But Yi N's strides were long, and within a few steps, she reached the car, stepping on the gas and driving away immediately. The two of them shouted and chased after her, but they couldn't catch up and could only hurl insults at her, cursing Yi Yin from head to toe. Others in the villa area heard the commotion and came out to take a look. Seeing it was a member of the Yi family, they frowned their gazes towards the two of them, filled with disdain. Watching Yang Zhitong, who was yelling like a shrew in the rearview mirror, Cheng Xiaoxiao asked curiously, what did you do to them? Yi Yin replied seriously while driving, does a dog need a reason to bite you? Cheng Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment. It seems like it doesn't need one. Yi Yin remained non-committal and then recalled something. Did you cause the rash on Yi Ning? She had noticed it as soon as she entered and recalled that Cheng Xiaoxiao mentioned being bullied by Yi Ning. Given Cheng Xiaoxiao's personality, she would definitely not let it go easily. Cheng Xiaoxiao squinted and smiled. Yes, she deserved it for cursing at us. Although it won't kill her, it will definitely make her uncomfortable for a while. Yi Yin had no objections. Her principle was to deal with certain people harshly as long as it didn't lead to their— Wait, where are we heading now? Cheng Xiaoxiao seemed to know that Yi Yin had probably moved out. Home. Yi Yin replied lightly, her gaze fixed ahead. Home. Cheng Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows, feeling a strange sensation rise within her. Chen Su pushed open the office door anxiously and immediately spoke. Yunshin, Cheng Xiaoxiao has run away. Fu Yunshin was tapping on the Air 3D screen, observing the model of the newly developed product. He seemed completely unfazed. Chen Su clicked his tongue. Wait, Yunshin, didn't you insure that girl? Now she's gone, or if something happens, won't you be implicated? Fine, he admitted that he wasn't really worried about Fu Yunshin, but he felt it necessary to inform him. Fu Yunshin replied, don't worry, the little cat has gone to find its owner. With an owner around, the little cat won't bite Ran. Chen Su was confused. What do you mean? Fu Yunshin tapped in the upper right corner of the screen, causing the projection to vanish. He slowly stood up, turned, and gazed out the floor-to-ceiling window at the sky, his hands casually tucked in his pockets. A wild cat accustomed to the wild will attack indiscriminately regardless of whether they are close or not. This is because in the eyes of this wild cat, there are only two colors, those it can attack and those it cannot. But when this wild cat discovers something more interesting than attacking or foraging, capturing her full attention, she will retract her claws and become docile and obedient. Even if her claws are cut, she will see it as a form of affection. Fu Yunshin spoke slowly with a hint of a smile. His voice carried a keen insight and wisdom. Although Chen Su listened with a vague understanding, he still said, it sounds quite impressive. Fu Yunshin cast a cool glance at him. Chen Su coughed. Got it. Since you say there's no need to worry, I won't fret about it. Fu Yunshin checked the time. She should have returned by now. Lu Qi walked in directly. Young. Go back to Ziyuan. Yes. The two left without a second glance, leaving Chen Su alone in the office. Chen Zu's expression stiffened momentarily, and he sighed. Then began to sing. The coolness of 3 lifetimes feels like a dream. So cool. Wei Guo, is this your new home? Cheng Xiaoxiao looked at the small villa in front of her, surprised. This house must cost over 10 million. Yi Yin walked in directly. I just bought it this morning. The process was quick on that side. The paperwork was already done. Just as that person had said, she could move in with just her. Cheng Xiaoxiao sighed. No wonder when she first met Yi Yin, she mentioned having money. It turned out she wasn't just boasting. She really was wealthy. Of course, if she knew that Yi Yin had only spent a fraction of the total cost to buy this villa, she would probably be shocked. Cheng Xiaoxiao followed her inside. The villa wasn't very big, but it was tidy, and all the furnishings were stylish and of high quality with unique designs and top-notch materials. Moreover, Cheng Xiaoxiao discovered various voice-controlled and touch-sensitive high-tech features inside. The price would only be higher, not lower, right? Yian had little concept of money, or whether in the past or present, she had never lacked for it. To her, having any surplus meant being wealthy. Additionally, the money her grandfather had sent recently was indeed not a small amount. As for this house, she had spent only about 1/5 of her funds. From today onwards, Yian had officially moved out of the Yi family, which would undoubtedly make things more convenient for her in the future. However, even though she had moved out, it did not hinder her investigation into her mother's car accident. Although she could directly hypnotize Yang Zhidong, there were some things for which she sought solid evidence. What she wanted to uncover was the connections behind it all. Peeling back the layers and watching her enemies slowly lose their way, ultimately falling at her feet, was her consistent pleasure. Wait, what does that mean? I will be living here with you. When Yian received Yi Fei's phone call, she was about to inform him, but unexpectedly she was stunned by Yi Fei's sudden shout. She paused for a moment, and then replied seriously, I did not. Yi Fei was just teasing, and upon hearing Yian's words he felt relieved. Upon learning that Yian had moved out, his entire face fell. Why didn't his sister take him with her? However, after what happened last night, he had already prepared himself for this. After getting Yian's address and receiving her promise that she would never abandon him, he finally hung up the phone. Cheng Xiaoxiao walked around the entire villa, then approached Yian with a serious expression on her small face. Wei Guo, I'm hungry. If you're hungry, then eat. Yian replied, realizing that she was also a bit hungry. But what should we eat? Cheng Xiaoxiao pouted, looking distressed. This question left Yian in a bit of a predicament. She couldn't cook, she only knew how to forage for food in the wild, just enough to fill her stomach. But cooking was indeed quite challenging. Therefore, Yian made a decision. Let's go out and buy some energy-boosting stuff. As night fell, a car slowly stopped not far from the small villa that Yian had just bought. Young master, isn't this the small villa you used to occasionally stay at when you were studying? Lu Qi asked in confusion. The small villa had been idle for quite a while, so how was there suddenly someone living in it? Moreover, this villa was only 1,000 meters away from young master's estate, Yuan, which would take just over 10 minutes to walk. Fu Yunshun said nothing, just gazed at the door of the house. After a while, he saw two people returning with a large... Lu Qi's eyes lit up. Oh, wasn't that Miss Yi? Fu Yunshun's brows twitched. Lu Qi, do you think? Yian. This unexpected question caught Lu Qi off guard. After thinking carefully, he replied, it doesn't look like she... Fu Yunshun fell into deep thought, and then said, call a housekeeping company and find a versatile nanny if she needs to be safe and reliable. Yes, young master. Fu Yunshun nodded slightly, finally feeling a bit more at ease. If this had happened a year ago, Fu Yunshun would have laughed at himself for caring about a woman while being involved in selling drugs. However, after meeting someone named Yi, and he had indeed become selflessly devoted and honorable. No, he needed to return to Ziyuan. Yian and Cheng Xiaoxiao set up a barbecue grill in the small garden, thus resolving although the smoke was a bit heavy. When a housekeeping company called the Villa, Cheng Xiaoxiao felt like she had found a savior. Before Yian could respond to the question about whether they needed a nanny, Cheng Xiaoxiao eagerly agreed first. Naturally, for the sake of her future nutritional intake, Yian had no objections. That day, when Yi Zhendong returned to the Yi family and learned that Yian had left, he erupted in anger, and the atmosphere in the entire Yi family became tense. No one dared to speak. It was not that they were angry about Yian leaving, but rather about her attitude. They learned from Yang Zhitong that Yian had left with a sour expression and even took her luxury car. They were even more furious, wishing they could kill Yian. Lin saw throw everything in that beast's room out. From today onwards, the Yi family has no Yian. Lin Saw could only lower her head and comply. Yi Fei, standing upstairs, frowned. Indeed, this family had changed. No, it should be said that since the day he was born, this family had never had any semblance of a home. His stepmother, stepsister, and father were the only real family members. And he and his sister had become burdens to this family since their mother passed away. Yi Fei suddenly felt that the past 15 years had been particularly ironic. And he over the years had remained so indifferent to his only close sister. He bitterly chuckled to himself before turning around and returning to his room. Perhaps his sister leaving this family was the best choice. Calm down, dear. Yang Zhitong soothed Yi Zhendong's anger while gently comforting him. It took Yi Zhendong a while to calm down, but his gaze remained cold and terrifying. Yang Zhitong carefully observed Yi Zhendong's expression and cautiously said, then dear, about Yi and leaving on her own. This was her severing ties with the Yi family. How should we explain this to the old man later? Moreover, importantly, the inheritance rights are in Yi's hands. Yi Zhendong began to ponder Yang Zhitong's words. Yang Zhitong cautiously stroked Yi Zhendong's chest. We can't let Yian take the inheritance rights with her. She isn't considered a member of the Yi family anymore. Zhendong, what do you think? In 2 years, she will be an adult. At this point, Yang Zhitong felt a surge of indignation. I don't know what the old man is thinking. He originally said he would only give her the inheritance rights after he dies. Now it's changed to Yi and automatically obtaining all the property of the Yi family when she turns 18. Does he think he won't die soon? A frail old man is still so difficult to deal with. Originally, there was uncertainty regarding the will, but now after that banquet, it has directly changed to Yi and automatically obtaining it upon adulthood. Yi Zhendong shot Yang Zhitong a cold glance, making her immediately shut her mouth. Although he was very dissatisfied with Yang Zitong's disrespectful tone, Yi Zhendong said nothing. Instead, he fell into contemplation. I will discuss this matter with the old man. In any case, we must not allow that little beast to take a single cent from the Yi family. Yes, Yang Zitong quickly nodded in agreement. If she could obtain that key through the inheritance rights, that would be best. If not, she didn't want to lose everything she had worked so hard to gain. Where is Yi Ning? Yi Zhendong suddenly asked. Yang Zitong did not expect Yi Zhendong to suddenly ask about Yi Ning. Ning seems to be allergic, so I sent Shui Li to accompany her to the hospital. She should be back later. Yi Zhendong replied nonchalantly, without asking further. He merely said, take good care of Ning. Don't learn from Yi and copying the bad instead of the good. Don't worry, dear, Ning is my daughter, as she want. Yang Zitong said while leaning in closer, deliberately lowering her clothing a bit. Desire began to ignite in Yi Zhendong's eyes as he forcefully pulled off Yang Zitong's clothes. After so many years, your allure is still the same as before. Yi Zhendong's words were laced with seduction as he began to act on his desires directly, bringing Yang Zitong, compared to his original partner Wendai. Yang Zitong was evidently far more charming and alluring. Wendai, though beautiful, had a temperament that matched her name, embodying a woman content to remain at home. However, men are inherently restless creatures. Even if he was initially attracted to Wendai, he would eventually, yet it was unexpected that a woman like Wendai could give birth to a pair of children who were completely different from her temperament. I wonder if this was a form of revenge against him, deliberately leaving behind the little rascal Yi and to irritate him. Thinking of this, Yi Zhendong felt a surge of anger, finding only the intense physical activity could help him vent his fury. After a period of suspension from Ziwei Star Academy, he finally resumed his normal studies. As Yin and Cheng Xiaoxiao stepped out of their new home, they encountered Yi Fei, who had been waiting outside the villa for a long time. Sister. Yi Fei hurried over. Is your new home right here? Yin nodded. That's right. Yi Fei pouted. Grandpa is really biased, isn't he? In Yi Fei's eyes, Yi's ability to purchase this villa was solely due to Grandpa's favoritism, having given her an extravagant amount of money. Yin clearly did not understand Yi Fei's meaning, as she really had no concept of money. Cheng Xiaoxiao lazily yawned. Only then did Yi Fei notice the small figure of Cheng Xiaoxiao behind Yin. What are you doing here? He had seen this girl on that day. She is currently staying with me, Yin briefly explained without elaborating. Although Yi Fei was curious, he did not ask further, but raised his leg and wiggled it in front of Yin. Yin chuckled. Gained some weight, huh? Yi Fei's handsome face beamed with pride-seeking praise. Yin had initially thought that it was rather insignificant to have added such a little weight after such a long time. However, seeing the sparkling anticipation in Yi Fei's eyes, she changed her tune. That's great, she complimented. Yi Fei was overjoyed. Even on their way to school, the three of them seemed to be bouncing along as if they were walking on. Today marked the start of the school year at Ziwei Star Academy, and the most discussed topic among everyone was the incident where the academy had been invaded that day. The events of that day remained vivid in everyone's minds. However, the most unforgettable moment for all the teachers and students of Ziwei Star Academy was the instant that individual appeared before them, gun in hand. Their hero from Ziwei Star Academy, Yin. This was the same person they had once scorned as one of the academy's four wastes, yet on that day, she saved them all, revealing something within her that gleamed like gold, making them feel inferior. Yet while they discussed among themselves, they remained silent in public, as if Yi's appearance that day had never happened. On that day, after the military personnel stormed in and regained control of Ziwei Star Academy, the principal gathered all the students. He instructed them on what could and could not be said. Thus, discussions about Yin were limited to those who were already aware, and they did not flaunt it as a topic of conversation. They were well aware that sometimes a witness can also be held responsible. However, one thing everyone unanimously felt was admiration for Yi, and a sentiment particularly evident among the hot-blooded boys and some girls. When Yin walked into the school, everyone who saw her was undeniably excited, nodding their heads in acknowledgement. Everyone harbored a hero dream since childhood. Yet Yin had become the very hero of their reality, transcending gender and age. Yin. A few boys rushed over upon seeing her. They were the young masters who had fought alongside her that day. I'm glad you guys are okay, Yin said with a hint of a smile at the corners of her eyes. Her words stirred a wave of emotion in them, making them stand a little straighter. Everyone was worried about you. It's good to see you're fine. Exactly. I hope we'll have the chance to fight side by side again. Yin joined the army. Let's all attend military school together. Yes, we've all agreed that we will follow your orders without. Though they were clearly in school surrounded by students in academy uniforms, the atmosphere felt entirely incongruous, like a military training ground. Each of them stood straight before Yin as if they were about to salute. You will certainly follow my orders. Yi. They exchanged glances. Lang Yu stepped forward, looking earnestly at Yi, and this is our agreement. It is also a return for the promise you made that day. And we believe in you. Just like that day, they chose to believe in her. Yin gently bit her dry lower lip and smiled, but did not respond to them. Instead, she said, if we don't get to class soon. Indeed, as soon as she finished speaking, the school bell rang. Soon the bustling atmosphere of Ziwei Star Academy quieted down considerably. The boys were also getting ready to go to class, but before leaving they couldn't help but salute Yin. Young men from military families tended to respect heroes more than ordinary children. Yian, remember our words. They waved goodbye and ran off. Sister, I'm heading back to class 2, Yi Fei called out before returning to his classroom. Thus only Yian and Cheng Xiaoxiao remained as they headed towards class F. Cheng Xiaoxiao, petite in stature, seemed like an invisible little tail behind Yi and who was a head taller. It was not until the two entered the classroom that class F noticed the small figure trailing behind Yian. Yian's return to class surprised her a bit. For the usually chaotic class F, her entrance this time was astonishingly quiet, sitting straight, as if they were all model students. Moreover, every gaze directed at her was filled with enthusiasm, sparkling like little stars, which made her feel quite unaccustomed. Most seemed to be holding back something, with one or two staring intently at Yian. Though there was no malice, it felt as if they couldn't wait to pounce on her. Scanning the classroom, she saw Wang Hao, Su Yin, and Lin Luo, all of their eyes glued to her, slightly nodding in acknowledgement. A faint smile spread across the faces of the three. Cheng Xiaoxiao stepped forward, hands on her hips. What are you all staring? You can't even look at Wei Guo. Do you believe I can smash your heads with a punch? Cheng Xiaoxiao waved her little fist, her soft and adorable appearance resembling that of a lucky cat, utterly harmless. The students in class F swallowed hard, wondering if the Cheng Xiaoxiao they saw that day was an illusion or if the current one was an illusion. But the current Cheng Xiaoxiao was simply adorable. They quickly discarded the image of the raging loli they had seen that day and began to laugh. Huh? Is that your little fist? Come on, brother, we'll give you a punch, a little fist punch to my chest. Instantly, the atmosphere in class F became lively again. Yian and Cheng Xiaoxiao returned to their seats. Lin Luo's eyes sparkled behind her glasses, a subtle smile curving her lips as she resumed typing on her notebook keyboard. Wang Hao and Su Yin exchanged glances, their brotherly understanding evident as they looked towards Yian's position. Just as Yian sat down, the homeroom teacher walked in, deliberately glancing at Yian's seat. Seeing Yian sitting there just fine, her little heart raced with a hint of nervousness. She walked up to the podium in her high heels, smiling amiably. Dear students, today class F welcomes a new student. Please welcome her with applause. The students in class F were momentarily stunned. Why were there so many transfer students in their class lately? What are you all standing there for? Applaud. The teacher hurriedly urged. Everyone then clapped sporadically. They thought to themselves, could this transfer student also be here for Yian? Amidst the applause, a girl in a school uniform walked in through the door. The boys in class F couldn't help but whistle, their eyes fixed on her. The girl had long black straight hair and a delicate bright face, exuding a serene and gentle aura, embodying the ideal image of a goddess in the boys' hearts. Hello everyone, my surname is Jiang, and my name is Jiangli. She smiled and introduced herself gracefully. Her eyes crinkled into crescent moons when she smiled. Instantly everyone was captivated. In no time, spontaneous applause erupted from class F. Could it be that luck was favoring their class lately? Another beautiful transfer student. Yian's brows slightly furrowed. Jiangli. She felt she had seen. Several girls in class F exchanged whispers. She said her name is Jiangli. Doesn't that sound exactly like a female author from a novel I've been reading recently? Could it be the same person? No way. After Jiangli finished her introduction, she walked down. Everyone was curious about which classmate the new student would sit next to. The boys eagerly anticipated. Although the girls felt jealousy sometimes in front of someone who appeared to be much more outstanding than themselves, that little jealousy paled in comparison to admiration. For instance, they were quite envious of Yi, and her fiancé was handsome and wealthy, a dream guy that many desired. However, upon seeing Yi's stunningly beautiful face, which could charm anyone, that jealousy vanished. Of course, except for Lu Shui, who had always looked down on Yian. May I sit beside you? Zhang Li asked with a bright smile. The people in class F became unsettled. Wait. Is she here for Yian again? Yian looked up at Zhang Li, her eyes clear and pure, free of any impurities. Feel free, she replied. Although she didn't know why Zhang Li wanted to get close to her, she felt no malice. Moreover, she sensed a comforting aura from this. Zhang Li smiled to herself, thinking, oh yeah, successfully approached the goddess. But the goddess is really aloof. Waiting online, urgent. What to do? And that little sister beside her is just super cute, wanting to pinch her. Hold it in. I'm a Buddhist romance novelist. Cheng Xiaoxiao glanced at Zhang Li, strangely shivered a little. After Zhang Li sat down, class officially began. However, Yian noticed that this new student didn't seem to be here to listen attentively. Instead, she took out her phone, unfolded it into a tablet, and began tapping on the projected virtual keyboard. Could she be another programmer? This Zhang Li seemed quite suitable to sit next to Lin Luo. While Zhang Li wrote, she occasionally turned to glance at Yian, and when caught, she would smile brightly, unabashedly. This left Yian feeling quite awkward. Why do you keep looking at me? Yian finally couldn't help but ask. She approached Yian, seeking inspiration. Writing a novel? Yian was puzzled. Su Yin, who heard this, volunteered. I know about that, like, a domineering CEO falls in love with me, an ice prince falls in love. Zhang Li chuckled. You know quite a bit, young man. Su Yin looked helpless. My mom has been frequently playing the role of a domineering CEO's mom lately. It's impossible not to know. You know, the kind who casually offers 5 million to the female lead. As he spoke, Su Yin acted out the scene in a middle-aged woman's voice. Here's 5 million, leave my son alone. His performance was seamless. Even Yian couldn't help but marvel at how he truly was a child from an acting family. Jiang Li burst into laughter, then turned to Yi, and actually we met at the banquet last time. Well, to be precise, I saw Yi and understood. No wonder she felt Jiang Li looked familiar. Yi and I transferred here specifically for you. Jiang Li suddenly made a gesture of confession, her eyes sparkling as she stared at Yian. Yian was puzzled. Why? Is this girl really exposing her intentions so directly? Because Jiang Li pressed her hands together, her crescent-shaped eyes blinking twice. I sense the aura of a novel's heroine from you. Only you can provide me with the latest inspiration. Sob, sob, sob. Heaven knows she was stuck in her writing and had been pressured by her editor and readers to the brink of giving up her writing career. But the moment she saw Yian at that banquet, she knew her chance to change her fate and become a literary master had come. Yian. Su Yan scratched his head, muttering the aura of a heroine. Are you sure it's not the aura of a male lead? A brief silence followed. Yian suddenly felt she wasn't quite suited to discuss this topic. She turned and left the classroom. Cheng Xiaoxiao, who had been dozing off, suddenly opened her eyes and stood up. Wei, to the principal's office. Yian replied. Before leaving, the teacher had quietly informed her that the principal wanted her to stop by his office. Without needing to think, she knew the principal was looking for her because of what happened that day. After Yi and departed, Jiang Li reopened her phone and began to jot down notes. Cheng Xiaoxiao simply resumed lying down to sleep. Su Yan seemed intrigued by Jiang Li's secondary vocation. He fetched a small stool, sat close beside her, and launched into an animated discussion. Jiang Li suddenly sighed, lamenting that in this age people's hearts were not what they once had been. What's the matter? Su Yan asked with evident curiosity. A couple who met online broke up a few days ago. While they were together, the man used to buy the woman mountains of delicious food every month. Su Yan asked in puzzlement, isn't that a good thing? Why break up? Su Yan asked. Jiang Li frowned. But within the space of a month, the woman had been fattened by 20 gene. Su Yan fell silent. As soon as she had gained those 20 gene, the man immediately asked for a breakup. Why? Only then did the woman discover that the person she had been dating was in fact the author of a book she had given a bad review to online a month earlier. That man had deliberately courted her as an act of revenge, intent on fattening her by 20 gene. The girl could not bear the sudden weight of her life, and just yesterday jumped from a building to take her own life. Su Yan was utterly dumbfounded. What an outrageous, unfathomable scheme. Jiang Li sighed, deeply glanced at the classmates who had become captivated by her tale, and spoke with solemn earnestness. Classmates, though the story is short, its meaning is deep. You must take it to heart. Having heard the story, the students nodded one after another, filled with gratitude. Thank you, Jiang Li, for teaching us a method to protect ourselves. Indeed. Principal Yi has arrived, the secretary announced, ushering Yi into the office. The principal at his desk immediately rose to his feet. Seeing Yi enter, a trace of genial warmth appeared on his face. Yi, please sit. It was worth noting that the principal of Zai Weixing Academy ordinarily wore a face of reinforced steel before all faculty and students. When had he ever shown such affability? Yi nodded politely and took a seat. The principal seated himself at once, sitting very properly, but with a hint of unease. Yi, if the principal has something to say, please speak plainly. Yi replied straightforwardly, her expression composed. The principal hesitated. If he had not known she was a girl, he might have assumed this composed, unflappable youth before him was a young man. This was not a matter of appearance, but of the resolute strength she carried, which made it impossible to associate her with typical notions of a girl. Ahem. The principal cleared his throat twice. It is like this. First, on behalf of Zai Weixing Academy and all its faculty and students, I offer our profound thanks to Yi for her assistance that day. Yi made no show of it and calmly replied, no thanks necessary, it was merely incidental. She felt no obligation to protect Zai Weixing, nor any duty to safeguard those people. She was not a soldier now, nor one who would give her life for another. She acted only for herself and a handful of friends. That protecting the whole of Zai Weixing and its students was merely a byproduct of her actions. This had been Yi's original mindset. Yet today, seeing the way those students looked at her, that conviction seemed to waver and shift. Yi's answer left the principal momentarily stunned. Apparently, he had not expected her to speak so unconventionally. Merely incidental, he asked, puzzled. Yi had no intention of explaining. Seeing no reply, the principal changed the subject. Aside from that matter, there is one more thing I must ask Yi to help with. The principal spoke with some reluctance. Yi's brow rose slightly. She had expected him to question her about that day, yet he did not mention it at all. That made her view the principal in a different light. It was not that he lacked curiosity, rather he knew that even if he asked, he would learn nothing. Moreover, others would naturally inquire. It was not a domain he could or should meddle in. Please go on, Yi asked. The principal did not beat around the bush. During this period, although Zai Weixing Academy has been largely restored and various projects are being completed, the Academy's security system has already been breached and contains vulnerabilities. We consulted many systems engineers, but they judged the breach to have been so perfect that it could not be repaired. Even if the system were restored to its previous state, should that same individual return, he could breach it again. The original designer is long gone, and modifying the system would be arduous and would consume vast manpower resources, funds, and time. The principal's meaning was plain. That person was Lin Luo. Lin Luo's technical prowess was so great that when he breached the system, he left no trace. Even if they knew a flaw existed, they had no foothold from which to begin. That meant Lin Luo could still enter with ease, but they could not afford to wait without altering the security system. Yi An's lips curved slightly. You want Lin Luo to tell you where the vulnerability lies and have him patch it. The principal neither affirmed nor denied, though his expression had already spoken. Then why come to me about this? Wouldn't it be more efficient to approach Lin Luo directly? Yian asked in a cool voice. The principal cleared his throat. Lin Luo has always been idiosyncratic. Very few people can speak 2 sentences with him. And your relationship with Lin Luo appears to be exceptional, which is why I wish to ask you for help. It was common knowledge that Lin Luo was an eccentric. As principal of Ziweixing Academy, he was naturally aware of Lin Luo's background. Issuing orders to Lin Luo was out of the question. He feared even more that Lin Luo might leave some sort of virus within the Academy security system. However, with Yian acting as intermediary, that risk would be reduced by 95%. After all, he had personally seen Lin Luo follow Yi An's direction that day. Understanding the principal's intent, Yian rose. I understand. However, since the system has already been breached by both sides, we should implement changes and adjustments that might be more effective. Yi An's words were decisive, and the principal found himself nodding involuntarily. Yian is right. Yian nodded and turned her tone serious and solemn. Yes, I can have Lin Luo make adjustments and modifications to the Academy's security system and perform bug fixes. Please prepare the manpower payment. As for the amount, I will inform you later. The principal's attention first lingered on the promise of adjustments and modifications. Could Lin Luo accomplish that? When Yian finished the latter half of her sentence, the principal was flustered. A manpower fee, he asked, his glasses crooked as if he had not heard correctly. Yian nodded. Correct. Since the principal has agreed, I will take my leave now. With that, she strode out. Her silhouette was straight and graceful as she left. The principal only recovered his composure after a long pause. A manpower fee. Didn't they cause the breach? Why should he be the one to pay? What on earth is Yian up to? Is this not sheer audacity? Of course, for Yian, the issue of acting shamelessly does not exist. This was originally something Lin Luo should have received. Even the accounting between her and Lin Luo was clear, let alone the principal. As for their destruction of that system, it should be accounted separately. When Yian returned to Class F, she saw many people enthusiastically surrounding Jiang Li. Even the sleepy-head Cheng Xiao had her head resting in front of her, listening to whatever she was saying. She simply crossed her arms and leaned against the door, watching this scene. Jiang Li was approaching her truly just to seek inspiration. Indeed, there is that reason. Yet she always felt, perhaps there was another reason. There was a kind of familiar aura about her that made even herself feel quite comfortable. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow classmates, the time for the King's Game Challenge has been changed to today. I heard that some members from the God Club are here to spectate. Where is our class battle team? Come with me, and let's eliminate them without a trace. A boy's voice rang out loudly, raising his fist excitedly, standing on the table like a fool. What a lunatic. This person must be insane. So cringeworthy. Do you see anyone paying attention to you? A wave of sarcasm filled the air above Class F. The boy, indignant, exclaimed, You are being so heartless and unreasonable. However, no one still paid him any attention. Yet everyone began discussing the King's Challenge. This competition was held annually and was a free activity for students. Though the competition between classes was not a new thing, it still concerned the collective honor. Classes stepping on each other was nothing unusual. Although the people of Class F were usually unserious and mostly academic underachievers, they were remarkably united when it came to external affairs. Now I will announce the members of our Class F battle team. Su Yan, Zhao Zhahui, Zhao Shanji, Chen Haonan, Yian. Jiang Li stroked her chin, feeling that something strange had mixed into these names. Originally, everyone had no reaction, but upon hearing the name, Yian, it was as if they had been jolted awake, and their gazes all turned towards Yian. Wang Hao, who had been dozing off, nearly knocked his head onto the table. After pulling an all-nighter for a night boxing session, upon hearing the name, Yian, his sleepiness was instantly frightened away. What? When did Yian participate in the game competition? Wang Hao was bewildered. Su Yan was also a bit puzzled. I don't know. Can Yian play? Not only were they shocked, but even Yian herself was a bit dazed. When did she participate in this competition? Lu Shuai pouted, but said nothing. Although Yian was indeed a hero of the Ziwei Star, she still disliked Yian since those boys were always surrounding her. Yian, you are also participating in the competition. The people in the class eagerly began to ask, even more excited than if they were participating in the competition themselves. Instantly, Yian, who had been leaning against the door, was surrounded by her classmates. Su Yan finally squeezed in and dragged Yian inside. Yian, you are also participating in the competition. Yian frowned, looking at the list in her hand. I guess so. Although it was likely that someone had intentionally written her name down since she was already on the list, she didn't bother to explain. Jiang Li glanced up, her mind beginning to wander, as if she had thought of some remarkable inspiration and storyline, smiling foolishly as she did so. Everyone seemed to have gotten used to this whimsical girl's behavior over such a short time and didn't find it abnormal continuing to discuss their own matters. Yian, what class do you mainly play in the game? I didn't know you played games. I would have dragged you along to play with me earlier. Boss, when did you start playing games? Why didn't I know? Wang Hao asked. Yan thought seriously for a moment and replied, 2 months ago, not much. It was true that she started playing 2 months ago, but not for long, mostly accompanying Yifei. When Wang Hao called her boss Su, Yin was momentarily stunned, then felt that calling her boss rolled off the tongue better than Yin and started calling her that too. Boss, what class do you mainly play? Assassin. Yin simply replied with 2 words. Assassin. Su Yin was surprised, then remembered something. Speaking of assassins, do you know about the hidden grassroots god in the Xingxua Empire's national server, called Leninite? That is my idol. The skills, the techniques, even better than god level. Also plays an assassin. Su Yin spoke with such excitement, as if she were talking about her dream lover. Upon hearing the name Lin and Yi, and was momentarily stunned, but said nothing. Linen wasn't that her in-game name. Cheng Xiao seemed to be quite interested as well. Is he really that amazing? Is he better than Wei Guo? Su Yan's mouth twitched slightly. Xiao, although I know you are the boss little fan, the boss has probably just started playing games not long ago, just a little beginner. No matter how good she was, she couldn't possibly compare with those experts. Cheng Xiao pouted in dissatisfaction, but her gaze directed at Su Yin had a hint of danger. In an instant, Su Yin recalled how Cheng Xiao had once headshot someone with a gun, wildly killing. He immediately jumped back 2 steps, hiding behind Wang Hao. This lowly he could not afford to provoke. Lin Luo, sitting on the other side, glanced at them, adjusted his glasses, and blandly remarked, Su Yin, I hope you won't embarrass yourself then. Why would I embarrass myself? Su Yin clearly didn't take Lin Luo's words to heart. Lin Luo glanced at Yi and then continued to look at his computer. That day, when he was installing software interfaces on Yi An's phone, he noticed that she had that game on her phone. Moreover, he had also accidentally caught a glimpse of the game account's ID. He quickly typed Lin and into the input box on the game's official website. Soon, all the game videos and performance related to the ID Lin and appeared. From this information, he quickly deduced the model of the phone used for that account and the IP address. And each one matched boss phone information perfectly. So seeing certain people embarrass themselves should be quite interesting. Today was the first day of school after a major terrorist attack incident at Ziwei Star Academy. However, no one expected that there would be a big event right from the start. The previously scheduled gaming esports competition was also moved to today. It wasn't organized by the official channel, but rather by a civilian organization. It was said to ease everyone's enthusiasm for school, and they even specially invited the experts from the God Club to observe. This further ignited the passion of the students who were already gaming enthusiasts. Of course, what no one expected was that Yian from Class F would also participate in the class battle team competition. Yian. It's Yian. It's Yian. Important things are worth repeating 3 times. In the past, everyone would have scoffed at the idea that a combat noob could excel in esports. If one's brain isn't even sufficient, how can one expect to react quickly during gaming? Isn't that absurd? But now things are different. Yi An's image has undergone a complete transformation in the hearts of the students of Ziwei Star. Especially after the recent terror attack, most students have turned into fans of Yian. Therefore, the majority now looks forward to Yi An's performance, and once they become fans, it feels as if everything Yian does is extraordinary. Even if her skills are lacking, she is still handsome. No matter how many times she dies, she is still impressive. She is the hero in their eyes. As for the others, it was the complete opposite. They simply couldn't stand her, and the reasons didn't matter. The Academy's large stage has turned into a competition venue with nearly all the teachers and students present. Each class drew lots to form teams for the competition, culminating in a final match between 2 classes. Yian wasn't fond of such occasions and frowned slightly. When Yian appeared in everyone's view, many people at the scene went wild, cheering and shouting. Ah, Yian is so handsome. Yian, great one. God, how did I not notice before that Yian is so handsome? Truly, when a woman is handsome, men become irrelevant. I am just a fan of looks. Don't say anything else. I will admire Yian's looks for a lifetime. Yian seemed to completely block out these voices, taking a seat together with a few members of Class F ready to start the competition. Before the match, everyone confirmed their positions without any doubt, and Yian directly took on the role of commander. And after all, even Hao Ge calls him boss, and they have no choice but to heed the command. As for Su Yin, there's no need to mention it. Who cares about the game when listening to the boss is the priority? These girls are truly terrifying. Wang Hao shuddered. Zhongli glanced at the competition stage and said, Tisk, do you think girls today are still like before, only liking straight men? But you men have never changed, whether old or young, no matter the age, you all like young girls. Wang Hao replied, isn't that normal? Who doesn't like delicate young girls? Wrong. Only a sissy likes delicate young girls. Men should like men. Cheng Xiao looked at Wang Hao and earnestly countered. Wang Hao. Zhongli. After a moment of surprise, it was as if they had found a kindred spirit, grabbing Cheng Xiaoxiao's hands with excitement. Xiao, despite 9 years of compulsory education, how are you so outstanding? Wang Hao. Suddenly he felt that he preferred women like the boss. During their conversation, cheers erupted from the crowd, with various classes cheering in succession. In no time, several class teams advanced to the finals. However, what no one expected was that Class F dominated, winning every match in just 6 minutes. Forget about the other classes, even the 4 teammates playing alongside Yi and were bewildered, feeling as if they were flying, unable to stop. Su Yin was even more shocked, his mouth agape, wishing he could slap himself. When Yi An's account came online, and he saw the name Lin, and he completely lost it. The boss is actually Lin. He never imagined this. The #1 assassin of the Empire is actually Yi An. Recalling what he had said not long ago felt like a slap in the face. Throughout the matches, Yi An led the team to victory, but beyond her impressive skills and techniques, what astonished everyone was Class F's tactical coordination. It seemed they had understood their opponent's movements from the very beginning. Whether it was ambushes or team battle skills, their coordination was seamless. They were very familiar with the skills of Shan Ji Haonan Jia Hui and Su Yin as they represented the class in competitions every year. However, they had never seen them coordinate so well. But now their teamwork made them feel as if they had been reborn. Seeing Yi and giving orderly commands and distributing tasks rhythmically, everyone realized it was due to a powerful tactical commander. Yi Fei also participated in this competition, but he represented Class S. Seeing Yi and he felt a bit excited, observing how those classes were crushed one by one. He remained quite calm, which was within his expectations. After all, she is his sister. Yi Fei was calm, but the others were not. Especially when they saw Yi An's incredible maneuvers and the ID Linen. Isn't this the national server level XX assassin god? Exactly, isn't there someone every day offering a hefty sum to get acquainted with the assassin god Lin and A? What the heck? So Lin and is Yi An. What am I seeing? Yi An is Lin An. Aside from shock, it was still shock, but when they saw Yi An's calm operation and unperturbed demeanor, their shock gradually diminished. Somehow they began to mirror Yi An's calmness. It seems that Yi An being an esports god isn't too strange, right? Yi An was completely unaffected. For her, being focused and serious in everything she did was the proper attitude. However, this game posed no difficulty for her. Compared to the game she had designed in the Apocalypse to train special abilities, this was much simpler. This type of game is primarily for entertainment. Therefore, Yi An maintained a blank expression throughout. This only made the younger girls who were already enamored with her cool and aloof demeanor fall even deeper under. Even the so-called gods in the esports club watching from below couldn't sit still, each of them intently watching every scene presented on the big screen. Then they turned to analyze with those beside them. In the crowd, Lu Sheng watched Yi An's sharp maneuvers, clenching his fists. Damn, when did this woman become so impressive? But is it just playing a game? Is it worthy of such adoration? They probably have no idea what kind of person Yi An is. What's so good about this wretched woman? Why are 1 and 2 starting to lean towards her? Wasn't she mocked by the entire academy before, with everyone waiting to see her joke? What is happening in this world? Just because Yi An appeared that day to save them. Even if he were in her place, he could do it. Such a fierce, unrefined, and malicious woman can actually win people's hearts. Damn, one day, he will make sure everyone knows her true nature. Lu Sheng glared fiercely at Yi An's position on stage, then turned and left. He accidentally bumped into a few classmates while leaving. Isn't that young Master Lu? A girl whispered. Yeah, it seems he's involved with that Yi Ning. What a scumbag. Yi An is really unfortunate. Why did she get engaged to this jerk? Luckily, she dumped this loser and got engaged to the president of Yunting Group. Exactly, even a strand of President Fusshair could outshine him by several streets. So one shouldn't find a boyfriend in a trash heap, and an even worse choice for a fiancé. Although their voices were low, it still reached Lu Sheng's ears. What are you looking at? Shut up, he shouted angrily. Yi An is the real loser, a second-hand item that I don't want. His loud voice stood out in the crowd, drawing many gazes toward him. Wang Hao lifted his clothes. Is this guy cursing at Yi An? Does he want to get beaten? When Wang Hao fought, it didn't matter who. Not just Wang Hao, many others also jeered at Lu Sheng, their eyes filled with disdain. Cheng Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes slightly, carrying a hint of chilling coldness. Those eyes seemed capable of piercing through the crowd fixated on Lu Sheng. Yi An, who had just finished a match, also directed her gaze at him. Her brows furrowed slightly, and her expression grew colder. This Lu Sheng was increasingly resembling a shrew. He used to have a touch of gentlemanly demeanor. However, since the banquet, he had turned into a mad dog, biting indiscriminately. This trait was quite reminiscent of Yi Ning. No wonder these two ended up together. With a slightly cold gaze, he didn't remember to fight back. Suddenly, Lu Sheng's cheeks flushed, and he turned to flee the scene as if in panic. At that moment, a tall figure standing not far away in the crowd suddenly emanated a chilling aura. Lu Qi respectfully held an umbrella for Fu Yunshin, and even under the sun, he shivered all over. Fu Yunshin had one hand in his pocket, while the other removed the sunglasses resting on his nose, exuding a natural aristocratic elegance mixed with a hint of roguish charm. His eyes narrowed dangerously. Isn't that Lu guy always wanting to marry the second daughter of the Yi family? Lu Qi nodded. There have been rumors about that young master. Then let him dream come true. Fu Yunshin smirked, and after speaking, he continued to observe the competition. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, "Didn't An beat him up recently?" "Yes, young master. I've heard she gave him quite a beating." Everyone in Ziwei Star Academy knew about this. It wasn't hard for them to find out. Fu Yunshin put on his sunglasses covering his beautiful and deep-set eyes and said coldly, "Then let's make some arrangements. Since An has done it, I should do it too." Isn't there a saying that husband and wife should be of one mind? Lu Qi responded. Understood, young master. This was his first time realizing that the saying about being of one mind was used like this. After speaking, he began to make phone calls to arrange things. Fu Yunshan adjusted his sunglasses, his high nose bridge, and perfectly sculpted features were impeccable. Even with his eyes covered, his handsome profile and perfect physique still drew the attention of many around him. His gaze was fixed solely on Yi and observing her performance. He couldn't help but feel astonished why was his wife so formidable. But seeing the fervent gazes of those below, the smile that had just begun to rise froze at the corner of his mouth. In a short time, while other groups were still competing, Class F had already finished. This could be said to be the most impressive comeback in the history of Class F. The other 4 members of the team were excited and eager, wanting to rush up and beat Yian. And because she had to wait too long, Yian crossed her long legs and rested them on the table, leaning back slightly. And everyone, how can this be fair? Isn't this blatant bullying? The esports gods watching couldn't hide their excitement. Such a talent should be recruited into the club. The last group to advance was Class S, which was always the champion every year, so their victory was expected. Boss, it's time for the match. Su Yin quietly woke Yian. Yian abruptly opened her eyes, lowered her legs, and replied with a soft Sister. Yi Fei excitedly called from across. Yian raised her brow. As expected, it was Yi Fei who had entered the finals with her. In Class S, besides Yi Fei, the other 4 members had also played a few games with Yi Fei and Linen before. So they deeply understood the terror of this assassin. Initially, when Yi Fei said it was his sister, they didn't believe it. They thought Yi Fei was boasting, but now, Goddess, please take me as your disciple. Actually, I also mainly play assassins. Goddess, here are my knees. Mom asks me why I'm kneeling to play games. The distinguished members of Class S who had always dominated at Ziwei Star Academy suddenly turned into fans before Yian. This was truly unprecedented in Ziwei Star Academy. Yet Yian remained composed and seriously asked, why kneel to play games? Kneeling is not beneficial for blood circulation. You can stand. Yian earnestly suggested. The members of Class S were once again dumbfounded, sobbing. They didn't want to stand. Meanwhile, Yi Fei had already gotten used to his sister's character. Seeing his friends rendered speechless by his sister's retorts, he couldn't help but laugh. He often faced the same teasing from her, who could understand his struggles. Thus, everyone followed Yi An's suggestion and sat down. Ultimately, it was Class S versus Class F, the best class of Ziwei Star Academy, against the historically weakest class. Everyone was eager. Could it be that Class F would really make a comeback this time? Class S had always competed against Class A, yet one day they would face Class F, and they didn't even feel ashamed. Yian, Su Yan. The members of Class F shouted Yi An's name at the top of their lungs. Never before had a match excited them so much. After all, Class F had always been the underperformers, but this match allowed them to see a different Class F. Class F also had a sense of collective honor, but for them it wasn't honor, it was loyalty. Zhongli couldn't help but feel touched. This is youth truly inspiring. She often writes and her emotions can be easily stirred. Seeing this scene, her feelings intensified. Sob, it was indeed correct to make Yi and the protagonist based on her. Where's Xiao Xiao? She suddenly noticed that Qing Xiao Xiao had vanished. Wang Hao glanced around and said, I don't know, probably went to the bathroom. At this moment, the competition on the field had reached a fever pitch. The commentary was passionate while Yi An remained calm, occasionally issuing brief and precise commands. The team members followed her orders without any doubt, their motivation sparked by her presence. Although Class S was technically skilled, they initially focused on targeting Yi An's character. However, as time went on, they realized that while they were fixated on Yi and the other 4, had already formed a separate team, swiftly securing victory in the match. Fu Yunshan chuckled lightly and turned to leave. There were many matters in the company that needed his attention. Coming to Ziwei Star was merely a matter of convenience, as he wanted to check on her. As soon as Fu Yunshan left, Lu Qi followed closely behind, with several bodyguards trailing after. Yian suddenly turned her gaze toward the direction Fu Yunshan had departed, frowning slightly. Why was he here? No wonder she had felt a particularly familiar gaze fixed on her while playing the game earlier, but due to the many people focusing on her, she hadn't paid much attention. It turned out to be Fu Yunshan. Now I announce that this year's esports competition champion is Class F, the host proclaimed passionately. Instantly, the entire venue erupted like a volcano. Everyone was in a frenzy. While Yian was still pondering why Fu Yunshan had come, she was lifted and thrown up by the students rushing from Class F. Yian. Out of instinct, Yi An's muscles tensed, but upon seeing the excited faces around her, she gradually relaxed. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the direction Fu Yunshan had left, her eyes dimming. At this moment, Lu Sheng had already exited the academy. He had taken leave to visit Yi Ning at the hospital. He only knew that Yi Ning had been unwell and didn't attend school today, apparently suffering from an allergy. He thought about calling her, but remembered she had said not to call her unless necessary. Feeling both anxious and frustrated, he wondered if she no longer liked him. No, he absolutely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Lu Sheng's expression darkened, thinking that if he wanted Yi Ning to marry him, they needed to clarify their relationship as soon as possible. As he walked, suddenly a sharp pain shot through his knee, causing him to collapse to the ground. "Oh!" He cried out in pain, touching his knee only to feel another wave of agony. He looked around and spotted the weapon used, a stone on the ground. "Who?" he yelled in anger. Yet there wasn't a single soul in sight. He remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings, when suddenly he heard a whoosh sound. "Oh!" Another sharp pain hit his other knee, and soon he lost mobility in both legs. Suddenly, everything went dark before him, and his entire body was enveloped. A small figure sprang out, wrapping him in a burlap sack, and picked up a stick to start beating him. "Oh, who are you? Let me go. Do you know who I am?" Lu Sheng's legs were rendered immobile, leaving him unable to resist. Cheng Xiaoxiao's face was filled with excitement and coldness, each strike delivered with great force. Lu Sheng cried out in pain, trying to push her away, but every time he raised his hands, he was struck down. Ultimately, he could only roll on the ground. "Who are you? Why are you targeting me? Do you even know my identity?" "Oh." Cheng Xiaoxiao said nothing, yet her small frame was filled with terrifying explosive power. She pulled out a dagger from her body, unsheathing it to reveal a glimmering blade, contemplating stabbing him multiple times. But suddenly remembering something, she put the dagger away. She approached Lu Sheng, leaning down to threaten him through the burlap sack. "If I hear you insult Wei Gu again, I will kill you." After saying this, she kicked Lu Sheng on the ground and turned to flee, disappearing. After a few painful groans, Lu Sheng finally managed to remove the burlap sack from his body, but the person who had just attacked him was long gone. It's Yin again. Both times he had been beaten up in his life were because of Yin. He gritted his teeth, his fists pounding heavily on the ground, scraping his skin without him realizing. Meanwhile, on the other side, two burly men in suits exchanged glances. "Should we still follow the young master's orders? I think it's unnecessary now, since someone else has already taken care of it for us. If we beat him again, we might just kill him." "You make a good point. Let's go back and report to Secretary Liu." After saying this, the two turned and left the vicinity. Unbeknownst to Lu Sheng, he had narrowly escaped a disaster. He stood up and brushed off the dust on his clothes, but as soon as he touched them, his whole body throbbed in pain. He looked up at the nearby surveillance cameras. He needed to review the footage to find out who had attacked him. With the conclusion of the gaming competition, the enthusiasm that had been ignited by the game spread among the students of Ziwei Star Academy, washing away the fear they felt after the academy was attacked. Yi's image grew increasingly larger in their hearts, and many students eagerly sought to approach her. The manager of the esports club also approached Yi and greeting her with great humility. "Student Yi." Yin nodded. "Is there something you need? Are you the assassin Linen?" He asked this question with some excitement. "Yes," Yin replied. "Then, I wonder if you have any thoughts on—" He appeared anxious, as if fearing Yi and would decline, saying, "We offer food, accommodation, and job placement for pretty girls. What do you think?" He was unaware that Yin was a girl, so he threw out the ace, seduction with beauty. Yin naturally caught on to the man's intention to recruit her, and suddenly recalled words someone had once said to her. She simply repeated them verbatim. "I have money, power, and status. I don't lack for women. Do you think I need to go elsewhere?" She raised her chin slightly, her tone tinged with arrogance, her handsome face bearing an expression of rightful indignation. If it were someone else, it would clearly seem like they were asking for a beating. But when said by Yin, it truly left no room for the club manager. He felt utterly disdained, and thoroughly so. Yin took a step to leave, but after just a few steps she was encircled. "Student Yi, can I take a selfie with you?" A girl raised her hand. As she did, many other girls also raised their hand. "I wanted to." Yin frowned in displeasure, finding it truly noisy. "Clear the way," she said softly. An invisible authority immediately radiated from her, and the girls with raised hands trembled, retracting their hands and parting to create a path. Only then did Yin take long strides to leave the area. Though the young girls showed signs of fear, they were utterly enchanted by Yin's cold and handsome demeanor. Their hearts raced, thinking how handsome. "I want to marry him." He wields a rifle with mastery, excels at competitive gaming, possesses striking good looks, and hails from an affluent, influential background. Charming yet aloof, the very archetype of their ideal romantic partner. Even if marriage remains out of reach, admiration knows no bounds. Not only girls, but even many boys found themselves helplessly captivated. With someone like Yin in existence, how were they supposed to carry on? The club manager's heart ached. What extraordinary talent slipping away just like that. "Brother, do you know why you failed?" Suddenly a hand clapped firmly upon his shoulder. Turning around, he saw a tall, powerfully built youth dressed in the same academy uniform. "Why?" he asked instinctively. Wang Hao sighed, deeply, voice heavy with meaning. "My senior brother. Actually, she's a girl." "What? Impossible." "Indeed. But you may ask Shanji and Haonan. They'll confirm it." Wang Hao gestured towards several male classmates behind him, then hurried off after the retreating figure. "Senior brother, wait for me." The club manager remained frozen, stunned by Wang Hao's revelation. Yin, the legendary senior, was a girl. A wave of disbelief washed over him. After the tournament concluded, Yin returned to Class F, and there seated atop her desk was Cheng Xiaoxiao. "Where did you go?" she asked directly. Though absorbed in the match, her peripheral awareness had caught Cheng Xiaoxiao's nothing unusual at first glance. Yet Cheng Xiaoxiao had followed Lu Sheng out, not merely leaving but trailing him. That detail could not be ignored. Cheng Xiao hopped down from the desk and produced 2 lollipops from behind her back, holding them out with a bright, cheerful smile. I went to buy candy. To celebrate for you. Yi Yan's eyes flickered faintly. She reached out, accepted the lollipops, and passed by Cheng Xiao with quiet grace, uttering only 3 words: be more obedient. At those words, Cheng Xiao arched her brows, pressed her lips together, and let out 2 soft, delighted giggles. After school, Wang Hao, Su Yin, and Lin Luo all insisted on visiting Yi Yan's new residence to congratulate her on her move, each arriving laden with gifts large and small. As it happens, I have matters to discuss with you as well, Yi Yan replied without hesitation. Indeed, she'd intended to raise them herself, the 6th military district, and what concerned them all? They exchanged glances, eyes alight with unspoken excitement. The Supreme Military Council. Within the Grand Council chamber of the Xinghua Empire's high command, every officer held a rank of general or higher, from marshal down to full general. General Shun regarding the establishment of the 6th military district, if my memory serves, though approved by Congress, progress has remained stagnant since then. Yet Congress has allocated substantial funding to support this endeavor. Should no tangible advancement follow, our military will struggle not only to justify itself before Congress, but before the President himself. Xiao Yichuan, one of the 3 marshals of the High Command, spoke sternly, his gaze fixed upon Shen Han. Shen Han's brow furrowed tightly. He rose sharply and rendered a crisp salute. Understood. Personnel recruitment is underway, I assure you, Marshal. The Dragon Fang unit of the 6th military district will soon stand fully assembled and battle-ready. It appears General Shun faces considerable difficulty assembling his personnel. Perhaps this matter would be better entrusted to us. A man of equal rank, General Luo, sat across from Shen Han, his tone edged with subtle mockery. My Iron Eagle unit boasts an abundance of elite talent. Selecting a contingent would pose no challenge. His close-cropped hair and square jaw lent him an air of austere severity, sharp, even cruel. Moreover, I hear General Shen embraces unconventional criteria in recruitment. Such unorthodoxy, if unchecked, could gravely endanger our empire's security. And whether those chosen truly possess the caliber required for Dragon Fang remains highly questionable. Let us not forget, we already maintain elite special forces rigorously trained for decades. General Shen, are you certain your recruits can surpass seasoned special operatives? The speaker was General Luo, a formidable commander whose name carried weight across the imperial hierarchy. His Iron Eagle unit stood unrivaled in combat prowess and equipment, Xinglua's most elite, most costly special force. Thus he had long opposed Shen Han's proposal for the 6th military district, and dismissed the Dragon Fang concept with open disdain. True, Shen Han possessed exceptional special operations experience, and was indeed Xinglua's youngest full general. Yet Luo's seniority ran deeper, and his Iron Eagle unit was already peerless. Why waste resources forging another elite unit? To him, it was sheer profligacy, squandering both funds and authority. General Luo raises a valid point, murmured several officers, nodding in quiet agreement. General Shun is still young. Youthful vigor is commendable. Yet claiming to identify operatives superior to our elite special forces, surely that borders on exaggeration. Debate now flowed freely. Some voiced steadfast support for Shen Han, others withheld judgment, reserving their. General Luo, rest assured, I shall deliver a resolution satisfactory to the High Command, to Congress, and to the President. Shen Han's vow rang with unwavering conviction throughout the chamber. General Luo offered only a cold, dismissive smile. Then we shall wait and watch. He refused to believe a man barely 25 could unearth warriors stronger than his own elite force within the empire. Shen Han's expression hardened. You will not be disappointed, General Luo. With that, he retrieved his officer's cap from the table, snapped to attention, delivered a sharp salute to the 3 marshals, and strode out, shoulders squared, stride commanding. This, complete disregard for discipline and protocol. General Luo exploded in outrage. General Shun has always been impulsive. Let us grant him some leeway, interjected one officer, attempting to smooth tensions. Enough. The session is adjourned. All officers rose instantly, standing rigidly at attention. Yes, sir. Shen Han marched out of the High Command building, muttering under his breath, that old cannon. Luo. Always does he think his elite unit makes him untouchable? Just wait. Once I recruit Yi and she'll outshine 10 of his men. Hands planted firmly on his hips, he paced back and forth, restless and irate. He cracked his dry lips, raw masculine charisma surging forth, exuding the rugged magnetism of a true warrior. Damn it. Why is Yi so damn difficult to pin down? He had wrestled with this decision for days. Though his instincts leaned strongly toward Yi, and Luo's warning echoed with unsettling truth, he bore responsibility to the Empire. Moreover, he sensed no loyalty to the Empire in Yi, only raw instinctual action driving her ever. Worse still, dangerous individuals moved under her command. If she proved uncontrollable, the consequences would be catastrophic. Cheng Xiao, the girl who had been personally issued a gun ban by the Empire's High Command, had been considered for a special recruitment into the military, but she stubbornly refused, as if looking down on him. Though Cheng Xiao was young, she had long been on the blacklist of organizations around the world. Nevertheless, many countries had canceled their hunt for her, and instead sought to recruit her. If snipers were to be graded with letters, Chung Xiaoxiao would undoubtedly be an S-level elite. Moreover, even in the entire Blue Star, finding a second person like her would be improbable. According to the top-secret archives, Chung Xiaoxiao had once concealed herself for 5 days and nights to assassinate an important figure, all for the sake of that one shot. This was no longer merely a testament to her extraordinary marksmanship. Her endurance and ability to conceal herself had already surpassed many of the finest elite snipers on Blue Star. Even though he had once extended an olive branch to Chung Xiaoxiao, he still felt anxious inside. Even now, when Yian brought it up again, he was still worried. And then there was another computer genius, Lin Luo. He had encountered this boy on the day of the terrorist attack at Ziwei Star. Afterwards, he had also sought out Lin Luo and Wang Hao for a discussion, but they acted as if he, a general, was merely a decoration. This indicated that they had no intention of joining the military, and their personalities were not easy to get along with. Lin Luo was introverted and gloomy, rarely spoke, and showed little interest in anything other than computers. Wang Hao had severe violent tendencies, spoke coarsely, and was difficult to control. Su Yan appeared careless and defiant, but he was exceptionally clever, easily twisting your words into something else. In summary, those individuals were not easy to deal with. Although he valued their talents, if they were unwilling, he would not insist. After all, recruiting them would also be a headache in terms of management. However, this time, Yian had brought all of them together in one batch. Shinhan felt both excited and anxious. He paced back and forth, but finally stood still, recalling Yi An's serious and composed demeanor while commanding operations under the Academy's surveillance. Great. This time, Shinhan was willing to take a gamble with Yian. The journey home was lively for Yian, with Yi Fei, Chung Xiaoxiao, Lin Luo, Wang Hao, and Su Yan. The group walked towards Yi An's new home, as if strolling down the street. Su Yan and Wang Hao specifically bought many items like oil, salt, rice, and chicken, carrying them in their hands. One might think they were heading back to the countryside for a festival. Just as they reached a road outside the villa, Yian suddenly stopped in her tracks. This wasn't the first time she felt that this place was somewhat familiar. She always had the impression of having been here before, yet she couldn't recall any particularly deep memories. She turned to look in a certain direction, her eyes suddenly narrowing. Wait, that estate is... Sister, what are you looking? Yi Fei asked. Yian shook her head, nothing. Yet inwardly she thought, is it really such a coincidence? Cluck, cluck. Yian glanced at the chicken Wang Hao was holding, twitching her lips. Why did you buy that? Wang Hao chuckled. My mom said that moving to a new house must include buying a live chicken for good luck. Wang Hao laughed a few times. Yian frowned, placing her index finger in front of her nose to block the smell of chicken droppings. Clean it up before coming in, Yian said, coldly frowning. After that, she opened the villa's front door and led Yi Fei and the others inside, leaving Wang Hao standing alone at the villa entrance with the chicken. Boss! Boss! Wang Hao called out pitifully a couple of times with no reply, only to hear Su Yan and Yi Fei's merciless laughter in response. Ha ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. Wang Hao, look at you today. Wang Hao's expression was stiff, staring at the chicken with... At that moment, a middle-aged woman saw a tall, handsome boy standing at a villa door holding a chicken and mistakenly thought he was a chicken vendor. Hey there, young man, how much is that chicken? She hurried over to ask. Wang Hao. Wow. Boss, is this your new home? Su Yan was full of admiration. It was Yi Fei's first time coming inside as well. Although it wasn't as large as the Yi family's residence, it appeared much more upscale. This was a true luxury home. Everyone put down their things and began to explore the upstairs and downstairs. Yian allowed them to do so and sat down on the sofa, her legs casually crossed over the coffee table, adopting a slightly rebellious posture compared to her usual upright demeanor. Lin Luo sat across from Yi and his fingers quickly tapping on the keyboard. I've sent you the information. Yian took out her phone, tapped a few times, and the images instantly projected into the air, hovering above her screen. This is the data you requested regarding General Shinhan of the 5th Military District. After a pause, Lin Luo added, military data is hard to acquire. All high-ranking officials at the general level and above have their information encrypted at 4S level or higher. It took me 5 days to crack this access. 5 days prior, Yi and had already started having him investigate Shinhan's information. However, the military system was not easy to infiltrate. Especially for these high-ranking individuals, all their information was classified as state secrets with even stricter confidentiality. This led him to consume more than a dozen cups of instant noodles over several consecutive nights. You've worked hard. They'll transfer the payment to your account later, Yian said, focusing seriously on the data. Boss, aren't you worried that one day your money will be spent by me? Lin Luo smirked, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes behind his glasses. Yian replied nonchalantly with just 3 words, you are worth it. She instinctively spoke these words, her attention still concentrated on the data. Yet those 3 words suddenly caused Lin Luo to pause, adjusting his glasses slightly to see the person in front of him. After a moment, he suddenly spoke, from now on, for anything you instruct, I won't charge a penny. Yi An's eyebrows twitched, and she lifted her gaze to look at Lin Luo. Are you sure? Lin Luo smiled, returning her gaze. His expression quickly reverted to its usual indifference as he said flatly, I don't lack money, I just lack interest. And right now, boss, you are my interest. Yian was taken aback. If those words had come from Fu Yunshin's mouth, she would have definitely thought he was teasing her. But coming from Lin Luo, it sounded as simple as drinking water or eating. She raised her eyebrows. I won't refuse anything that can save money. By the way, regarding the security system at the academy, we can negotiate with the principal for more funds. Lin Luo's eyes sparkled behind his glasses, and he smiled, of course. Yan continued to scroll through the screen, examining the information displayed. Shen Han, the youngest general of the Xinglua Empire, was also born into a military family. He joined the army at 15, selected for special forces, and through a decade of commendable achievements, he ascended to the rank of general, amassing extensive experience in special operations. Having a background as a special forces soldier, he managed a military district comprised of special forces as well. Young and capable with a remarkable record, he garnered significant attention from the higher-ups in the military. 2 months ago, Shen Han submitted a proposal to Congress regarding the establishment of the 6th Military District and the Longyi Unit, which was unanimously approved by the members of Congress and personally authorized for execution by the highest authority of the Xinglua Empire, the president. It can be said that reaching his current position at Shen Han's age is quite rare and something many would envy. She closed the display of the information, her gaze thoughtful. Shen Han was a man worthy of admiration and respect, with a decisive and cautious approach to his actions. No wonder he had been observing her every move since he started paying attention to her. Boss, I'm back. Wang Hao finally burst into the hall, brimming with excitement. Yan glanced at his empty hands, frowned, and asked, "Where's the chicken?" Lin Luo also suppressed a chuckle, echoing, "Yeah, where's the chicken?" "Sold it," Wang Hao replied nonchalantly, pulling out 20 yuan from his pocket. "Hey, raised the money from selling the..." "Yan." Lin Luo. After a moment of shock, Yan looked at Wang Hao and sighed with a hint of admiration. "You're quite impressive." Wang Hao beamed at Yan's compliment, while Lin Luo took the opportunity to discreetly slip the 20 yuan into his own pocket. Wang Hao was oblivious to this little act and sat down directly. Just then Su Yin and the others also approached and took a seat in the living room. Cheng Xiaoxiao treated this place like her own home, kicking off her shoes and curling up on the sofa next to Yin. Her small body resembled a curly-haired ball. Seeing everyone sitting down in mutual silence, their gazes, Yan's lips curved slightly. She knew they were waiting for her to speak. Among this group, an unspoken understanding had formed around her. Yan stood up, took a couple of steps forward, and then turned to face all of them. "Yesterday, General Shen Han from the military approached me." Her succinct statement made everyone exchange glances, yet they all understood the underlying implications. "Boss, is he trying to?" Wang Hao frowned. "Why is this guy back again?" Cheng Xiaoxiao muttered in dissatisfaction. Why does Shen Han act like a persistent adhesive? He had previously asked her if she wanted to enlist, and she had turned him down, yet now he was back targeting Wei Guo. If she had known back when she was a killer, she should have shot him dead. Su Yin interpreted Yan's words directly. "Boss, General Shen wants to enlist you, right? You asked us last time if we would be willing to join you in the army. Did you know this day would come, and were you prepared to become..." Yan looked at Su Yin. Su Yin was clever, but his intelligence had never been applied to the right path. He could quickly analyze the current situation based on the preceding events, making him quite suitable for strategic analysis. However, for now, he had not yet reached that level. After Su Yin spoke, Lin Luo maintained a neutral expression, while Wang Hao, Yi Fei, and Cheng Xiaoxiao all appeared shocked, their gazes fixed on Yin. Su Yin is right. Yin did not deny it. But I made one request to bring you all along. She scanned Wang Hao, Lin Luo, Su Yin, and Cheng Xiaoxiao one by one. Her tone was firm and powerful. If you want to fight alongside me in the future, become passionate warriors, and be strong in this world. If you want to be my companions, my comrades. Her gaze met each of theirs, and she saw the brilliance glowing in their eyes, sparkling brightly, their focus unwavering on her, filled with belief and determination. Of course, even now you can still back out. I can only tell you that the path ahead will be fraught with danger, and we may face the threat of death every day, always on the brink of battle. This life may never be stable. If you yearn for a life of comfort, merely wishing to be an ordinary person, now is your last chance. Her voice was cold and powerful, resonating throughout the hall, penetrating the hearts of everyone present. Yin never forced anyone and would not allow the weak to remain by her side, even if they had fought alongside her and made promises. However, she was very clear about what this choice meant. Thus, she offered them one last chance to choose, also testing their resolve. Cheng Xiaoxiao was the first to express her stance. "Wei Guo, wherever you go, I will follow." She smiled, her eyes appearing innocent, yet they held a keen insight into everything. The other three did not need to speak. Their gazes said it all. Wang Hao stood up in dissatisfaction. "Yin, we said we would follow you without regrets. Are you questioning us with this kind of question?" Su Yin also felt displeased. Being doubted by those he trusted wholeheartedly was something that could easily provoke anger among men. Lin Luo remained silent, as if what they said had nothing to do with him. His lips were tightly pressed together. Yin was not surprised by their reactions. Looking at them, she said coolly, "No, I am very clear about what this kind of... Thus I would ask you once more." She raised her lips slightly in a faint smile, her tone uplifting. "However, your responses have further confirmed my belief. My choice and my expectations for each of you are worth it." The group exchanged glances and smiles began to appear. "So please be prepared. It won't be long before the military sends someone." Yin instructed earnestly. "But boss, how do you know that General Shun will agree to your terms?" Lin Luo asked, confused. Yian raised her eyelids slightly, her eyes sharp and cold, her tone firm. He will definitely agree. Shen Han would not let her go, nor would he overlook this group of people. No, to be precise, Longyan needs them, and needs her as well. Boss, we've never been soldiers. Which unit will we be assigned to? Su Yan was particularly curious about this. Yian only told them they would enlist, but did not specify what kind of soldiers they would be. Once Su Yan asked, everyone grew curious. Elite Special Forces. Yian slowly uttered 5 words. Elite Special Forces? Wang Hao and Su Yan exchanged glances, shocked. How could it be so thrilling? Just thinking about it made their blood boil. As men who doesn't have a hero dream in their childhood. And now they say they want to be soldiers, and not just any soldiers, but elite special forces. It's simply exhilarating. But damn, it feels so good that they can't help but want to roar out loud. Just as they were thinking this, Yian's next words crushed their excitement. However, with your current abilities, you are still far from being elite special forces, Yian said bluntly. Of course, except for Cheng Xiaoxiao. As a sniper, Cheng Xiaoxiao already possesses all the abilities required for that position. Therefore, she can certainly bear the title of elite. Cheng Xiaoxiao, proud of Yian's praise, raised her chin towards the others. Wang Hao and Su Yan felt a bit gloomy, realizing they were even inferior to a little girl. But don't worry, starting tomorrow, I will begin training you all. Her lips curved slightly as her eyes swept over everyone present. You, each and every one of you. Finally, her gaze landed on the somewhat downcast Yi Fei, and she said in a deep voice, Yi Fei. Yi Fei immediately stood up straight, looking at Yian's sister. You too. Yi Fei instantly smiled and responded loudly, yes. Sister. The reason Yian didn't bring Yi Fei into the fold was that she hoped he would choose the path he wanted for himself. Secondly, Yi Fei's character was still not well established. He was only 15. If his final choice was the same path as hers, she wouldn't mind keeping him by her side. The reason she chose these few people was that they all possessed unique qualities. Such qualities are indispensable. She had once been the highest commander in the eastern part of the apocalypse, and whether in tactics or training soldiers, her methods back then were far more advanced and powerful than those now. Thus, she had the confidence to train her soldiers into the strongest existence in their ranks, invincible. As if they had determined their goals and direction, each person's eyes became clear and bright. Gulyalu. Cheng Xiaoxiao's stomach growled, and she looked at Yian with a pitiful expression. Sister, Xiao is hungry. Yi Fei's mouth twitched. Come on, don't act cute. Sister, I'm hungry too. Yi Fei pouted. Wang Hao, what is going on? Are these two competing for a Yian then remembered that it was indeed time to eat, and was about to suggest going out to eat together. But just then the doorbell. Su Yan quickly took on the role of the butler and ran to open the door. Who is it? Hello, do you need a housekeeper here? A middle-aged man's voice rang out. Cheng Xiaoxiao waved her hand. Yes, it's here. Su Yan then let the person outside come in. Upon entering, he immediately received the attention of everyone present. Yian looked at the newcomer, a middle-aged man in his 40s with slightly graying hair, but looking neat and spirited, his hands rough, indicating he had done manual labor. His eyes were bright and looked at the people in the room. May I ask which one is Miss Yi? My name is Huang Feihong, and I am here to apply as a housekeeper, chef, and servant. He politely inquired. I am. Yian stepped forward and directly asked, can you cook? Huang Feihong was momentarily taken aback. This. Is this the young lady? Young lady. If you think it's inappropriate, you can also call me young master, Yian replied calmly. I've met the young. Huang Feihong introduced himself excitedly. To not hide anything from the young lady, I grew up in Shaolin Temple, graduated from the New Western Culinary School, and then went to Hongxiang to learn excavator operation for 2 years, and finally worked as a security guard for 10 years. So I can guard the house and cook while driving an excavator. Please keep me young lady. The expressions of the others were, this career span is a bit too vast, right? In this day and age, does finding a domestic job really require so many skills? The young masters and mistresses who came from wealthy backgrounds found it hard to understand. Could it be that life is truly hard, and one must be versatile? Yian seriously nodded, her face filled with appreciation as she patted the man's shoulder and said earnestly, I need someone like you, a versatile talent. It was clear that Yian intended to keep him. Everyone. Sometimes they were quite impressed by Yian's ability to speak nonsense with such seriousness. From now on I will call you Uncle Hong. Perfect timing, everyone is hungry, let's go cook, Yian commanded. Okay. Uncle Hong was instantly moved to tears. With a chef, the group's food and clothing issues would finally be resolved, and Cheng Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to eat a proper meal. When the dishes were served, everyone began to marvel. Indeed, this new Western chef was no joke. The flavors were excellent, not inferior to those of the big hotels outside. The first meal in Yian's new home could be said to be the most extraordinary meal they had ever experienced in their lives. It wasn't a home, yet it had an indescribable sense of belonging. Yi Fei also felt a sense of freedom while eating for the first time, as the table was no longer filled with oppressive atmosphere. He occasionally joked with others, and his personality was much more cheerful than at home. Yian also slowed down her usual speed of eating combat meals, but her appetite remained just as large. Meanwhile, not far from this villa within a less than a kilometer estate, Fu Yunshin looked out at the dark direction where only the lights from one villa flickered weakly in the night. He asked, has the person been arranged over there? Lu Qi had long developed a kind of telepathy with the young master, at certain times replying, "It has been arranged. It is someone selected from the entire Imperial Family Housekeeping Company's data using big data." Oh. Fu Yunshin raised his voice with interest. It's a 45-year-old man, however he is quick and efficient, capable of doing laundry and cooking, not inferior to women. His physical skills are also quite good, can cook, and can drive an excavator, ride an electric bike. Lu Qi counted on his fingers. Wait, electric bikes have been out of date for decades. Alright. Fu Yunshin interrupted Lu Qi, his tone deep. I asked you to arrange for a confinement nanny, and you sent me an old man. Lu Qi, do you want to switch positions with someone else? Lu Qi shuddered in fear. No, it's not like that, young master. You said you wanted an all-purpose nanny who could do everything right. But you never specified it had to be a woman. I selected the one who best met your requirements, and it was this Grandpa Huang. Moreover, this Grandpa Huang used to have a male partner. So Grandpa Huang should not be interested in women. Fu Yunshin shot Lu Qi a cold glance. My wife is so handsome, do you think someone who likes men wouldn't like her? Lu Qi instantly felt an impulse to bang his head against a wall. Yes, that is your wife, young master. You are right in everything you say. Forget it'll go. Fu Yunshin no longer cared. He wasn't truly concerned about the gender issue regarding Yi, and rather he felt that since Yi was always a girl, it would be more convenient for a woman to take care of her. However, since the person had already gone, she was now in charge. How's it going over there now? Fu Yunshin rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, looking towards the direction of the villa. Miss Yi has had several classmates over today, and they are probably dining now. By the way, young master Qing Xiaoxiao is living with Miss Yi as well. Fu Yunshin's face showed displeasure. Is this a housewarming celebration? Didn't they even tell him? It seemed that in her heart, she had truly forgotten about him. Could it be that his presence was too weak? Fu Yunshin fell into self-doubt. Thus Lu Qi watched as his young master sat by the bed deep in thought for a long time. Just as he hesitated about whether to sneak a photo to send to Madame, the young master suddenly moved. He gazed into the distance towards the villa, as if he had made a significant decision. It seems it's time to make our relationship. Lu Qi. Speaking of which, hadn't the young master always been public about their relationship? In this Kyoto, or rather in the entire Xinhua Empire's elite circle, probably no one was unaware that the young master and Miss Yi were engaged. After thinking for a while, Fu Yunshin decided to endure. Let's wait another 2 years. After all, that girl was still young, and he was worried about her reputation. Young master, why don't you tell Miss Yi right now? Lu Qi asked, puzzled. Fu Yunshin shot him a cold glance. Are you stupid? Do you think if she knew about this now? Well, Lu Qi trembled, recalling the last time Yi had pinned Fu Yunshin against the wall and threatened him. That scene was indeed a bit thrilling. Yet he silently criticized, wasn't it the young master himself who was seeking death? So dark and shameless. However, Lu Qi also found it puzzling why the young master, who had always been aloof and indifferent to anything but business, had changed so much after meeting Miss Yi. The next day, several students from Class F took leave and did not attend class. The teacher was concerned, thinking something was wrong, and was about to call to inquire when a phone call from the principal intercepted him. The principal informed the teacher that any matters related to those few students should not be meddled with or made public. Though Teacher Lin was somewhat confused, he listened to the principal and did not pursue the matter, treating it as if those few students did not exist in class, and began the lesson. Only Zhang Li, sitting beside an empty desk, frowned in confusion, poking at the textbook with his pen intermittently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where had those 5 gone? 5th Military District Base. Shenhan looked at the 5 individuals sitting in front of him and found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It's not the first time we've met. It's a pleasure to see you all again. He forced out a sentence, his tone somewhat official. Wang Hao, Su Yan, and Lin Luo nodded slightly. But only Su Yan's face showed a hint of respect, while Wang Hao and Lin Luo appeared a bit perfunctory. Of course, compared to another little girl, they were much better off. While everyone sat properly, Qing Xiaoxiao was curled up in her chair, playing a mobile game. Her petite frame perfectly fit into that curled position. Ahem. Shenhan cleared his throat loudly. Had he not known who Qing Xiaoxiao was, he would have long since picked her up and thrown her out. Qing Xiaoxiao remained unfazed and made a face at Shenhan. Shenhan was so furious he nearly stood up. Xiaoxiao. Yian's voice was slightly cold. Qing Xiaoxiao immediately retracted her playful expression, sitting up straight with her hands on her thighs, looking like a well-behaved student. Shenhan. Was Yian using a switch on Qing Xiaoxiao? Why did she listen as soon as she spoke? General Shun Yian nodded, neither humble nor arrogant, her tone clear and firm. I have brought the people. As for their identities, I need not elaborate. I believe General Shun already knows. With Shenhan's status, finding out the background of these individuals was merely a matter of a few words. The military's authority was not like hers and Lin Luo's, who had to infiltrate and conduct a siege every time. Shenhan nodded, his gaze sweeping over these individuals. Yian commanded, stand up. Immediately all of them stood up, perfectly aligning in a military stance, each one spirited and imposing. It was as if the originally bent, burdened wire had suddenly transformed into a steel beam, standing straight. Even Qing Xiaoxiao, with her tiny frame, seemed to contain boundless strength. In their eyes there was no trace of surrender, nor the loyalty and faith seen in ordinary soldiers. Yet there was another kind of power within them, a force that tightly bound them together. Yin also slowly stood up, facing them, her expression stern, her gaze piercing, her tall figure standing straight. A powerful pressure rushed forth. Clearly these were 5 unrelated individuals with no similarities, yet at this moment, they made Shun Han feel inexplicably that their bond was unbreakable. They were only 5 people, but at such a moment, even an old soldier like Shun Han felt an astonishing aura. He was surprised, thinking back to when he'd last seen them. None of them had been like this. How long had it been? This aura, this appearance was far superior to those new recruits. His gaze involuntarily turned to Yi, and his sharp eyes narrowing with suspicion and scrutiny. Then he spoke loudly. Good. From today onwards, you are all members of the Dragon Tooth Special Forces. Your squad however, ranks are earned through blood, sweat, and merit. Therefore you are now just soldiers. Soldiers without. Similarly, every member of the Dragon Tooth Special Forces is the same. Ranks should be conferred by the Empire, requiring merit and effort to earn. This was not something he could control. And you, Shun Han looked at Yi, and his voice deep, are merely a junior officer. Even though the Dragon Tooth Special Forces enjoyed all the highest privileges, Yin had no objections. Ranks and glory should be earned by ability, and that was only right. Before she became the top commander of the East, she was just an ordinary soldier. Now it was merely a matter of starting over. Remember, the 6th Military District's Dragon Tooth Special Forces governs the entire Xinglua Empire. It will also be the strongest team in the Xinglua Empire, consuming the highest funding. Therefore, many people will be discontented with you. Especially since you are not from a military background and are still young, you are more likely to incur jealousy. If you want to suppress this dissatisfaction, then you must show your capabilities. Quickly become a qualified professional. Shun Han knew that his words were nothing but a breeze to these few people, so he directly looked at Yi, and I hope you want. If your abilities do not match your identity, then I will reclaim command at any time. This was Shun Han's final. Yin stepped forward, exuding a commanding presence, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Rest assured, that day will never come, General Shun. Although Shun Han was quite displeased with this tone, it also reassured him. He hoped that day would not come. Otherwise, he would have no way to explain to the National Assembly or the higher-ups. Very well, in a couple of days, I will send someone to discuss this matter with your father. Yin frowned slightly, but said nothing. The Yi family is a military family, and there are no barriers for their children to join the military. Moreover, the status of children in the military will to some extent affect the family's faction within the military. Everything is interconnected and inseparable. So eventually Yi Zhendong will find out about this. You have 1 week to prepare. Everyone must gather at the Dragon Tooth base in a week. After saying this, Shun Han left Yin alone and had the guards take them to fill out forms. Yin, in the Dragon Tooth unit besides you, I have also selected some very outstanding soldiers from the military. Each of them is an elite among elites. Whether you can make them obey? A hint of amusement appeared on Shun Han's face. That will depend on your abilities. Moreover, among them, there is one who is the youngest major general in the entire Xinglua Empire. Speaking of which, Shun Han suddenly became curious about whether this Yi, and after joining Dragon Tooth, could maintain that expressionless face. Yin did not want to waste time on such trivial matters, and said, Major General Shun, I request to postpone the time by half a month. Why? Shun Han asked in confusion. Yi's lips curled into a bloody smile to handle some family matters. Shun Han nodded, okay. After Yin finished speaking, he went down to record information. However, when he reached the marital status section, the system refused to process his entry. Hello, your marital status is married, please re-enter. The system's voice drew everyone's attention to Yin. Yin's tone was icy as he stared at the words on the system. The officer responsible for their information entry immediately came over to check again. Yin, your records indeed show that you are married. And you just got married half a month ago, the officer stated in a formal manner. He also found it strange. He clearly looked only 16, how could he be married? But the system could not be wrong. How is that possible? The boss can't be married, is your system malfunctioning? Lin Luo, check it out. Wang Hao was in disbelief. Yin also looked at Lin Luo. Without saying a word, Lin Luo directly opened his notebook, but when he pulled up Yin's profile, he was instantly dumbfounded. Boss you. Lin Luo, considering his own safety, chose not to speak, and directly turned the computer around. Indeed, when Yin saw his records, his face instantly darkened. Weiguo, when did you get married? Woo. Cheng Xiaoxiao cried pitifully. Yin's eyes narrowed, veins popping on his hands. He gritted his teeth and spat out 3 words, Fu Yunshin. Suddenly, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. Before the words had even settled, he had already walked out, quickly bringing with him a chilling aura. It felt like a thrilling horror movie was about to unfold. Yin Tung Group Building. President, please take a look. These are the latest electronic devices and equipment specially supplied for the military's Dragon Tooth unit. The technician pointed to the virtual screen projected in the air, showing all the latest developed products to Fu Yun. Immediately arrange for testing. Find an elite special forces soldier from the military for practical testing. After stabilizing all data, contact General Shun. Fu Yunshin sat in his chair, meticulously giving orders. The technician respectfully nodded, yes, President. After that, he exited. Yintang Group's cooperation with the Xinglua military has lasted for a century, developing all high-tech products and electronic equipment for special military units. Moreover, Yuntung Group's technological prowess is considered top-notch even in the entire Blue Star. With centuries of heritage, hundreds of years of business, and a vast foundation and funding, Yuntung Group can cultivate one after another leader in the field of research. Fu Yunshin looked at the feedback information on the virtual screen, seriously frowning, seemingly dissatisfied with one of the numerical feedbacks. Bang! Suddenly a loud noise erupted. The door to Fu Yunshin's office was kicked open. Fu Yunshin's body jolted, raising his head with a hint of surprise and an uneasy premonition. An annoy. He was about to greet. Yi Ain's cold gaze narrowed as he strode forward, radiating murderous intent toward Fu Yunshin. Fu Yunshin blinked, looking confused and innocent. Meanwhile, Yin didn't say a word and directly yanked him up from the chair, pushing him against the floor-to-ceiling window. Bang! The dull sound of flesh colliding echoed. Fu Yunshin instinctively glanced behind him, relieved that the glass was made of special materials and couldn't be shattered by bombs, otherwise his life would have been at risk. Miss Yi, what is happening to our president? Lu Qi arrived just in time, and upon entering, he was stunned by the scene before him. Young master. Lu Qi stuttered, uncertain of what to do. He was anxiously waiting for help. Outside the office was seeking assistance. Yin cast a sideways glance at Lu Qi. Lu Qi immediately trembled all over. Get out, Fu Yunshin said coldly. Lu Qi immediately stood up, very gentlemanly, and bowed. Yes, young master. He then quickly exited, closing the office door with a sense of awareness. Seventh brother, what happened? What's going on? Someone asked. Is that person going to harm the president? Lu Qi had a calm demeanor, his expression serious. It's nothing, the president is just disciplining his wife. Wife? That young man just now is the president's wife. Isn't the future wife, Miss Yi? So that was just a facade. Everyone was in shock, realizing that their president had a preference for this type. Inside the office, Fu Yunshin cleared his throat softly, his demeanor toward Yi and utterly transformed. Gone was the commanding authority he displayed moments earlier when reprimanding Lu Qi. Next time you come, let me know in advance. I'll grant you full system access, Fu Yunshin said with a dazzling smile, completely forgetting that his very life hung precariously in Yian's hands. Yian tightened her grip on Fu Yunshin's lapel and sneered. What do you think? A faint, intrigued flicker shimmered in Fu Yunshin's eyes as his brows lifted slightly. And don't you find it rather intimate? This posture we always assume whenever we speak. Even if we are formally engaged, you're still young. Such closeness invites misunderstanding. Rumors would tarnish your reputation. His tone carried a veneer of paternal concern, though to Yian it sounded unmistakably like the slippery rhetoric of a shameless rogue. She knew the sole effective method for dealing with men like him was strike. Fu Yunshin. She ground out each syllable sharp as shattered glass, then launched a swift hook toward his jaw. Fu Yunshin's sword-like brows tensed. In one fluid motion, he twisted like an eel, slipping from her grasp, and seized her wrist in a firm, effortless counterhold. You're attempting spousal homicide, and he teased, his grin rakish and dangerously alluring, so devastatingly handsome it defied reason. Yian's gaze sharpened. She drove her leg backward in a sudden, forceful kick. As Fu Yunshin evaded, she struck with a precise, lethal knife-hand chop aimed straight at his neck. Fu Yunshin moved with equal agility, dodging effortlessly. Yian's eyes turned glacial. So the esteemed President Fu possesses impressive martial prowess after all. Before the words had fully settled, she lunged again. Swift, ruthless, every motion a textbook perfect study in precision and lethality. Watching Yian blur into near-invisible motion, Fu Yunshin's eyes dimmed faintly, shadowed by something deep and unreadable. Just then his arm was seized, but instead of resisting, he let a sly, almost imperceptible curve lift his lips. He gripped Yian's arm tightly and dropped his weight abruptly downward. Off balance, Yian was pulled down by his momentum. They crashed onto the sofa with a heavy thud, sinking deep into its plush surface. Yian landed almost entirely atop Fu Yunshin, faces inches apart, an eerie, unsettling harmony hanging between them. In an instant, her forearm locked across his throat, immobilizing him completely. You've concealed your abilities well. Few can hold their own against me in combat. Had her voice not been so icily detached, Fu Yunshin might have taken it as genuine praise. And then you've misunderstood me entirely. I've never hidden anything. I simply refuse to lay a hand on my wife. His eyes held hers, his gaze warm, his brow arching ever so slightly. Fu Yunshin, my patience has limits. Her voice was frigid steel, her stare two piercing blades fixed unblinkingly upon him. A fleeting glint passed through Fu Yunshin's eyes before his rich brown irises widened just slightly, and his tone shifted, wounded and plaintive. But you attacked the moment you walked in. I truly have no idea what's angered you. As expected, the frost in Yi's gaze softened almost imperceptibly. A subtle, nearly invisible smile flickered at the corner of Fu Yunshin's lips, though his expression remained guilelessly innocent. I only wish to know, when exactly did we get married? Yi's eyes narrowed coldly as she demanded. When? Fu Yunshin feigned sudden realization. That matter. Yian stared him down as if one unsatisfactory word would trigger her immediate fatal retaliation. Wasn't it half a month ago? Fu Yunshin furrowed his brow lightly. And didn't you accept during the banquet? After all, the entire Xinghua Empire already knows. We'll marry eventually. Why delay the formalization? It simplifies matters considerably. His expression was grave, utterly convincing, as if reciting solemn truth. Yian now genuinely contemplated killing him on the spot. She prided herself on facing countless adversaries, but none like Fu Yunshin. He was a masterclass in audacious insolence, utterly rewriting her understanding of human nerve. Her wrist snapped forward. The bracelet morphed seamlessly into a sleek pistol pressed firmly against Fu Yunshin's forehead. Do you truly believe I won't pull the trigger? Fu Yunshin, you should know how deeply I despise being manipulated like a puppet. The cold metal pressed tight against his skin, forcing his head back, just slightly. Yian straddled him, her gaze commanding from above. Yet Fu Yunshin remained perfectly composed, meeting her eyes with unnerving calm. Wielding the token I gifted you as our betrothal pledge, and pointing it at my head. Is that truly appropriate? His lips curved faintly, but his voice and gaze were strangely hushed. Unsettling, almost spectral. Yian held his stare. Betrothal pledge. A firearm. She scoffed. Shall I demonstrate how it feels to be struck point blank by the very weapon you designed yourself? Fu Yunshin's mouth tightened, his eyes locked onto hers, silent, unwavering. Yian's fury, once white-hot and volatile, gradually cooled. Not quite extinguished, but tempered by sheer exhaustion. Wait, cooled. When had her anger ever subsided so easily? She studied Fu Yunshin, still silent, gazing back with an expression of profound theatrical grievance. The gun withdrew from his forehead, retracting back into her wristband, then instantly reshaped into a clawed grip that seized his cheeks and yanked hard. Confess freely, or face consequences without mercy. Fu Yunshin, if your explanation fails to satisfy me, I will make your existence far more agonizing than death itself. Her voice was low, chilling, her fingers tightening with cruel intent. Ouch! An ow ow ow. Fu Yunshin winced, his handsome face contorting comically under her grip. Only when his features twisted into absurdity did a faint sardonic curve grace Yian's lips. She rose from him, strode forward, and settled herself decisively into the CEO's chair, her presence radiating dominance even more fiercely than Fu Yunshin ever had. Fu Yunshin stood as well, merely brushing a hand through his hair, ignoring the disarray of his shirt, leaving it loosely unbuttoned and open. This disheveled elegance bore no resemblance to the immaculate commanding executive who'd been handling business moments before Yian's arrival. He sauntered slowly toward the desk, his tall frame casting a long, deliberate shadow over the space. Instinctively, he reached into the drawer beside him, withdrew a pack of cigarettes, plucked one free between two fingers, and flicked open his lighter. Movement smooth, practiced, refined by years of habit. Yet this time, before the flame could catch a swift kick, sent the lighter and cigarette scattering across the floor. Fu Yunshin raised an eyebrow, but showed no intention of continuing. Yian retracted her legs and remained silent. However, her expression clearly conveyed, I am very displeased, do not provoke me. Fu Yunshin casually leaned against the table facing Yian. Do you think our engagement has any impact on you? He asked. Yian furrowed her brows. Did it have an impact? She wasn't sure, but for now it did not. Seeing Yian's expression, a smile began to form at the corners of Fu Yunshin's mouth. I think for you it's more about seeking benefits and avoiding harm. The marriage between us will neither burden you nor cause you trouble. On the contrary, you will share my wealth, and everyone in the capital will treat you with utmost respect. Wherever you go, you can always access vast wealth. Do you think in the end you are the one losing out, or am I the one? Moreover, since everyone in the capital circle knows about this, you have acknowledged it in front of everyone before. Do you intend to annul the engagement again in 2 years? Annulling twice within 3 years. And given the gossip-loving nature of the elite in the capital, this turmoil will not be small for you. Fu Yunshin spoke eloquently. And you are a promising young person with a righteous worldview. You cannot push all these matters onto me and expect me to resolve them. Although I am the CEO, my heart is quite fragile. He sighed deeply. Yian's expression was not pleasant, as she even felt a bit like hitting someone. Moreover, we are now legally recognized as a married couple. The ship has sailed. Do you still want a divorce? Fu Yunshin added, of course I do not agree, and this matter is conditions. The conditions for divorce. Yian knew there was no need to dwell on this matter. Fu Yunshin was right, their marriage already existed, and even if she killed him, this relationship would still exist. And this relationship indeed had no effect on her. She had never been someone who could be restrained or manipulated by others, let alone by a mere agreement. Conditions? Fu Yunshin chuckled, leaning forward slightly, his handsome face looming closer as his smile. Unless I die, he slowly articulated for words, his eyes fixed intently on Yian's calm face. Yian stared back at him. The air seemed to be charged with an invisible spark, creating a tension that was stifling. After a moment of silence, Fu Yunshin's voice broke the eerie quiet between them. In 3 years, if you still wish to annul the marriage, then I will unconditionally agree and handle all the aftermath. Fu Yunshin seriously stated this. Yian squinted her eyes, watching Fu Yunshin, and remained silent for a moment. Then she uttered 2 words, perp. She wanted to know the reason behind Fu Yunshin's actions, specifically what else he intended to do beyond this. Fu Yunshin had helped her, even provided her with what she needed most, and had saved her. This was an undeniable fact. Yet she had never believed that a stranger would go to such lengths for another, unless this person possessed something he desired. Interests are always the driving force behind all human acts. However, what puzzled her was that she did not sense any schemes or malice from Fu Yunshin. Thus she was curious about what his true purpose was. A glint flashed in Fu Yunshin's deep eyes as he leaned closer to Yin. If I just say it outright, it would lose its why not seek the answer yourself? Fu Yunshin's long legs allowed him to sit casually on the table, one leg dangling, exuding a carefree arrogance. Meanwhile, Yin sat in his CEO chair upright and stern as if their positions had completely reversed. Yin was the CEO while Fu Yunshin seemed more like a visitor. Fu Yunshin's lips moved, and upon seeing the gradually compromising look in Yin's eyes, a hint of a smile disappeared imperceptibly. Yin extended a hand toward Fu Yunshin, seemingly wanting something. Fu Yunshin was puzzled. A card for joint marital assets, Yin stated succinctly. Of course, translated, it meant your wife wants money. Fu Yunshin suddenly burst into laughter, inexplicably feeling a sense of achievement in pampering his wife. He took out a black and gold card from his wallet and handed it to Yin. Very generous, spend freely. Yin accepted it without hesitation, then stood up and strode out of Fu Yunshin's office, not even glancing back at him. However, just as she reached the office door, she suddenly remembered something. Fu Yunshin, I heard your company's research department has the top resources in the entire Blue Star. Fu Yunshin raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised that Yin would mention this. You could say that. I want to borrow it. Yin directly stated her request. At your service. Fu Yunshin's lips curved slightly. Yin frowned, seemingly not expecting Fu Yunshin to respond so straightforwardly. She then opened the door and left without looking at Fu Yunshin even once. Compared to her earlier murderous aura, she was much gentler when leaving. Fu Yunshin took a step and sat in the chair Yin had just vacated, unable to hide the smile on his face. Since meeting Yi and Fu Yunshin felt as though the muscles in his face had become much more developed. When Lu Qi entered, he saw his young master sitting in the chair grinning foolishly. He couldn't help but wonder if Miss Yi had not treated the young master well. What could have made a good young master act this way? After Yin left Yuntung building, she drove straight back to her villa. On the way, Yin suddenly realized that her focus seemed to have been diverted by Fu Yunshin. Originally, she intended to settle accounts with Fu Yunshin, but unknowingly, she had been led astray by him. Yin had completely followed his words. She had already forgotten about settling scores. He could quickly detect her weaknesses and guess her thoughts, which was why he could so easily bring up topics she was interested in and likely to discuss with him. Fu Yunshin. She pressed her clenched fist against the car horn. Beep. The horn sounded loudly. A soft and apologetic voice of a girl echoed from within. Dear friends, please understand, I didn't mean to be so slow. Writing every day is quite exhausting for me. Do you know how long we've been waiting for your book updates? Another person, more aggressive, pulled out a knife and exclaimed, if you don't update soon, I swear I'll kill myself in front of you. I'll feed you the blade. Someone added, enough said, authors who dig holes without filling them should be beaten up. Update. Update. The crowd erupted into a thunderous uproar, sounding as if a riot was taking place. Beat her. Jiang Li's eyes widened in shock, her beautiful face full of despair as she suddenly pointed to the sky. Look, a spaceship. Taking advantage of the distraction, she quickly slipped into the crowd and ran out. She's running. Quick, chase her, otherwise we won't have any updates to read tomorrow. A group of people crazily chased after a young girl running down. Jiang Li was also bewildered. She hadn't expected to be cornered by a group of fervent fans right after finishing a signing event. As she turned a corner, she paused to catch her breath, when suddenly her wrist was grabbed. Will big brother spare me? I promise I won't stop updating anymore. I guarantee updates every hour from 9 to 5. Will. A familiar deep voice rang out. Jiang Li widened her eyes. Yin. Found you. The heartless author is here. Everyone come quickly. Suddenly a man appeared wielding a knife and lunged at Jiang Li. Yin was taken aback by the ferocity of the crowd, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. The knife seemed to be immobilized as if caught in an unseen grip. In that moment, Yin took Jiang Li's hand, and they swiftly escaped the scene. The author is running away. Quick chase. Instantly, the crowd surged after them again. Get in the car. Yin pulled Jiang Li into her car, and just as the crowd closed in, she pressed the accelerator, and the car quickly sped away from the area. Jiang Li exhaled a sigh of relief as she watched the distance between them and the pursuers grow in the rearview mirror. Phew. That scared me to death. I thought tomorrow's headline would be about a certain beautiful author being intercepted and killed by readers on the street. She looked at Yin with gratitude. Thank you. Yin calmly gripped the steering wheel and asked, what kind of heinous act did you commit that made them want to kill? They are all my fans, Jiang Li sighed. Yin frowned slightly, seemingly puzzled. If they are your fans, why do they want to kill you? Well, I wrote 2 books before, but they were left unfinished for too long. Recently, I've been struggling with inspiration, so the updates have been slow. Today happened to be a signing event, and I was cornered by some radical readers. She sighed. Actually, I'm quite upset too. But my brain can only handle so much that it can't always be running right. Yin glanced at Jiang Li. But you seem to be enjoying it. Jiang Li smiled. You caught me. Though it's tough, being liked and recognized by readers is truly a joy in itself. Yin remained non-committal, not quite understanding why someone would still find joy in being pursued. Yin, actually, you have that kind of ability too, right? Jiang Li suddenly chuckled, a hint of probing in her tone. Yin suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing Jiang Li to lurch forward due to inertia. Yin's gaze turned icy as she scrutinized Jiang Li. You knew all along. She didn't beat around the bush, as she disliked wasting time on trivial matters. If Jiang Li had known from the beginning about her abilities, then her intention of approaching her became clear. Under Yin's piercing gaze, Jiang Li swallowed hard. Such a strong pressure. No. I wasn't certain before, just had a feeling. It was only when you just used that ability that I realized it. Jiang Li was still somewhat afraid Yin might silence her permanently. Although she liked Yin, she wasn't sure if she had stepped on her sensitive spot. What if? Yin's beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously, her elegant and handsome face, giving Jiang Li an impression of a formidable threat in the confined space of the car. You also possess abilities, it was a statement. Yin fixed her gaze on Jiang Li. Jiang Li cautiously observed her before asking, do you understand your abilities? Or do you know? How many types of ability systems exist in this world? Yin furrowed her brows. If it were the apocalyptic world, she would understand that it involves biological evolution to a certain extent, adapting for survival. However, in this time and space, she wasn't clear on how people's abilities were acquired. From her observation, there were very few ability users in this realm. To this day, she hadn't met another except for the leader of the Greedy Wolf mercenary group, Lan Xiao, whom she had crossed paths with once, and perhaps this girl before her, who might possess abilities. Seeing Yin's expression, Jiang Li already knew. She smiled. Since we are so fated, let me take you to a place. Yin looked puzzled, but didn't refuse, her curiosity piqued. As Yin showed no reluctance, Jiang Li placed her hand on the navigation touchscreen and selected a location. Yin's lips curled slightly as she started the car and said in a calm voice, I hope it won't disappoint me. With a press of the accelerator, the car transformed into a blur and skidded around the corner, disappearing from view. Half an hour later, Yin's car stopped in front of a research institute. She frowned as Jiang Li had already gotten out and was waiting for her. She also exited the car, sending a message to Cheng Xiaoxiao to inform her that she would be home later. Let's go. Jiang Li led her inside. Yin surveyed her surroundings as she followed Jiang Li. Grandpa Yu, Jiang Li walked directly into one of the laboratories in the research institute. An elderly man in a lab coat who had been conducting research suddenly looked up, and upon seeing Jiang Li smiled. It's you, Li girl, he said, placing down what he was holding. As he stepped forward, a tall figure suddenly walked in. He paused for a moment, and then smiled knowingly, cheerfully exclaiming, so it turns out Li girl brought her boyfriend. Not bad, not bad. He looked Yin up and down. Li girl has good taste. Yes, the young man is quite impressive. Jiang Li's smile froze at the corner of her mouth, then a hint of mischief surfaced as she casually linked her arm with Yin's, saying, yes, my taste is quite good, isn't it? Yin lightly coughed and said nothing, as if she had grown accustomed to it. However, she was not very fond of physical intimacy with others, so she withdrew her hand. Ha ha, don't be shy, young man. The girl Li has grown up in front of my eyes, so there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Professor Yu is already firmly convinced of the couple's relationship. Yin, what did she have to be embarrassed about? Jiang Li, fearing she had gone too far, quickly coughed twice. Ahem. Grandpa Yu, we are here this time to discuss something important with you. Professor Yu, somewhat puzzled, invited them inside. Jiang Li stood up to introduce. This is Professor Yu, a renowned expert in biological genetics in the field of blue stars biology. At the same time, he is also an outstanding physicist, primarily researching physical molecular science. Yin respectfully nodded at Professor Yu. She had always held great respect for academic figures because she understood that each discovery and success by these individuals was related to the progress and changes of the entire social civilization. And these individuals, like all heroes, are worthy of being remembered in history. Professor Yu, she politely called out. Jiang Li continued the introduction. Professor, this is Yin, my friend. Professor Yu also kindly nodded. Jiang Li directly addressed Professor Yu. Professor, Yin has that kind of ability as well. Jiang Li's words caused their expressions to shift. Yin instinctively became vigilant, her brow slightly furrowed as she looked at Professor Yu with a hint of scrutiny. Professor Yu was also taken aback, then stood up to examine Yin closely again, as if he needed to see something extraordinary from her. Yin, rest assured, I brought you to Professor Yu just to let you know that you are not the only one with special abilities in this. And Professor Yu is the one who knows the most about special abilities in all of Blue Star, Jiang Li reassured her gently. Although they had not interacted much, she could sense Yin's heavy caution. Yin looked at Professor Yu and remained silent. However, an invisible aura filled the entire laboratory. Yin, may I see your special ability? Professor Yu tentatively inquired. Yin herself was curious and wanted to understand the origin and system of special abilities. Therefore, she did not hesitate to display her special ability. She looked at a test tube containing red liquid on the experimental table and extended her hand, bending her index finger slightly. The test tube immediately flew up as if attracted by some force, returning to Yin's hand. Yin held out the test tube in her hand towards Professor Yu. However, Professor Yu was stunned. His palms trembled slightly as he took the test tube from Yin. What's wrong, Grandpa Yu? Jiang Li asked, somewhat puzzled. It seems this is not an ordinary special ability. Professor Yu frowned, his gaze fixed on Yin, This kind of special ability, according to my analysis and experiments, should not exist at this time. Yi An's expression was flat, showing no emotions, but her eyebrows raised slightly. Her special ability was brought back from the apocalypse, and the differences from the existence in this timeline were also a normal phenomenon. Please guide me, Professor, she asked earnestly. Professor, you did not hide anything and began to explain. 20 years ago, while studying human genetic changes, I discovered that in the past century, a small portion of human genes on Blue Star have been mutating. Though I made this discovery, I had never found relevant literature. It was not until I searched the library at the Star Luo Empire Research Center that I found information written by a polymath named Feng Xie. It detailed the changes in human genes on Blue Star from ancient times to the present and conducted a deeper study on the genetic changes in the past century. He also discovered that starting from 200 years ago, a substance was produced in Blue Star's atmosphere, which could combine with human genes with a certain probability and cause mutations in human functions to some extent. He named this substance the key, meaning the key to unlock another realm. Yian frowned slightly, continuing to listen, secretly thinking, so this is the reason for the emergence of special abilities in Blue Star humans. When Professor Yu mentioned the scientist named Feng Xie, he became excited, his face filled with reverence. This scientist named Feng Xie is a rare genius who has garnered global attention. Every one of his research projects and discoveries has propelled Blue Star's scientific civilization forward by decades, even centuries, encompassing all the world's scientific awards. However, it is regrettable that this person has been missing for 16 years and no one knows where he went. Yian interrupted Professor Yu, saying, I am not interested in this person. I would rather know about the special abilities. It was very impolite to interrupt Professor Yu at this moment, but Yian was more eager to understand the matter regarding special abilities. She had no interest in this so-called scientific genius. Professor Yu seemed to finally realize he had digressed and awkwardly coughed twice. Ahem. Through Dr. Feng's research, it was found that when this substance combines with a person's genes, it can produce countless possibilities, and these possibilities arise in conjunction with the individual's own state and abilities. Thus, the resulting special abilities are also diverse. What is the probability of the combination, and are there any special conditions for the combination? Yian directly inquired. Although she did not have deep knowledge in the field of science, she was clear about certain principles. Professor Yu was somewhat shocked by Yi An's direct question, and even Jiang Li was taken aback, blinking at Yi and with a hint of admiration. Professor Yu took a deep breath. The probability of the entire human population on Blue Star combining with this substance is 1 in a billion. The opportunity for the combination occurs when a person's abilities or ideological state reach a critical point, at which time they will have the chance to combine. This is inexplicable, but it is the only clue left by Dr. Feng. In simpler terms, this can also be understood as awakening. When your abilities or ideological consciousness reach a certain critical point, genetic mutations will occur, resulting in special abilities. And after the mutation, the new type of human formed we in the scientific community refer to as subhuman species. Professor Yu spoke slowly and eloquently. Yian understood that this time and space was different from the abilities formed in the apocalypse. The people of the apocalypse evolved their abilities to adapt for survival. Thus, every ability is akin to their own body. In contrast, the ability users of Blue Star awakened through a mutation caused by the combination with certain molecules. Yian sat upright, looking at Professor Yu. Please inform me about the ability system formed by the subhumans. Yi An's formal inquiry made Professor Yu straighten up as well. After taking another look at the young man before him, who appeared to be only 16 or 17 years old, he felt as though he was 26 or 27, resembling someone who had long held a high position. Seeing the two in a negotiation-like posture, Jiang Li suddenly felt a bit superfluous. A random image of a CEO taking his young girlfriend to a business negotiation formed in her mind. In fact, the ability system I currently grasp is not extensive. This is because after the molecular combination, the genes will diversify, and this diversification is mostly accompanied by the host's abilities. Similarly, the strength depends on the potential of the host's body. Currently, as far as I know, the ability system possessed by subhumans is divided into 3 main categories: mental type ability, users whose perception is exceptionally strong, able to control others' mental will, and possess extraordinary memory, primarily serving as auxiliary abilities. After a pause, Professor Yu looked at Jiang Li. Li girl, you are a mental type ability user. Jiang Li, upon hearing her name called, snapped out of her daydream and immediately said, yes, that's right. The moment I saw Yi, and I felt there was something different about him compared to ordinary people. Although not very obvious, the magnetic energy fluctuations around her were entirely different from those of ordinary people. That's why you transferred to Ziwei Star. Yian looked at Jiang Li and said coldly. Jiang Li stuck out her tongue. That's just one of the reasons. There are other reasons. She wanted to observe this deeply charismatic character up close, to spark some inspiration for writing her novel. The second category is the energy type, which is mostly offensive abilities. The third category is the mutation type, which mainly involves physical mutations and manifests in 2 forms. One is bodily enhancement, and the other is a change in a specific part. As he spoke, Professor Yu looked at Yi and with some confusion in his eyes. However, your ability does not seem to fully belong to these three categories. EANS abilities are primarily control type and visualization type. If we were to say there is a relationship of inclusion between abilities, then EANS abilities could encompass the three categories Professor Yu just mentioned. In other words, EANS abilities seem somewhat overpowered. Although Professor Yu only saw her control type ability, he clearly sensed the difference. Perhaps it has undergone some mutation, Ian said with a faint smile. After saying this, she shifted her gaze and asked, "May I take a look at the materials written by Dr. Foam?" Professor Yu smiled wryly. This material was taken away by the Blue Star Federation Research Institute 10 years. Ian was a bit puzzled. She seemed to have heard of the Blue Star Federation Research Institute in the memories of this body, vaguely recalling something, but there were no clear data memories presented. Zhang Li stood up to explain. The Blue Star Federation Research Institute is a research base established at great expense by several of the strongest nations on Blue Star. The people at this institute gathered the most outstanding experts from various academic fields across Blue Star, each of whom holds a position equivalent to that of Professor Yu. However, no one knows exactly what the results of their research have been used for. Yet the power of this place surpasses that of the various countries. What they seek cannot be refused by any country. One could say, they are a kingdom unto themselves. Ian raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhang Li. You seem to be quite knowledgeable about these matters. That is a necessity. Oh, I need various materials for my writing and must know about different things, Zhang Li replied. Li girl is correct, but as far as I know, they seem to be researching matters related to subhumans, as well. Professor Yu said. I understand. Thank you for clarifying, Professor Yu. Ian politely nodded. Yian's serious and courteous demeanor made him feel a bit awkward. This feeling was strange. There was an indescribable aura about this 20-year-old youth. Strong-willed. Yes, that was it. He was resolute and upright. Although these words seemed somewhat out of place for this young child, the impression he gave off was indeed like this, exuding an air of handsomeness. Professor Yu smiled. No need to be polite. You are the girl's boyfriend. Since she brought you here, it is only right to tell you the. Moreover, since you have already awakened and evolved into a subhuman, you should know about these matters. Zhang Li awkwardly chuckled, wondering if Yi and would be angry. She was quite worried. Yi nodded and offered no further explanation. She always preferred to avoid unnecessary thus she was always too lazy to explain her gender, as it would not cause her any inconvenience. Zhang Li raised an eyebrow, surprised that Yian was not angry. Yian, I have a request. Professor Yu, please go ahead, Yian responded. Professor Yu said, you see, Li girl is the first ability user I have encountered, and you are the second. I wonder if it would be convenient for you, Yian. I would like to extract a bit of your blood to analyze your DNA. Yian squinted her eyes, harboring a hint of danger. Your DNA? Don't worry, Yian. I absolutely will not tell anyone about this. Professor Yu repeatedly assured her. Furthermore, if you need any clarifications, feel free to come directly to my laboratory for help. This is an exchange, an equal exchange. For Professor Yu, although he has developed a theoretical system and analysis regarding subhumans, he has not formally studied any ability users besides Li girl. Li girl's awakening has only been a few years, and she is a mental type ability user. There is still a significant difference compared to other abilities. Yian looked at Professor Yu, seemingly considering the equivalence of their exchange, then nodded okay. Professor Yu is an expert in the academic field, and since he understands the ability system of this time and space, so well, it may also be a great help to her in the future. Seeing her agreement, Professor Yu smiled cheerfully and immediately went to fetch a test tube to draw blood from Yi. Yian showed no signs of hesitation and allowed Professor Yu to insert the needle into the syringe. Soon the red liquid flowed into the test tube. She focused her gaze on the flowing red blood, watching as it fell into the test tube. After drawing blood, Yian and Zhang Li bid farewell to Professor Yu and left. As they stepped out of the research institute, Yian casually placed one hand in his pocket and asked while walking, "Why did you bring me here?" Zhang Li followed behind, stepping into Yian's shadow, her mind weaving various narrative scenarios, completely missing Yian's question. Moi. Yian stopped in his tracks. Zhang Li bumped directly into Yian's back. Ouch. Huh. What did you just ask? Zhang Li finally reacted. Her mind raced immediately. Oh, I got it. You just asked me why I brought you here. Yian walked towards his car. Not bad. Zhang Li and she could only be considered ordinary classmates for now, but she seemed to care too much about her. Even Professor Yu was introduced to her. Zhang Li squinted and smiled. I told you we are fated. This is also a repayment for saving my life just now. Yian looked at her. Her eyes were honest, and her smile was sincere. Fate. That word seemed to carry some weight. She smiled faintly, but then recalled something. Professor, you said you have a psychic ability. Yes. Zhang Li did not hide it, and volunteered, I can let you experience it. Yian nodded, perfectly agreeable. Immediately Zhang Li fixed her gaze on Yian's pupils, and a flash of light flickered in her eyes. Gradually Yian's expression began to grow vacant. But within seconds, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. Those eyes instantly regained clarity. You woke up too quickly. Zhang Li widened her eyes, and as expected of the destined female, Li Qi truly had a remarkable rhythm. You are the first person who can return to normal in such a short time. Yian looked puzzled. What was that just now? Did you see it? Zhang Li asked, excited and hopeful. Yian nodded, although it was brief. I saw a young man in traditional clothing and a young woman in plain white attire. Just now it seemed she had been forcibly pulled into another world. Thus her body automatically triggered a sense of crisis, and under the powerful effect of her psyche, she quickly woke up. That world is from the story I wrote. Zhongli smiled, explaining, the two people you just saw are the male and female leads in my book. My psychic ability is to convey my spiritual world through words, allowing readers to easily empathize. Zhongli spoke leisurely. Yin understood, but was still somewhat surprised. This was her first encounter with such a form of psychic ability. Shoo, this matter must be kept a secret. I will also keep your secret. Zhongli gestured with a smile. Yin smiled faintly. Don't worry, I don't like to talk, let alone speak useless words. Zhongli. This sounded fine, but why did it feel strange to her? After speaking, Yi and had already gotten into the car and sat in the driver's seat. Do you need a ride home? Yin asked. Zhongli waved her hand and quickly said, no need to trouble yourself, oh I can go home by myself. It wasn't that she didn't want to get in the car. It was just that Yin had already fulfilled all her fantasies about a boyfriend, especially with Yin's overwhelmingly strong boyfriend energy. She was really afraid she might bend. Her big female lead, the female lead she had imagined, how did she become the male lead instead? Yin asked again, are you? Zhongli immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yin didn't ask further, pressing the accelerator. The car suddenly jerked forward, drifting around a corner, and soon vanished from sight. Zhongli let out a heavy sigh, glanced back at the research institute, and carrying her backpack headed home. She felt somewhat curious, wondering, what would Yin's future destiny be like? Perhaps Yin's position would drift further away from her, and their intersections would become two parallel lines. In the past few days, Yi Zhendong hadn't returned to the military base, taking a long break at home, but due to Yin's move away from the Yi family, the atmosphere at home had been rather tense. Yi Fei also rarely returned home, leaving early and coming back late. Encountering family members became a rare occasion. Gradually, Yi Zhendong began to feel estranged from Yi Fei, and whenever he saw Yi Fei, he would reprimand him a few words. However, Yi Fei's responses only made him seem increasingly rebellious. In short, Yi Zhendong blamed everything on Yi and believing she was the one who led his son astray. Regarding Yin's departure from the Yi family, he wasn't concerned about her whereabouts, or what he cared about more was that the inheritance rights of the Yi family absolutely could not be neglected. Who knows when the old man might pass away, and according to legal procedures a lawyer would naturally come forward to help Yi and safeguard her rights. Thus he had to resolve the issue of the Yi family's inheritance rights as soon as possible. He absolutely could not allow that little beast Yi to take away everything from the Yi family. At the military hospital in Kyoto, Yi Zhendong knocked on the door of Yi Jiangwo's hospital room while carrying a fruit basket. Mr. Yi, the guard respectfully called out, then walked over to Yi Jiangwo's side. Chief, Mr. Yi has arrived. Yi Jiangwo turned his wheelchair around and saw Yi Zhendong. His expression was not very pleasant. You came. The cold three words indicated Yi Jiangwo's disappointment at seeing Yi Zhendong. Yi Zhendong's face was a bit awkward as he smiled and stepped forward. Dad. While speaking, he handed the fruit basket to the guard, signaling with his eyes. The guard took the fruit basket and placed it aside, tactfully exiting the room. Within the hospital room, only Yi Jiangwo and Yi Zhendong remained. What are you here for? Yi Zhendong smiled. Dad, I came to see you, didn't I? No one visits the Three Treasures Hall without a reason. Just say what you want. Yi Jiangwo understood this son too well. If he didn't have something to discuss, he would never come to the hospital to see him. In the past it was an inn and Xiao Fei who often came to visit him, while this son of his would never come without a reason. Dad, why do you say that? Can't I come to see you if I have nothing going on? Yi Zhendong smiled on the surface. Yi Jiangwo had been a soldier for many years, raising Yi Zhendong with strict discipline, so naturally a sense of authority loomed over him. This long-established habit led Yi Zhendong to habitually refrain from opposing Yi Jiangwo. Yi Jiangwo coldly snorted and remained silent, not even looking at Yi Zhendong. Yi Zhendong felt a bit awkward, casually grabbed an orange and sat down on a chair to start peeling it. Dad, I actually came to find you because there are some matters to discuss. He lowered his head and spoke. Yi Jiangwo's expression instantly darkened. As expected, it's about Yin. Yi Zhendong observed Yi Jiangwo's expression and spoke in a deep. Upon hearing the name Yin, Yi Jiangwo's expression changed slightly as he fixed his gaze on Yi Zhendong and directly questioned, what have you done to Wei Gua? Yi Zhendong halted his peeling of the orange, frowning. Dad, why are you so concerned about Yin? Am I not your biological son? Since Yin was born, you have been attentive to her in every aspect. The Yi family has more than just her. Isn't your favoritism a bit excessive? Yi Zhendong felt somewhat dissatisfied. Ever since Yin's birth, the old man's gaze had been fixed on her, as if she were some precious treasure. The favoritism had reached its peak. Compared to him, his bloodline was closer. He was the primary heir, yet the old man had given everything to Yin. Why is that? Yi Zhendong felt very resentful, but such feelings could only be suppressed in front of the old man. However, as the conflicts with Yin intensified, he understood that the inheritance rights of the Yi family absolutely could not fall into Yin's hands. Of course, he did not deny that he himself also wanted to obtain the inheritance rights. No man can resist the allure of power, wealth, and women. Upon hearing Yi Zhendong's words, the old man's face turned even more unpleasant. What's wrong with me favoring Wei Guo? Isn't she your daughter? Is there something wrong with a grandfather favoring his granddaughter? Instead, you of all people are jealous of your own daughter. It's utterly disgraceful. The old man's rebuke darkened Yi Zhendong's face. That I won't say much more. Just think about how deeply you favor Yin. Am I not the first heir of the Yi family? Why do you just give it to her? Am I not your biological son? Yi Zhendong's series of questions carried dissatisfaction and resentment. The old man did not respond, but merely sneered. The current head of the Yi family is me. Ooh, I can give it to whoever I... Do you think you deserve to face Yin and Yi Fei? Do you think you deserve to face their mother? What did you promise when you... But what have you done since then? You Yi Zhendong must bear half the responsibility for Dai Dai's death. The old man, his body overwhelmed with emotion, began to cough heavily. Cough, cough, cough. It took a while for him to recover. Yi Zhendong wanted to step forward to ease the old man's breath, but before he could move, he was stopped by the old man. I am not weak enough for that. You should take care of yourself. Yi Zhendong's eyes darkened. Dad, you can't blame me for this. A witch man doesn't have affairs outside. Besides, at that time, Dai. What happened at that time? Has she already become a shrew in your eyes? The old man retorted angrily. Dad, Dai is already dead. Let's not mention this matter anymore. I came here mainly to tell you that Yin has already left the Yi family, Yi Zhendong declared. He did not want to dwell on the matter of when Dai discussing the deceased had no meaning, especially since he did not wish... What did you say? The old man's voice instantly rose several decibels. Was it your doing it? Yi Zhendong frowned and replied solemnly. She left on her own. Dad, Yin is becoming increasingly rebellious and disobedient. Not only does she disrespect her elders at home, but she also harms her younger sister. With such a malicious heart at a young age, how terrible. She even dares to insult me, her own father. Do you really think it's acceptable for her to inherit the Yi family's legacy? Yi Jiangwo frowned, doubtlessly questioning the truthfulness of Yi Zhendong's words. He had seen Wei Guo not long ago. Although her demeanor was cold, she definitely would not behave as Yi Zhendong described. However, judging by his tone, he did not seem to be lying. Look at your achievements. You can even be insulted by your daughter. Do you still look like a father? The old man coldly mocked. Yi Zhendong was taken aback by the old man's words, taking a while to respond. His expression was not good. After speaking, the old man continued. Let me tell you, I know what you mean. You only want the inheritance rights of the Yi family, right? Let me tell you, as long as I am here, don't even think about it. This is what I will leave to Wei Guo. You better give up this thought early. Oh, after all, you are a colonel with a military rank. Can't you behave a bit like a soldier? The Yi family won't lose a single bone over this. Oh, why compete with your own daughter for anything? Yi Zhendong narrowed his eyes, staring at the old man with resentment and anger, suddenly sneering. Dad, are you protecting Yin so much because there is something different about her that makes you so partial? If it's not that, I really can't think of another reason. Yi Zhendong had always felt that the old man's attitude towards Yi was somewhat abnormal. Although it was love, it was indeed excessive to him. It had reached the point of blurring right and wrong. When Yin was young, even if she caught a slight cold, the old man would be anxious. This was not the demeanor the old man should have. The old man's expression changed slightly, but quickly disappeared, angrily cursing, nonsense. That is your daughter, don't you know? The old man emphasized the word "your" heavily. Yi Zhendong hesitated, simply skipping the topic. Dad, with Yin in this state, if she inherits the rights, the Yi family will only be ruined by her. She will become even more unrestrained and do as she pleases. Do you really want to see the foundation of the Yi family destroyed just like that? Better to be destroyed than to be in your hands. The old man said coldly. Yi Zhendong was momentarily speechless. He knew that arguing with the old man in this state was completely useless. He was determined to protect Yin. With a cold snort, he left the unpeeled orange on the ground and strode away. The old man didn't even glance at Yi Zhendong, his gaze fixed ahead. It was only when Yi Zhendong slammed the door that his eyes moved slightly. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed heavily several times, sighing, alas. If it weren't for Wei Guo, the inheritance rights of the Yi family would undoubtedly fall to him, the only biological son. However, he had to ensure that Wei Guo grew stronger quickly. He knew that his time in this world was limited, and in the future the only person who could protect Wei Guo would be herself. If those people discovered Wei Guo, he sighed deeply, his gaze still fixed ahead. Wei Guo, you need to grow stronger as soon as possible. Yi Zhendong left the hospital, and after getting into the car, heavily pounded the horn. In the car, Yang Zhitong hurriedly asked, Hubby, how did it go? What did the old man say? Yi Zhendong's expression was cold and solemn. The old man said, don't even think about the inheritance rights. Yang Zhitong's expression instantly changed. What should we do? If that's the case, doesn't that mean everything in the Yi family will go to Yi and... Yi Zhendong snorted coldly. I don't know what poison the old man has been struck with, insisting on leaving the inheritance to that little bastard. Yang Zhitong's eyes flickered as she asked, Honey, does the old man have anything particularly important in his possession, like keys or something? Regardless, obtaining that key is the urgent matter at hand. She feared those people would come knocking again. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhendong furrowed his brow, gazing at Yang Zhitong with a hint of suspicion and scrutiny. Why do you ask this? Yang Zhitong felt a surge of panic in her heart, forcing a calm smile on her face. I just wanted to ask if the old man secretly left something good for Yian. What if there is something? Yi Zindong's gaze swept over her, harboring some doubts, yet he replied, the old man rarely carries anything personal, most of it consists of small items commonly used by soldiers. Moreover, there isn't anything particularly special. As he spoke, he pondered for a moment, as if suddenly recalling something. However, speaking of keys, I do remember once seeing the old man holding a rather peculiar key, but he quickly put it away, so I didn't get a good look at it. But he didn't pay much attention to the key. He was just puzzled as to why Yang Zhitong would inquire. Yang Zhitong replied, honey, I think since the old man has already given the inheritance rights to Yi, and he must have left something good for her, maybe that key is it. Yi Zindong's expression grew serious as he stared at Yang Zhitong. How can you be so sure that key is it? Yang Zhitong's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, and she hastily fabricated a lie. When the old man was at home before, I accidentally caught a glimpse of him, saying something to Yi, and while holding that key. But at the time I didn't pay much attention. I just suddenly thought of it now. Yang Zhitong spoke sweetly, just as she usually did when she was being affectionate with Yi Zhindong. Although Yi Zhindong had his suspicions, he did not doubt her. Instead, he grew more intrigued by Yang Zhitong's words, a key. Could it really be something the old man left for Yian? Seeing Yi Zindong's expression, Yang Zhitong felt relieved. The old master didn't like her, so if she inquired about this matter, she would surely be scolded and may raise suspicions. It would be better to tell Yi Zhindong and have him investigate. Extracting information from him would be much easier than from honey, since Yian has caused such a ruckus with the Yi family and has distanced herself from them, and the old man refuses to relinquish power. Why don't we gather all the branches of the Yi family and hold a family meeting? If all the branches of the Yi family oppose it, then the old man might not have any choice, right? Yang Zhitong's words plunged Yi Zhindong into deep thought. In reality, the inheritance rights in military families like theirs are divided into two parts. One is the inheritance of property, and the other is the family's voice in the military, which is the power to speak on behalf of the entire family within the military. Each military family has a certain influence in the military and corresponding factions. These individuals will only support the family heir. They will spare no effort in helping that person rise. Yi Zhindong has yet to gain recognition. The old man has not announced this matter, so currently his rank and resources in the military remain stagnant. If all the branches of the family oppose Yi's succession of the Yi family's inheritance, then even if she obtains the inheritance rights, it would merely be the property left by the old man. Moreover, if the old man were to learn of this matter, he might reconsider it. I must say Yang Zhitong's words hit the nail on the head. He smiled at Yang Zhitong. Your mind is quite sharp. Yang Zhitong feigned a smile in agreement, but inwardly, she felt anxious, fearing that Yi Zhindong would see through her. Go back and call every branch of the Yi family, telling them to convene a family meeting in 3 days. On her way home, Yian kept contemplating the words spoken by Professor Yu. This conversation with Professor Yu also made her clearly understand the situation of supernatural beings in this timeline. In this timeline, supernatural beings are referred to as subhumans, a new type of human. Moreover, the abilities awakened after the awakening exhibit great diversity. Each person's awakened supernatural ability varies in strength and capability. Just like the blue-haired individual she encountered last time. He could manipulate electricity and control the surrounding gravitational field, possessing extraordinary strength. In the entirety of Blue Star, he certainly isn't the only one with such abilities. Perhaps the enemies she may face in the future could be even stronger, wielding supernatural abilities beyond her imagination. However, fortunately, in this timeline, the proportion of supernatural beings is quite rare. What Yian did not know was that shortly after her departure, Professor Yu conducted a test on the genetic fragments in her DNA. Upon seeing the initial report that printed out, Professor Yu's expression suddenly shifted, unable to contain his excitement. This gene is quite powerful. Genes are functional segments on DNA molecules, the basic unit of hereditary information determining the fundamental factors of all biological species. Genes also determine human life, health, physical constitution, appearance, and potential. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they are the determinants and controllers of life. Professor Yu is an expert in human genetics, yet he has never seen such hereditary information. Furthermore, this gene exceeds the scope of normal humans. What kind of person could have passed such a gene down to Yian? He rolled up his sleeves and began a new round of analysis and experimentation on Yi's gene. He never expected that due to this blood sample he would fall into the deep pit of researching Yi's genes. The young lady has returned. Butler Hongshu opened the door to welcome Yian inside. As Yian returned home, she saw Cheng Xiaoxiao watching television on the sofa. Weigui, you're back. Cheng Xiaoxiao immediately turned to look at Yian. Yian asked in confusion, aren't you going home? Cheng Xiaoxiao looked even more puzzled. Why would I go home? Aren't you going to inform your family about your enlistment? Yian inquired calmly. Cheng Xiaoxiao pouted. I don't need to. That Cheng guy will definitely tell my old man. Besides, I really don't want to go back. What if my dad hits me? If I can't hold back and stab him again, he'll end up getting arrested. Hearing Cheng Xiaoxiao say this, Yian was taken aback and then asked, how many times have you stabbed your dad? Cheng Xiaoxiao squinted her eyes and waved her hand. Just 5 times, that's all. But I'm afraid of repercussions. Even though I couldn't hold back, I controlled my strength, and he is strong, So there weren't any major issues, just a 2-month recovery. Yian spoke with a hint of mockery. Shouldn't I be grateful that you haven't stabbed me in the back yet? Cheng Xiao replied with a smile. I wouldn't do that, I would never harm you. Her lips curled slightly. Your father truly loves you. Cheng Xiao shrugged, I suppose so. Yian raised an eyebrow. No wonder Lin Luo had warned her that Cheng Xiao was very dangerous and overly aggressive. If she could stab her own father, there was probably nothing she wouldn't dare to do. But for now, Cheng Xiao was still manageable. Moreover, it seemed that her aggression was gradually diminishing. To prevent Cheng Xiao from getting into trouble, as soon as she returned home, Yian did not urge her to go back. Instead, she busied herself with another matter. Regarding the car accident involving Wen Dai from years ago, Wang Hao had found 2 groups of people from both the underworld and law enforcement who were investigating the individuals involved back then. Witnesses and evidence had already been gathered, and it was now possible to completely determine the true culprit behind the accident. As expected, it was just as she had anticipated. However, it took a lot of effort to find the witnesses, and they were sourced, but Yian found it strange that the official investigation into this matter suddenly hit a dead end. There was no direct evidence regarding the tampering of the video and the concealment of the actual footage, and the primary person in charge of the case had also gone silent. She quickly scanned through all the materials that had been returned. At that moment, her phone suddenly received a text message. It was from Yifei. Upon seeing the message, Yian simply replied, I understand. A cold smile crept onto her lips, just as she was about to reel in her net of fish had already bitten the hook. Yin Tung Group Building. Fu Yunshun had finished dealing with batch after batch of documents and tossed them aside. He rubbed his temples, appearing somewhat fatigued. Yin Tung Group was quite prominent, and over the years the expansion of the enterprise had affected many underground forces operating internationally. Although Fu Yunshun had dealt with quite a few of these underground forces, there were still some that were hard to handle. These troublesome forces brought a lot of trouble to both Yun Tung and him. Young master, Lu Qi walked in. Fu Yunshun lowered his hand from his forehead. Lu Qi reported directly, the matter has been taken care of. Hearing this, Fu Yunshun finally looked up, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Is that so? It's estimated that in the next couple of days the Lu family will announce their engagement with the Yi family. Lu Qi elegantly nodded. Fu Yunshun merely replied with an and did not ask further about the matter. He always trusted Lu Qi's abilities. Young master, there's one more thing. Half an hour ago, Madam called. Fu Yunshun paused his actions. What did she call for? Lu Qi hesitated slightly. Madam asked if you have taken care of her daughter-in-law. Fu Yunshun was taken aback for a moment, and then replied, tell her it has been taken care of. Yes, young master, I will inform Madam right away. After saying this, Lu Qi slipped away. Fu Yunshun smiled slightly, and continued to immerse himself in a pile of documents. Yining opened her eyes only to find that the ceiling above her head did not look like her own room. Feeling a heavy arm draped across her chest, she let out a shrill scream. Oh. The scream in the room startled Lu Sheng awake. What happened? What happened? Upon seeing Lu Sheng, Yining's face was filled with anger and terror. She lifted the blanket to look at herself, but felt a faint pain beneath her, while her body was covered in bruises with traces of what had occurred. Without needing to think much, she knew what had happened. Lu Sheng, you beast. What have you done to me? Lu Sheng was also a bit dazed, lifting the blanket to look at himself, swallowing hard. He felt a mix of excitement and fear. Ning Ning. Ning Ning. Please calm down. Lu Sheng tried to soothe her. But Yining burst into tears, punching and kicking at Lu Sheng. You beast. Why did you do this to me? Is my body something you can touch? Lu Sheng felt a bit guilty, but with things already being this way, he couldn't help but recall what had happened earlier. Ning Ning, please calm down. Let's think about what happened yesterday. Lu Sheng felt that something was off. Yining paused, her sobbing, her little face already stained with tears. The two of them recalled that they seemingly hadn't been together at all yesterday. But how could they end up sleeping together? Yet when they tried to think of something, they couldn't remember anything. Regardless, Ning Ning. You are now my woman. Lu Sheng held Yining's hand, speaking earnestly. Although he couldn't remember what had happened last night, he was certain that their relationship had changed. Just seeing Yining's body made him feel. Yining angrily pushed Lu Sheng away. Get away. She quickly put on her clothes. But as soon as she got off the bed, her steps felt unsteady. With her anger intensified, she glared at Lu Sheng. Let's pretend today never happened. And don't you dare tell anyone. Ning Ning. Lu Sheng hurriedly got out of bed, disregarding his nakedness, and directly hugged Yining. He tightly grasped her hand, his voice lowering. What did you mean by that? Since it has already happened, I am willing to take responsibility. Please don't act like this. Yining glared at him, crying, get away. I don't want you to take responsibility. He'll kill you. She angrily hit Lu Sheng while crying and causing a ruckus. But Lu Sheng's physique was also quite strong, and he quickly restrained her. In the past, Lu Sheng had been cautious around Yining, but now that they had crossed that line, he was no longer as careful as before. Stop making a scene, he growled. Ning Ning, listen to me, don't worry, I will take responsibility for this. You promise me this matter must not be spoken of. Yining cried. Lu Sheng, fearing for her unstable emotions, nodded in agreement, soothingly saying, All right, I'll listen to you. Ever since Yi and stopped going to school, the road to school had become a solitary journey for Yifei. He felt a bit lost and somewhat depressed, but the weight of the sandbags on his feet was heavier. There was a drive inside him that urged him to grow quickly so he could catch up with their pace. He knew he was no worse than those people. It's just that everyone walks a different path. Upon seeing Yi Fei, several young masters from military families hurried over to greet him. Yi Fei, where's Yin? We haven't seen her for several days. The one speaking was Chun Zaheo. Lang Yu added. Yeah, a few of us were planning to treat Yi into a meal. I wanted to ask Yin to guide me in my shooting skills, but unfortunately, I haven't seen her lately. I'm different from you guys. I want to be sworn brothers with Yin. As soon as he said this, he was met with everyone's Even Yi Fei rolled his eyes and retorted, you should give up on that idea. I'm the only brother she has. Got it. A few people linked arms, glancing at Yi Fei with an obvious sister complex. They couldn't help but curl their lips. They had never seen him like this before. However, if they had such a sister, they might be even more obsessed than Yi Fei. Yi Fei, tell us first, where has Yin gone? They continued to press for answers. Yes, we haven't seen her for several days. I really miss her. Yi Fei looked at this little group of military disciples in front of him, his lips twitching slightly, as if they were very familiar with his older sister. He coldly glanced at them. If you want to find her, go to the army. Otherwise, you might never see her for the rest of your life. After saying that, Yi Fei turned and left, leaving the others stunned, looking at each other. The army. Yin has already joined. Did she really sneak off to join the military? A few of them felt a bit uncomfortable inside, inexplicably feeling. They felt a surge of impulse to catch up with Yin. A peculiar determination flashed in their eyes, as if they had made up their minds about something. You go, what do you think? And what do you think, kid? Though they asked with smiles, they all understood that certain decisions needed to be made in advance, because they clearly knew that no one could ignite their passion and drive like that person did. The youthful adrenaline often becomes the motivation that one pursues throughout their life. This is youth. Fu Yinshan looked at Yi Yin, who stood before him like a benchmark, swallowing hard and smiling. And then you can sit down. If you stand here with such imposing presence, I might think you want to do something to me. Yi Yin slightly parted her legs, standing straight in front of Fu Yunshan's desk, waiting for his response. Hearing Fu Yunshan's words, she frowned slightly and walked over to the sofa to sit down. After sitting down, the lines of Yi Yin's face relaxed a lot, making her appear much more approachable, even though her face remained strikingly cool. Fu Yunshan gazed at Yi Yin, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes as he continued to look through the information in his hands. Can you do it? Upon seeing Fu Yunshan finish, Yi Yin directly inquired. Fu Yunshan smiled slightly. Of course I can. However, I want to know, in what capacity are you discussing this with me? As a military representative or as my wife? Yi Yin looked puzzled. Is there any difference? Fu Yunshan set down the stack of documents, looking at Yi Yin with a somewhat cynical tone. The difference is quite significant. If you are speaking to me as a military representative, then we are discussing business. This pertains to the issue of pricing. If you are discussing this as my wife, then this is something I should do. Fu Yunshan's smile was rather roguish, yet charming enough not to evoke any dislike. The thing you want in the entire Xing Luo Empire, only the people under my command can produce it. A special training system created using VR virtual reality technology, covering over 1,000 professional training modes, allowing billions of cells to experience it to the fullest. And it rapidly transmits to the brain, entering consciousness and creating muscle memory. Even though virtual reality technology has reached its peak, creating this system still poses certain difficulties. Fu Yunshan spoke slowly. Yi Yin understood the challenge of this technology. However, in the apocalyptic era, when technology reached its peak, such technology had already become a common form of entertainment. She replied earnestly, all right, as your wife. This statement was so serious and sincere that it momentarily stunned Fu Yunshan. However, considering Yi Yin's usual dislike for trouble, he quickly understood. He raised an eyebrow, noticing that Yin herself had admitted to being his wife. After saying that, Yi Yin stood up directly. I might stay in the military district for a long time. Once the thing is developed, contact me directly. I will personally conduct the tests. Fu Yunshan's expression shifted slightly. Have you decided to join Longya? He knew Shinhan's plans without needing to think. Moreover, with his abilities, it would be quite easy to glean some information from the military. Not to mention that Yi Yin's identity is his family member. This kind of matter will undoubtedly be communicated to him. Regarding Fu Yunshan's inquiry, Yi Yin was not surprised and nodded. Indeed. She paused, emphasizing each word. Becoming a soldier is my mission. No matter from the past, present, or the promise made to her grandfather, this is a path she must take. Fu Yunshan frowned slightly. He was actually not very willing for Yi Yin to join the military, especially as a special forces soldier with such high risks. Of course, he respected Yi Yin's wishes. He smirked. You know, in our Xing Luo, if one encounters a situation of being widowed, as long as one party does not dissolve the marriage, then even in death, the marital relationship still exists. Yi Yin began to seriously contemplate Fu Yunshan's words, taking a while to realize what he meant. Fu Yunshan was telling her that if she were to be in danger, she would still be his registered spouse, even in death. Her cold gaze narrowed, staring at him, the corners of her lips curling coldly. You might be overthinking this. After saying that, Yi Yin directly stood up. I'm leaving. Anun. Fu Yunshan suddenly called out to her. Yi Yin paused, but didn't turn back. Her tall and slender figure, though not imposing, gave an overwhelming sense of reassurance. With her back straight, she seemed never to feel fatigue. In this moment, Fu Yunshan knew that she was born for the battlefield. Perhaps from the moment he first met her on that mountain, her extraordinary nature was destined. As she was about to step away, Fu Yunshan said, "Eat more, especially meat to grow. Most importantly, drink plenty of hot water," he said in a string of instructions with a smile. Yi Thin's face darkened immediately, her steps no longer hesitating as she left. Fu Yunshan raised an eyebrow. Was what he said incorrect? His gaze fell back onto the stack of documents on the table. Oh, in fact, he hadn't mentioned that the demand and design for this system had never appeared anywhere in the entire Blue Star. Because this demand and design is entirely military-based, comprehensive, and advanced. If one doesn't have a certain understanding of human anatomy and military knowledge, it is simply impossible to design such a system. His eyes narrowed slightly, his handsome side profile captivating enough to mesmerize anyone. His Nin continues to surprise him time and again. Yian left the Yuntung building, attracting the attention of many employees. Of course, to her it was as if she hadn't noticed. As she walked, the dark expression on her face faded, and suddenly the corners of her mouth inexplicably lifted. Although the smile was faint, even she didn't realize it, yet it added a touch of softness to her entire demeanor. "Why did you see that little handsome guy just smiled?" I saw it. I can't handle it, my heart is fluttering. How can there be such a beautiful boy? No wonder the CEO likes him. The CEO prefers young bodies. Such a wonderful youth. Boo-hoo-hoo. The employees of Yuntung building whispered in infatuation, but only dared to speak softly, as being caught by the CEO would be disastrous for them. Yi Zhendong did not expect that before he returned to the military department, he was already summoned for a discussion by the higher-ups. The purpose of the meeting was to inform him that Yi had already joined the Longyi unit. As for other details, he was not informed at all. When Yi Zhendong heard this news, it felt as though his mind crashed, and he sat there in stunned silence for quite a while. Yi entered the military, and it was the newly established elite special Longyi unit. He couldn't believe it, nor did he want to believe it, and he even asked several times. Yet the answers he received only deepened his despair. He originally wanted to ask why Yi was able to enter, but the person he spoke to was an officer with a higher rank than him, who had the authority to keep the military's upper decisions confidential. He couldn't ask anything further. He just couldn't comprehend why Yi would be specially recruited. A useless person who couldn't even fire a gun. What skills did she possess to warrant such an honor? Although he was unaware of the specific matters regarding the Longyi unit, he knew that this special unit only recruited the elite among the elite. Even he did not have the qualifications to enter, let alone Yi. But the other party's statement, "I'm sorry, Colonel, this is an order from above. I was just instructed to inform you that Miss Yes' subsequent actions and identity will be classified to a national level of secrecy." This statement effectively silenced all of Yi Zhendong's inquiries. If Yi entered the military and acquired a rank and merits, all the resources of the Yi family and its connections in the military would gravitate towards her. This is the difference between a military family and other prominent families. It meant that Yi would truly begin to wield all the resources and power related to the Yi family, establishing a firm foothold in the military. After learning this, Yi Zhendong felt somewhat dazed on his way home. He didn't want to admit that he felt a tinge of jealousy. If he and Yi were in a father-daughter relationship, filled with love and care, he would certainly be pleased. He would even wish for Yi to rise to greater heights. But now he and Yi were like water and fire, nearly coming to blows. This made it impossible for him to feel any joy, and the more she stood firm, the greater the threat she posed to him. He was even more worried that one day Yi would bring about his demise. Moreover, he really didn't want to admit that he felt a bit jealous. How could Yi enter the Longyi Special Forces, a place he couldn't even access? As a father, he was even inferior to his daughter. After returning home, Yi Zhendong still hadn't recovered from the shock of Yi An's news when he received word that the Liu family wanted to arrange a marriage with the Yi family. Yi Ning was throwing a fit at home, crying and refusing to comply, while Yang Zhitong continuously persuaded her, making his mood even more irritable. After yelling at them, he retreated to his study. Yi Fei leaned over the railing on the upper floor, watching Yi Ning crying below, then glanced at Yi Zhendong, who was returning to his room, furrowing his brows. Strangely, why did Lu Sheng suddenly propose to Yi Ning? Yi Ning was still young. Even if they were engaged, marriage was still 3 years away. However, seeing Yi Ning's stubborn refusal, perhaps something indescribable had happened. While he was lost in thought, Xue Li suddenly approached. "Young master, the master wants you to go to the study." Yi Fei's expression darkened slightly. "I understand." After speaking, he turned and walked towards the study. Yi Zhendong's face was dark and somewhat frightening. "Xiao Fei, do you know where your sister has been going lately?" Yi Fei replied coldly. "Ever since my sister moved out, I rarely see her, so how would I know where she has gone?" Yi Zhendong raised his eyes, glaring sharply at Yi Fei. "Then do you think she has changed in any way?" Yi Fei felt a sense of caution. He knew his sister had been specially recruited into the military. However, Yi Zhendong was unaware of this, and it seemed he was quite worried that Yi Zhendong would use his military connections to suppress his sister. He simply replied, "She's just been a bit quieter. Other than that, nothing has changed." Yi Zhendong stared at Yi Fei for a long while, as if assessing whether Yi Fei was lying. But the child before him appeared calm and composed, showing no signs of deception. It was at this moment that Yi Zhendong suddenly realized that his son seemed to have undergone some changes. In the past, Yi Fei rarely spoke at home, but he didn't carry the strong defensive posture he had now. It seemed like he had matured in an instant, losing all traces of that 15-year-old boy. In the future, keep less contact with your sister so you won't be led astray by her, Yi Zhendong reprimanded. You are the only male heir of the Yi family. From now on, you are the one who will enter the military to revive the glory of the Yi family. Do not associate with those who are not respectable. Yi Fei's expression suddenly grew cold as he stared at Yi Zhendong, his thin lips pressed tightly together, without saying a word. What kind of look is that? Yi Zhendong shouted angrily. Yi Fei replied coldly, I just don't want to hear any bad words about my sister from Dad's mouth. Enough. Yi Zhendong scolded. From now on, the Yi family has no one named Yi, and you have no sister by that name. You only have one sister, Yi Ning. You are not allowed to associate with her any longer, understood? Yi Fei's gaze sharpened slightly as he replied indifferently, Dad, I still have homework to finish. I'm going back now. After saying that, Yi Fei ignored whether Yi Zhendong agreed, and turned to leave. Yi Zhendong stared at Yi Fei's back, his eyes filled with rage. Now even his son began to oppose him. Was Wen Dai taking revenge on him? Why did she give birth to this pair of disobedient children, both of whom were defying him? Thinking of the family meeting in a few days, his eyes were determined. He had to suppress Yian. The 6th Military District Longya Base. Unlike other military bases, Longya was more mysterious and harder to find. When Cheng Xiaoxiao, Wang Hao, Lin Luo, and Su Yin got off the armored vehicle, their eyes brightened. The base before them looked like a giant egg hidden within the jungle, its metallic sheen reflecting a silvery glow under the sunlight. Wearing military boots and blue camouflage combat uniforms, the 4 of them appeared to have shed their student demeanor, taking on the appearance of soldiers. Su Yin eagerly asked, when will the boss arrive? Lin Luo adjusted his glasses. Wang Hao nodded and playfully ruffled Cheng Xiaoxiao's hair, saying, the boss will be back soon. Cheng Xiaoxiao unhappily brushed Wang Hao's hand away. Shen Han stepped forward and entered his palm print, causing the base's gate to slowly open. The roaring sound was loud, like a fierce beast about to be released from the base, tightening everyone's hearts. Shen Han stepped forward and declared loudly, from now on you are all members of the Dragon Tooth Special Forces. Fallen. The 4 exchanged glances and strode inside. Everyone except Cheng Xiaoxiao felt somewhat anxious. Watching the 4 of them enter, Shen Han suddenly wondered what kind of chemistry they would have with the veterans. Could Yin and the few individuals she brought truly integrate with those experienced elite soldiers to form a cohesive team? And would she be able to take control of this base? He knew very well how much it takes for a new type of unit to go from inception to maturity. For the Dragon Tooth to truly grow into an invincible force, how long would it take? Everything made him both expectant and excited. At that moment, inside the Dragon Tooth base, there were already people waiting. In the training ground, about 5 men in camouflage uniforms casually sat in various places. These individuals had no ranks, or perhaps they had ranks before, but in this place they were merely ordinary soldiers. It was as if everything had to start over from scratch. However, each of them bore no signs of defeat, but rather a palpable. One of the men in his early 20s was handsome, with sharp features, a strong build, and was casually sitting on a tire toying with his handgun. But anyone who had spent a considerable time in the military, or often mingled in the military circles, knew who this man was. Before coming here, they had no idea who would arrive, or what kind of people they would meet. Curious about their future companions, they also scrutinized their potential comrades. They were all top performers in their respective fields, only strength could earn their respect and admiration. At that moment, the sound of footsteps broke the tranquility of the training ground. They all lifted their heads, their gazes sharp and eagle-like as they focused on the newcomer. Suddenly, the expressions of the veterans present changed. The 4 people who entered the training ground were clearly not military personnel. They appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, and among them was a girl who was less than 1.60 meters tall. Everyone felt a bit unsettled. Isn't the Dragon Tooth unit supposed to select only the elite? Why were they recruiting a few inexperienced kids? The way the soldiers looked at the 4 was one of blatant scrutiny, with no attempt to conceal their doubts. Their piercing gazes made one feel as if there was no escape. Even the young man who had been toying with his gun shifted his gaze towards them. Wang Hao and the others met their gaze fearlessly. Lin Luo's expression was impassive, seemingly unaffected by the stares. Cheng Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes. The gazes of those people made her uncomfortable, causing her demeanor to turn cold and her aura to shift. Su Yin and Wang Hao had been mixed in the underground scene and showed no fear in the face of such provocation. The eyes of both sides sparked with an invisible tension across the training ground. What puzzled those soldiers was that although these few clearly did not seem to be military personnel, they emanated an inexplicable sense of cohesion. What surprised them even more was that among the 4, the one who gave off the most dangerous aura was actually the short girl who was less than 1.60 meters tall. The young man in combat uniform casually wiped the corner of his mouth with his thumb, exuding a distinct and overt tough guy vibe. He stood up, his tall and strong physique becoming evident. You guys are the ones who were specially recruited, he asked loudly with a hint of provocation. When his gaze landed on Cheng Xiaoxiao, he felt she looked somewhat familiar, though he couldn't recall why. Wang Hao, being somewhat impulsive, replied, so what? Su Yin gently placed a hand on Wang Hao, concerned he might cause trouble. I heard our direct commander was also specially recruited. The young man in uniform raised an eyebrow. The other 5 veterans in military attire also stood up. One man with a scar on his face laughed loudly. I want to see what kind of skills specially recruited individuals possess. Just in time, I want to test it out too. Another person cracked his neck and rolled up his sleeves. Su Yin, Wang Hao, and the others naturally set down their bags. Cheng Xiaoxiao's eyes shimmered with excitement, her fingers unconsciously fidgeting. The Yi family's branches gathered for the first time in years to hold a family meeting. Everyone present had some job within the military, most holding various ranks. The entire hall exuded an indescribable sense of authority. Even at the entrance, several guards were on alert. Everyone, today, I have gathered you here mainly to discuss the issue of the inheritance rights of the Yi family. Yi Zhendong sat at the head of the table. All eyes turned to Yi Zhendong. He cleared his throat heavily, drawing everyone's attention to himself. Didn't the old man announce long ago that the inheritance rights of the Yi family would be passed to his daughter Yi Yin? As soon as one person mentioned it, everyone echoed in agreement. Yes, what's there to discuss? Exactly, Dongo, we have always listened to the old man. What is there to say? Yi Zhendong frowned tightly. Everyone be quiet. Only then did everyone settle down. Yi Zhendong sighed heavily. I know this matter has already been decided by the old man. But my daughter Yi Yin has already betrayed the Yi family. This statement caused an uproar among the attendees. Betraying the family meant that Yi Yin was no longer considered a member of the Yi family. Those who had previously harbored thoughts about the inheritance rights suddenly began to reconsider. Yi Zhendong continued, moreover Yi Yin's character is twisted, her temperament violent, and she has shown no signs of correction. As the saying goes, the failure to educate is the father's fault. I also bear some responsibility for raising such an unfilial child. For the sake of the Yi family, after careful consideration, the inheritance rights should be taken back from Yi Yin. What do you all think? Everyone exchanged glances and nodded. I support Dong's decision. Indeed, since Yi Yin is no longer considered a member of the Yi family, she should not have the right to inherit. Yes, and with someone like Yi Yin as the head of the family, wouldn't it lead the Yi family into a worse situation? We are already somewhat declining. Exactly. Yi Zhendong smiled with satisfaction. As long as all the branches of the Yi family did not agree, even if the old man was stubborn, he would have to reconsider. Otherwise, even if Yi Yin really became the head of the Yi family, it would just be an empty shell. I heard that someone is trying to target my granddaughter. A sudden authoritative voice rang out. An elderly man in his 50s leaning on a dragon head cane walked in energetically. The guards attempted to stop him, but he pushed through with his cane exuding an imposing presence. Many recognized the identity of the old man. It's the chairman of Ronghua Group. How could he be here? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Yi Zhentong also stood up. Father-in-law. Wen Zhen looked at Yi Zhentong with a cold smile, casting a glance at the mother and daughter beside him. Don't call me father-in-law. I would never have a son-in-law as disgraceful as you. This statement directly slapped Yi Zhentong in the face. Yi Ning couldn't help but speak up. What identity do you have? You have no right to speak here. Yi Ning despised Yi Yin and all those associated with her. Since childhood, she had envied Yi Yin for having such a wealthy grandfather, while she had nothing. Her mother's family was not even on the table. Everything had to rely on the Yi family. Wen Zhen sneered. Yi Zhentong, this is the daughter you raised uncultured. He directly scolded without mercy. Yi Zhentong felt embarrassed being reprimanded by this former father-in-law. His face naturally did not look good. What are you doing here, father-in-law? This is a family meeting of the Yi family. It's not appropriate for you to barge in like this. After saying that, he called for the guards outside. Come here. Take old Master Wen out. Wen Zhen forcefully pulled them back, shouting, I want to see my granddaughter and grandson. He came here because an informed him there must be something going on. Yi Zhentong coldly laughed. Your granddaughter has long been expelled from the Yi family. If you want to find her, go look outside instead of trying to find her in our Yi family. As he spoke, he commanded, take him out. Stop. Another imposing voice suddenly rang out, and all eyes turned towards the entrance. A beautiful and cool young girl stepped in from the doorway, dressed in a black military uniform that accentuated her tall and slender figure, her expression cold.